When I was in school, I always liked to bully my silly deskmate for fun. Every day, I would either play with her twin ponytails or snatch her snacks to eat. However, she never took my excessive behavior to heart, and even after feeling wronged, she would still choose to forgive me. This continued from high school to university and into my early career. Gradually, the girl completely integrated into my life. In our daily lives, we relied on each other, emotionally. We confided in and understood one another. But the girl buried her feelings of affection deep in her heart and never had the courage to express them. However, by the time I truly realized this feeling, it was already too late. When I was 24, I faced frequent setbacks in both my career and love life, leaving me in a state of deep despair. As a result, I was involved in a car accident and lost my sight. During my days in the hospital, it was dark and dreary every day. If I didn't get a new cornea in time, I would be permanently blind due to the injuries from the accident. Just when I was about to lose hope, I finally received news about a cornea. Due to the doctor's confidentiality regarding the donor's personal information, I didn't learn much, only that the donor was a girl who seemed to be orphaned and had selflessly donated her cornea to me after her death. A few months after the surgery, I fully returned to normal life. But just as I was joyfully starting my new life, I felt that someone was missing, that warmth and care were absent, and that the person who always encouraged me was gone. Soon, I discovered that Lee Kirsten had disappeared since that day. So, I became anxious and desperately searched for her, eventually finding her landlord from the time she rented a place. Unfortunately, the final result made my eyes ache with anger. It turned out that the cornea at that time was donated to me by Lee Kirsten. She helped me regain my sight in the most extreme way, using her own youth to complete my life. After that, the landlord handed me a diary that Lee Kirsten had kept during her lifetime. When I saw the contents of the diary, my heart felt as if it had been pierced by 1,000 silver needles. The diary wrote, "I have no family. Jiang Hao is the closest person to me. He treats me very well. What should I do? He had a car accident. I am so scared. Will he never come back? It's great that my cornea matches his. I can help him. What a pity. I didn't have time to confess to him before I have to leave. It's the last day. Actually, I'm not afraid. Although from now on my world will lose its light. But it's okay. He can see." After reading the diary, my tears soaked the notebook. It turned out that this silly girl had always liked me but never told me. Regret and remorse surged like a tide in my heart, and I couldn't help but ask myself why I didn't look at her more back then. All these years, thinking I had lived thoroughly. But in the end, I lost the most precious thing. Jiang Hao. Class is over. I opened my eyes groggily and looked to the side, where a girl with a ponytail was looking at me timidly. I shook my head and slowly got up. I thought to myself, I have graduated from university for so many years, how could there still be classes? In my confusion, what came into view was a row of desks and a blackboard filled with content, and in front of me was a thick stack of exercise books. This seemed to be my classroom from my senior year in high school. I remember I had just gone to the hospital for a checkup on my eyes, and while crossing the road, a gust of wind hit me, and then everything went black. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in this classroom. At that moment, the girl next to me thought I was angry and quickly explained in a low voice, It's because you called me to get up after class." Although I was deeply shocked inside, hearing the girl's timid voice again made me unable to help but turn back and glance at her a few times. With that glance, I was stunned again, my eyes filled with complex emotions. It is said that when one reaches middle age, especially under favorable living conditions, one becomes more aware of what regret truly means. And in the depths of my memory, the one who keeps flashing before me is this timid girl. For 3 years in high school, Lee Kirsten was always my deskmate. At that time, the girl was very innocent, while I was very domineering, always finding various reasons to bully her. Whether it was snatching her snacks or taking her hair ties to play with as slingshots, I always bullied her to the point of extreme grievance. Yet, she never once told the teacher about my behavior, showing me a special kind of indulgence. Seeing me staring at her, Lee Kirsten's gaze became a bit evasive. She bit her red lip and then carefully took out a pack of cookies from the drawer, cautiously handing them to me, saying, Don't be angry, I brought you snacks." I glanced down at the cookies and felt a pang in my nose. These scenes that had only flashed through my mind before now vividly appeared before me again, and I realized that Lee Kirsten was still as cautious as ever, afraid of doing something wrong that would upset me, always thinking of me. In that moment, I really had the impulse to hug the girl. "I gave you the other 2 this morning, and this is the only one left." Seeing that I was still staring at her foolishly and hadn't taken the cookie, Lee Kirsten shook her little head and pointed to her drawer, indicating that she wasn't lying. "Lee Kirsten, I don't want the cookie." At this moment, I held back my inner excitement and tried not to make any moves that would startle her. "Then, what do you want?" Lee Kirsten, seeing that I was still looking at her, felt both confused and wronged, and suddenly buried her little head, not daring to look at me anymore. Hearing this, I smiled slightly, my eyes full of affection, and asked, "Will you give me anything I want?" At this moment, the girl bit her red lip and stammered, I can only give you what I have." I looked at the girl, paused for a moment, and said, "I want to like you as much as I can, and then let you be my wife." As soon as these words came out, the girl was instantly surprised and raised her little head, her watery eyes wide open. Marry home, as a wife? In an instant, the girl who reacted was blushing all the way to her ears, and her breathing became rapid, even making her eyes a little red. What, don't bully me. Clearly last time you said you liked that school flower. Why are you saying you like me today? You must have thought of some way to bully me again. Seeing her like this, I sincerely said, "I'm not bullying you. I'm seriously confessing to you. Do you know? No, don't like me. I'm very stupid." Lee Kerson's little head shook like a rattle, and her eyes were filled with a few drops of tears from being nervous. She really thought I was joking with her, teasing her. "I'm serious, Lee Kerson. No way." This time, Lee Kerson gathered her courage and, with faint tear marks on her face, rejected me. She feels that she can't always go along with me anymore. I'm getting more and more excessive. She thought to herself, if I agree to be his wife this time, what will my next request be? Have a baby? No way. Absolutely not. I smiled slightly, reached out to touch Lee Kerson's little head, thinking that there is plenty of time in the future. I can't be anxious. As long as I have her for the rest of my life, that's enough. Lee Kerson's cheeks turned even redder. She wanted to argue back, but I had already given her no chance to refuse. During lunch, I casually bought some food and wandered around the teaching building. Lee Kerson's family situation wasn't very good, so she didn't eat in the school cafeteria but brought her own lunch. When eating, she was afraid of being laughed at by her classmates, so she always took her lunchbox and ran to a deserted place to eat secretly. Sure enough, after wandering for about 10 minutes, I found her in the southernmost teaching building. She was eating a slightly yellowed steamed bun. "Kerson, you're eating here." Lee Kerson was startled when she heard the voice. She looked up in surprise and saw me standing on the stairs, grinning at her. "This bad, found me." I clearly just avoided him not long ago, and although Jiang Hao was smiling gently on his face, he but looked at the yellowed steamed buns in Lee Kerson's hand, and the hand holding the milk and bread behind his back couldn't help but tighten. It wasn't the first time he'd seen a girl sneaking lunch himself. At one time, this kind of overnight fermented food was often found in Lee Kerson's hands. The girl's family is not really well off, but even so, he used to rob her of so many snacks. Little cookies, little breads. In an instant, the young girl also immediately panicked. The yellowing steamed buns hurriedly placed in the iron box beside her, covered the lid and wanted to leave the place. A little afraid to face Jiang Hao today. Pop! The young girl was just about to get up when Jiang Hao stepped forward and took the lunchbox in her, then sat down on her but on the steps of the building. "What for? Even if you don't become my wife, there's nothing wrong with having dinner together as classmates, right? Right now." Jiang Hao put away his soft expression and resumed the brashness he once had. You. At this moment, Lee Kerson was full of aggression, looking at Jiang Hao snatching away her lunchbox. Her legs that wanted to step away hesitated and stopped there. Jiang Hao raised the wrinkled lunchbox in his hand, signaling the girl to sit down obediently. Seeing this, Lee Kerson bit her pink lips, or helplessly sat down. There was really no way to take him. However, in this close contact, it made Jiang Hao realize that this girl was actually beautifully pure and unadulterated. Lee Kerson's face was snow white and flawless. The contours of her face lines were warm and soft, except for her high nose, and a pair of peach blossom eyes carried tenderness like a flower. In the soft light of the hallway, her collarbone was also more attractive and moving, as if it had been brought to life. Jumping gently, one of the topmost buttons of that blue and white school uniform had also unconsciously fallen loose, and a hint of the snowy whiteness of a young girl's chest could be vaguely seen. In fact, Lee Kerson is really pretty. If she has a better personality, I guess it's not someone else's turn to be the school flower. Give lunchbox back to me. Where she was sitting, Li Kuxian was practically leaning against Jiang Hao's side, both of her small hands nervously clenched into small fists. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow. "What? Not running? I can't run away." Li Kuxian was aggrieved, deflating her mouth slightly and not looking at Jiang Hao. The corners of Jiang Hao's mouth lifted up. Then he shoved the milk and bread into Lee Kerson's hands. Seeing that it was fresh food in her hands, Lee Kerson first froze, then looked at Jiang Hao and shook her head. I want the lunchbox. Who knows? Jiang Hao directly opened the lid of that iron box, picked up the somewhat yellowed steamed bun and ate it, biting off a small half in one bite. You. Li Kuxian opened her eyes and looked at Jiang Hao incredulously. That was what she had eaten. It was still stained with saliva. This boy even ate it without any fear. In 3 or 2 strokes, Jiang Hao swallowed half of the yellowed steamed buns, only feeling that the flavor was average and dry. Jiang Hao then turned his head to Li Kerson and said, "What are you looking at me for? I ate your lunch, so you'll have to eat my lunch." "No." A hint of redness flashed across Li Kerson's face. I don't want yours." Saying that, Li Kerson wanted to return the milk and bread to Jiang Hao, but was stopped by Jiang Hao with one hand, saying seriously, "No, I have eaten your lunch. If you don't eat mine, then am I not robbing? I'm a good person. I can't do this kind of thing." Li Kerson was slightly stunned. What kind of crooked reasoning was this? How is having lunch a robbery? What she actually thought was that a steamed bread is not top full at all. She often eat very understand, especially still Jiang Hao such a boy. The amount of food must be bigger than himself. So what if Jiang Hao was hungry in the afternoon and looking for an excuse to bully himself? But again, when he wanted to return the bread to Jiang Hao was finally a little impatient, frowned and said, "If you don't eat it, be my wife. I'll make a class-wide announcement in the afternoon, and talk to the class teacher, Old Chen, as well." At those words, Li Kuxian froze again. Originally, when Jiang Hao said these words in the class, it made its mind wander. Now that the young girl heard those words again, she immediately looked like a frightened bunny and retorted, "No, no way, only, not at all." Jiang Hao was originally a hateful hooligan at school, the kind that teachers aren't afraid of. He'd probably do something like that. "Then eat, or I'll have to feed you." Jiang Hao crossed his arms with one hand and continued to nibble on the rest of the steamed bun. Li Kuxian bit her red lips, wanting to cry, wanting to refuse but seemingly unable to do so. There was simply no way to do anything about the boy in front of her. He'll just bully himself. Eyes lowered slightly, the young girl squared herself and slowly opened the clear bag of bread. Turning her head and glancing at Jiang Hao again, she realized that the guy made a fierce expression, signaling that she couldn't eat it. Sighing in her heart, Li Kuxian still obeyed. Her small hands grabbed the bread and ate a little bit of it, chewing gently. At this time, Jiang Hao also quickly ate up the steamed buns, picked up the milk and gave Li Kerson a straw, letting the girl eat slowly with a mouthful of bread and a mouthful of milk. Slowly, the sunlight shone slightly inside the hallway, making it warm and silent, and with that, the two stopped talking. Both of Li Kerson's small hands were grasping something, taking small bites of food. Apprehensive inside, Jiang Hao was sitting next to her, looking at her, quietly keeping watch. In the end, Li Kerson always felt a little uncomfortable. The atmosphere was too subtle. She slightly looked at Jiang Hao. In the future, can you study well? Chapter 3, from now on, you'll eat lunch with me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao propped up his chin and laughed. "What? Do you want me to go to the same university as you?" Li Kerson froze for a moment, smacking her lips in denial and looking back. "Only, not at all. So do you hate me and don't want to go to school with me?" "More, even more so." Li Kuxian's small face was shocked and she hastily shook her head in denial. "Oh, what was that for?" Jiang Hao cocked his head, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rising. Li Kuxian sniffed, buried her small head, and whispered, "Old teacher said that if you don't study well, we'll transfer you away, let you be alone. A seat." Jiang Hao couldn't help but smile at his words. "Then you actually still want to be with me, right?" "Not at all." Li Kuxian's face instantly turned red, like a ripe red apple. Jiang Hao couldn't help but look at her shy appearance. "Alright then, I'll study hard." "But," Jiang Hao's voice trailed off a bit. "But what?" Li Kerson lifted her head and looked at him nervously. "You have to promise me a condition." A hint of cunning flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes. "Conditions? What? What conditions?" Li Kerson's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up, nervous, not knowing what he was going to do again. Just now Jiang Hao wanted to make himself his wife. "Don't worry, it's business." Jiang Hao pinched Li Kerson's little face and said, "That is, you must wait for me and eat with me for lunch every day from now on." Right now, Li Kuxian was still quite thin and weak, lacking nutrition. She still had to slowly help her ingest some meat to strengthen her body. So, as long as she was by her side every day at noon, she had no worries about getting the little nerd to eat properly. When Li Kerson heard this, her first reaction was actually that Jiang Hao was trying to bully herself in some way again. But looking at the unfinished bread and milk in his hand, he was a little puzzled for a moment. Finally, the girl nodded. Okay, I promise. Big deal. She'll skip breakfast herself from now on and save her money for lunch. This way Jiang Hao could eat better if he was not full and wanted to hog his food at lunch. When he returned to his class, it was nearly lunch break time, and today Jiang Hao really didn't sneak out, but instead picked up a ballpoint pen and followed Li Kerson to work on the problems. Li Kuxian quietly turned her head to survey Jiang Hao, her eyes blinking. There was always something different about the table today. Is Jiang Hao a man who keeps his promises? It clearly wasn't before. He was always lying to himself. If he had once, even if he had promised himself to study hard, he would have forgotten all about it by high noon. either sneak out to play ball and or go to the toilet with some classmates to smoke mosquito coils. Then as soon as he came back he would come back with an unpleasant smoky odor. And today, it seemed like for the first time in his life, he wasn't cheating and was actually studying well beside himself. Peeking at me? Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow and quickly became acutely aware of the looming gaze. No. Li Kerson was discovered and a hint of redness floated up on her small face as she hurriedly turned back her eyes and no longer dared to look at Jiang Hao. Just watch. What's there to be embarrassed about? You'll be your husband in the future anyway. The corner of Jiang Hao's mouth lifted. Only, not at all. Li Kerson was so anxious that the pen in her hand almost fell off, retorting crisply. Well, you're my wife. Neither. You. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll ignore you. Jiang Hao felt a little funny when he looked at the little ninny's anxious appearance. Just as he was about to tease a little, a student with gold-rimmed glasses came walking through the window. Ho, why are you still in the classroom? The brothers are waiting for you to go smoke mosquito coils together. Jiang Hao sniffed his eyes and looked out the window of the classroom corridor, and saw a tall and slender four-eyed boy standing outside, whispering greetings to him. Lu Wei. Jiang Hao froze. This was his hairdresser. This one was one of his best friends he played with, if not at school, but it is the character and habits and he is the same. Woke up late, people a little skin, like to smoke mosquitoes and drink cold water, but although his habits are not very good, he is a very nice and righteous person. When his own company was in financial difficulty before, he lent his entire savings directly to help him through the crisis. Seeing this, Li Kuxian hurriedly lowered her head. She was afraid of being born. At the same time, she felt a sense of loss inside. Jiang Hao's friend had come to call him, so he must be leaving, right? Obviously it's only been a short time since I studied properly. Smoke AF * King Mosquito Coil. I'm a good student. Don't say these words in the future. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hao directly said, he'll definitely stop fighting around and smoking mosquito coils when he comes back from rebirth and be a good student. He'll have to go to the same college as Neisan in the future. Despite the life reboot, Li Kerson was so stupid. What if she wasn't by her side? What if she was abducted? Lu Wei sniffed. A good student? Jiang Hao's previous fights are almost dry to the principal's office. The body is estimated to have a few penalties have not been eliminated. Smoking mosquito coils and drinking gold water is more his insignificant daily routine. Right now he says he's a good student? Ho, you're coming with me. Did you hide mosquito coils and want to smoke them yourself? Lu Wei's expression changed. They were friends who had played since childhood, and they would share any good things with each other. But they did not exclude that there would be individual times. Not today really. Jiang Hao put down his pen and said seriously, I've sworn to your sister-in-law to reform and will only be a good student in the future. Lu Wei was shocked and even more shocked. If you don't smoke mosquito coils, you're still a sister-in-law? Doesn't Jiang Hao like the schoolgirl? How come he's with this dumbass deskmate? He subconsciously shifted his sight to Li Kuxian and swallowed in disbelief. No way. How? Jiang Hao nodded his head seriously. Yes. From now on she is your sister-in-law. Be sensible. Lu Wei for a time in comparable consternation. Today's information is updated a little fast. Feel the brain is a little trance. Fast downtime. Is he dreaming? I don't. Li Kerson's cheeks instantly reddened when she heard Jiang Hao say that she was the sister-in-law of the boy next to her. When was she Jiang Hao's wife? She obviously didn't agree. When he was about to retort, Jiang Hao turned his eyes to her. What's wrong? Do you want me to go smoke mosquito coils with them? Li Kuxian froze. She bit her red lips, and finally shook her head slightly. It couldn't be helped. Compared to being misunderstood, he really didn't want Jiang Hao to go back to smoking mosquito coils, and it was so hard for him to have the mindset of wanting to study seriously. Jiang Hao was satisfied when he saw this. So, he turned his head to Lu Wei again and said, well, you go quickly. I have to study, and you are not allowed to smoke mosquito coils in the future. Study hard. The college entrance exams are not many days away. Seeing that Jiang Hao had said so, Lu Wei had no choice. So with an inner daze, he slowly stepped away, 3 steps at a time. The sun today. Is it coming out of the west? P.S. A new book request collection and recommendation ticket. Chapter 4 Classroom Teacher's Office. After Lu Wei left, Li Kuxian buried her small face, a little unhappy, and when she saw that her tablemate had twisted her head around to smile smugly at herself again, she somewhat didn't want to pay attention to him. Even if Jiang Hao liked to bully himself in the past, he would never take advantage of himself in this way intentionally or unintentionally. Now she was getting a little worried. What if one day he got used to the idea and actually said yes? How about it? Promised you to study hard. I didn't lie to you, Jiang Hao said to Li Kerson. Hearing these words, Li Kuxian pursed her lips. The boy really didn't lie to her on this issue. He today compared to the previous state, really changed a lot. Once if a friend came to call him, Big Noon has long been a smoke long gone. You'd be lucky to see him during your lunch break. and today he did study, and didn't go out when his best friend came to call him. Will you, in the future, also study well, like today? Lee Koexin suddenly turned her head and looked at Jiang Hao timidly, again as if with a hint of anticipation. Jiang Hao laughed, of course, Lee Kurson. From the moment I slept through that math class today, I won't have a single lie for you anymore. Words are true. When these words came out, Lee Koexin was slightly stunned, making her inexplicably a little touched. Practice what you preach. No one had ever changed or promised anything because of her yet. However, without waiting for Lee Kurson to open her mouth and say something, Jiang Hao added, of course, letting you be a wife as well. I will do what I say and marry you home. Only, I'm not marrying you. All of a sudden, Lee Kurson's cheeks flushed again. How come it's the wife again? This Jiang Hao guy is such a scoundrel. Jiang Hao propped up his chin, his eyes grinning. Wife, go home with you after school. Okay. No, not the wife. Lee Kurson was a little anxious. The tone of voice are slightly raised. Now is the lunch break. If the students hear, misunderstanding how to do. Jiang Hao didn't care, just gently said, it's okay, it will always be in the future. Say that again. I'll tell the squad leader. Lee Kurson's cheeks were blushing. In her perception, Jiang Hao was not afraid of the sky and the earth, and the homeroom teacher couldn't rule him, but the only one who could barely manage Jiang Hao was the class president, Lin Yu. Every time Jiang Hao bullied himself, if the class president saw him, she would help her drive away the bad guy with her icy stare. Yo, you're learning to tattle now, aren't you? Although it is threatening himself, but Jiang Hao heart is actually still pleased. After all, Lee Kurson, this little nerd usually character, is particularly introverted. Even with their own familiar friends, she basically also rarely take the initiative to talk. Today is directly proposed to snitch, seeking help of the kind. It seems like I should have bullied her more before I did. Jiang Hao. Before Lee Kuexin could continue to express her dissatisfaction, at this time their seats happened to walk over another person. A sharp shoulder-length short hair, black as satin, and clear twin eyes that appeared to have some depth to them. The young girl with some young and old temperament is none other than class president Lin Yu. Lee Kurson saw the situation slightly surprised. They have not yet complained how the class president came directly to Jiang Hao's seat next to. Jiang Hao turned his head to see Lin Yu, the class president, and was also slightly stunned. In high school, he was actually quite impressed with this class president. When he had been forced to participate in a conflict, fighting with someone, only to have the other party viciously accuse him, it was Lin Yu who had stepped forward to help him testify. This was the reason why he respected Lin Yu at school and wouldn't mess with her sexually. However, with Lin class president's character, mouth jokes, she actually will not care, as long as the civilization and harmony of the classmates, but not excessive, not hands, she will not intervene. After all, most of them are adults, and in the atmosphere of senior year, behavior is similarly dependent on self-awareness. What is it, squad leader? Jiang Hao put away his joking expression and asked. The teacher wants you in the office. Lin Yu didn't have much expression on her face. It wasn't that she hated Jiang Hao, but her nature was the dry and introverted type. Lee Kurson sniffed and silently lowered her head, inwardly a little worried, but she didn't know what to say. Jiang Hao was also often a regular visitor to the office for tea, and this time it was more than likely that he had committed something at school again. Don't worry, it's fine, wait for me to come back. Jiang Hao spoke to Lee Kurson, then familiarly moved his chair, walked out of his seat, and walked straight towards the teacher's office, moving in a single motion. At this time, Lin Yu looked down at Lee Kuexin and opened his mouth to say something, but gave up. She had certainly seen Lee Kuexin's somewhat excited little expression just now. However, this girl was bullied by Jiang Hao every time and didn't resent him, and never took the initiative to report it, not even knowing if this girl was willingly bullied. In the end, she turned away and followed Jiang Hao's pace out of the classroom. Lee Kuexin quietly looked up at the backs of the two leaving, and then she couldn't help but think that Jiang Hao wouldn't be happy every time he came back from the office. As she looked down at her drawer, she realized that the only small snack she had been swept away by the bad guys. After a moment's fuming, she turned and pulled a few dried out, tattered bills from the compartment of her book bag. Classroom teacher's office. Since it was noontime, many teachers had already gone back to the teachers' dormitories to take a rest, and only a few remained here to organize materials and correct assignments. The environment was so quiet and harmonious that none of the teachers even looked up when he and Lin Yu walked in. Jiang Hao walked directly to the office seat of the class teacher, Chen Goen, and saw that he was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses to correct the test papers. After Lin Yu brought the people in, he sat down in an unoccupied office seat in front of Chen Goen and continued to organize the information. It looked like old Chen had assigned her some more independent tasks. Teacher, I'm coming. Jiang Hao also saw the young Chen Goen again after a long time, and was the first to open his mouth to greet him. Aha! Chen Goen responded softly, but did not raise his head. For a while, he didn't follow through, and as the insects chirped outside the window, only silence filled the office. Jiang Hao stood still, feeling the air become a bit awkward. This old den usually used to open his mouth and give a set of lectures when he called himself into the office. And now, he was strangely silent, having just returned from a rebirth. I can't remember for a moment what I've committed in the present time. Solely, Jiang Hao spoke directly and asked, "Teacher, did you call me here for something?" After Jiang Hao sent out his query, Chen Goen still didn't open his mouth to reply at first, burying his head in correcting papers without stopping. The office was surprisingly quiet, and at the moment it seemed as if you could hear a pin drop on the floor. This made Jiang Hao a little confused. Could it be that he had recently had a date with a punk from another school? Now that it's been discovered. After about another minute, seeing that Jiang Hao seemed to be thinking, Chen Goen slowly emptied a hand, took out a bunch of test papers from the drawer, and handed them to Jiang Hao without lifting his head. "Here are your scores from the opening test," which added up to a total of just under 400. Chapter 5, Sugar in the Arms of a Young Girl, requested. Jiang Hao was slightly stunned. An opening test? Turns out it's a grades thing. Less than 400 points total. He slowly took his own paper and began to look over the scores on one of the papers. 73 in language, 72 in math, 57 in English, 71 in physics, 64 in chemistry, and 60 in geography. In his last life, he had only started to collect his thoughts and study hard after the first model of the second book of his senior year of high school, and he had barely made it to a second-base university institution. And now with this score, I guess I can't even get into a Lanshang technical school. At this time, Chen Goen was also finally slowly stopping the busyness in his hands, turning his head to look at Jiang Hao with a serious face. "Although your nature is very uninhibited, but if you don't study well in school, have you ever cared about your future? Your mother, however, calls every now and then to check up on you." Jiang Hao was speechless. With his current performance, there was nothing to say. He listened silently, intending to be criticized severely by old Chen, and then start to study well and have a plan for the future. After all, he was the one who came back from rebirth. It was unlikely that he would go back to his old ways. Academically, professionally, and to the point of love, he would choose a new direction. Your parents, your classmates, your class president, and me, all of them want you to adjust yourself and study hard. You're obviously not stupid, so why do you just not want to learn? Chen Goen completely stopped what he was doing and began to speak bitterly, looking seriously into Jiang Hao's eyes. As a teacher, he didn't want to give up on every student, and with the college entrance exam coming up, he really wanted to find Jiang Hao to have a good talk this time. Although the student in front of him has a gangly nature, he is still kind at heart. Although he has fought a lot, but he has principles in doing things. If others don't mess with him, he will never mess with them first. There was also the time before when Lin Yu helped him testify in a brawl and was surrounded by people from an outside school, and he was the one who copped a ride home with Lin Yu. Although these were not the behaviors that a normal student should have, it could be seen that Jiang Hao's nature was actually not bad, only that his thoughts had deviated and he needed to be taught and reversed back. Academic issues are naturally the same. Jiang Hao sniffed and nodded seriously. "I know, teacher. I will definitely start studying well from now on. I didn't know any better in the past, so please bear with me." Parents are the ones who have cared for him all his life, and even in old age, they are still worrying about themselves. Chen Goen also labored over his teaching and never gave up on himself. Then there's the little nerd, Coco Lee, who's so simple and wants to make her best friend better. She doesn't even need a reason. Seeing Jiang Hao get serious and not have the same kind of licentiousness that he had before, saying one sentence after another, Chen Goen froze for a moment. Strange, why is the rebellious kid from before gone? Logically, he should have been dismissive of what he said first. Could it be that the addition of all the previous talk is finally having an effect? Although the conversation was developed in the direction of educating Jiang Hao well, Jiang Hao's transformation was so fast that he was a bit uncomfortable for a while. "You haven't caused any trouble outside lately, have you?" Chen Goen pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and asked suspiciously. Jiang Hao shook his head. His face was sincere. "No, teacher. I didn't know how to do things before. Now I won't those things. And there are still 3 months of college entrance exams, teacher. And I don't want to be an invalid just like that." As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Goen became more and more surprised. This kid, did the change come so suddenly? Now obedient and understanding, makes you feel like the sun has come out of the west. However, Chen Goen's face eased slightly. If Jiang Hao really listened, it couldn't be better. As long as he was willing to study next and stay out of trouble the rest of the time, he could write a report himself to eliminate some of his minor transgressions and warnings. He's perfectly capable of having a better career later on. At that moment, Chen Goen turned his head to look at Lin Yu in front of him again, and thought for a moment, so he added, "Now then, I'll adjust your seat next to Lin Yu's. She can help you with your revision. It's the last period of time, and you still have a great chance of taking a university exam if you can really collect yourself. At first he was thinking that if Jung Hao didn't study hard and stayed muddled, he would just transfer him to the side of the podium. At the end of the day, he couldn't be allowed to disturb Lee Kurson, and at the same time, it would force him to be more peaceful. However, now Jiang Hao had undergone some transformation and seemed to have matured a bit, so he had relatively followed suit and changed his mind a bit about changing seats. For a tablemate, he felt that Lin Yu's tough character should be better for prompting Jiang Hao to study than his current tablemate. Lee Kurson. Jiang Hao froze at his words, then immediately shook his head. No, teacher. What? Still don't want to learn? Chen Goen frowned again. Jiang Hao shook his head again. No, teacher. I don't want to change my seat. In his last life, he only started to settle down and study well after the first model, and old Chen didn't change his seat. But now, waking up ahead of time, the old Chen is actually going to switch himself to something else. Chen Goen froze, then asked, why? Report teacher. Jiang Hao paused and put the test paper on his desk, then suddenly straightened his body and said in mock seriousness, during this time Li Kuxin has been urging me to study well, setting an example of being a good student, and offering to solve my problems to make up for my mistakes, which has made me very touched, and I can be determined to change because of her influence. So now I want to bring my own determination and her expectations work hard together, eyes looking forward, eyes incomparably sincere, as if taking an oath. Without knowing it, one would think that Jiang Hao was originally a good boy with high aspirations. However, relative to Jiang Hao, these words were of course all bull asterisk. Although he is going to study hard and do well from the good side, how else can he bully the little nerd when he switches seats? At this moment, perhaps someone else saying these words would cause Chen Goen to have some questions and surprise. But the fact that these words came out of Jiang Hao's mouth made Chen Goen somewhat impressed with this man, because the nature is not the same. Jiang Hao, this kind of students are usually throw air langdang, really guilty of tugging with a 2.5 million like, serious, and his reasoning is very difficult to listen to and today he actually listened to all of it and made up his mind to make a change. I didn't expect the naughty boy to have such an epiphany today. Thus, Chen Goen leaned back in his chair and pondered, looking at Lin Yu who was organizing information in front of him, his eyes turning slightly. In the end, he nodded and still agreed. Well, since you have this heart to study well, it doesn't matter where you sit, but remember to really start working hard, and usually those bad habits need to be changed and tolerated. It's almost senior year. You don't want to graduate with demerits and warnings hanging over you, do you? While answering, Chen Goen also reminded Jiang Hao that he was still carrying the issue of disciplinary action on his body, and that if he continued to make mistakes, he really wouldn't have a chance to undo them. Got it, teacher. Starting today, I will definitely change all of them and study well. Jiang Hao nodded, knowing that old Chen was warning him as well as helping him. You don't have a major fault of your own, so if you stop doing bad things and study hard, you can still do all the revocations. Although the demerit does not affect the admission to the college entrance examination, but it will be accompanied by your academic file inside, affecting your admission to further education and future job development, but also will be rated comprehensive quality, will lead to employment problems, so not revoking these demerits and warnings is still very harmful. Also, Lee Kurson's character is rather introverted. Even if she's bullied, she won't say anything. You kid, pay attention too. If I find out, I'll replace you right away. Definitely. After talking to Jiang Hao some more and urging other matters, Chen Goen then let Jiang Hao return to the classroom. Jiang Hao was still in a good mood, turned to leave. This look in advance and the old Chen talk open, but also unrestrained. On the contrary, it was Chen Goen who looked at Jiang Hao's back as he left, somewhat unable to say what he felt. The relief was naturally there, but he had changed so suddenly that he couldn't help but feel a little unreal again. In the end, Chen Goen still shook his head and muttered, forget it, it's fine, let's just see what happens first. In any case, if he can speak in a good tone today, it's all already progress. Classroom door. Li Kuxin jogged to the front door, gasping for air in small gulps, just in time to collide with Jiang Hao, who was returning to class. Pa! Li Kuxin's small forehead hit just in front of Jiang Hao's chest, and the impact caused her to take a few steps back slightly. Her forehead ached a little, but she couldn't touch it with her hands because she was holding something, and glistening tears glistened in the corners of her eyes. Jiang Hao stood still with a tattoo, seeing Lee Kurson running outside in the middle of the day with some snacks in her arms. She couldn't help but frown. Lee Kurson, what did you go for? After Lee Kurson saw that it was Jiang Hao, her aggravated little expression disappeared all of a sudden, and a smile spread out on her cheeks. She leaned the candy in her arms towards Jiang Hao's body and laughed. There's candy, here, for you to eat. P.S. Please catch up on reading the latest chapters every day. Equal to or succeeds, equal to or precedes. Chapter 6, Dare You Bet? Where did that come from? Buy. Bought. Lee Koxin had a simple smile on her face. These confetti fruit candies, colorful and different colors, were very nice. With these sweet things, Jiang Hao's mood could be better, right? Why did you buy me candy? Jiang Hao was slightly stunned. Because you said that eating candy makes you happy. Eating candy makes you happy. Jiang Hao was silent. This simpleton, even a lunch is not willing to spend money to buy a pocket of sugar. How much savings must be spent on her? Cootie. Bar. For a while, the warm sun of early spring shone high, and the golden sunlight shone on the side of Lee Kerson's face, with a kind of quietness imprinted in time. Lee Kerson looked at Jiang Hao dumbfounded. Seeing that he didn't take the candy at first, she leaned forward again with the crystalline candy in one of her arms. Simple and somewhat adorable. Jiang Hao smiled helplessly and couldn't help but reach out and pinch Lee Kerson's cheeks. Lee Kerson had just run to the kiosk as fast as she could, her face and the tip of her nose slightly oozing a trace of sweat. Her face flushed. Jiang Hao still used a slight amount of force. Lee Kerson didn't know why Jiang Hao pinched herself, and looked at Jiang Hao with her watery eyes with some tears in them, and didn't back up or hide. Too naive. Jiang Hao sighed, then bent down and accepted Lee Koxin's candy with 2 large palms, saying, "Thank you for the candy. My mood is indeed much happier." Seeing Jiang Hao holding the candy in his hands, Lee Koxin's shallow smile stayed on her face. After Jiang Hao straightened up, he didn't directly enter the classroom either, his eyes still lingering on Lee Koxin. He felt that the rebirth shouldn't be a dream. Any sensation was too real, and the girl was still as touchable as she was in his memories. And the young girl was a bit puzzled when she saw that Jiang Hao was late in entering the class. What's wrong? Why don't you go in? Jiang Hao returned to his senses and smiled once again, saying, "Because I was thinking that if you were my wife, I'd definitely be in a better mood." Lee Koxin's little face whooshed red. Old. Wife again. Why does he keep trying to grab himself back as a wife today? Still have to go to school. No way. Lee Kerson's insides thumped incessantly before she darted into her class and fled the place. Seeing the young girl fall away, Jiang Hao watched quietly from the doorway, the corners of his mouth rising. When this little ninny returned to her seat, she immediately opened her review paper and pretended to do it seriously. But no matter how the question was written, the blush on her face was slow to dissipate. In the afternoon class time, Jiang Hao really began to study seriously. Except for stuffing a candy into his mouth from time to time, he was no longer sleeping on his back, and he didn't read little yellow books. Combined with his previous experience and knowledge accumulation, he feels that learning is also twice as easy, and when the next model, he is even sure to rush to the second line, and with about 3 months until the college entrance exams, he should be able to get into a first-class college if the whole process comes together. Lee Kerson's grades are the top 20 in the whole grade. Ironclad aligned students. Hard impact. Certainly expected to test 211 and 985. In her last life, this little nerd secretly changed her volunteer and went to the same college as herself, which simply held her back. This time it was his turn to keep up with her. This is for you. In class, Lee Kerson was afraid that Jiang Hao wouldn't understand and thoughtfully handed him her notebook. The young girl also thoughtfully opened the corresponding page number and said softly, "Review questions. The teacher speaks very quickly. If you don't understand, you can look at the notes first, and then I'll retell you in the next class." Jiang Hao looked down at the notebook that Lee Kerson had placed in front of the table, which was densely packed with knowledge points and problem solutions, many of which were basics, but they were written in great detail, and this little nerd was truly afraid that she wouldn't be able to learn. However, with his ability today, he understood the basics at once and naturally kept up with the teacher's lectures. But instead of rejecting Lee Kerson's kindness, he turned his head and gently asked her back, "Lee Kerson, do you believe I know all of these basics?" The young girl was stunned. "All of them? But I didn't show you before. These are all newly written by me." Lee Koxin was slightly surprised. Jiang Hao looked at the naive Lee Kerson and nodded. "I really will. And, do you still believe that I can score 500 points directly in the first model?" Lee Koxin was slightly stunned. 500 points? For Jiang Hao? How can? Just now the roll of the opening test was sent down, and Jiang Hao was barely 400 points with a full count. The time for the first model is about a week away. Even if Jiang Hao was very smart and just didn't study properly before, and now he's starting to study seriously and starting to keep up with the curriculum, how can he possibly make 100% progress again in less than 10 days? Too hard. Seeing Lee Kerson's silence, Jiang Hao couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. "Dare to make a bet with me? A bet?" The young girl was a bit curious, her watery eyes blinking with a silly expression. Bet? Bet on what? It's easy. If I had scored 500 on the first model." Jiang Hao's expression changed. A few teasing moments danced out of the corners of his eyes, and his trailing voice began to drag out again. Seeing this, Lee Kerson's little heart tightened and she hurriedly clenched her fists. shyly saying, "No, you can't take me as your wife. Yo, even learn to snatch the answer. Can." Jianhao's expression had a few moments of relief, however. "This time, it's not for you to be my wife." At those words, Lee Kurson was slightly stunned. Wasn't she? Then she breathed a small sigh of relief. Fine if it was any other problem, but being a wife, it was just too soon. What was that? Adjusting her tone, Lee Kurson re-asked. Jianhao took advantage of the teacher's inattention and secretly pinched Lee Kurson's small face, laughing. "It's very simple. Your face is so soft, a kiss must be very comfortable. So if I get 500 points on the exam, you'll give me a kiss." When these words came out, Lee Kurson's little face surfaced another touch of red. Kiss a mouthful. Isn't this kind of behavior something you can only do when you're friends? It's obviously not much different than being taken back as a wife. Just when she was about to reject in shame, Jianhao withdrew his hand and righteously said, "Look, I have to make a whole 100 points of progress. It's not easy, so hard-working. It's not too much to give some rewards, right?" Then, Jianhao added, "And, do you really think I can improve 100 points in one go?" Li Kuxian pursed her lips and was bluffed, not knowing how to answer. Jianhao rambled on and also illuminated the issue. It was indeed too difficult to improve by 100 points in that short a time, and his base shouldn't be that good. With 500 points, you might even be able to get into some of the more common second colleges. A badass who couldn't touch the college scoreline progressed straight to a second college in 2 weeks. It's unlikely, by any stretch of the imagination, in that short amount of time. However, Lee Kurson didn't refuse or agree, but looked at Jianhao aggressively. The young girl's eyes were already watery, and with this little mouth deflated, all of a sudden it seemed like she was about to cry. She wasn't sure if she should say yes or not. "If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes." Li Kuxian didn't know why this bad guy liked to take advantage of himself so much. From the end of that math class today, he looked like a different person. She turned her head back in shame and stopped looking at Jianhao. "No, whatever. It's not like Jianhao could score 500 points Amphi test anyway. Even if you take the test, passed the exam. Again, I can't. Just consider it a mosquito bite." The corners of Jianhao's mouth rose, thinking that not agreeing or acquiescing wasn't giving a chance to a rogue like him. It says it's a kiss, but it doesn't say where. A kiss to the mouth is also a kiss. Chapter 7, The Girl Who Bumped People with Her Little Head. Late afternoon, after school time, high school students are divided into walking or lodging. Only most of them are lodging students, walking back to the convenience of fewer. And Jiang Haoan and Lee Kurson belong to the rare part. It's just that once Jianhao was more playful, so he missed out on many times when he could go home with Lee Kurson. "I was under the impression that the girl would always study an extra hour at school and go back late. And the state of myself at school was that I slept in class, peed after class, and came home knowing nothing. At the end of the day's lessons, he dashes off to a dark internet cafe somewhere in town to hack with his spiritual little sister. Come on, go home together." After packing up his things, Jianhao said to Lee Kurson, extending an invitation to her. Lee Kurson, who was still sitting and writing questions, first froze when she heard Jianghao's words. Jianghao actually really asked himself to go home together today, and at high noon he thought he was joking. As much as the young girl's heart yearns for it, she can't, because when she gets home, she doesn't have time to do her homework. In the end, after thinking about it for a while, Li Kuxian still shook her head and said, No need, you go back first." Jianghao picked up his school bag on one shoulder, looked at the clock on the blackboard, and then twisted his head to ask, "Really don't need it?" Li Kuxian's face was a bit lost, but she still nodded gently. She actually really wanted to go back with him. At night, when the roads are dark, she gets scared, and with Jianghao around, she wouldn't be afraid. Jianghao looked at Kuxian for a while and didn't say anything more, then nodded, "Okay, then I'll leave first. You study hard." He also did not force. Li Kuxian, after all, is also the top student of the whole grade. To their own learning attitude is very demanding. Really cannot be in this kind of thing to bully to interfere with her. Bye. Jianghao dropped a greeting before taking a step away, disappearing inside the classroom and into the corridor. Soon, Lee Kurson couldn't even see him at all. At this time, the girl pursed her lips and secretly made up her mind. Next time, she must go home with Jianghao. Campus. Jianghao had just gotten off the school building not long ago, when the four-eyed boy with a slender figure and a silver filament eyeglass at noon ran towards him, not even carrying his school bag. "Yo, ho, keep the cyber cafe charter going tonight." The teenager directly put his arm on Jiang Hao's shoulder and said with a smile. He thought to himself, "Jiang Hao, even if you don't go to smoke mosquito coils at noon, then you should be able to go to the internet cafe to play the machine after school. Who knows?" Jiang Hao's eyes slightly glanced at Lu Wei, then said, Go, Who goes to the internet cafe? I'm a good student. I have to go home and study now. Go home and study? At these words, Lu Wei was blindsided again. Even if you don't smoke mosquito coils, you don't go to internet cafes? Not. Jianghao High School 3 years he fights no less it. Mosquito incense no less smoke it. Gold water no less drink it. Internet cafes are where he belongs, right? Today are. Change at the drop of a hat? Wei, you think I'm joking with you at noon? Don't you see that it's less than 100 days until the college entrance exam? Jiang Hao seriously reminded, you do not study well now. Do you want to read at college in the future to muddle through? And later out of society to eat and wait for death? Lu Wei was even more confused. Yes. Didn't we agree to mingle together? Jiang Hao paused. He had said that kind of thing before? No way. You must be misremembering me. I'm saying go to a good college and have a great time at it. You're misinterpreting what I'm saying. Jiang Hao began to talk nonsense with his eyes open. These words gave Lu Wei a blank stare. No. What's going on with you today? How? Could it be that you were abused and skeptical after being single-killed 15 times by that Yaso from the opposite side yesterday? Bull asterisk. Jiang Hao glared at him, denying the fact that he was playing the game as a dish in the first place. I'm a huge C in center. The two soon walked to the school entrance. Jiang Hao stopped and continued to say to Lu Wei, after the college entrance exam you play how long no one cares about you. But if you can't get into the university, do you believe that uncle will definitely have to draw off a few 7 wolves on you? Lu Wei does not deny that his dad usually lets home, but it is really a strict person. Afraid of his own test pour. A rush. Really do it. Then, how about going for one last week, and then studying hard next week? Lu Wei asked tentatively. Next my ass. It can still be a few weeks before the entrance exams. You start studying today. Lu Wei is a little reluctant. He asked a few sisters with nose rings to go to 5 rows today, wanting to take them to score. Seeing this, Jiang Hao clasped his hands over his chest and said, Ah Wei, if you don't go home and study hard, I'll tell Auntie Leon later that you bought a box of small yellow discs. Holy, ho, no one plays like that. Lu Wei heard immediately anxious. Now his bed under all the hard goods. Afraid of his old mother cleaning found. The night to do craft work is also fearful. Ha? Jiang Hao glared directly at Lu Wei. The corners of his eyebrows danced with a few points of arrogance. No, This made Lu Wei's temper soften again. Usually like this, Jiang Hao was not giving room for rebuttal. He grew up listening more to this brother. Inside the identity of a friend, many things Jiang Hao is the backbone. Plus now there is a handle in the hand. There is really no way out. Hey, okay, I'll start studying hard today. You remember not to say anything. After negotiating with Jiang Hao, Lu Wei gave in. Next, Jiang Hao had to wait for someone at the school gate, so he let Lu Wei just go home first. But the kid couldn't be bothered to look back as he slowly left the school gates. He was not looking at Jiang Hao, who stayed at the school gate, but at the location of the internet cafe, the duo's home and the black internet cafe, which was in the opposite direction. An hour or so later, it was completely dark. There weren't many people left in front of the school. All the day students had gone back, and the students who lived in the dormitories had stopped running out. Today's season, still early spring, the cold wind blowing on the face in the middle of the night is a bit icy. The lights at the school gates were broken and hadn't been repaired yet, and the school's location was relatively remote, so the area was now dark and you couldn't see the bottom. At that moment, there was a girl with a backpack, timidly coming from inside the darkness, her short ponytail and sideburns dancing slightly because of the cool night breeze. She was already petite, and when she looked again in the darkness, her whole body looked so delicate that she was afraid the wind would have swept her away if it had been any stronger. The girl's body couldn't help but shiver slightly, not just from the cold wind rushing over her, but from the darkness of the direction leading home. For a moment, she stayed where she was, looking out at the blackness outside the school, a little scared, a little afraid to take another step. The young girl clutched the shoulder strap of her book bag tightly in place and hesitated to go out for a few minutes straight. However, it was also getting late, slowly approaching 8 o'clock, and she had to get moving. Finally, the young girl pursed her lips as she clenched her 2 small fists, gathered her courage, and with her head buried in her hands, she walked out towards the darkness, breathing very hard, footsteps very light, not daring to look around, very afraid of what might come out of the side. Pop! But just as she passed the corner of the school entrance, she suddenly crashed on top of something. She was startled, covering her forehead and taking small steps back, her expression aggrieved, a pair of chubby eyes all glistening with tears. Coco Lee, why do you always like to hit me with your forehead? Chapter 8 Warm Incandescent Light. Hearing this voice, Li Ke froze for a moment, slowly raised his head, and through the very faint street light of the street in front of him, he saw a familiar figure. For a moment the young girl was a bit dazed and very surprised. Jiang Hao, why are you here? I was worried that a coward would be afraid to go home at night, so I waited here. Jiang Hao knew that Lee Kurson was afraid of the dark and was often trapped at the school gate at night, not daring to move. Now in this era, social security is still a little poor. A little girl walking home at night, really some uneasy. I'm not a coward. Li Kuxian lowered her head in aggravation, thinking that she was just afraid of the dark. But as the young girl's little head buried itself, the corners of her mouth began to rise involuntarily. Jiang Hao is usually hard to find after school, and texting him at night is rarely answered. And today, he had actually made a point of waiting for her at the school gates, giving her a feeling of being flattered. Okay, let's get you home. Let's go. Jiang Hao saw Lee Kurson's nervousness dissipate, and then he gently unloaded her small school bag and carried it over one shoulder on his own body. Li Kuxian froze for a moment and quickly waved her small hand. I can carry it myself. Alright, don't talk nonsense. I'm afraid you'll walk too slowly with your school bag. I'm starving. Mom is still waiting for me to eat at home. Jiang Hao didn't give Lee Kurson a chance to refuse. The words fell, turned around and stepped away. As soon as Jiang Hao insisted, Lee Kurson was nothing left to do. Looking at the tall back gradually going away from herself, pursed her lips, or quickly followed. The young girl gently grabbed the corner of Jiang Hao's coat, and the large and small figures clung to each other in the darkness. At this moment, the young girl had a light smile on her face. She was obviously the most afraid of the dark, but now that she was walking with the boy, she just felt at ease and wasn't afraid of anything. Jiangchang is the old city, an ordinary small county, is not developed, and the school this area happens to be a little off, so the road street lamps are some cheap incandescent lamps. Walking out of a section of the school, Jiang Hao and Lee Kurson strolled under the dark yellow light, their silhouettes drawn out, their outlines softening in the interplay of light and shadow. At this time, Lee Kurson looked at Jiang Hao's back as if he was even taller. The boy's pace was fast, especially since Jiang Hao was still so tall. She and the boy were able to match the same pace, and the other didn't know how much the other had slowed down. The corners of her gently tugged coat did not come off once. For a moment, the young girl's heartbeat accelerated. It felt so warm to be together like this. As the two of them paralleled for a good distance, Jiang Hao didn't even say anything, so she summoned up the courage to ask, You were at the school entrance, waited for me for a long time? The weather at night was actually still very cold, and Jiang Hao was only wearing a thin long-sleeved one, so if she waited that long at the school gate, she was worried that the boy would catch a cold. Hearing the young girl's question, Jiang Hao didn't turn around and said after a short pause, How can that be? I've already gone to the internet cafe to play the game for almost an hour, and I came back thinking that I was a bit bored, so I stopped by to go back with you. Oh, the young girl lowered her head slightly at that, so it was by chance. Jiang Hao's words were half true, because he had really waited for Li Kuxian for a full hour. Instead of waiting around stupidly at the school gates inside this hour though, he did wander around the school, inside and out, looking for a bit of the feeling and memories of what it was like back in the day. After you, can you stop going to internet cafes? Li Kuxian wasn't very lost. For Jiang Hao to send her home today, she was actually very satisfied. She just briefly thought about it for a moment and raised her head again to ask, What for? Do you want me to accompany you home every day? Jiang Hao glanced at the young girl. Li Kuxian shook her head and said, No, it's not good to play games. You can do your homework earlier if you go home earlier. There will be more time for revision. Jiang Hao turned back and the corner of his mouth curled up. Lee Kurson, you want me to improve so much that you're anxious for me to score 500 points on the exam and then give you a kiss? Only, not at all. Li Kuxian immediately became shy again and hurriedly explained. Even if you're in the first model, you can't score 500 points, but the college entrance exam is still 3 months away. This one has a chance. It was unlikely that Jiang Hao would improve by 100 points in a week or so, but he would improve by 100 points in 3 months and at least get into a second university. He felt that Jiang Hao could still do it. Jiang Hao thought carefully and said, That's not right. Why do you always want me to study hard and get into a university? Jiang Hao's eyes that turned his head suddenly became sharp with a hint of scrutiny. Seeing this, the young girl's eyes were a bit evasive, and she hastily glanced her eyes to the side, not daring to look at Jiang Hao. Her cheeks flushed as she stammered, It's teacher. Let me supervise you. Seeing the girl's other small hand clenching her small fist tightly, Jiang Hao inwardly laughed. Teacher my ass. He really doesn't know? Of course he knows. Lee Kurson's home lives in an urban village, and the way back is 7 turns and twists and turns, and then through a small alleyway before he almost reaches home. In fact, Jiang Hao's impression of Lee Kurson's home was still rather shallow, because he basically seldom came when he was in high school, and even if he sent the little ninny home, he just sent her to about the same location, and then ran back to the internet cafe to continue playing games. University. The two went to a nearby city together to study. She did not care about the family to ask for money at that time, a person to fend for themselves, winter and summer vacations and rarely go back, working to earn tuition living expenses. This little nerd has no parents and has been living with his mother-in-law in a very bad home. It was just a shame that he hadn't even formally met the old lady, and the few fragmentary encounters he'd had were the few times he'd seen the girl from afar before sending her to the alcove. It's actually a little bit of a shame, because the time when I wanted to officially meet the old lady was at the funeral. Likely's mother-in-law passed away when she was a sophomore and became very ill. The old lady was unwilling to go for treatment for fear of dragging her granddaughter down, and then to save as much money as possible during her lifetime, leaving everything of value to Lee Curson. The thought of the little nerd's grief-stricken state at that moment was still fresh in his mind, and from that point on, in this world, the little nerd had no family. Just send it here. No need to go forward. In front of the alcove, Lee Curson said softly, grabbing Jiang Hao's hand. Further on, there were some recognizable people. If she was seen, she was worried that Jiang Hao would be gossiped about. In this world, gossip hurts the most. Well, I'll see you tomorrow then, and get an early night. Jiang Hao wasn't too familiar with this, but it would still be a bit of a tangent to try to understand it directly now. There will be a long time to come. Anyway, the old lady he will pay a personal visit later. Now first go home to see his old mother. Jiang Hao returned the book bag to Lee Curson and helped her carry it on her back before turning to leave. Jiang Hao, thank you. The young girl's not-so-small voice came from behind her, and when Jiang Hao heard it, the corners of his mouth lifted and he casually waved his hand. Lee Curson stood in place for a long time, the corners of her mouth guffawing as a smile lingered. Today, she was happy. Chapter 9, Knife Mouth and Tofu Heart. Back in the neighborhood that had some years on it, everything was the way it used to be, with lush greenery planted along the roadside and a simple sports park in the central area. Finding the building in his memory, Jiang Hao excitedly walked up. Everything is the same as before. Nothing has changed. The building is cleaned. The ant is very responsible, but the light on the second floor is broken, and the service of the property is not efficient. After arriving at the door of his home on the 5th floor, Jiang Hao pressed the doorbell, and a familiar yet unfamiliar voice came out from inside. Who is it at this late hour? Hearing this voice, Jiang Hao's nose was also inexplicably sore, but he immediately took a deep breath and adjusted himself before pulling up his voice. Mom, it's me. I'm home. Brat, you still know how to come back. Why don't you just die out there and forget about it? Same as your deadbeat old man. No conscience. To hit is to kiss and to scold is to love. It's normal for an old mother to be a knife to her own child, and it doesn't affect her love for you, as Jiang Hao could hear from the hurried sound of slippers in the house. Also, today Chin Goen had said that she was a frequent caller, concerned about her situation. Squeak! The door to the room was opened, and the relatively tall middle-aged woman glared at Jiang Hao with a disgusted expression and said, "Have you had dinner yet?" Seeing his old mother is not yet full of gray hair, Jiang Hao is somewhat in a trance, and all the past is like a passing cloud. Gollum! It was the moment he froze. Jiang Hao's stomach started to growl indisputably. Just know that you're out fooling around every day and night. I'll cook you some noodles. Ugh. Wait. Jiang Hao hurriedly took his old mother's hand. Do what? Li Huiwan crossed herself, staring at Li Huijuan's slightly wrinkled face. Jiang Hao's face moved and suddenly hugged her, murmuring softly, I love you, Mom. Li Huiwan first had a sour nose and almost cried out, but then her face immediately changed. Brat, you got into trouble again? Is it a big deal? Fighting? Or what? Jiang Hao didn't reply the first time, but tightened his hold on his old mother again. Afraid to talk? You're not breaking the law, are you? Li Huiwan opened her mouth. Basically all the son after the offense is worried. Did not think of him a little good. Even the person who loved him the most in the world did this, and it was obvious how much of a ghost he was at this time. Noticing the worried look on Li Huijuan's face, Jiang Hao slowly let go of her, looking at his old mother with softened eyes, and softly said, Mom, I didn't do anything wrong. Not at all. I just disappeared for a while. Specially want to hug you. Staring at his old mother's slightly thin face, Jiang Hao was overcome with emotion. Yeah, it's been a while really. One will be haunted by the unattainable things of youth for the rest of one's life. At one time, his unavailability could be more than just the white moonlight that was Lee Curson, but also the pair of parents who watched him sink, and the fading smiles on their faces. Except for the punk behavior in high school, when I went out to work myself, I was eager to perform, always wanting to show myself, pushing myself very hard, leading to a drastic change in temperament, and later in life, I was even more unscrupulous for the sake of resources. The innocence and goodness of the heart is lost, and the desire for profit is all that is needed to pursue a higher status. Also, the original purpose of pursuing marriage is slowly turning into a tool to help him fulfill his career. He had done too many wrong things and neglected too many people who deserved to be cherished and cared for by him. Parents and Lee Curson the same. followed him, a little bit of wiping his ass, trying to persuade him but no way. At that time he was too stubborn. Someone once asked if a girl would really grow up with a boy in this world. Of course I did. Mom was only in her 20s when she first met you. She was in her prime. She didn't even have any headlines and she was at her prettiest age. Hasn't she just been growing up with you? And for Jiang Hao, in addition to his mother who loves him dearly, he also has a little nerd who silently guards him. In that age of profit and fast food, their love is all too sci-fi, unwavering in choosing themselves, no matter what they become to be, never leaving. And one has been given two of the most cherished loves at the same time, and yet one has not cherished them. If it was said that failing cherished had to be punished by swallowing 10,000 silver needles, then Jiang Hao, who had failed his parents and Li Kurson, would not be overpowered even if he swallowed 100,000 needles. Don't be disgusting here. Get up and go. I'm going to make you dinner. Although Li Huiwan said this on her lips, after she turned around, on the corners of her eyes and mouth, a smile surfaced. Jiang Hao enjoyed this feeling, the feeling of home. He won't do what he did before, pursuing profit and status with a mindset so absolutely stubborn that he neglects something 10,000 times more precious. What is home? It's called home when there are loved ones, when there is love. Mom, you put more scallions on it for me. Jiang Hao did not mention the matter of adding meat. The old mother cooking, if you open half the word meat, directly is the majority of the bowl. Find the staples directly inside the meat. This will most likely hold up. Swish swish swish. Holding a large bowl and showing off furiously. In 2 minutes, Jiang Hao had swallowed this large bowl of noodles. Every day you don't eat properly, you just know how to run around to those unsavory places. Is that enough? That's enough, Mom. You cook so well. I'll be damned. It's delicious and you're still out of the house all day. You don't know where you're going to mess around after school. Li Huiwan rolled her eyes. Then she was ready to put away the dishes to go into the kitchen. Hey Mom, hurry up and go rest. I'll just clean it up. Jiang Hao grabbed Li Huiwan's wrist with one hand and stopped it with a smile. Li Huiwan looked at Jiang Hao with a puzzled expression. What kind of medicine did this kid take today? What's your boy's offense today? I'm not sick. Short of money to spend? Neither. When Li Huiwan saw Jiang Hao like this, for a moment she couldn't imagine how her son had suddenly become so obedient. Soon she frowned. Jiang Hao wouldn't have knocked up some little girl. But, this kid just said he really didn't do anything wrong again. Geez, come on. Mom, hurry back and get some rest. I'll wash the dishes and get ready to go study. Jiang Hao pushed Li Huiwan's back and pushed her into the bedroom. Go to bed early then. Got it. Love you Mom. See you tomorrow. Brat. In the end, Li Huiwan could not figure it out even after thinking about it left and right, and only felt that it might be the class teacher who had recently channeled the problem of his mind to him, and finally began to understand. After brushing the dishes, Jiang Hao gave himself a bath. Jiang Hao took a look in the mirror in the bathroom surrounded by heat. Looking at his young body, the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising, squeezing my arms. My own body was so much better when I was younger. The essence is not lost. Muscle contour lines were very visible, and he now stood at 6'8" and weighed 150 pounds. He's been lifting dumbbells in high school to build muscle since his height stopped going up. That's why he fights so ferociously. Not to say hammering the heavens and the earth. At least in this area, you can't find any rivals within the same age group. Chapter 10, Your sister-in-law asked me to be a good person. Early the next morning, Jiang Hao ejected and started. The habit of lazing around in bed has long since been lost in the stubborn work ethic of a previous life. Wash up, change clothes, and then come into the living room to devour the loving breakfast that my elderly mother had made. After giving the big beautiful girl a big hug, she moved off to go to school. On the way out the door, there were 2 meat buns in tow. By the time you get to the section of road near the campus, you can see students of all shapes and sizes, overflowing with youthfulness and vigor. Some in groups, some sporadically alone, and some men and women side by side, secretly in love. Jiang Hao shook his head and smiled at the sight. These couples didn't dare to be blatant inside the school because there were instructors and teachers patrolling the area, but in the places outside the school, with that layer of supervision missing, these couples were holding hands, talking and laughing, and even feeding each other breakfast. At this time, Jiang Hao saw a familiar figure in front of him, a short ponytail, who liked to use both hands to grab the upper shoulder strap of his school bag when walking with it. Li Kurson! Jiang Hao shouted and then ran up. Good morning. Li Kuxian turned her head slightly to look, and when she realized it was Jiang Hao, she greeted him with a sweet smile. Good morning, good morning. The two walked side by side and Jiang Hao sidled up. Have you had breakfast? Eaten. Li Kuxian said softly, lowering her head out of habit. Jiang Hao smiled, then handed over the meat bun in his hand. Then you must not have eaten enough. This is for you. No need. I'm full. Li Kuxian froze, then waved her hand. No, I have a feeling you don't. Jiang Hao smiled skinlessly and directly shoved the meat bun into her arms. You have to eat it all or I'll bully you. Jiang Hao was like this. Li Kerson had no choice but to accept it with a deflated mouth. Alright. Thanks. The duo passed an intersection with more students after the corner. There was still a short distance to the school and the whole school road was buzzing with activity. As the school approached, some couples began to restrain their intimate behavior for fear of being caught by the head teacher standing at the school gate. Just as Jiang Hao and Li Kerson walked slowly, the whispered comments and glances of many students could be faintly detected around them. You guys, this should be another couple that's just been pushing and shoving intimately to bring the girl breakfast. Not this pair. The ones behind them are still holding hands, and these two aren't even close to the school. What do you know? They call it being smart and discreet. Have there been fewer couples caught in front of the school? Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow when he heard these comments. This group of high school students actually thought that he and Li Kerson were a couple. But on a high school campus, it's normal for men and women to be misunderstood when they're walking side by side and there's still contact. But the feeling, it's good. On the contrary, Li Xin, the noisy environment must have also heard something. The small head buried, two small hands are still tightly grasping the small white bag. A nervous and shy look. Seeing Li Kerson's dopey behavior, the corner of Jiang Hao's mouth lifted. Li Kerson, did you hear that? Those classmates said that we have a husband and wife look. As soon as these words came out, Li Kerson's little face turned red. Only, I didn't. Who said no? Jiang Hao looked around, then said, look at what everyone in the neighborhood is saying. They're just saying that we're a couple. Li Xin shouted in a small voice to refute Jiang Hao. Yes, we're a couple. Jiang Hao nodded. Upon hearing this, Li Kerson's little face was instantly like a ripe red apple. She turned out to be set up by Jiang Hao. The little nerd pursed his lips tightly and buried his head deeper, his heart visibly racing. The two walked into the classroom one after the other. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Class President Lin Yu seriously reviewing her homework on the podium. Jiang Hao and Li Kerson nodded in greeting to her almost simultaneously. Lin Yu's character is clear and cold. The same is not very talkative. But she and Li Kerson indifferent. Her character is clear and cold, is not want to talk. The little nerd is not dare. Lin Yu just looked up at them before burying her head back down to review. Returning to his seat, Jiang Hao let Li Kerson eat the meat buns quickly, while he himself flipped through the review questions test, and some review papers, ready to study. A series of actions Li Kerson watched in her eyes, and secretly felt a little happy inside. He's really starting to change. However, while Jiang Hao was rummaging through the drawer for other information, he suddenly flipped a pack of cigarettes out of it. It was a pack of wazoo, already opened and half smoked. For a moment, both he and Li Xin froze. Damn, why didn't I turn up yesterday looking for information? Jiang Hao looked at Li Kerson with some embarrassment and touched his nose. Li Xin originally had two small hands holding the meat buns, taking small bites. But now, looking at Jiang Hao, she stopped eating, her expression gradually becoming resigned, and her watery eyes seemed to be flashing with tears. It's like, the little nerd is saying, didn't you promise me to study hard? How can you still smoke this stuff? Seeing Li Kerson's aggrieved look, Jiang Hao was a bit helpless inside before saying, I'll go out for a bit, wait for me to come back. Jiang Hao put Huazi into his pocket, then got up and left his seat, heading out of the classroom. For a moment, Li Kerson wanted to tell Jiang Hao to stop smoking mosquito coils, but as she watched Jiang Hao get up, she didn't say anything. Li Xin pursed her lips and buried her head, somewhat chagrined. Outside the classroom, Jiang Hao arrived at a dilapidated sports equipment room by the playground. There were about 5 or 6 people in the gathering place, and although they were wearing the uniforms of Jiangchangno, for middle school, some of these people had dyed yellow hair, and some of them wore ear studs, and they looked like living delinquents. Yo, the brothers are having a good time, smoking more expensive than me. With a bang, Jiang Hao entered the door and closed it with a kick of his heel. Ho! Several people shouted in unison, with adoration on their faces. What? Ah Hao, why did you come today? Didn't you say yesterday that you want to study hard? Lu Wei, Jiang Hao's hairdresser, was among them and now asked. Jiang Hao sat on a bar with his butt, the elbow joint of his left hand propped on his knee. I'm here today to tell you guys that I won't even be coming from now on, and I'm going to start being a good student from the good side of the world. When these words came out, the few delinquents in the audience were staggered and looked at each other. What? What's wrong? Brother Ho, did you run into something? If you've encountered something, Brother Ho, tell the brothers, we'll never be ambiguous. We'll just go together. A few yellow hairs said in unison. Jiang Hao waved his hand. What can I encounter? The ones in the next few middle schools are all stepping on goons. It's just that. Just what? A few of the juniors were filled with righteous indignation, as if they would all come out at Jiang Hao's command. It's just that your sister-in-law told me to be a good person. P.S. Please read after the fact. Please catch up on your reading. Asterisk. Chapter 11, wronged me. A few of the yellow hairs were stunned. Don't look at old me like that. Not joking with you guys. Jiang Hao scolded. Then in passing, he pulled out the Zhenghua in his pocket and threw it to them. This is my last trip here, so start studying hard today. A few juniors received it with their hands and feet, but still felt unbelievable. You look at me, I look at you, and I'm here for the last time, and so are you all. After you smoke this pack of Huazi, all of you get the hell back to your studies. It's almost time for the college entrance exams, and you're not allowed to be a jerk anymore. Jiang Hao's voice was loud, his eyes were sharp, the corners of his eyebrows danced with arrogance, and what he said was very intimidating among several people. That's right, he made a trip here to demobilize his little group and get these clueless teenagers to turn around and behave themselves. Although they went their separate ways once they arrived at the university, and there wouldn't be a lot of contact behind them, but these little brothers were not unforgiving people. Instead, they said that they were quite righteous, so they didn't want them to continue to fall, and hereby came to persuade them. A few yellow hairs were still a bit torn because it was so sudden. I also do not give you much to say, although you smoke mosquito incense and drink gold water, but you should also have their own thinking. Really think this is very handsome? In fact, there is no money in this society who look down on you. You now have no knowledge of the body, all day long nothing to do, how to make a living in the future. If mom and dad don't give money to you guys anymore, you all have to go to the garbage dump to pick up laysai to eat. Jiang Hao said coldly. A few yellow hairs began to fall silent, lowering their heads slightly. It's still about 3 months before the college entrance exams. There's still a chance to fight. It's not too late to turn back. Get your ass back to class right now and study hard. Jiang Hao clasped his hands to his chest. If I find out who is having a private meeting or causing trouble at school, my fist will disown this brother. At the end of the day, Jiang Hao reasoned and added some threats, which was considered bitter. These little brothers are not cuties, just a couple of misguided teenagers. It's not too late to turn back. It's more productive to be a good person. But after a few words, I don't know if they listened. For Lu Wei, he is not worried. This kid and his own feelings are very good. Not only very listen to their own words, but also live closer. The follow-up intervention is also relatively simple. But for others, he really did not have so much effort to one by one tube. Can only say that to do their own when the boss of the responsibility, the reason to them to analyze and understand. Good words do not persuade the ghost of the dead. They really do not listen to it. There is no way. Inside the classroom, Li Kerson was lying on her desk, looking out the window from time to time to notice if Jiang Hao had returned, but his eyes became a little depressed at the thought of him coming back later all smelly. Then, as an emotional catharsis, she reached out with her little hand and viciously hit the big, meaty bun in the drawer. The meat bun Jiang Hao gave her was too big for her to really finish too, so she left one behind. Soon, as she was burying her head in her fist and punching the bag, she suddenly realized that the light ahead of her was not as bright as it had been just moments before. She subconsciously looked up and realized that Jiang Hao had already returned, standing in front looking at herself with a few smiles on his face. Seeing this, Li Kerson stopped the blow in her hand, hummed lightly, and skimmed her head without looking at Jiang Hao. This guy finally gave up and came back after smoking mosquito coils. What? Pissed off? Jiang Hao sat back on his butt and turned to look at the young girl. No. Li Kerson's gaze didn't look at it, but the small expression on the side of her face was a bit aggravated at first glance. Really? Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows. Really no. Look, I just went to the restroom. Jiang Hao's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Going to the bathroom? Li Kuxian sniffed and immediately turned her little head, revealing a somewhat fierce expression. You're lying. You're obviously going. However, the young girl's fierce expression only showed for a few moments, and then her expression became a bit frozen, staring blankly at Jiang Hao's body. Jiang Hao opened his hands again, and his torso even leaned towards Li Kerson's side, putting his entire person on display. You can smell it too. I don't have that kind of smell on me. Sure enough, he didn't smell that strange odor even at such a close distance, and Jiang Hao really didn't seem to be smoking that kind of stuff. All of a sudden, Li Kerson buried her head and deflated her mouth, as if she had really misunderstood Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao withdrew his hand. Humph. Li Kerson, you've wronged me. Right. I'm sorry, it's no use. I'm sad. Give me a kiss. Li Kerson was aggrieved, her eyes flowing, soft like water. You bullied me again. Lunchtime. Due to yesterday's promise that Jiang Hao would eat together for all lunches, Li Kerson was taken to the large cafeteria of Zhangchengno. For middle school, you don't swipe your card to get a meal here. You pay for it, and the price can be high or low depending on the dish you choose. The little nerd had brought her meals to school during the school year, not bothering to come to the cafeteria, and now she was a little nervous with a few very old bills clutched darkly in her hand. I'm going to get some food. After the two found their seats, Lee Kuxin said, "You're going to get dinner?" Jiang Hao was a little worried. This little nerd have not even eaten in the dining hall. Right, waiting in line, the process of eating and what she is familiar with. There's also the fact that she's still a bit socialized and afraid to talk to her friends. Can you really? Can. It can be. Lee Kuxin clenched her small fists, cheering herself up. Well then, get going and get back. Jiang Hao nodded his head, looking at the little ninja gathering courage. Her character was going in a good direction anyways, so he didn't reject it. The school is still quite crowded at this time of year, and the school is not allowed to go out at noon, so both day and residential students have to eat at the school. Lee Kurson walked to the queue for food and lined up, and waited for about 10 minutes before reaching the window for food. I don't eat meat. Lee Kuxin buried her head and carefully said to the cafeteria aunt. That cafeteria lady moved quickly, drew out a dinner plate, a spoonful of rice, a spoonful of greens covered it directly, and dropped it at the window. $2. And, one more, without batting an eye. The older woman snapped and dropped another copy of the same meal there. 4 blocks. Lee Kurson froze when she saw the second meal, which didn't have any meat at all. Before she could open her mouth to say the rest of the words, Auntie brought out the meal. So, hurriedly shaking his head, he said, this with meat. Add more meat. The older woman crossed her arms, so she took her spoon and pointed to a couple of meat dishes and said, there are many kinds of meat. Which one do you want? Lee Kurson looked at the meats. There was fried pork with green peppers, stewed chicken, stewed duck, lobster. She clutched her handful of paper money and said firmly, all one. Jiang Hao was a tall boy, so he definitely needed to eat more to fill himself up. Auntie, add meat to both. Some of each of all the meats. Top spec, please. At this time, Jiang Hao suddenly appeared beside Lee Kurson, slapping out $50 and putting it into the payment window. Chapter 12, You're Still the Big Brother. This scene made both Lee Kuxin and the older woman who was serving food in the dining hall stare. But the older woman had noticed Lee Kurson's timid voice and whitened school uniform early on, and knew how to know who to listen to. Without waiting for Lee Kurson to react back, Big Mama Cuckoo gave both portions of rice a few spoonfuls of meat, then collected the money and shouted, next, Big Mama God fits. Jiang Hao expressionlessly picked up the 2 meals and said to Lee Kurson, come here. Lee Kuxin was still dumbfounded, not expecting this outcome. No need. Jiang Hao didn't pay any attention to Lee Kurson's words and directly walked towards that corner seat. The young girl had to obediently follow her over. Jiang Hao didn't communicate the entire time, and it looked as if she was being bullied. Sit down. Jiang Hao put the 2 portions of rice on the dining table, then turned around and said. Lee Kuxin obediently sat down and buried her little head, clutching those bills she had been saving for a long time. Originally, he wanted to invite Jiang Hao for dinner, but he didn't expect that he would end up being taken care of himself. Jiang Hao handed over the cutlery, and then said very seriously, Lee Kurson, aren't you a little cutie? Can you treat yourself better? Lee Kuxin raised her head slightly, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Soon, the young girl's eyes were a bit red and she whispered, I'm okay with it, and then lowered his head, just hello. The latter phrase, which the little nerd didn't open his mouth to say, was only recited in his mind. Jiang Hao wanted to say something, but wanted to stop. Lee Kurson is the kind of person who is innocent and kind to the core, with good character imprinted in her blood and heart. Even if she's told something nice about herself, her personality still pushes her to think of others. She was naturally pure and kind. Finally, he let out a sigh and picked out the biggest shrimp from his own dinner plate, peeling the shrimp out with his own hands and placing it on Lee Kuxin's dinner plate. At least be nice to yourself when you're here with me. I'm a bad egg but I'll bully you every day. Lee Kurson pursed her lips, her inner beating rose and fell, and her neck slowly spread a layer of scarlet color. Alright, eat quickly or I'll have to feed you. Jiang Hao finished peeling the shrimp and wiped his hands with a tissue on the side. Lee Kuxin returned to her senses, looked at the plate full of meat, and timidly said, too much, can't finish it. Jiang Hao looked down at the amount of rice and realized that this was indeed the case. The rice and greens had been covered out of sight by several meats, full of meat, plus the fact that there were probably girls present. Auntie's hands didn't shake. You eat first, I'll help you destroy it if you can't finish it, Jiang Hao said. Only then did Lee Kuxin hesitantly pick up the spoon and took small bites. At this time, Lu Wei just happened to pass by to get his meal, and he noticed Jiang Hao sitting with a girl to eat. How? Why do you guys have so much meat? My $10 green pepper fried rice. Tay Miao only green peppers and no meat. Jiang Hao turned his head and found that it was this guy who sat down on his butt and went straight to his plate with meat. You're not polite. Jiang Hao gave him a blank look. Hey, there's no way. Ho, that Emma's hands are shaking more outrageously than my frequency. so reward me with some meat. Lu Wei sat down. Is a meal dazzle? A spoon into the mouth is swallowed. Li Kerson on the opposite side heard that Zhang Hao's friends didn't have any meat to eat and slowly raised her head, her eyes quietly looking at them. The meat on her plate was now the most. However, Zhang Hao noticed Li Kerson's little expression and directly glared at him. You eat your food. This kid can't starve. Li Xin deflated, then buried her head, not daring to look over again. This is sister-in-law, isn't it? Hello sister-in-law. I'm a friend of Ho's. I've been playing with him since he was a kid. Lu Wei smiled and also greeted Li Xin and began to introduce himself. Throwing in a friendly greeting made Li Xin subconsciously nod her head. But then the back realized something was wrong and hastily raised his little head in panic and shook his head quickly. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. If you were his sister-in-law, wouldn't you be Zhang Hao's wife? No, not yet. Your sister-in-law is afraid of life. Keep a low profile. It's a big crowd. Zhang Hao slapped Lu Wei on the back of his head and glared at him as well. Seeing this, Lu Wei came to a sudden realization, quickly nodded his head and made an okay gesture, then covered his mouth and whispered, I get it. Recently near the college entrance exams, the director of instruction is catching very fierce. All have to be careful. Li Xin froze. The classmate in front of her seemed to have misunderstood something, but Zhang Hao didn't give Li Kerson a chance to explain, and while eating his meal, he said to Lu Wei, What? I went over there today. Did those boys settle down? He went and demobilized the small team today and still wants to know the results as well. After all, how are 5 or 6 young guys? Can really pull them a hand, is also a good deed. Lu Wei sniffed and continued to clip the meat on Zhang Hao's plate, nodding his head and saying, After you left, we chatted for a while, and we all felt that you were right, and we all planned to be obedient and study hard. But, Zhang Hao raised his eyebrows, but what? Lu Wei made a strong effort to swallow the meat in his mouth, but they are still your little brother, always listen to you. Good student, everyone together, but if you have something to do, if you have something to remember to call them, a few of the brothers are obliged to do. These words caused Zhang Hao to ponder slightly. It was incumbent. It seems that a few of the buggers listened to those really good words for them today, and it inexplicably increased their emotional rapport. Since we all muddled through last life, we didn't have much contact in college, but now, these boys seem to admire themselves even more. Just as well, when the time comes to get money, you can bring them along. It just so happens that there will be a shortage of human resources at the beginning. Each and every one of them is a solid young labor force. Zhang Hao pondered silently. In about 10 minutes, Lu Wei was the first to finish rubbing the meat to say goodbye to Zhang Hao and Li Kerson. It was just that he had forgotten about the low-profile thing again, and had actually called out to Li Kerson again as his sister-in-law. For a while, with Lu Wei's assist, Zhang Hao looked at the little nerd with a smile on his face, a teasing expression. This made Li Kerson at a loss for words. Her little face turned red all of a sudden, lightly biting her chopsticks, not even daring to meet Zhang Hao's eyes. No, wouldn't be his wife. The young girl grumbled out of her mouth and muttered softly. However, although Li Kerson was disgruntled, she couldn't help but feel inwardly that Zhang Hao was actually really good. He is very high, he's handsome, and will now go and change for herself. If it's true that marriage is living with a boy all the time, as my mother-in-law says, that person. Again, she seemed to expect it to be Zhang Hao. For a moment, the young girl's cheeks flushed and she hurriedly shook her little head. I don't know how I could have thought that. She definitely won't marry Zhang Hao. Yeah, definitely not. Kanho is just a big bad guy. At most, just let him bully. Chapter 13. With only 3 months left before the entrance exams, the subjects are now long overdue. Most of the remaining time in school is spent with teachers arranging reviews and problems to reinforce knowledge. And before the entrance exam, one has to go through 3 entrance exam simulations. This first GCSE simulation, which is next week, a week or so away, and is a joint exam of several schools, is very informative about GCSE results. After these 2 days of studying down, the knowledge Zhang Hao had once forgotten in his mind had basically been awakened. Even many of the points that were once unintelligible are beginning to be learned in essence, and progress is visible to the naked eye. A mold that can definitely make a world of difference. It's just that he has a natural enemy: discipline. English. Once too patriotic to bother learning English, it led to a limitation of his college entrance exam scores being stuck. This time when he came back, he decided to put aside for the time being the stigma in his mind with the Yankees and study English seriously. At least get through college before you go brainwashing. Other subjects Zhang Hao is already very confident of progressing to high scores. The next just need to meet a better learning state and knowledge ceiling. But the English foundation is simply too poor to have a breakthrough for a while. Li Kerson, is your English good too? Zhang Hao turned his head to his tablemate and asked. The young girl was currently burying her head in her review question test. 130 points. Li Xin said. Time. Jiang Hao was a little speechless. Li Kerson was originally an elementary school bully in the top 30 of the grade. Which subject will be bad? Tutor me in English. I'm doing poorly in this subject. Jiang Hao handed over the opening test paper, and immediately made Li Kuxin see the conspicuous 59 points. 59 points. Li Kerson looked at this score that would fail even if it was placed in middle school with some contemplation. In her eyes, that's a solid super low score. What? What's wrong with 59 points? You don't want to teach? Jiang Hao was a little embarrassed. His old face flushed. He had a good grasp of other subjects, but this damn English would always be his tough spot. No, you have to memorize the vocabulary first. 59 out of 59. The vocabulary is too low, Li Kuxin said. Then she found a pink notebook from her school bag. She gently handed it to Jiang Hao. This is a notebook for you. You can take it and memorize the key English words first. Although Jiang Hao's English score was only 59, he definitely had some word base, so he had to strengthen his English vocabulary more while further studying grammar. Memorizing vocabulary. Jiang Hao received the pink pen book, which felt quite thick and heavy. After turning it over, Jiang Hao realized that this notebook was basically filled with writing for her, which contained not only words, but also error-prone grammar points. You memorize 50 words now to strengthen your vocabulary, and then I'll teach you about grammar in a few days, Li Kuxin said softly. When it came to learning problems, she was not nervous about communicating. Instead, she had a feeling of being a little teacher. Good, Jiang Hao immediately answered, giving up his life for the sake of learning. Well, then the 50 words in front of the notebook you memorize them quickly. I will check them tomorrow. Li Kuxin she was soft, but very serious, and also really wanted to help Jiang Hao improve his grades. Wait, 50 English words, memorize it in a day? Jiang Hao's eyes widened. How could this be done for him who usually got a headache when he saw English? Li Kuxin blinked her big eyes. Why? It's actually not difficult once you master the method. Saying that, she took the notebook again and opened one of the pages to show Jiang Hao. Look, the words here are categorized according to the same root word, so memorizing them will be easier. And you can also use association. Like this ambulance, it's pronounced like I can't die. So isn't it easier to remember by association? I can't die. Jiang Hao listened to her words and nodded plausibly, having already heard of this method of learning in middle school. I didn't realize that I could still fit in now that I'm in high school. Finally, looking at Li Kerson's expectant eyes, he gritted his teeth and said, alright, 50 is 50, I'll try. Afternoon, second period recess. Jiang Hao had been looking at that pink notebook in contemplation for 2 sessions now. The face was serious, a sign of very serious thinking at first glance. Anyone else who came to see it would have exclaimed that Jiang Hao had recently changed outrageously. Not only did the person begin to study well, but he also stopped causing trouble and completely became like a good student. In fact, his mind for studying at the moment had long since flown off somewhere. Because one look at English makes me itchy. I forced myself to memorize 20 words and then I couldn't learn at all. Now all he could think about was planning for this moment. How to get money. In fact, there were some hints of this kind of thinking last night, and he is now trying to put a lot of programs in place. The first thing is, the people around himself are financially limited, like his parents and relatives, Nikki and Lu Wei. All of them are ordinary families, and there is nothing that can give him a great financial aid. The only advantage is that he now has a few obedient little brothers. This first bucket of money is actually better to take advantage of the zeitgeist and make a fortune first. Depending on the times, the current time frame could be an option to start with real estate. Pike a couple of suites and resell them and get rich overnight. But purchasing a home also requires startup capital. And while housing prices aren't too high right now, it's impossible for a high school student to come up with hundreds of thousands of dollars anyhow. Unfortunately, none of the lottery-type bets were memorized and the current big betting events are not in the time frame. It's still a bit of a brain ache, and other ways of expanding funds are too slow. Eat, have a candy. There's no rush. Seeing Jiang Hao frowning as he looked at his English notebook, Li Kuxin thought he was a bit impatient to learn, then handed over a strawberry candy. Jiang Hao, who had returned to his senses, realized that the little ninny was looking at himself dumbfounded. She seems to think she's learning the hard way right now and is pulling out a candy bar for comfort. No, Li Kerson. I was actually just thinking about how to save up the dowry money quickly. Li Kerson froze, something she actually understood. Bride price. That's not what the mother-in-law said. The bride price a man gives when he marries his wife. That's a marriage thing, and I've also heard that Auntie Lu, the old widow from the next village, didn't get married because the bride price was too high. I'm super expensive. Li Kerson bit her red lip and conveyed what she understood to be the meaning to Jiang Hao, hoping to beat back the boy's thoughts. It doesn't matter, no matter how much it is. I'll earn it and marry you. Jiang Hao laughed. You. This time, Li Kerson's cheeks blushed in surprise and incomprehension. Why? It's not what I thought. Everyone else would have flinched at the mention of the bride price. Jiang Hao didn't care at all. From now on, don't try to escape. Jiang Hao traced Li Kerson's high nose with his finger. You, don't study seriously. Ignore you. The little nymphette panicked and turned her head. This time she was really shy to the point that her entire body was tingling, as if all the surrounding sounds were cut off and she could only hear her own extremely fast heartbeat. The scarlet on his cheeks gradually spread downward, making his white and tender neck a reddish rime. Jiang Hao couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising when he saw it. As long as the young girl's heart opened up a crack slightly, he would desperately burrow into it and then never come out again. In a good mood, Jiang Hao regained some of his willingness to learn and buried his head to continue learning that broken bird language. Chapter 14, Fear of Thunder. School hours. The sky was cloudy and dark, giving a dull and depressing feeling. The tall buildings in the distance were shrouded in a haze, as if covered by a light veil. Immediately afterward, a lightning bolt cut through the sky, illuminating the dark sky as if it were day. A dull clap of thunder rang in his ears, as if the sky were roaring in anger. At this time, Jiang Hao frowned and looked out the window. He didn't bring an umbrella. With this view of the sky, if it rains later, it won't be for a while. Even if he stayed in the class with Li Kerson and studied for an extra hour, it wouldn't necessarily stop raining. A gust of wind whistled past, blowing the branches of the trees outside the window swaying, and then along the aisle of the school building into the class. The wind through the hall is cold and harsh. Jiang Hao closed the window in a depressed manner, which also incidentally prevented the raindrops from splashing in later. At this time, following the mirror reflection on the glass, it was discovered that Li Kuxian, who was next to the seat, was also looking at the scene outside the window with a tense and scared look on her face. It was obvious to notice that her eyes were a little hollow and her face was a little pale. It seems that this young girl with a soft character is terrified of thunder. Jiang Hao then pulled the curtains up again to block out the darkness outside. Rumble. But immediately afterward, another thunderclap rang out. Even with the windows closed and the curtains drawn, the thunder continued to be loud and resonant. The young girl dropped the ballpoint pen in her hand to the ground in shock all of a sudden, and her body began to shake slightly. Jiang Hao helped her pick up the pen, then grabbed her wrist with his hand, giving her some warmth. Don't be afraid. The young girl felt the warmth coming from her large hand, and her emotional turmoil calmed down a little, gaining a sense of security. Jiang Hao moved his own chair closer to the side of Li Kerson and softly asked, "Did you not bring an umbrella either?" Li Kuxian really shook her slightly white little face. Seeing this, Jiang Hao nodded silently, then turned his head to pull open a slit in the curtains and looked at the weather outside, muttering, "It's fine. Small stores should have umbrellas for sale." But Li Kerson couldn't care less about whether there was an umbrella or not right now, and the thunder followed up one after another, putting her spirit in a somewhat tense state. That's when the rain outside began to fall from the sky. At first, the rain was sparse, with just the occasional drop landing on the ground with a small splash. But as the day wore on, the rain became denser and heavier, soon forming a downpour. Jiang Hao turned around, took off his own jacket, then draped it over the young girl's body, gently patted her back with his hand, and softly said, "It's okay, if you're scared, cover your ears and sleep on the table for a while. It's starting to rain now, and the thunder will get smaller and slowly disappear." Well, the young girl nodded and began to do as she was told. Covering his ears tightly with his two small hands, he then buried his head tightly in the table. Jiang Hao's big hand didn't retract either, and continued to soothe her back. Slowly, the temperature of Jiang Hao's large hands spread over his body through his clothes. In this way, the sound of thunder weakened a lot, and Jiang Hao was beside her. So for a while, her heart calmed down and slowed down a bit. Holy, it was fine in the afternoon, and then it poured rain as soon as school was out. Holy, that's right. Who brings an umbrella to school ahead of time when it's so sudden? Now the dorms can't even go back. You lodgers are fine. We day students are miserable. There are no umbrellas. We can't run out at all. If the rain doesn't stop, I guess everyone will have to hit the floor in the classroom tonight. In the classroom, a wailing sound spread, and many students depressedly pulled open the curtain slits to look out the window. Some other students opened the classroom door and ran out to look, and were directly nourished back by the hard rain. The sound of thunder was diminished a few more points when the students in this class made a scene. About 10 minutes passed. Even the showers of thunder that were interspersed before the downpour gradually subsided, and only the heavy rains continued to fall in torrents. After gradually not hearing the thunder, the young girl's emotions calmed down. She quietly raised her head and looked in the direction of the window. It's not thundering anymore. Jiang Hao had been patting her back for 10 minutes without stopping, and his eyes had been on her. That's why the first thing the young girl noticed when she looked up was that she couldn't help but laugh. It stopped. But, Li Kuxian asked uneasily, What's wrong? But what? Jiang Hao retracted the hand that lightly patted Li Kerson, pointed at her forehead, and continued to laugh. Look at your forehead. It's all reddened by the pressure, as if the Monkey King had brought a tight-banded spell. At those words, Lee Kuexayan's small face was shy, and she subconsciously got up and touched her forehead with her small hand. Just noticed that there were some small marks on it that had obviously been pressed by the desktop, and because of the sleeping position, there was a distinct line of demarcation in the middle of the forehead that was slightly raised, and when pressed hard, it was still slightly painful. No laughing. The young girl bit her red lips in aggravation and immediately turned her head back, not wanting Jiang Hao to see it again and make fun of herself. Jiang Hao poked his head over again at this time and continued to laugh. What's the matter? Not afraid of thunder? No more fear. No looking. The young girl gently rubbed her forehead with one hand as she pushed the nuisance's face away with the other. Jiang Hao was still smiling on his face, but seeing that the young girl's mood had recovered, he also let go of his heart a little. After scoffing a bit more, he pulled back the curtains to look outside, and Nan said, "It's still raining heavily, so we shouldn't be able to leave for a while." Upon hearing this, Li Kuexin, who rubbed her forehead, turned her head and said in an aggravated manner, I didn't bring an umbrella. It's okay, the little store has it, now I'm going to get it." As Jiang Hao said this, he swept around the class, and although they were all mingling, it was obvious that no one hadn't realized this by now. Yeah, the little store has it. These words woke up Li Kurson and gave her a renewed glimmer of hope. Then the young girl took out the pocket money she hadn't spent today from the drawer and handed it to Jiang Hao, who had just stood up. "Help me, buy me one too." Okay. Seeing this, Jiang Hao didn't take the money at first, but instead, the corner of his mouth lifted up and laughed. "You can. Shout out your husband first to hear it." Li Kuexion's outstretched little hand immediately retracted. Her expression panicked. Then I go too. Jiang Hao nodded. "Yes, I can take you there, but today's weather is so sudden. The number of people buying umbrellas must be especially high right now, and the inside of the small store must be crowded with people. I don't know if you're clumsy enough to grab them." That doesn't. Not going. Li Kuexian directly buried her head and shook her head aggressively. The little ninny, who was already a bit of a sociopath, might have to exchange half a dozen words when she went to a small store, and as soon as she heard that there were many people, she immediately dared not go there. "I can't call my husband. How about brother? You bullied me again." The young girl looked at him timidly, deflating her mouth, her two small hands clutching the corner of her coat. Chapter 15, You seem to have gotten strange. Not really bullying, just asking for a little favor. It's pouring rain, don't you think so? Jiang Hao half-forked his waist. For a moment, Li Kuexian twisted her head to look out the window. The rain was obviously heavy. Without an umbrella it was definitely impossible to return. Granny must still be waiting for her at home. Turning back, the young girl actually started to try to open her mouth to yell a little, because a brother was always better than a husband. However, after opening her mouth, the young girl could not send out the word brother in any way other than a face full of aggression. It's just too uncomfortable. Seeing this, Jiang Hao wasn't in a hurry and his smile didn't diminish. Then a bang first. "I'm going to buy it now. Otherwise if I don't go, the umbrellas will be sold out later." Well, the young girl deflated her mouth and eventually compromised, extending the small palm that only had coins in it and handing the money to Jiang Hao, who knew that Jiang Hao pushed her little hand back and said with a smile, "Don't you spend your money. We'll just use the same umbrella together later." Then, Jiang Hao turned around and ran out of the classroom under Li Kuexian's dumbfounded eyes. It took a long time for Li Kuexian to come back to her senses. This bad guy. It turns out, it's all been planned. He fooled me again. In fact, there are very few people in the small stores. The reason no one is coming to buy is either that or they didn't react and knew that the kiosk sold umbrellas. Either that or I didn't want to run out in that rain and get wet. Then there are those that may simply not want to spend the money. Jiang Hao was physically fit and fast, running to one cover at a time, jamming his alignment, and then running to the next cover. This back and forth minimized the effects of the downpour, retaining half of the non-wet to the small store. How can you pass up this opportunity to share the same umbrella with a little nerd? Jiang Hao grinned and shook his hair, then waved his hand widely. "Boss, give me a big umbrella." It probably only took Jiang Hao a few minutes to come back from the small store to the school building. This umbrella was of a large size and held out so far that even he could run without water splashing up to his thighs. As he closed his umbrella around the corner, he was just about to shake the previously drenched body off his body when something soft and squishy came straight into his face. He was as steady as a mountain, not moving a step, but it was the girl in front of him who all of a sudden took several consecutive steps backward and almost fell on the ground. For a moment, the young girl crouched on the ground covering her forehead. It hurt. She ran too fast and didn't see anyone. "What are you doing, Coco Lee? Hitting me with your forehead again?" He immediately went forward and pulled Li Kuexian up. "Just wait properly in class. What are you running down for? Li Kuxian got up and covered her small forehead with one hand, then slowly opened one eye again and said in a resigned manner, I forgot that you don't have an umbrella. You'll catch a cold if you run out in the rain like this. I wanted to come and call out to you. Jiang Hao froze at his words, then the corners of his mouth lifted, little cutie, shaking off the water droplets on his body. He added with a disinterested face, a little bit is just a little bit, no harm done. Paper towel, quickly wipe, or you'll get sick. Seeing that Jiang Hao's body was basically half wet, Li Kurson instantly became anxious and hurriedly opened a packet of paper towels to wipe away the water droplets on the boy's face. However, when Jiang Hao saw this reaction from her, his heart was warm but he found it very funny and cute, because, as soon as Li Kurson started fussing and wiping the droplets of water from her own face, she realized that there was significantly more rainwater in her hair, pooling at the tips of her hair after it trickled down little by little. She then tiptoed around in a panic, pulling out several paper towels to wipe her wet hair, and falling off her heels a couple of times in between due to her lack of stamina. It wasn't until she had been rubbing for several minutes that the young girl slowly stopped her hands in a slightly satisfied manner. After Jiang Hao silently enjoyed this service, he handed over the umbrella and said with a smile, your umbrella. You can go home when you finish your studies. And Li Kuxian sniffed and quickly shook her little head before pulling Jiang Hao's big hand and walking towards the classroom. I finished my homework. We're going home now. Soon. Jiang Hao and Li Kurson returned to their class to pack their bags and left the classroom side by side. During that time, some people saw Jiang Hao holding an umbrella in his hand and started to ask Jiang Hao where he got the umbrella. Then after Jiang Hao woke up the dreamer, most of the students immediately reacted and instantly ran to the small store in a hurry to make a big robbery purchase. When Jiang Hao and Li Kurson both went down to the aisle hall of the school building, the heavy rain in the sky just became a few points smaller, not as majestic as when they rushed to the kiosk just now. Jiang Hao opened his umbrella and wrapped his arm around Li Kurson's shoulders, saying, grab my waist or clothes, don't get caught in the rain. Li Kurson was still more than likely a little nervous. It was the first time she'd had such close contact with a boy. But the good thing is, the boy is Jiang Hao. Li Kurson took a deep breath, then gripped Jiang Hao's clothes in front of her with her hands and leaned tightly against him, then nodded to signal that she was ready to go. By chance, this time just happened to meet up with Jiang Hao's hairdresser Lu Wei again. This kid's hand was holding an umbrella on the side aisle. Yo, ho, there you are, I'll deliver. Lu Wei was still smiling, but when he took a look at Jiang Hao holding a girl under his umbrella, he instantly changed his face and turned his head away. Oh, ha ha, I'm also going to send an umbrella to my girlfriend. The corner of Jiang Hao's mouth lifted when he saw this, and he just took a shallow look at Lu Wei's departing back, then directly held Li Kuxian and stepped into the heavy rain. Regarding the matter of the two of them carrying umbrellas together, Li Kurson had never happened with anyone before, not even of the same sex, let alone such an intimate gesture nowadays. Stepping out into the pouring rain, Li Kurson's cheeks reddened and she didn't dare to speak the entire time. She listened to the sound of the rain falling on the umbrella while feeling the warmth from Jiang Hao's huge body, and then was carried forward by a push. The young girl's head was a little confused for a moment, feeling Jiang Hao's body, really warm, there seems to be an aroma, and Jiang Hao at the moment, in order to not let the girl beside him get scared and upset, not letting her body get a little bit of rain, he tilted the umbrella drastically towards Li Kurson's head position, and unconsciously, his own left shoulder was already drenched with rainwater. The little nerd wasn't in very good shape to begin with, and he wasn't about to let her get sick. The sickly look is pathetic. No more thunder. Will you be scared of the rain? Jiang Hao lowered his head and softly asked Li Kurson. No, not scared anymore, Li Kuxian gently replied, feeling the impression that Jiang Hao, the bad guy, had become gentle. But why? Now the image of being bullied by him keeps popping into my head? Seems like he's getting weird himself. P.S. I'm begging to catch up on my reading. Chapter 16, Zinmir. In about half an hour or so, Jiang Hao sent Li Kurson to the location of that small alleyway. From the outside, it looks narrow and long, like a sinuous snake weaving its way through the buildings of the houses. Just drop it off here. I can walk back. It won't get wet. Li Kuxian pulled Jiang Hao to a stop. At the end of the cul-de-sac is your own home, and the alleyway is bordered by the eaves of the building to keep out the rain. It was cold and he wanted Jiang Hao to go home quickly. Okay, bye. Jiang Hao nodded his head and let go of the little ninny when he sent her to the roof. Just as he was about to say goodbye, Li Kuxian saw that the left side of his torso was wet and his hair was dripping slightly. The little nerd froze for a moment, then panicked and took out a tissue, wanting to give Jiang Hao a wipe. Your body. Jiang Hao hugged himself so tightly, not letting himself get wet at all, but he got wet himself. No, it's fine, go back and I'll just take a shower. You go back quickly. The wind is very strong, don't catch a cold. Jiang Hao took a few steps back and walked out of the range of the small alley. She didn't want Li Kuxian to work for nothing. Even if she wiped off the surface moisture, her clothes and hair couldn't be dried, so she just went straight back to soak in the bathtub and be done with it. Li Kursan's hand movement was a beat, some self-reproach in her eyes. It was all because she was too stupid. She didn't notice it at all. With all that rain, Jiang Hao didn't let a bit of it get on him. Yeah, sorry. Then you go home and take a hot bath quickly. Cold. It's hard. Well, I know. Have a good meal. I'm going back. Well, road. Be safe. Jiang Hao smiled, waved his hand, and turned away, plunging into the muddy downpour once again. Li Kursan stood under the dim eaves of the alley, her somewhat messy hair gently fluttering in the wind, and although she was worried about Jiang Hao, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift up happily. It was obviously raining, and looking at that fading figure made her feel inexplicably calm and at ease, until my mother-in-law shouted from the end of the alley behind her, "Xinmir, it's pouring, why don't you go home?" "Dawn, I know. Wait a little longer." Li Kuxian turned back and replied, waiting until Jiang Hao's figure disappeared before she turned in the direction of her home. The next day, the sun was shining and everything was in order. After the 3 morning cultural classes have passed, this last one is every student's favorite class, physical education. Jiang Hao is still the same as he once was. The study course is relatively boring. As soon as the 3rd period is over, he runs down to the playground with a basketball in his arms. Jiang Hao's love for sports needs no introduction. Strong physical fitness, regular exercise of muscles, and a competitive streak. To put it bluntly, the sports commissioner is just something he doesn't want to be and is perfectly capable of doing. The senior class of 4 are depending on him to win a few more gold medals in the school games. 10 minutes after school, a brief bit of one-upmanship, a throw of the blue, and when the official bell rang, he headed for the sports field to meet up with his fellow classmates in the playground. At ease, halt, the physical education teacher, wearing a tight red sweatshirt, stood in front of the team and shouted, "Su Feng, Jiang Hao, you two lead the team. Take the class team on a warm-up run. 3 laps. Yes." Sports member Su Feng answered loudly. Soon, coming to the runway, Su Feng took the lead and started to bring the female students who started first to begin their warm-up run. The boys followed closely behind, while Jiang Hao ran right at the end, minding the team of boys who were trying to be lazy. After the whole class had started, Jiang Hao slowly realized that Li Kursan didn't seem to be in the group of girls in front of him. I didn't see it when I just did the stretching exercise either. This little nerd doesn't seem to show up for gym class. Just as Jiang Hao was a bit puzzled, at the back of the boys' team, a big fat student suddenly wailed, looking like a tired dog. "Egu, Hao, I seem to be dying. Can you stop running? I'm exhausted. It's hard to breathe. You know, it's only been 200 or 300 meters. Jiang Hao's temper is not to be spoiled. Lu Yuan, just run this little bit of shouting tired. You are heavy, and then continue. To the university, who the hell with you to fall in love? In fact, Lu Yuan's height is quite tall, a full 1.8 m, about the same as Jiang Hao, which is also the height of a girl's most desired boyfriend. But this kid is bloated, overeats every day, not the least bit disciplined, and is as fat as a bollard. Just like this, but also special meow every day in circle of friends that they cannot meet true love. Lu Yuan sniffed and showed a bitter look on his face. Senior years also confessed a lot of female classmates. None of the promised. The whole he is almost depressed. Originally wanted to start over in the university. Now Jiang Hao, this sentence, who is in love with you. Direct hole broken defense. The thought of meeting pretty schoolgirls from all over the country in college, none of them belonging to me, is going to choke me. Jiang Hao scolded again at this time. If you damn well don't want to hold a non-chicken cup every day, give me a good exercise. Finally, Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. Although Jiang Hao's words were sharp, they made sense. The age of the face. If he didn't want to be empty and lonely in college, he'd have to work his ass off the rest of the time. I'm going to have a great relationship in college too. A few words down, the chicken blood hit up. Fatty Lu used his milk strength, swished a few times to run up. His face was suffocating red. It wasn't until Jiang Hao personally pushed him to force him to run 3 laps that he plopped down next to the assembled team as if he was dying, panting frantically. This kid, he's hogging 3 or 4 runways straight up. Many female classmates saw this and snickered. Lu Yuan was like a deflated ball of leather, limp and weak, with only the area of her stomach rising and falling. What poor stamina. I didn't even warm up for 3 laps. Jiang Hao shook his head, and then, at the instruction of the physical education teacher, the students of class 4 began to disband and move freely. In itself, it is the high school entrance examination is approaching. Will not arrange a very strenuous exercise, the main one to relax the body and mind. Free activity. Jiang Hao didn't care about Lu Yuan. Let him continue to wilt there. Anyway, there is no other class for physical education now. At this moment, he once again confirmed that inside the girls' team, there was indeed no figure of Lee Kuxin. What's this little nerd doing in class? Jiang Hao couldn't help but mutter to himself. Come on, Jiang Hao, play ball. Open half-court. Sports Commissioner Su Fong put his arm around Jiang Hao's shoulders and pulled him right towards the basketball court. The two of them were supposed to be starters in a basketball class league in the beginning and often played together. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment, unable to push back. At this point, basically most of the boys in class 4 were playing basketball, and there were at least a dozen boys from this class on the basketball court. Then they randomly separated into teams of 3 and took turns playing small games. As a result, Jiang Hao was distracted and was zeroed out by Su Fong's team on the first play up there. For a while, his teammates on the field were silent, looking cautiously at Jiang Hao and saying, "Brother Hao, what's wrong with today? Getting zeroed out? Not like you. No touch," Jiang Hao said casually on his lips, his eyes always glancing towards the school building. Lu Yuan also climbed up from the playground at this time and walked to the basketball court. But this guy has been a farthan in gym class before, and when he's free to move around he's just watching the game, never on the field. "Ho, it's our turn again," one team of those students said. At this time, Jiang Hao couldn't see Lee Kurson and really didn't have much heart to play. He directly pointed at Lu Yuan who was sitting on the bench next to him. "Let this kid make it up to you guys. I'll go back to the classroom." Lu Yuan who just arrived? Classes of students? Remember no suing the teacher. After saying that, without waiting for them to react, Jiang Hao stepped on the wind and fire wheel and ran towards the school building. In fact, from the beginning of the morning reading, Lee Kurson's face looked a little bad, and when she was asked, she always said that she was fine. Jiang Hao felt that she was mostly sick. Chapter 17, Colds. Running his ass to the door of the classroom, Jiang Hao first adjusted his breathing to calm himself down before looking through the clean white glass next to his seat. As expected, Lee Kuxin was currently lying on the table with a pained expression. Jiang Hao's expression changed. He directly pushed the door and walked in, came to the little nerd's side and asked softly, "Lee Kuxin, you didn't go to class. Are you not feeling well somewhere?" Upon hearing this, Lee Kurson raised her head, and Jiang Hao quickly saw that the young girl's small face was red, and there was some weak sweat at her forehead. After realizing that the visitor was Jiang Hao, Lee Kurson froze for a moment, then said in a low, aggravated voice, I, headache, body heat. Jiang Hao's eyebrows twitched with some heartache as he probed Lee Kurson's forehead with his hand and found that it was indeed very hot, obviously feverish and not at a low temperature. "I think I caught a cold from the gusts of wind from yesterday's rain, and there was quite a long distance on the way home, and this ninny's body was weak, and blowing in the wind for so long didn't stimulate her body very much, and this nerd certainly can't stay idle when he gets home, always doing things to the point of forgetfulness, and getting sick easily if he doesn't pay attention." Jiang Hao sighed, 1,000 precautions, or let the little girl sick, next time it rains, directly in the arms to carry back. "I think it's a cold, the temperature is high. You wait, I'll go make a packet of cold spirit." Jiang Hao took out his own jacket and put it on the little nerd to keep her warm, then walked into his place and took out a packet of 3-9 pellets from the small layer of his school bag, and a baby drop hot post. All of these things were put in by the old mother herself. There are also hemostatic stickers, disinfectant pads, pay and some bandages. Do not know also thought it was a mobile medical kit. She used to be always out of the house and in trouble, so she loved to keep emergency medications and things in there for herself just in case. That sharp-tongued, tofu-centered mom. Afterward, Jiang Hao tore open the cooling patch, gently tilted up Lee Kuxin's little head, and carefully stuck it on her forehead. Jiang Hao saw the situation is still not at ease, afraid of the classroom bird air affect the girl, and then took out a mask to put on her. This time, with the cooling patch and mask so far up, there was something inexplicably delightful about the girl with the short ponytail. "It's like you're wrapped up all over." "Okay." Jiang Hao looked at the girl who was wrapped up tightly and finally felt a little more at ease. Then, he picked up the cup of water on the table and softly said to Lee Kuxin, "Wait for me here obediently. I'll go and make you a cold spirit." Well, Lee Kuxin nodded her little head and laid down on the table again. Her body had little strength and was pitiful. Jiang Hao came to the drinking fountain at the side of the teaching building, first poured out the water inside the cup, then tore open the 3-9 cold pellets and poured them in. Twisting the switch, he added some boiling water to the cup, and then added some warm water, so that the temperature was moderate, and Lee Kurson could drink it directly later. He put the lid on and shook the granular medication inside while walking back into the classroom to the little nerd's seat. He opened the lid to let off some of the heat and handed her the cup. "Here, drink this and take a nap. You'll be fine in no time." "Good." Lee Kurson softly got up and slowly took the cup of water in Jiang Hao's hand, but the little nerd just pulled off the gag and froze first, not drinking it first. Jiang Hao saw this and asked, What's wrong? Is it still hot? The young girl raised her head and shook it gently. Her cheeks flushed as she timidly said, This is your cup. Jiang Hao lowered his head and looked. Lying is also true. Just a time in a hurry did not pay attention to see. He coughed softly and said, It's okay, if I use your cup for the cold spirit and then the hot water, it'll skewer the flavor. Oh, Li Kuxian picked up the thermos with a small red face. After drinking from the same cup, isn't it equivalent to kissing Kong Ho? Eventually, after some hesitation, the young girl gulped down the cold spirit. Well, okay, here. Li Kurson didn't look directly into Jiang Hao's eyes and gently passed the water cup over. Her little face was very red, but Jiang Hao didn't see it because she was sick. Jiang Hao took the cup of water and put it aside, then bent down to help the young girl pull the mask on, fearing that she would catch a cold again. Alright, I'll go get your cup of water again and make some hot water, so get a good night's sleep, and soon your head won't hurt anymore. Li Kuxian buried her small head again out of habit after being gently pulled on the gag. After doing this, Jiang Hao finally settled down. The corner of his mouth lifted up as he picked up 2 cups and turned around to fetch water. When she returned to the class again, Li Kuxian was already sleeping on the desktop, looking like the headache had eased quite a bit and she could rest. After placing the glass of water back on the table, he made a fiery run back to the playground. It was only halfway through gym class now, and there were still a full 20 minutes to go before class ended. Rush back onto the basketball court before the gym teacher notices. At this time, Jiang Hao had just arrived at the edge of the basketball court, and just happened to see Lu Yuan and those few teammates and classmates just getting off the court. ********. Brother, how you're finally back, but I'm exhausted. Lu Yuan sat on his butt on the ground, gasping for air. Yo, you guys have been fighting for 10 minutes. So powerful. Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. The 2 students in the team immediately had a bitter face. What 10 minutes aho? We have gone up to do 3. Every time not a minute to lose. Jiang Hao was silent, and it turned out to be a 4 consecutive kneeling in half a class. The 2 students no longer had any desire to compete. They were brushed off as human machines as soon as they got on the field. Su Feng, the sports committee member, is accurate and strong. Without Jiang Hao present, they can't even get a point. Jiang Hao saw this and said, Forget it, I'll come on and help you guys back. The 2 students sniffed. Then his heart perked up and hope flared up. Jiang Hao was back, so he could definitely checkmate Su Feng. Okay, back together. Ho, this is the 7th time we've been down. Yeah, got abused today. Didn't win a single one. The 2 teammates and Jiang Hao crouched on the ground, their faces dumbfounded, their minds all cracking right open. This must be a ING accident. Jiang Hao has actually not played for many years, more than forgetting a lot of basketball skills, but also the shooting touch cannot be found back for a while. Trust me, class is almost over. Last game. I'm warmed up and will win. Jiang Hao finally gritted his teeth and said, he did not believe in evil. District high school students only. Once who is not the campus small ball bully? Okay, ho, we believe you. Those 2 students also stood up in a mischievous manner. The last game must be won, or else 8 losses in 8 games is a shaved head. Go, get up there and them. Ho, I'm skeptical. Is there a feng shui problem with us being together? 8 straight knees. I don't want to play basketball anymore. It's still fun to play ping pong. The 2 students squatted on the ground with Jiang Hao again, with a bitter face, having been ruled by Su Feng in the game. That guy's team basically never got off the field. Jiang Hao was silent. It seems that learning is the only thing that suits me now. Chapter 18, there's something for you. Gym class is over. Lunchtime. The students dispersed, and instead of running to the classroom, they ran to the dining hall with their money in their pockets. They had a physical education class, and it still ended on time. So the 4th class was the earliest group to be dismissed from school, and no classmates missed the opportunity to be prioritized in the dinner line. While the students in the same class had already run to the dining hall, only Jiang Hao was still walking slowly. He wanted to go back to the classroom to see Li Kuxian first. In a flash, Lu Yuan and those few teammates all flew towards the dining hall. Long ago, I forgot the broken mindset I had just had when I was on my back-to-back knees, especially Lu Yuan, who cried in a gym class and ran faster than a rabbit once he ate. At this moment, the teaching building road was in an uproar, and the other students gradually flocked to the dining hall like a flood of beasts. It wasn't until they were outside the classroom of the 4th senior class that the cacophony of voices dissipated for the most part. He walked straight in, and realized that Li Kuxian was still resting on her desk, sleeping a bit heavily, and the bell just now didn't seem to wake her up. Jiang Hao gently bypassed the girl and went back to his seat to sit down, and then looked at the water cup on the table that hadn't been moved yet, thinking that she had just slept through the night. Solely, he wrote exercises and memorized vocabulary on his desk first, and waited for this niece to wake up to go to dinner together. Even though she was sick, she still had to eat. and he had to supervise. Otherwise she wouldn't eat, and she wouldn't have the strength in her body and bones for the rest of the day. And if she woke up with a worse cold, Lee Kuxin would have to take a leave of absence to go home, and she wouldn't be allowed to attend classes in the afternoon. But the good thing was that after 20 minutes had passed, Lee Kuxin also woke up sleepily. She got up with little energy and rubbed her eyes, glancing at the clock on the blackboard in a daze. 12:20. Does your head still hurt? Seeing Lee Kursin awake, Jiang Hao put down his pen and turned his head to ask. At those words, she turned her eyes and realized that Jiang Hao was in position. So she whispered, "No, it doesn't hurt much anymore." Jiang Hao pulled off her mask and reached out to pinch her earlobe. It still felt warm, but her face was a lot better than it was just now. Not as flushed. The temperature should be coming down. Jiang Hao drew back his hand and capped the pen before picking up the water cup again and handing it to her, saying, "Drink some hot water first, then you have to eat. You're sick now, and your body won't be able to handle it if you don't replenish water and energy." Good. Lee Kuxin took the water and dutifully drank several mouthfuls, exhaling a large breath of warm air. The young girl clearly felt much more comfortable. After putting the cup down slightly, he saw Jiang Hao looking at himself with a somewhat strange expression. What's wrong? Lee Kursin asked. Jiang Hao pondered. "I seem to have brought you the wrong cup again." Lee Kursin was shocked. Again. Kissing again. Because little nerd was sick with a cold today, Jiang Hao didn't take her to the dining hall to eat. Originally, Nasan wanted to open the lunchbox and just eat the steamed buns and pickles inside, but Jiang Hao stopped it when he saw it, after he swallowed that food in one gulp. "I went to the cafeteria with my lunchbox on the grounds that I couldn't eat your lunch for nothing." In the end, she was forced to eat a whole box of meat and vegetables. Jiang Hao, just like those overbearing CEOs in the TV series. "Stick your head over here and change your heat-reducing patch once," Jiang Hao said to Lee Kursin. The young girl's face had changed for the better compared to that time before she woke up. There was a bit of vigor in the pretty, lovely features, and there wasn't the sullen expression that had been there before. Lee Kuxin obediently put her little head over. Jiang Hao looked at the girl's eyes without taking his eyes off when he changed the heat-reducing patch for the girl, and noticing the other party's somewhat shy expression, he teased, "How's it? Does it feel different to have a husband to take care of you?" Before Jiang Hao could press a little harder on the cooling patch on Lee Kursin's forehead, the young girl panicked and moved her little head back a few points. "No, not husband. Sooner or later it will be." Jiang Hao leaned his torso over again and stabilized the cooling patch on her forehead before releasing her. The young girl's cheeks were red, and being sick today, it was even harder to resist Jiang Hao's domineering behavior. Seeing Jiang Hao smile with a bit of flair, Lee Kursin buried her small head and lightly bit her red lips. You'll just bully me." Jiang Hao gently scraped her nose. "Husbands bullying their wives. It's only natural. I'm ignoring you." Lee Kursin was alarmed, and directly turned around, thinking that this bad guy who took advantage of people, bullying herself like this, tonight, she will go to his dream to scare him. And then, Jiang Hao shook his head with a smile and looked up at the clock before getting up and going out. While he was fighting for food, he called out to Lu Wei to gather those little brothers. "Ho, golden water. Ho, snacks. Ho, mosquito incense." In the hallway where Lee Kursin ate lunch, Jiang Hao sat there, and at the bottom of the steps, a few yellow hairs also came here, some of them smoking mosquito coils, and some of them holding a bottle of golden water in their hands. Jiang Hao's hairdresser, Lu Wei, didn't take anything, but also stood in the center of the group of yellow hairs. "Put these birds away." Jiang Hao spoke coldly. "This time, I'm looking for you guys because I want you to do something for me." Hearing that Jiang Hao had an explanation, Lu Wei and his group stood up straight. "Brother Hao, you say, what is there for us to do? Do you trust me?" A few people first froze, and then immediately nodded. "Of course, Brother Hao, you are too out of the ordinary." How to say these words? "When you took us to fight those few people in the first middle school, we were already your people." Yes, Hao, you're being too polite. We've learned everything you've asked us to learn, and for you to ask that, you're not treating us as brothers. Jiang Hao was silent. "Hao, just tell us who you want to fight this time. We're not afraid of the number of people. Just do it and be done with it." Seeing this, Jiang Hao inwardly nodded silently. It seemed that a few people were all sentimental, and if they were asked to do anything now, they would probably do it. At that moment, he scolded, "A fart fight, now is the rule of law society. The initiative to pick a fight is a ing crime. You dog temper to the old man convergence a little." Jiang Hao was very fierce, very personalized, and very powerful in fighting, so as the boss he has a bit of anger in his tone, and his little brother eats it up. When you're a big brother, you have prestige. "No, not fighting. Then what do you want us to do?" "How? We don't know anything else besides fighting." "Yeah, the studying thing will have to be slowed down. I've got some sense of what it's like to get a good high score on a test and it's going to take a bit of time." Jiang Hao also didn't immediately say what he thought, but like a real boss, he asked rhetorically, all of them will go on the internet? A few people were stunned, then nodded their heads. Of course, brother Ho. Once when you weren't there, we collectively stayed up all night for 3 days and almost died suddenly. Jiang Hao nodded his head. Okay, just know how to surf the internet. I'll leave a very important thing to you guys from today. Ho, just say what you want. We'll do whatever we can. Don't worry, it's not difficult, rather quite easy. It can all be done online. Chapter 19, The Age of Flow. At that, a few of the minions listened attentively. First of all, each of you go and apply for a few more social software accounts for me. What QQ, WeChat, microblogging, all of them, and then change all of them to female avatars, and make them female numbers, the kind that are around 30 or 40, mature women. The account ID would be called Good Understanding, warm quotes, strong women, something like that. Then the avatar image on the web page randomly find fit the description, and then go to carry those chicken soup bloggers classic quotes, warm heart chicken soup, upload them to your QQ space, WeChat circle of friends, and so on inside the dynamic. A few yellow hairs were confused when they heard that, although they knew what they were going to do. They didn't understand why they were messing with these things. Was How going to get into fraud? Ho, what's the point? Earn money, earn money? You can make money this way? How? Sure. Jiang Hao sat on the steps, straightened his back, clasped his hands to his chest, and explained to these clueless high school students, the temperament of the social elites showing at once. As you know, in this day and age, the gradual popularization of smartphones and the internet has brought the entire internet into the age of traffic. It's very simple to make money if you have a brain and an idea. So, what I'm asking you to do today is really get traffic the way it's supposed to be done. Get quality female traffic the way it's supposed to be done. And then to cash in on that. A few yellow hairs seem to understand. Premium, quality female traffic? Realize. Jiang Hao nodded his head. That's right. In this era of initial internet development, making a traffic account is the most basic and fast way to get traffic. Today's initial era of the internet is very confusing. With budding capital and a lack of management, there are a bunch of people spreading money around for projects, and it's really easy to make money with a brain. But those people won't really tell you how to get traffic, much less teach you how to take that traffic and cash in on it. To give you an example, you know those yellow female number is also one of them. Most of them get is the male traffic resources. The use of publishing those yellow things let you go to the bad site to browse and use, so as to plant a Trojan horse. There are also some unscrupulous will cheat you to go to the internet gambling, buy high-priced items. When Lu Wei and the others heard this, they were a bit dazed. I seem to have experienced it. There was a woman who wanted to sell me tea before, so I said that my family was buying Di Huang pills and asked her if she wanted to buy them. Jiang Hao nodded his head once again. That's right. There are many ways to cash in on these horny women's numbers, because there are always people who are curious or can't control themselves. But even though it's quick money and has many channels, it's after all an illegal thing, which we can't do. This warm-up number I'm asking you to work on today is a legitimate and relatively quick way to come up with money and make money off of traffic. This kind of warm-hearted number, posting all kinds of warm-hearted chicken soup and spiritual quotes, can easily attract those female users. Some women, such as rich young women, or baby mamas with children, with empty hearts, hold the economic power and have unimaginable spending power. Once we get attention, we can cash in on them. First of all, you get these warm-hearted accounts first by going to other websites and bloggers in to leave messages, and a lot of brush screen, spread poking people's hearts and minds, so as to obtain their own traffic and fans. After gaining trust, then pull into the specialized group chat with focused connection to guide consumption. Jiang Hao told them a lot of operational details and the significance of the flow, but a few yellow hairs ended up seeming to understand. However, Jiang Hao felt that this wasn't a problem, and tried to operate it a few times to become completely familiar with it. The age of flow. This warming number guides consumption in a similar way to the new age anchor bandwagon. It's all about gaining attention and trust so that you can use that support to get fans to spend money. Unsupervised guided consumption will always be there in the future after all. If there's a demand, there's a market. With no contacts, no resources, and not even startup capital. Since he couldn't make a fortune in a short period of time, Jiang Hao needed a stable way to earn his first bucket of money. This warming number just happens to bring these little brothers of his along for the ride again. However, at the moment and a few little brother to do things, mainly from their own majesty and feelings, really see the big money, it is hard to guarantee that they will not be so loyal. The entrepreneurial path of real development also depends on its own strength and other lines. But now, before the internet is saturated, getting a group of people to do traffic is the best way to earn commissions with very impressive efficiency and values. And after gaining followers, you can partner with shopping platforms for merchandising. especially at Taobao, they have a win-win-win operating model. The first thing to know is that Taobao has a functioning promotional platform behind it. Alimam. A lot of ordinary people have used coupons, discount groups. In fact, it is Alimam's Taobao guest for promotion. Anyone who has ever shopped online knows that items purchased with a coupon at Taobao are really, really cheap. Things like $1 or $2 for pullouts, garbage bags, socks, towels, even $1 or $2 for a small gift box, and $1 or $2 for sneakers, dresses, and pants. However, this model is not a scam, but a marketing tool used by merchants to promote their products. They will start with commissions to attract those who are willing to promote the item. The promoter, then, can use those coupons sent by the merchant to attract traffic customers to buy the item at a very low price. On the surface, the customer is earning a bargain and the promoter is earning a commission, but the merchants seem to have blood loss. But, no, they earned the traffic and volume they needed most. Website merchandise stores are basically ranked by sales and reviews. Traffic and volume can get them more promotion for their store on the platform, which leads to higher revenue. Doesn't the merchant lose money that those cheaper items are inferior? This is not. Merchants in the early promotion of the quality of the product, that is absolutely guaranteed. Otherwise, if the poor quality of the poor products, and then cheap, how can attract customers? The whole system, for promoters, has another benefit. It's the cost of goods, which is borne by the merchant, and the promotion only needs to work on directing the traffic to spend. At the moment, Manhwa and others have no resource costs except for the number of people, so doing commodity promotion is a very suitable way to make money. However, many of these things above cannot be carefully explained to Lu Wei them. They do not understand. Said is a cow to a cow. They are only responsible for making traffic at the moment and then directing consumption. Emotional, chicken soup, those are the mainstays. And you can also carry some copy. Remember, keep some distance between you and your fans. You are not professionals. You will definitely flip out if you talk for a long time. Jiang Hao concluded. A few yellow hairs nodded. Okay, got it. Okay, it's almost time. All go back to class. Also remember that you can only do this during your free time after school. It can't affect your studies. Understood. Chapter 20, we'll have to let him be our husband first. Afternoon, computer room, preparation stage for the English speaking and listening test. Teachers are up there starting to talk about the do's and don'ts, and waiting for the time to test the drills in the meantime. And students roam around below, especially some students also secretly open the game page 4399. Jiang Hao sat with Li Kurson, and he did the same as those who didn't listen to the class, doing something else and logging on to his QQ. Zhang Shingjing is his network name. Open the friend bar can still see those familiar and stupid names. Drip drip drip. Since QQ hadn't been on for a while, he soon saw that several of his friends had sent messages to him. He clicked on one to view it. Misfit, dude, are you going to hang? CFs. Terminators can take Gatling. SWAT can drive tanks. Jiang Hao was speechless. This kind of best friend must be the one who was not as good at playing the game in the first place and wanted to find a shortcut. Zhang Shangjing, no need. My new Omo will cultivate immortality, fly with a sword, and summon the first heavenly father. Replied and deleted it straight away. Tea-loving Xiaomei, I'm Fujian strong tea little sister. My name is Yaya. I grow tea with my grandfather. Will you look down on people like us? Jiang Hao laughed. Just now he was talking about the colorful woman number some black people use sympathy to cheat people to buy high-priced tea. Did not think that there is one on his number. Zhang Shangjing, yes, really look down. Delete again. Love you forever, big bro. Buy condoms, tempered ones, so that your daughter-in-law will love you forever. Jiang Hao's face was a bit unnatural. To be honest, when he was unintelligent, he wasn't a fledgling for a long time, and it did seem like he had purchased this kind of thing online. Zhang Shangjing, I plan to be a bachelor for the rest of my life. Delete another friend. After Jiang Hao finished deleting his immodest QQ friends one by one, QQ popped up another friend application. The verification message on it reads, Brother, I am a sister. Jiang Hao's face sank, actively soliciting customers. The quality is bound to be no better. Then he casually rejected the friend request. Zhang Shangjing, I don't like sisters. I like young women. Only after getting everything done did Jiang Hao move his eyes to Li Kurson's body next to him. She wasn't in the same state of class as the others. Most students would take the opportunity to slack off and open a chat app or play a little web game. But this little nerd kept her eyes on the teacher. There are still relatively few information classes in Jiangcheng 4th Middle School, and a computer room is basically used by the entire school. Li Kurson listened so attentively to the teacher. It seems that there is very little practical foundation, but this is not also strange. Li Kurson's family is not very good. It is estimated that from a young age has not touched the keyboard a few times. To come to the school of this shabby computer room, maybe it is all to see the world. Do you understand the next process? Jiang Hao asked. How is it that the hearing test training will be done later? and I am afraid that she will not be able to operate in a hurry. Li Kuxin just nodded her head gently, but her eyes were still glued to the teacher. Jiang Hao smiled and shook his head, then asked, "So do you have QQ?" Li Kuxin gently shook her head. Jiang Hao knew that Li Kurson had a cell phone because sometimes she would text herself in the middle of the night, but this time of year it's not sure she has a smarter cell phone, the kind with a screen and internet access. "I'll sign you up for one then." Jiang Hao exited his account and helped Li Kurson register a QQ number in a few minutes, then tore open a page of his English book and wrote on it. Then she handed it to Li Kurson. "This is the account number and password. Now QQ, do you have a name you want to use?" Li Kurson finished reading the paper and shook her head, then asked, "Why is the password your birthday?" Jiang Hao was stunned. "You still remember my birthday?" The password for his current QQ number is his own phone number, because of which he was able to log on to this long inactive QQ. The reason for helping Li Kurson set up QQ is because he wanted to make it easy and quick, so he wrote his birthday. I remember everything. And your sign? It's Gemini. The cell phone number is 888. Li Kuxin nodded her head and said, "My high school cell phone number was given to me by my old mother and put on my phone. I don't even remember it." Inwardly he thought silently, then he nodded his head and said, "It's good to remember. I'm just afraid that you forgot my birthday. I'm waiting for my birthday present." "No, won't forget." Upon hearing this, Li Kuxin buried her head and added in a thin, mosquito fly voice, "Never." Jiang Hao nodded and asked again, "Since I don't know the name, let me help you think of one. What animal do you like?" "Cat," Li Kurson said without hesitation. "Is there anything you want to do?" "Want. You." Li Kurson's small face flushed, and that last word almost came out of her mouth, as it was a subconscious reaction. The first thing that came to mind was the image of Jiang Hao always bullying herself lately. "Thinking of my mother-in-law." In the end, after almost revealing herself, Li Kuxin immediately made an excuse. Jiang Hao sniffed and shook his head. "Isn't mother-in-law available after school?" And then asked, "What's in the house?" "The alley." Jiang Hao thought for a moment, and then simply wrote the words "cat alley girl" on the paper. "How about this?" He followed the little nerd's advice. Li Kuxin nodded. It seemed like she was a little orange cat herself, being bullied and fiddled with by Jiang Hao every day. "Then add my QQ friend first. Later you can send messages to me here. No need to send text messages. The message fee is very expensive. The internet fee won't cost much. Even if you go to an internet cafe for $3 you can chat for an hour." In this way, Li Kurson became Jiang Hao's first good friend. QQ friends. Riverview, smile emoji. He sent a message to Li Kurson. Li Kurson logged into QQ on her own computer, saw the message and couldn't help but her cheeks reddened again, and asked, "Remarks. Remarks. 4. Why husband?" Jiang Hao turned an eyebrow and asked, "You know about this docket thing too?" Li Kurson knew, of course, that her small cell phone with numeric keys only had Jiang Hao's number, and every day when she missed him, she looked at the contacts and fumed. After reading for a long time, she realized that she could change the note to the contact person, and now in her little Nokia, the note to Jiang Hao was "Jiang Big Bad Egg." However, Li Kurson didn't answer this question, but continued to shyly say, "Change it to badass." Jiang Hao saw the situation, shook his head. "So as to be, my QQ name is called husband, cannot change, and in QQ to change the note is to apply for the system audit. Very troublesome." Li Kuxin pursed her lips, her expression somewhat aggrieved, although she didn't know if what Jiang Hao said was true. It was the first time she herself logged into QQ on a computer, and she didn't understand a lot of things, in which case, it's just, let him be his husband first on QQ. P.S. Please catch up on the latest chapters. T to the power of T. Chapter 21, Being Bullied Hard. Because it was the last class, because it was already dismissal time when I got back to my classroom. However, Jiang Hao failed in the training of English speaking and listening just now. Another 100 more to memorize? We haven't finished memorizing yesterday's yet. In the class, Jiang Hao was alarmed because he had just flunked oral English and was strongly urged by the little nerd to increase his memorization. Not much at all. Tomorrow is the weekend. I won't check until Monday. Li Kuxin's two slender jade arms were crossed, serious and somewhat cute, especially her small head, which still had a baby patch for cooling, looked stupid and silly despite her serious attitude. In fact, even if the English is not good, Jiang Hao is also sure that he can get into the first class, but nay, the little nerd will not believe it. Looking at this young girl, Jiang Hao was a little bitter. He really hated English. Can it be 100? I'm busy on weekends. Jiang Hao began to bargain. Li Kuxin puffed up one side of her little face. Are you going to go out and run around again? You promised me that I would study hard. No. Jiang Hao waved his hand to deny it, but he couldn't say it for a while. The weekend was mostly spent instructing those little brothers in the warming number thing. Those boys are just starting out and it's definitely not going to be that familiar. Leading and demonstrating is important, they master it quickly, and subsequently you can hand it over completely to them yourself and then be a handful. Just 150. No less. This time, Lee Kurson insisted on not giving Jiang Hao any leeway, her face serious. However, because she was a bit of a dork, she always felt naive even when she was serious. In fact, Jiang Hao was so spoiled for the young girl that as long as she insisted again and again, nothing could be refused. Seeing the young girl's stubborn little face, he finally sighed and agreed, alright. Immediately afterward, Jiang Hao, who was about to study properly, was suddenly called out by Chen Goen, pulled into the hallway for a lecture. The reason for this is that, during the English listening test, he used other functions without authorization and was caught by the teacher at the main computer desk. But since the information teacher had some concerns about Jiang Hao, he had to tell Chen Goen what happened. But if it were before, Chen Goen probably wouldn't have cared. After all, Jiang Hao was once that kind of student. However, this time was different. Jiang Hao had promised him 2 days ago to take his studies seriously. So this time, when he was complained by the subject teacher, plus the fact that his grades were still failing, it directly made Chen Goen question Jiang Hao's mentality of studying seriously. Hereby, he came to ask questions. Teacher, I'll never do it again. I swear, and I'll pass next time. No, don't tell my mom. There's no need for a teacher. Not next time. I swear, teacher. I swear. Jiang Hao couldn't do anything about it, because he did like to desert in subjects that had English in them, and now that he had been singled out, he could only bury his head in apology and admit his mistake. And this scene, Lee Kurson saw clearly. Plus it is now the end of school time. Most of the students have left the classroom. A lot of quiet. So the conversation in the corridor is big. It was the first time the young girl had seen Jiang Hao speak to her teacher with such a gesture, admitting his mistake like a small child. He didn't used to be like that. He used to be bad and would only talk back to his teachers. But now, it seems like he's starting to turn out to be a good guy. Seeing this good man who likes to bully himself being counted down, Lee Kurson doesn't know why the corner of her mouth can't be controlled to raise. It should be based on a kind of fierce bully was taught a lesson psychology. Feel a little relieved. Laughing at me? Jiang Hao eventually explained to Chen Goen and was let in. But being counted out was never fun, because originally, many people in the class secretly cut the interface, and even have a game. He himself just opened a QQ was named. Now the little ninny was gloating and sneering at herself. For a while, the resentment grew. No. When Lee Kurson saw Jiang Hao come in, he collected the amplitude of his mouth and pretended to shake his head. Seeing this, Jiang Hao directly pushed the young girl to her seat, then sat on her butt and looked at her fiercely. I was scolded for helping you register QQ. The little nerd's mouth still hadn't quite pressed down at this point, and he continued to shake his head, saying, No, I was thinking of happy things. At those words, Jiang Hao directly pressed one hand on the wall, snapped, and directly walloped the young girl. I don't care. Now that I'm being scolded and very unhappy, this has something to do with you. You have to compensate me. Seeing Jiang Hao's action, Lee Kurson knew that he was slightly angry. She was starting to feel a bit complacent, because although Jiang Hao had turned out to be a good guy, but was a good guy who liked to bully himself. This way, it's a sheep in a tiger's mouth. Gradually, being oppressed by Jiang Hao, her little heart began to thump, and the situation was somewhat bipolar. So, then what compensation do you want? Li Kuxian buried her small head. Jiang Hao brought his face over, less than 10 centimeters away from Lee Kurson's small face. It's simple. Give me a kiss in advance. Kiss. Li Kuxian raised her head violently, her face as red as a peach blossom, her scarlet red spreading to the root of her neck. No. The young girl waved her hand and refused repeatedly. Jiang Hao got angry. It was really scary. Her panicked mind was floating in the scene of being bullied. She used her hand to block her small face, but Jiang Hao ruthlessly took her hand away. She couldn't resist. She started to desperately shake her head, and again, she was controlled by one of his hands and then the back of her neck, controlling her small head, and finally, Jiang Hao directly bent down his body, and the two lips were together. You can't bully me like this. Lee Kurson's heartbeat accelerated as she placed her hands on her chest and looked at Jiang Hao aggressively. Now she seemed all cut off from the outside world, only able to feel the boy's hot nostrils and her own heartbeat. And from Jiang Hao's side it seemed that inside he actually wanted to laugh a little. Being criticized by Chen Goen, some upset was true, but seeing that the little ninny even dared to laugh at herself, she was just unbalanced inside and wanted to put on a show to scare her. Told you to laugh at me. I'm a bad student anyway, so I'm not afraid of being seen bullying you. Jiang Hao deliberately added another sentence. No. She closed her eyes and shook her little head like a little rattle, her heartbeat almost reaching its limit. her earlobes starting to heat up and her whole body going limp. Finished, it's over. This time, going to be bullied hard. Now that he's pinned down, he can't even run away if he wants to. For a moment the young girl's body tensed to the point of trembling slightly, with a hint of helplessness, ready to accept that outcome. Since she was a child, it was clear that she hadn't tried it before, and this time she was going to have that kind of thing with Jiang Hao. This villain, what an abomination. Chapter 22, Going Home With You Every Day. The young girl finally simply stopped resisting and stayed still in her seat, her two small hands tightly placed on her chest and her eyes closed. Pop! The next moment, a crisp voice rang out. The scene of lips meeting didn't happen though, just the boy's other hand, bouncing heavily on the girl's small head. Li Kuxian subconsciously covered her forehead with her small hand, but because of the baby patch, she didn't feel much pain. Humph, let you laugh at me. Jiang Hao put away his fierce expression and saw Li Kuxian's nervous appearance, and turned to laugh triumphantly. Li Kursin opened her eyes, tears glistening, her eyes very aggrieved. Not really a kiss, turns out the boy was pretending to be mean. For a moment she pursed her lips, relieved, but also, I don't know why, but there seems to be an inexplicable sense of loss. You're bad, Li Kuxian said. Ha? Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows and buried his head again. What, do you really want me to give you a kiss? Only, not at all. Li Kuxian immediately turned her little head away, stretching out her two little hands and pushing Jiang Hao's body away. But since the young girl didn't have much strength at all, she couldn't push the bully at all. Her two small hands were propped up in front of Jiang Hao's chest, and she very strongly felt a warmth and a powerful heartbeat. Humph, it won't happen again. Although he couldn't push, Jiang Hao's body couldn't move forward any further, and the young girl's small hand stretched out straight, jamming into his position. I'm afraid the force will hurt her. Soon, the jostling was over, and the two were squarely in their places. Nikki's cheeks still a little hot. Having just been molested by Jiang Hao, she almost had to think that her innocence was going to be lost. As for Jiang Hao, although he turned around to study, his face was still smiling, and every now and then he glanced at Li Kuxian in triumph, taking a small revenge on the young girl. Get off, class is over. Why haven't you gone home yet? Finally, as more and more time passed, Li Kuxian realized the problem and timidly turned her head to ask. It had been almost an hour since school ended now, and with tomorrow being a weekend, Jiang Hao should be running fast under the circumstances. It can't be helped. Just now old Chen scolded me, saying that he made me fail the exam. Jiang Hao propped his chin on Li Kuxian's position, his line of sight just able to squint at her. In the future, you can only study for an extra hour during school hours as well, to consolidate your knowledge. Oh, Li Kuxian responded with an inward movement. In fact, Jiang Hao is good like this. Anyway, the exams are coming soon. It's not bad for him to spend more effort on studying like this. How nice, Li Kuxian. From now on I can accompany you home every day. Our homes just happen to still be on the same route. Jiang Hao's eyebrows twitched and the corners of his mouth lifted. In fact, not exactly. The direction of the two families' homes and the school was similar to a triangular diagram, and if they went to Li Kursin's home from the school after school, the distance in the direction of their own homes increased. But the girl didn't know that she hadn't officially been to Jiang Hao's house in her current time as a junior in high school. At those words, Li Kuxian's watery eyes blinked. And she could return home together in the future? Every day. The little face blushed, and inwardly, the young girl was shy and didn't know how to answer. However, the pounding of her heart couldn't hide her excitement and joy over the matter. Around 7 o'clock, Jiang Hao delivered Li Kursin safely to that small alleyway on time. One of them could be seen from a distance, a stooped old woman waiting for Li Kursin to come home at the end of the hall. However, it was inappropriate to go in and disturb at that time, so Jiang Hao didn't follow the girl in to say hello to the old lady and ask for a drink of water, and directly turned around and went home. On the way back, he happened to see a styling store newly opened, the decoration made quite grand. So in the spirit of a man in his clothes and a horse in his saddle, I thought about changing my demeanor again. Just going to go in and get a haircut just as my hair is getting long. As soon as he entered the store, Jiang Hao said to one of the Tony teachers inside, do you know about the American front spike? This newly opened Tony teacher looks like it has not yet been in line with the new era, dryly saying that it is not clear what Jiang Hao is talking about hairstyles. To fit the school rules for high school students' hair in the present day, there are no more than the following hairstyles. Flat head, just like the soldier boy kind. Square head, with flat and angular. 4 flat. Then there's the slightly shorter pot head, the kind of hair that can still be adjusted. And when you shave it, it turns into a slanty bangs and a little killjoy. But coming all the way over here, Jiang Hao wouldn't not cut it, and said directly, then thin it in the center and cut it shorter on both sides. Soon, with a specific description of what was required, Mr. Tony knew how to proceed. In about 10 minutes or so, A masculine and handsome hairstyle was cut straight away, setting off Jiang Hao's appearance even more clean and handsome, and his overall temperament rose by a notch. And the barber looked at Jiang Hao in front of the mirror was also very surprised. This student has a full body, white skin, and with such a hairstyle, it's as if the seal was lifted off into a schoolboy level handsome. This is what I cut out. Mr. Tony looked at his hand somewhat incredulously. This is too handsome. In fact, after being reborn, Jiang Hao's original mild myopia disappeared, and his skin became fairer, and his body, which was slightly muscular, became fuller. In his last life himself, in his senior year of high school, he was a rebellious teenager with angled bangs and hair so long that it almost covered his eyes. At the moment it felt so different from the person he once remembered, as if he wasn't even the same person, but he also knew that he wasn't bad at the bottom, that there was something that he once lacked. That's confidence. In this way what affects the overall character and temperament is changing, and with external factors, a person can undergo a metamorphosis simply by changing into a novel getup. Self-confidence makes one masculine and strong, and, now that the mind has matured, the same kind of thing is lost at that age. That's confusing. Having lived a new life, not only do you see through many things, but you also have an inner plan and goal, with something to strive for and something to pursue. A person will climb upward with full desire to inspire his or her limits. Mr. Tony, $20, keep the change. Jiang Hao looked at himself in the mirror. More and more feel that the future can be expected. A good wife can be sought, boldly and horizontally from the pocket out of $20, and then directly out of the styling store. Teacher Tony was immersed in Jiang Hao's back. This teenager's temperament was just too good. Under his forehead was a pair of narrow and deep eyes, like deep, bottomless pools, but with endless arrogance, as if everything in the world could not enter his eyes, combined with a high nose and face frame, and a masculine haircut. It's simply arrogant. Then Mr. Tony's inner relief was to state that it was simply wonderful that his first customer was him. Jiang Hao walked away before Mr. Tony was ready to collect the bills on the table, but suddenly his face changed drastically. Nope, the new business opening offer is $30. Chapter 23, Stopping Li Curson. On the other hand, Jiang Hao quickly returned home. In his last life, he was an old customer of that barber store, and when he returned to Jiangcheng on vacation from work, he often came to that styling store to get his haircut, and at that time, a single cut was $18. But he remembers the store getting off to a lukewarm start when it first opened, and it took about 2 or 3 years before it slowly grew. But of course Jiang Hao didn't think much of it. He would patronize it often in the future anyway, and when he just got home today, he just happened to see his old man Jiang Yumin sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. Jiang Yumin is the same age as his elderly mother, Li Huiwan, 43, and he is the deputy director of the grassroots street office. It's actually a very busy job, and pretty much everything in the precinct can be thrust upon him. The job is also varied and cumbersome, and there is a lot of socializing, as well as a person who is often away from home. Back, Jiang Yumin heard the door open and looked back to see Jiang Hao coming home from school. Yes, Dad. Jiang Hao saw his father for the first time in his rebirth, and he was actually excited inside, but didn't show it. The old father and mother were not of the same character. He was of the stoic and majestic kind, and it would be too much of a violation to rush over and give him a hug right now. Jiang Yumin nodded, and his eyes couldn't help but look at Jiang Hao twice more. Suddenly, he realized that his son had really changed a lot. His behavior, his face and demeanor, all of them had changed greatly. At first, his wife, Li Huiwan, called and told him that his son had become very understanding and well-behaved in the past few days, and he didn't believe her. Now that he looked at it, Jiang Hao even seemed to be permeated with a mature and stable temperament. It's nothing like the old rebellious look. Li Huiwan also happened to be in the kitchen at this time with a plate of food out. Just happened to bump into Jiang Hao, who had cut his new hair. Couldn't help but be surprised. Bunny, you cut your hair. How do you look a little uncomfortable? But it seems to be a lot more handsome than before. At this moment, Jiang Yumin, who was as cold as ice, couldn't help but nod his head. But then he felt that the kind of change in Jiang Hao's temperament and demeanor was definitely not all because of his appearance. So he asked, has anything happened at school lately? Jiang Hao came into the living room, put his book bag on the sofa, shook his head and said, nothing, it's just that the homeroom teacher reminded to study hard. The college entrance exam will be coming up. Sprinting time period. What? You're starting to study seriously now? Jiang Yumin closed the newspaper. Yeah, it's time to turn back. We can't just muddle through and be a wreck and then still lose your faces. Jiang Hao smiled and said, the old father used to rarely come home and spent most of his own time with his old mother. Having less of a father's love, coupled with the fact that at one time his old mother spoiled him, indirectly led to him becoming rebellious when he grew up. However, now that he had lived a long life, a lot of truths were naturally penetrated. so naturally he would not be so childish. Jiang Yumin was silent and looked at his son for a long time, but his old mother, Li Huiwan, didn't care when she heard that her son had changed so much. As long as he gets better. Quickly, you two come and eat while chatting. You father and son have not seen each other for a long time, she said smilingly. Thus, the picture of a happy family was once again screened in front of Jiang Hao. Dinner was long overdue with no arguments. It was all about the togetherness of greeting and caring for each other. Jiang Yumin drank a little wine, his face slightly smoky. How? The first model is next week, right? Song Zhuomin took a sip from his small wine glass. Li Huiwan glared at Jiang Yumin. The son has not finished his meal. What's the hurry to say this? As a matter of fact, Jiang Hao's previous grades were so poor that his old father would often advise him when he came home to study and behave well, not to be like an invalid. When words like these are spoken, it is easy for a child like Jiang Hao, who has high self-esteem, to get into an argument. Jiang Yumin put his wine glass down, not caring that much, and faintly said, I'm concerned about him. Jiang Hao smiled. He certainly wouldn't feel anything wrong with his old father's behavior. He should be beaten and scolded. Once he was indeed a jerk. Yes, from Wednesday through Friday. Jiang Yumin nodded and said, actually, I have always felt, I only have one son, you. I don't want you to be brilliant. I just want you to grow up peacefully. Plainness is also a blessing. For the first time in a long time, my father opened his mouth without so much as a sharp word, but instead spoke a word buried in his heart. Not only Jiang Hao froze, but his old mother, Li Huiwan as well, felt that today Jiang Yumin was completely different from before as well. However, Jiang Hao could more or less guess it with a sourness in his heart. Father outside the identity is not low. Everyone shouted him a director. Plus itself is also the kind of soft food. So back home to see his son so asshole, education and completely not listened to, extremely bad attitude. It is natural to become that kind of serious attitude. And today one has changed and treats one's family with the most basic respect and admiration. The old father, relieved, manifested a genuine, Dad. Jiang Hao was a little choked up. I was once unintelligent. You guys take it easy. Jiang Yumin froze, his eyes flowed, and then nodded his head and took another sip of wine. It's good to know your mistakes and be able to change them. As long as you're willing to work hard, it's never too late. Jiang Hao nodded his head desperately, barely able to hold back the tears and let them fall. And I hope you can seriously seek progress on the road of learning. Although the grades are not good, but still have to do well, and strive for continuous progress. You do not have to compare with others. Compare with yourself. Everything as long as you try your best on the line. Jiang Yumin's rare ramblings and tight grip on his wine glass are the expectations he has buried in his heart for his son. Such words, Jiang Hao, who was once at this age, would surely only feel annoyed and would not be able to listen to them at all. Now that his mind and thoughts were different from what they once were, it felt heartbreaking to listen to his father's expectations and yearnings. My father had actually always loved him deeply and wanted to be better, but being young and foolish, he hadn't been able to give him any real pride. Dad, this exam, I'll definitely improve. Jiang Hao was very serious. Jiang Yumin nodded, his somewhat cloudy eyes beginning to light up a bit. The son's firm tone of voice, this moment was completely no longer the muddled Jiang Hao that he once was. Good, just work hard. Cheers. Jiang Yumin smiled softly, picked up the wine glass and filled it for himself, drinking it all in one go. Dad, give me a cup too. I'll toast you. Jiang Hao directly handed over the bowl he had finished eating. Jiang Yumin was stunned, but finally took the bowl with a smile and poured him half a bowl of wine. Li Huiwan frowned at the side. The child is still young. You pour so much for him. Jiang Yumin shook his head. Not small anymore. All grown up. Dad. Jiang Hao raised his glass and clinked it with Jiang Yumin, while drinking it all in one go. Feeling his father's love, Jiang Hao immediately found a reason to go out and head to the internet cafe with tears in his eyes after finishing his meal. Upon arriving at the familiar box, Lu Wei and the yellow-haired little brothers were waiting for him. They are preparing for a big fight. Of course, not playing games, just starting to teach them about operating the War Master. However, we are all young people and a detailed set of processes is taught in no time. After a couple of elaborate demonstrations, he said to a couple of the guys, that's about it. You guys do a good job and you'll see the money soon. Although the methods and channels are what I found for you, you're the ones who do the work. So we split it 37, you 7, and I'm only splitting it 30 for the channels I'm helping you contact behind the scenes to trade goods. Oh, no problem. This is pretty fun. We'll come as soon as school is out for vacation and do it with absolute heart. It only took about 2 hours to completely give them the essence and the task. Jiang Hao was satisfied, then left the internet cafe ready to go home. The game was not dipped at all. On the way, he planned that he wouldn't take the 70 to 30% directly for the first month. Instead, use it to open a studio and give them a better working environment. Since the warming number is only a short-term thing, it's not much of a drain to just go rent a cheap store and whip up a bunch of low-quality computers. Get them a better working environment and big bucks. No worries about motivation. It's only really a matter of starting a business as an adult, before entering college, taking your time, not rushing, and just getting the first bucket of money and getting liquid cash. It's almost 11 o'clock now, and this side of the pedestrian street is still bustling with activity. Everyone is well dressed, and the laughter lingers in the ears. Jung-ho looked at this brightly lit old capital-style street with a unique meaning. When he was almost out of this street, he suddenly saw a cake store at the very end. Sissy's Cake Shop. There was also a staff member at the entrance moving and unloading goods quickly, although the goods were not too big or heavy, but her movements were light, gently holding and placing them in a very efficient manner. When Jung-ho approached the past, he realized that the staff member was a girl who was about to come out to carry the last item on the floor into the store. However, when Jung-ho took a closer look at her, he also stood still for a moment. The girl in front of her was wearing long sleeves and long pants, a mask, a short ponytail, and a subtle bead of sweat emerging from her forehead. The girl in the middle of her work, too, was about to finish moving a batch of goods, and as soon as she exited the store, she met Jung-ho's line of sight. Instantly, I was stunned in place. Her originally calm eyes suddenly became flustered, and her eyes began to become evasive, not daring to look directly at her. And then she hurriedly lowered her head and took a few panicked steps forward, picking up a box of materials from the floor and turning anxiously toward the store. Liku Xin. Wait for me. Chapter 24. It's hard on the mother-in-law. Upon hearing Jung-ho's shout, Lee Kerson's body stiffened slightly, and her footsteps subconsciously paused. Her heart beat steeply faster, and the box in her hand seemed to grow heavy, strangling her fingers slightly. See me and run. You turn around and look at me. Jung-ho spoke again, his eyebrows beginning to furrow. The young girl hesitated for a moment, her body slowly turning around, and then habitually burying her small head again, her eyes staring at the ground, not daring to raise them to look at Jung-ho. The familiar movements and demeanor were indeed undoubtedly Lee Kerson, and although she was wearing a uniform and a mask that wrapped her up tightly, Jung-ho still recognized her at a glance. Why are you out so late? Jung-ho's tone was serious. The young girl's home was at least several kilometers away from here, and now she was actually seen in appearing here. I'll finish my work, and we'll go back. Lee Kerson's voice carried a hint of trembling, desperately trying to hide the ups and downs of her heart. Jung-ho knew that Lee Kerson's family was not well off, and it was not surprising that she found some part-time jobs in her spare time to earn some money and ease the burden of her mother-in-law a little. But now this work time is too late, and the distance is very far. A delicate girl running a part-time job in the middle of the night. What if there is an accident? Who else could be at ease? Do you come here to work Monday through Friday as well? Jung-ho frowned. This question caused Lee Kuxin to freeze for a moment, and she slowly raised her head just in time to see Jung-ho's cold, terrifying eyes. The young girl never lied though, and after pursing her lips, she nodded. Seeing this, Jung-ho took a deep breath and his eyelids fluttered. No wonder you caught a cold today. I'm sure. Yesterday, in the pouring rain, this little cutie came here to work too. Lee Kerson lowered her head and didn't say anything, carrying the goods in her hands, and didn't dare to return to the store first. Xin. How did you? At this time, seeing that Lee Kerson had not returned to the store, a young woman came out from inside the cake store, dressed not in work clothes but in private clothes. She was asking why Lee Kerson was gawking when she noticed a teenager standing in front of the young girl. As soon as the woman froze, she realized that the teenager's face was cold and serious, with a hint of apprehension in his eyes. At this moment, Jung-ho also turned his sight and gazed at the woman, his eyes changing, not friendly and with an inexplicable chill. Family? The woman looked puzzled. Could it be that Lee Kerson's brother had seen her staying out too late and had purposely looked for her? She didn't want to be approached for trouble. She was just offering the opportunity to work for some students from struggling families. Coming to Lee Kerson's side, she tentatively asked, Kerson, what is this? Lee Kuxian raised her head slightly and realized that the store manager had come out, then whispered, he's my classmate. Classmates. The woman nodded. So it wasn't family. She looked at Jung-ho again and asked, this student, you came here, is there something you want? Jung-ho didn't answer the question but asked, can I talk to Lee Kuxian alone? It won't take long. The woman froze and looked back at Lakosha. Lee Kuxian buried her little head, feeling that Jung-ho was angry, but still nodded. Then the woman took the goods from Lee Kerson's hand and said, okay, then call if you need anything. Kerson. The woman quickly turned around and headed back to the store, and kept looking towards the outside as she went in to place her goods on the register. It always felt like Jung-ho's relationship with Lee Kerson wasn't too ordinary, and the godly expression on his face seemed to care about Lee Kerson. You come with me. Jiang Hao said to Li Kerson when he saw the woman go in, then turned around and walked in a direction. Li Kerson looked at the back of Jiang Hao who was leaving, pursed her lips, then obediently followed. The two quickly walked out of the pedestrian street and into a nearby cultural park, where Jiang Hao sat down on a bench that was brightly lit. Looking at the two little nerds with their little hands tangled together, Jiang Hao signaled her to sit down as well. At this moment, Li Kerson was like an obedient little rabbit, doing what she said and not daring to resist, sitting down obediently. Only, she was very nervous now, burying her little head, her two little hands clenched tightly, not even daring to look at Jiang Hao's eyes. What time to what time in the evening is a part-time job usually? Jiang Hao turned his head to ask, to get a clear picture. Usually, 10 to 1 in the morning. Li Kuxian replied in a small voice. At those words, Jiang Hao was about to be infuriated. 2 in the morning? Is there really no fear of encountering danger that late at night? She was clearly the most afraid of the dark. How can you get enough rest when you study hard all day and work so late at night? How can your body cope, working outside part-time that late? Does mother-in-law know about it? Jiang Hao's tone was a bit icy. Li Kerson's small pink fist pressed against her thigh as she lowered her head and said, she sleeps. The time. I sneaked, ran out. Jiang Hao looked back and slightly closed his eyes. His thoughts were intertwined. He was really heartbroken and angry. Li Kerson, it's almost the college entrance exam. The study task itself is heavy. You do these part-time jobs, every night when you get home it's early in the morning, and the next day you have to go to school. How can your body withstand it for a long time? Jiang Hao issued a question. Li Kuxian buried her head, unable to retort, like a baby who had done something wrong. A part-time job is nothing really, but it needs to be scheduled at a reasonable time. But the way you are. Next week, boss flower. Let me go after school. Evening. Come home at 9 in the evening. Li Kuxian immediately replied. Tell Granny? Jiang Hao opened his eyes and turned his head to ask. Li Kuxian deflated her small mouth. I told her. Studying at school. Let her not worry. So lie and be a liar. When these words came out, Li Kuxian's eyes instantly reddened, and instead of retorting, she buried her head deeper. Jiang Hao sighed. I'm sure my mother-in-law would be angry if she knew that you traveled so far out to work part-time every day. No, don't. Tell her. Please. Li Kuxian raised her head violently, her small hand clutching Jiang Hao's arm, fearing that the teenager was going to tell on her, because she was so excited. Tears ran down the corners of her eyes all at once. Jiang Hao looked at the young girl, very helpless, and at the same time a stabbing pain in the heart. The most cannot see Li Kerson cry. Tearful eyes. Pitiful. A cry as if the whole world is wrong. Instantly, his icy expression softened, lifting his right hand and wiping the girl's tears. But I think that you should communicate with your mother-in-law. She definitely doesn't want you to cheat on her. The girl's tears kept rolling down like broken beads. Milk. Granny is not willing. I do such things. Granny wants to put me at ease. Study every day. She works very hard, knitting sweaters, washing dishes, pick up bottles, raising chickens and ducks, to pay for my go to college. Chapter 25. In that case, I'm going to take advantage of people's danger. Jiang Hao sniffed and was briefly silent. The little nerd has only one family member left, her mother-in-law, and depending on each other, she surely doesn't want the other to worry more. And I'm afraid that if I were in his place, I would have done the same thing in such a situation. Jiang Hao took out tissue paper from his pocket and helped Li Kerson wipe her tears, calming her down. I know you feel sorry for your mother-in-law, but Kuxian, it's not a good idea to keep it a secret from her. Mother-in-law is also a reasonable person. As long as you don't interfere with your studies and communicate well, she should agree. Li Kerson's small face was spent from crying. Tears were still slowly flowing, and when she heard Jiang Hao's words, she was slightly silent for a moment. Is the mother-in-law reasonable? Of course it is. No doubt about it. However, although my mother-in-law is a reasonable person, she is actually very stubborn about a lot of things when it comes to her. She always wanted to study hard and hoped she would get into a good college. I hope I find a good job and I hope I find a good husband. Finally leave this little alley and live happily ever after. So, my mother-in-law always said not to worry about money. Get down and learn. She'll fix it. My mother-in-law gave almost everything she had in this matter of being kind to herself. So much so, that with such high expectations and dedication from my mother-in-law, it's the self-testing that I don't want to make her worry about anything because of anything else. Jiang Hao sighed and added, I won't force you to choose either. If you think it's better not to tell your mother-in-law, I'll support you. But, Kuxian, many times, when you pay for each other's sake, you should also communicate more. Li Kuxian sniffed and pursed her lips, only to feel her nose turn sour and her heart begin to tangle. Jiang Hao actually has a point. A lot of things communicate and understand each other in order to avoid more worries. And it's lying to keep hiding it from your mother-in-law and doing something else in the name of studying. It's just cheating on your mother-in-law. Granny, hate liars. Himself. After some time of silence, the young girl gradually calmed down and the tears stopped flowing down her face. Seeing the young girl's emotions stabilized, Jiang Hao then rubbed her face and said with a smile, "Well, no matter what, from today onwards, I'll be responsible for sending you home. You scared of the dark, no one to accompany you, surely walking in a hurry." He also doesn't interfere with these decisions of the girl, the choice is hers. He had said what he needed to say about the matter's advice, and next, it was up to the little nerd himself to face it. Li Kuxian sniffed and looked up blankly, waving her hand repeatedly. "It's very late." "No, don't." Jiang Hao gently flicked the young girl's forehead. "It's fine, I'm just going to be in the neighborhood during this time, do some things." After sending the young girl back to the cake store, the employees of the store knew that the young girl had cried when they saw Li Kursan's red eyes. "Is everything okay, Shin?" Jiang Hao and Li Kursan had just entered the store when the woman who had just come up and asked with concern. "It's okay, Boss Flower." Li Kuxian shook her head to signal that she was fine. "Why are you crying?" "I'm fine." Li Kursan didn't say much, wiping the corners of her eyes and heading towards the back kitchen of the store. At this time, the woman frowned and looked at Jiang Hao. Could it be that this kid was bullying Li Kuxian? Coincidentally, that's when Jiang Hao walked toward her and asked, "Boss, how much salary does Li Kursan get for coming here to work for 3 hours a day?" The woman froze, then said with a bad look on her face, $50. What's up? Jiang Hao nodded. Part-time job $50 for 3 hours. The target is a student. This boss is also generous enough. It's just a shame that the woman can't afford it and the store, which is a good size and location, can't function yet. Can you add a contact? Maybe we can have a chat, Jiang Hao said. The woman froze and looked at Jiang Hao with some suspicion. The teenager in front of me was just a student. What did he need the contact information of a cake store owner for? Jiang Hao smiled. It's mainly about Li Kursan. She's working here alone. There has to be someone to contact. It'll be safer. No? The woman mused. And it was true. From what she knew of Li Kuxian's family, it was still difficult, and now it seemed that they were only dependent on their mother-in-law, and many of their family members didn't care about them. It wasn't like the girl had told the old lady about the part-time job, so it would indeed be safer and easier to have a middle contact. Then why did you just bully her? She seemed to be crying. The woman questioned at this point. Jiang Hao sighed. Family matters. The woman froze. Then her face eased. So it was a family matter. She didn't doubt it, because Li Kursan's family situation was already complicated. But, what's the relationship between this kid in front of me and Li Kursan? Aren't both underage? How do you know each other so well? After thinking for a moment, the woman took out a business card and handed it to Jiang Hao. Name, phone number, QQ. It's all on there. Then out of curiosity, she asked, "You and her are just classmates?" Jiang Hao took it and looked at the information on it, knowing that the woman was called Li Huahua and various other information, then slowly said, "I should be her future husband, right? Li Kursan." Because she was worried that Jiang Hao would be affected if she went back too late, asked the female boss to go back early, so she could not be paid for today's work. Li Huahua of course disagreed and directly stuffed a green Mao grandpa into her pocket before letting the girl go. Just like this, Jiang Hao and Li Kursan walked side by side in the night, heading towards home. On the somewhat dark road, Li Kursan clung onto Jiang Hao's coat, afraid of losing him. At this time, Jiang Hao turned around and teased, "Li Kursan, I think you're actually not afraid of the dark. In order to go to a part-time job, a few kilometers of night road you dared to walk alone." Li Kuxian was aggrieved and murmured, "No, it's not the same. With you around, I'll just follow obediently, so I won't have to remember these 7 dark roads." Jiang Hao smiled. "Then want to hold hands?" Li Kursan was startled. The hand that grabbed the corner of Jiang Hao's coat was put down. Holding hands was something only done when they were talking about friends. They hadn't talked about it yet. We are friends. No way. Li Kuxian buried her little head. The corner of Jiang Hao's mouth lifted. "Then don't be a friend. Be a wife." No. Li Kuxian's little head shook like a rattle drum. "Now. No. Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows. "Oh, later?" No. Jiang Hao glanced at his mouth. "So what? In the future you won't get married and become a nun." Li Kuxian pursed her lips. "Even if we talk about friends in the future, I still need my mother-in-law to meet them. Only then. Then I can go with you now to see my mother-in-law, and her old man will be absolutely satisfied to see me." Li Kuxian panicked. "Granny, sleeping. No, don't disturb her." Li Kursan. Jiang Hao's expression changed as he suddenly stopped and turned around to look down at the young girl. The young girl froze and looked up timidly at Jiang Hao. Did he? Angry? In that case, Jiang Hao revealed an evil smile. "You know it's dark and windy. No one can see what you're doing. P.S. Beg to see the latest chapter every day. W. Chapter 26. Seems like I think about him every day. By the time Jiang Hao returned home, the time was almost 12 o'clock. Jiang Hao whistled, the whole person fast and furious, recalling the pleasure he had just felt. He took out his key and opened the door, took off his shoes, and just as he turned on the light he found his elderly mother standing over him. He didn't even have time to be shocked when his old mother attacked him directly with one hand and grabbed him by the ear. AI. Mom, it hurts. This sudden blow, as fast as lightning, hurt Jiang Hao howling. You brat, look what you've done. Old mother Li Huiwan said angrily. Mom, I went out, didn't smoke mosquitoes and drink cold water. Went out to see a classmate only. Jiang Hao was in pain, so late home. The old mother should be angry. Who knows? Li Huiwan did not care about this matter, but angrily, your cousin upstairs just went to the first year of junior high school. Some do not understand the topic, want to ask you. You say you and QQ answer is what mess? Jiang Hao froze, confused. The old muff was actually angry about something other than running out on her own? QQ, cousin, wait a minute. I like young women. Jiang Hao began to think back, and suddenly his eyes widened. Original. That friend request this afternoon was from a cousin? Recently your cousin just went to junior high school, is a little uncomfortable. Want to find a tutor, but did not find a suitable, and then want to make do with a little. First ask you to see if you understand. I did not expect you, this brat. I didn't expect this brat of yours to. Mom, this is a misunderstanding. Listen to my explanation. Jiang Hao wanted to cry. Decades apart, opened QQ. Who would have thought that the first to apply for a friend is his cousin? I don't listen. You brat. Ready to go to college and drift, is it? Tomorrow weekend. Also go to find a tutor for the cousin. Go help to understand. What? Tutoring? But I have something tomorrow. It's busy. You boys gonna go out and fool around again? No. Study. Learn. You're just wandering around when you go out there. You've been given the task. Think of it as an apology to the people. Jiang Hao really wanted to refuse. There's no talking about it. People's cousins' requirement now is not only to be proficient in junior high school knowledge, but also to have only girls. They must be scared by you. If you don't help with this favor, look at yourself as a human being. A small room with low-power electric lights on. The freshly showered Li Kurson was like a lotus flower, with her hair coiled, wearing a very loose white t-shirt and home shorts, and her face was so good that it was foul. The spacious neckline revealed a snow-white neck, and a pair of tight white legs were incomparably eye-catching. Sitting on the wooden bed, her clear, watery eyes were a little red and rhyming, biting her little red lips and looking closely at the information interface of the Nokia keypad. Just now Jiang Hao, surprisingly, he really held her hand, but it's just palms together. A very ordinary hand-holding. Now the words of Jiang Hao echoed in her mind. There are kinds of hand-holding, and it's not only talking about friends that you can hold hands. Ordinary friends, you can also hold hands, as long as you grab the hand and don't interlock your fingers. It's no problem. Gradually, the young girl couldn't stop her cheeks from rippling with red rhythms as she recalled that she had just been gripped tightly by a large, warm, strong hand. Taking advantage. The bad guy, Li Kurson murmured, and began to gently tap her fingers on the four words, Zhang de badass. The expression changed, squeezing out a hint of ferocity. A few moments passed before she turned off her phone and set it aside before her expression darkened and she lay back on her bed, lifting herself up onto her pillow. Now she wanted to send Jiang Hao a good night, but didn't dare to, because the 10-minute-long handholding just now had made her mind go blank and her heart seemed to be about to jump out of her chest. It's still not calmed down from the shower. The only person she confided in was this pink pillow on the wooden bed. Little Red. I feel like I've become strange. Like I don't hate Jiang Hao for bullying me. Li Kurson lifted this pillow, treating it like a small doll, beaming, her watery eyes looking at it innocently, as if she wanted to hear the answer. Then the young girl put the small pillow down again and cradled it in her arms, curling up on her side, her bewilderment shifting back to shyness at the thought of Jiang Hao's cheek, and his big warm hands. There were also the changes that had happened to Jiang Hao in the past few days, and for a while Li Kuxian only felt her little brain was a little hot, completely unsure of what this feeling was. Lately, it seems like he's on my mind every day. The young girl's originally bewildered emotions felt like they had been brushed by a gentle spring breeze, causing a shy blush to color her face once again, spreading from her cheeks all the way to the base of her ears. Finally, Li Kurson set up the pillows, then picked up the quilt and covered her entire body directly. Oops. No, I don't care. I'll hold it this time. Next time, I'll definitely ignore him next time. The young girl began to tell herself that if she just slept, she wouldn't have these strange thoughts. On Saturday, Jiang Hao spent the afternoon hanging out on the pedestrian street after going to the internet cafe to check on the progress and situation of his little brothers. Because I promised my elderly mother to show my cousin if there was a pitch for tutoring over here. Meanwhile, Coco Lee's part-time weekend job at the cake store is in the afternoon, again for 3 hours. So while hanging out on the walkway, it was also a good time to wait for Nerd to get off work and then take her home. At 4 o'clock, the sun began to set. After work, Lee Kerson walked out the door of the cake store, holding $50 in cash in her hand, full of joy. This was the fruit of her labor for the day. After rubbing her wrist, she was about to leave in the direction of her home when she heard a shout. Coco Lee. She looked up and realized that it was Jiang Hao who was waiting for her sitting a dozen meters to the right of the cake room. Jiang Hao. At the sight of the boy, the young girl's heartbeat slowly accelerated. She pursed her lips, then buried her head and came to him. Why are you here? Jiang Hao laughed. I said it yesterday. In the future, if you come to work part-time, I'll be responsible for sending you home. Responsible for sending you home safely. When the young girl heard this, her little face couldn't help but blush again, and her two little hands tangled for a moment before she said, then you, wait for me. After saying that, Li Kuxian trotted out towards a milk tea store in front of her. In about 5 minutes, 2 milk teas were brought back. She had 2 cups of milk tea in her hands, one large and one small, and at a glance you could tell they were large and small. The young girl came to Jiang Hao's side and carefully handed Jiang Hao the large cup of milk tea. Here. She had a feeling the boy had waited a long time and must be thirsty. Jiang Hao asked, bought it for me? The young girl buried her head but shyly nodded her little head. Seeing this, Jiang Hao stood up and snatched the small bottle over. I'll take the small one then. Chapter 27, Free is fine. Without waiting for Lee Kerson to react, Jiang Hao had already inserted a straw and started drinking, and the young girl could only look on flabbergasted. Jiang Hao knew what this little nymph had in mind, but he didn't want the young girl to commit herself with such kindness. In the future, if you have a small one of your own, you can just grab it, and when you're with yourself, you're not afraid that she won't buy an average one in the future. In 2 or 3 strokes, Jiang Hao finished the small bottle of milk tea, then said with a smile, not bad, very sweet. Who knows? The young girl's eyes blinked, then picked up the large bottle of milk tea again and asked, do you still want to drink it? Jiang Hao froze, then flicked Lee Kerson's head with his hand. You drink. On the way back, Jiang Hao and Lee Kerson walked slowly under the setting sun, their figures leaning closely together. The young girl who grabbed her milk tea and drank it, started to get nervous again for a moment, thinking that the boy would take her hand again, like he did yesterday. It's daytime now. It's very easy to be misunderstood if you get involved. In reality, Jiang Hao's attention wasn't on Li Kuxian right now. His vision kept his head on the street, his eyes scanning around like a searchlight, focusing on the advertising banners on some of the buildings. He didn't bother to help out with any tutoring connections, and if he saw an advertisement, he'd just tear it down and bring it back with him and call it a day. But as he walked, he suddenly thought of something, and his eyes turned to Li Kuxian next to him. The young girl buried her small head at this time, her 2 small hands grasping the milk tea and taking a sip every now and then. The tension was visible to the naked eye, but Jiang Hao didn't care about this. Looking the young girl up and down, his eyes suddenly lit up. Soon after, he asked, Lee Kerson, how many points did you score in the midterm? Li Kuxian froze and pursed her lips, wondering what Jiang Hao was doing asking about the midterm results. Thinking about it, he said, 554. Jiang Hao got up and thought, the full score of the Jiangcheng Middle School examination is 600 points. The little nerd test 554. That is very impressive. The absolute top level. He remembered that his mom had said yesterday that his sister-in-law could offer 200 an hour, which was a pretty good wage, and the cousin only needs weekend tutoring, only about 8 days a month. If she could tutor at her sister-in-law's, is the cake store's regular job, basically in the afternoon? Jiang Hao asked, feeling that there was a chance. Lee Kerson blinked, not knowing what Jiang Hao was up to, but said truthfully, yes. So you're free all morning hours on weekends, right? Li Kuxian felt more and more strange. Jiang Hao clapped his hands and said, my sister-in-law is looking for a tutor. Do you want to try? It's all weekend classes. Upon hearing this, Li Kuxian froze for a moment, then hastily refused. I'm not suitable. Her own character is very introverted and afraid of life. Grow so big to Jiang Hao remedial classes, change to such a big environment, afraid of their own do not do well. It's okay, the 2T is a girl. A first year. Very nice to be around. She's my cousin. I can't. Li Kuxian still felt that she couldn't. Seeing this, Jiang Hao continued. My cousin is especially well behaved and understanding. Absolutely not naughty. Very obedient. Besides, don't you want to subsidize the household? This is just right. Li Xin bit her lip, one hand unconsciously gripping the corner of her coat, and whispered, but, I've never taught a first year before. I'm afraid I can't teach it well. Zhang Hao laughed, you can even teach me well. The first year's schoolmates can surely do the same. And my sister-in-law's family is very nice to talk to and won't put a lot of pressure on you. Li Xian raised her head slightly with a hint of hesitation in her eyes, not agreeing or refusing. Inwardly, he was calculating the matter. Seeing this, Zhang Hao added, you can go over there and try it out first, and if you don't think it's appropriate, you can also quit again. Li Xian was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I really, can I? Of course. Zhang Hao smiled and nodded his head, explaining to her, it's like this, my sister-in-law's side is set like this. You can go over to try a lesson first, when both sides are satisfied. After that, it's just 2 days of classes every weekend, all in the morning, from 8 to 10 o'clock, and then it's $200 per hour. Too expensive. Li Xian was surprised and waved her hand repeatedly. Expensive? Zhang Hao froze for a moment. Li Kurson, you are in charge of the work to collect money. How can you still think that the money given is too much? Are you a little cutie? Li Kurson was a bit embarrassed, lowering her head and muttering, I'm just stupid, that's why I can't teach well. You're so stupid there's no way you could have gotten 554 on the midterm. Zhang Hao said as he pulled out a tutoring advertisement from his pocket that he had torn off just before. The rates written above for college students as tutors range from $200 to $300 an hour, or even more expensive if they are more experienced. And, without exception, all of these have parents who are crazy about them. The most, minimum, they're all college students. Li Xian whispered, not confident again. Look at what you're saying. In a few months, won't we be college students too? Li Xian thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case, but eventually shook her head. She really felt that she had a bad conscience for charging people so much money just for giving a lecture. Seeing that the young girl didn't accept it, Zhang Hao could only say, in that case, let's make it $150 an hour. It suits you well, it can't be any lower. Zhang Hao simply felt a bit strange. What was this? A role swap? If you don't raise the price of the work, you're still trying to squeeze the price. Really live a long time to see. Can it be a little cheaper? Li Kurson bit her lip and quietly raised her head, afraid that if she did, she would see Zhang Hao looking at her angrily. But luckily, Zhang Hao just looked at her with a speechless face, so she continued to mutter in a low voice. 100 an hour she thought was very high, and at 8 lessons a month, she would get $1,280 for 16 hours of lessons. It was also much more than the hourly rate she was making at her part-time job at the bakery. Why don't you just do it for free? Zhang Hao said without a trace of anger. Free. It's okay. I have weekend mornings. There's time. The girl nodded lightly, her attitude serious, not hearing that Zhang Hao was being sarcastic. Anyway, it was Zhang Hao's relative, so as long as she didn't mind that she didn't teach her well, it was okay to do it for free. Doesn't she teach Zhang Hao for free every day? It's okay. If I can help Zhang Hao, I'll be fine. Zhang Hao didn't speak anymore and stopped directly, looking at Li Kurson with unblinking eyes. Li Kurson couldn't tell what he was thinking either. You, don't be angry. The girl stopped walking as well, her tone timid. She didn't dare to raise her head if Zhang Hao didn't say anything, just sneaking a glance every now and then to see what his expression was. After a short while, Zhang Hao stepped up and expressionlessly reached out, placing his large hand on her head and began to gently rub her head. Li Xian didn't resist, so she closed her eyes tightly. Zhang Hao slightly exerted himself, but after rubbing it for a bit, he sighed out a deep breath and smiled helplessly. 100 is 100. Chapter 28, Kiss Without Holding Hands. Good. Li Kurson saw that Zhang Hao wasn't angry, and inwardly, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. It's already a bit late today, so go back and rest today, and by the way, prepare and come back tomorrow for the trial class. Zhang Hao slowly lowered his hand. Aha! Li Xian nodded obediently. At this time, Zhang Hao's gaze quietly fell on Li Kurson again, his eyes soft, but deep in his eyes, there was a trace of complex emotions like dark currents. He had already made up his mind that in the days to come, no matter what kind of storms he encountered and what kind of difficulties and obstacles he faced, he would never let the little nerd who had warmed his life like a warm sun disappear quietly from his sight again. He would keep her tightly in his world with all his strength and sincerity. Li Kurson was stared at by Zhang Hao from a close distance. Her cheeks couldn't help but blush again, and she didn't know why, but her heart was beating very fast as soon as she saw Zhang Hao now, and it's still full of him bullying himself lately, wondering if is it broken? Zhang Hao quickly cleared his inner thoughts and returned to reality, then smiled. Li Xian, I'm thirsty again. At those words, the young girl froze and also came back to her senses, hurriedly brushing aside those wild thoughts of her own and said, "Then I'll go get you some water. What do you want to drink? Or milk tea?" "Well, milk tea." Lee Kuxin turned around and looked around, trying to find if there was a milk tea store nearby. But Jiang Hao shook his head at this time and said, "No, Lee Kurson. I want to drink the imported one." Upon hearing this, Lee Kurson was unsure and looked back at Jiang Hao, asking, "What's imported?" Jiang Hao pointed to the milk tea in Lee Kurson's hand. "The one in your hand. It's imported." Lee Kuxin froze and looked down at the cup of milk tea she was holding in her arms. "Imports. It's the one that's been in the mouth?" She hastened to empty one hand and waved it. "No, it won't work. I drank it." "You can't drink it. A previous book said that drinking from each other's water glasses is considered kissing. It's drinkable." Jiang Hao couldn't help but directly snatch the milk tea from the little nerd's hand. Without waiting for the young girl to react, Jiang Hao took a big mouthful of it right in front of her. Xiao Niz Neil is not big. A big bottle of pearl milk tea. So long hard only drink a small half. You. Lee Kuxin was surprised as she placed her small hand on her rosy pink lips. It's not like her own saliva is sweet. Why does Jiang Hao always like to eat her leftovers? Buns from the other day. Lunch every day. Today he even has milk tea. It's just as good as if my wife had drunk it. Jiang Hao finished a large bottle of milk tea in one gulp and burped. Lee Kuxin's small face blushed. You, rascal. Jiang Hao directly hurled the bottle into a dumpster a dozen meters away and laughed. "How is eating your wife's leftovers a hooligan?" Not your wife." The young girl chortled. "Honey, I still want to hold hands." Jiang Hao extended his large palm. Lee Kurson was shocked. Hearing about holding hands, she instantly panicked. The red rhythms on her face spread to her soft earlobes. Jiang Hao was at it again, taking advantage of people again. "Not for you to hold." Saying that, Lee Kuxin was shy inside and twisted her head to run, her small steps quickly stepping out, but did not run out far. Jiang Hao 3 steps into 2 steps, a moment to catch up, and grabbed the back of the girl's collar. "Do not run." It even seemed as if he only had to exert himself and Nasan could be lifted up by his hand. Lee Kuxin struggled, biting her red lips. No resistance. "Give me your hand." Jiang Hao ignored the little nerd's protests and re-stretched out his palm. "Lee Kuxin, if you don't hold hands, just kiss. You have to think about it." You. Lee Kurson's face was red as she looked at Jiang Hao's large hand, her heart about to jump out of her chest. "If you don't hold hands, you're going to get kissed. This bad guy is so hateful." Jiang Hao's eyes moved again, and his large hand leaned forward again. Lee Kurson can't help it. "Jiang Hao, this guy is too bad. In case he doesn't listen, what if he really gets kissed? If you kiss it, then you'll have to be her wife." The young girl deflated and buried her little head, slowly putting her hand up. "That's right, good boy." Jiang Hao smiled and gently held the girl's soft and boneless delicate palm. Go home." In broad daylight, the young girl was holding hands with Jiang Hao, and all she felt was hot, her heart pounding as if it wanted to run out of her body. Burying his head, his body was a little tingly. The boy's hands were really warm, wide and strong, and at the contact, his brain couldn't think straight. The image of the bad guys bullying themselves. I didn't realize it was coming back on the screen so soon. "Isn't holding hands comfortable?" Jiang Hao turned back while walking and asked with a smile. Not at all." Lee Kuxin denied it and shook her little head vigorously. She was bullied into holding hands. It was Kanho himself who said he would kiss without holding hands. So, she was forced to do it, and it wasn't comfortable at all. "Right, uncomfortable. Then why are you holding on so tight?" In the evening time, Jiang Hao reported the tutoring matter to his sister-in-law. She couldn't help but feel satisfied to hear that it was a high school senior she knew and that the fees were low. By tomorrow, Lee Kurson comes to try out the class, and if it's a good fit, the tutoring thing will be a done deal. Jiang Hao then took out a very stuck cottage brand cell phone, the kind that can barely go on QQ. On QQ, he checked up on how often his little brother pulls people toward the consumer group. They've basically fully grasped the procedure and methodology, and have now pulled in dozens of active users in their consumer base in just one day. It seems that these little brothers are more efficient at doing warm-ups than they thought. Here to say, although Jiang Hao's family is an ordinary family, but at least the father is a deputy director. Not lack of money, but he was just too rebellious in his adolescence, which led to his parents basically not buying him electronics. This cottage brand cell phone, or he from those few little brothers around to put together money to buy. So, after Jiang Hao sent the message on his cell phone, he walked out of the living room and said to his old mother who was watching the TV, "Mom, you do believe that I will study well, right?" Li Huiwan, who was watching Legend of Zhenhuan, sniffed and nodded without moving her eyes. "Of course, son, Mom believes in you. Study hard. Come on." Jiang Hao added, Mom, you also believe that I'll be able to improve in the first model, right? Li Huiwan watched Shen Huan biography, is to the wonderful part. Qi Guoran denounced Jin Huan fornication. Dr. Wenshi Chu. The emperor suspected that Jin Huan is not pregnant with the dragon seed, is about to drop blood to identify relatives. So in the face of Jiang Hao's question, she nodded her head vigorously, of course, son, Mom trusts you in all of it. Mom, so do you believe I'll get 500 on the first try? Of course, what is my son? 500 points and, Li Huiwan snapped back, wait, how many points? Chapter 29, a good-looking and well-studied big sister. 500 points, Jiang Hao said again. Li Huiwan all of a sudden, wide-eyed, you mold progress to 500 points. You kid dreaming? Jiang Hao smiled, Mom, I really can. You can my ass. Li Huiwan poo-pooed it. Did you forget how many points you scored on the opening test? A while ago Jiang Hao's grades were barely 400 points. It's only been a few days. I want to improve 100 points. Do you really think the test is a joke? Jiang Hao smiled, Mom, what if I really pass the exam? If you pass the exam, I'll buy you a rocket. Li Huiwan blanked Jiang Hao. Now the high school entrance examination score line in Jiangcheng are considered to be on the low side of the state. 500 points are almost all the second bachelor's degree. And with that 300-odd points that Birdie's son has now, even Lanxian probably doesn't want him. That's all it takes to daydream every day. Jiang Hao saw that the purpose was achieved and said with a smile, no need for rockets. By the time you pass the exam, you can lend me $1,000 to buy a cell phone. On the warmth side, it's up and running, but several merchants have negotiated commission payouts that are monthly. Although you can see the commissions and values in a week or so, for the sake of cooperation and simplicity, it's better to go with the punch card and channel payouts. The other thing is, Nikki doesn't have a cell phone yet. She's using a Nokia senior citizen phone, the kind that can only send messages, and I've already seen her take it out and use it today. That's why he wanted to get a cell phone for Li Kersen, hoping to be able to get in touch with her anytime, anywhere. Li Kersen definitely wouldn't spend that much money on a smartphone, and if you were to give her a gift and give her a brand new and beautiful smartphone, it's basically impossible for her to take it given her personality. It would surely kill her with guilt if she was forced to take it. By this time, the teenage girl must have been calculating every day how she was going to pay you back for that cell phone. Dumb. That's why a broken cell phone, full of age and not very valuable gadgets, was the only thing that would make her step in and take it. Based on these two situations, Jiang Hao would like to seek help from his old mother first. Cell phones. Li Huiwan sniffed the cell phone. Her eyes narrowed, not knowing what the dog's son was calculating. Thought he was going to do something bad and was about to question him, but on second thought, how could a son of a dog improve that much? With 500 points on the test, it's almost like you're getting into a second-tier college and rocking it as a college student. If that's the case, he doesn't care if he plays to the heavens as long as he doesn't screw up his life. Immediately, Li Huiwan agreed, yes, if you can score 500 points in the exam, the moment you know the score, without saying borrow, Mom will buy it for you directly. In fact, Li Huijuan's nature was of the stubborn type. When she heard that her son was going to do something that outrageous, she simply laid it out and talked about it too, because she didn't believe that you could turn the tables. It's hard to reverse her inner perception of what she thinks is impossible, unless you made it to show her. Okay, deal. The corners of Jiang Hao's mouth lifted. In a flash, it was the following morning. Coco Li is coming in for her first class today. Old Father Jiang Yuman went back to the community studio early in the morning. Tutoring or something, he did not want to get together. The cousin was called down to Jiang Hao's house early in the morning at this time and sat in the middle of the living room. Because of Li Kersen's fear of strangers, the place for the class was first chosen at Jiang Hao's house. Cousin's name is Chu Weiwei. Her grades are average, not to say good, but she is good-natured and a good kid. In addition to not being introverted and not afraid of being born, the soft nature is so similar to Li Kersen. For a while, there were only 3 people in the house, Jiang Hao and his old mother, and his cousin. Jiang Hao quietly approached to Chu Weiwei's position at this time, wanting to explain the QQ thing to her. Sis, you have to trust your cousin. Brother didn't mean to send you those things. No, it's okay, brother. Although Chu Weiwei agreed with her mouth, her little but still subconsciously moved to the side, wanting to get away from this brother. The psychological impact given to her the day was still too big. Jiang Hao wanted to cry when he saw this, how obedient and cute his little cousin used to be, the only person in the family who didn't hate him. Sometimes one is so skinny and wavy that one is shut out by one's elderly mother, who claims to be starving herself to death. My younger cousin would sneak a bowl of rice and send it down to herself, and if there were any good snacks or fun at home, they would be the first to come and share with him, their big brother. As soon as I had money myself, I would often buy comic books, discs, and the like for this little cousin. It's a two-way race to mutual affection and friendship. But now, a beautiful relationship has been ruined by that vicious young woman. How about if you finish your class today and my brother buys you a Snow White disc? Jang-hao wants to redeem his reputation and tries to lure his younger cousin with fun. Brother, I'm too grown up to watch Snow White. Then brother will go and buy you sugar gourds later. Okay, that old man on the next street makes delicious ones. Jang-hao tried to lure with food again. Brother, I'm allergic to hawthorn. Sitting on the sofa, Jang-hao tried to find ways to please his little cousin, but was thwarted every step of the way. His old mother couldn't stand to watch it this time. Glaring at Jiang-hao, you brat, you know to stay at home. Your classmate came to be a tutor on the first day. Why don't you go to pick up a bit? Seeing his little cousin's indifference, Jiang-hao was helpless, and said to his old mother with a bitter face, I asked earlier. She was reluctant. Knowing which neighborhood it was, she nonetheless said that she would just walk over by herself. However, I will send her when I go back. Li Huiwan snorted coldly and asked again, how is that girl's relationship with you at school? Yesterday, Jiang-hao had talked about the girl's teaching ability, what with himself progressing under this girl's tutelage, but at that time, Li Huiwan was thinking, where has this brat improved? The opening test scored less than 400 points. If the quality of teaching is not good, Chu Weiwei later also taught to more than 300 points that cannot be done. I'm sure it's great. We'll be at the same table. Jiang-hao said that this will be your daughter-in-law. The relationship is comparable to the sun and the moon. Can it not be good? And maybe she'll want you to carry the baby when she has it. Li Huichuan's face was a bit unnatural when she heard that she and Jiang-hao were at the same table. Can't be half as good as him. If that's the case, isn't it purely harming Chu Weiwei? No, I'll have to take care of that myself later. This son of a may not be reliable. On the contrary, her cousin Chu Weiwei was also somewhat looking forward to what her tutor would be like. According to Cousin Evil, she's a beautiful-looking, very gentle big sister, and she's so good at teaching that any question you don't understand can be explained to you in many different ways under her hands, and you'll never miss any points. Good-looking, good studying big sister. Obviously, Chu Weiwei was more looking forward to meeting this tutor than attending classes. Chapter 30, Meeting the Parents. Dong Dong, cheerleading mascot of 2008 Beijing Olympics. A soft knock sounded softly on the door. Jiang-hao and Chu Weiwei hadn't even noticed it at first, but it was the old mother, Li Huiwan, who was meticulous and was the first to hear the sound, then got up and walked to the door. Opening it, the door opened to reveal a girl standing silently outside, startled to see someone come out. Hello, you are Jiang-hao's classmate, right? Didn't ring the doorbell just now, didn't hear it. Please come in. Li Huiwan greeted with a light smile. At this moment, Li Kersen, who came to Jiang-hao's home, draped her hair, and deliberately wore a brand new dress. The unpowdered look was particularly moving, because I have lived in an old house inside a small alley for a long time. I don't know much about things like doorbells. The first thing she saw when she opened the door was Li Huiwan. She felt extra nervous and subconsciously buried her head. Hey, auntie, you, hello. In fact, Jiang-hao and Li Kersen had already said what to say once beforehand. He was afraid that this little nerd wouldn't say anything if she was nervous. For example, say hello, then introduce yourself and explain your excellent results on the midterm. And then finally, by her own account, the cost of tutoring is only $100 an hour. But right now, the young girl saw the character in front of her who might be Jiang-hao's mother, nervously burying her head, her two small hands clutched together, and her mouth stuttering. Obviously, I had rehearsed this many times downstairs, but the moment the door opened, my thoughts still went haywire. Li Huiwan saw that the young girl was too timid to speak, but she was also stunned that a dog's son with such a character could have such a gentle and dignified friend. Li Huiwan, who had wanted to be a bit more serious, had a gentle attitude all of a sudden. Come on, come in and sit down. Seeing that the girl didn't dare to make a move for a while, Li Huiwan personally took her by the wrist and pulled her to the sofa to sit down. After sitting down, Li Huiwan had the expression of a loving mother and asked softly, Child, what is your name? My name is Li Kersen. Li Kersen was even more nervous, both hands honestly placed on her lap, her head deeply lowered, answering the question while suddenly locking eyes with Jiang-hao again. Seeing Jiang-hao's soft smile, Li Kersen took a lot of effort to lift her head up again. It is like the grass that has been brushed by the spring breeze and raised its head. When Jiang-hao saw her reaction, the smile on his face grew a little wider and his expression changed a little, signaling that she was great. The girl was inwardly inspired, and then followed the process that she had rehearsed many times in advance. Hello, auntie. Hello, sister. My name is Li Kuxin. As soon as the girl seemed nervous, she completely forgot that she seemed to have introduced her name and naively recited her prepared lines. But, again, because the eyes of all three were upon her, this prepared line was spoken, and then suddenly the words were forgotten, and the order was all at once unrecollected and stammering. Jiang Hao froze for a moment and choked just as he took a sip of water from his water cup. This little nerd was still too nervous. His little face was suffocating red, and he couldn't tell the second half of the story. Li Huiwan and Chu Weiwei Tong also froze. However, their attention was not on the girl's answer. Rather, it was on the girl's shy, and very trying, face. The looks and figures that they had just buried their heads in and couldn't really see, now fell before their eyes. The young girl's hands unconsciously twisted the corners of her coat, her long eyelashes fluttering constantly, her eyes nervous and flustered. The black-green silk long hair was scattered at the position around the shoulder, and the goose-egg face was reflected like jade-colored glaze under the pure white light. Her cheeks flushed lightly, like the first blossoms of peach blossoms on a spring day. The clean-cut features and soft temperament are considered to be in the flawless category. This girl, she's just beautiful. It made Li Huiwan and Chu Weiwei wonder how a dog like Jiang Hao could make friends with such a nice girl and be willing to come to his house as a tutor. What's the matter with him? Sister, you're so beautiful. Chu Weiwei couldn't help but have her eyes go wide, to the point where she started to gawk. At first she had held some skepticism about her old brother's description, but now that she had seen the real person, it all felt like Jiang Hao was not cultured enough, because this sister totally looks better than his mouth says she does. And Li Huiwan had wanted to treat this tutor with seriousness because Jiang Hao was always unreliable sometimes. But now, her heart was directly melted by the soft and adorable Li Kurson. She couldn't help but pull the young girl's small hand again, her eyes full of favor. Don't be afraid, Kurson, take your time, there's plenty of time, we'll listen to you slowly. No one would hate a well-behaved and understanding girl, and Li Huiwan was no exception. A knife mouth turns directly into a tofu mouth. This dainty, noble daughter seemed so simple as to be without a trace of impurity. And she herself had never seen such a well-behaved, quiet child in their old, pure days. The most crucial thing was that although the girl's face was fine and tender, her hands had a great contrast, and one could tell that they hadn't worked much. As soon as they met, she was inexplicably a little heartbroken for the obedient girl. Li Kurson didn't expect Jiang Hao's mom to be so gentle and nice, and being held by her large, calloused and warm hand, her nervousness inexplicably dissipated a bit. Thanks, auntie, sister. Li Kuxian was grounded inside and gained new courage. Glancing at Jiang Hao again, she realized that the teenager had been encouraging her with his demeanor and expression, and then proceeded to open her mouth and recite her prepared words bit by bit. Auntie, my name is Li Kuxian. Jiang Hao is my best friend. I'm here to be a tutor. I scored 554 points in the midterm. I'm very proficient in middle school. Li Huiwan had been gently looking at Li Kurson, quietly waiting for her to finish. Li Huiwan, who was supposed to be an acute person, displayed unrivaled patience at this moment. Then after a large portion of the discourse was over, she didn't care about the tutoring, but asked, Kagome, are you hungry? Li Kuxian froze, then waved her hand. Li Huiwan let go of Li Kurson's hand and pushed the food on the table over. Come on, there's no rush in class, have some cake and snacks first. Li Kuxian was originally thinking about when the attempted lesson for the tutoring class would start, but Auntie actually asked her to eat something first. She was more or less uncomfortable and waved her hand. No need, Auntie. Seeing that Li Kuxian didn't eat, Li Huiwan felt that the young girl didn't like to eat these things. Then she re-gripped her hand again and softly asked, then stay here for lunch. Okay, what do you want to eat? I'll ask Jiang how to go down and buy it for you. Auntie's cooking is very delicious. Oh. Feeling the passion that she had never experienced before, Li Kurson didn't know how to react for a moment and looked at Jiang Hao pitifully. Jiang Hao was actually looking stunned at this time. When has an old mother ever been so gentle? This gentle tone and patient attitude. He even thought the old mom was possessed by something dirty, and I don't know why, but it's clearly a scene of tenure tutoring, and now it's hardwired to feel like you're meeting the parents? Chapter 31, I'll break your legs if you hurt her. However, Jiang Hao was only confused for a moment, but he still reacted quickly and immediately relieved Li Kuxian. Changing the subject, she said, Mom, Li Kurson is here to be a tutor, and you'd better count the time you're pulling a chat here, huh? No, there's no need to count. Li Kuxian hastily waved her hand in rejection. You're the one who's full of crap, so what if I pay you? Kuxian is a great kid at first glance. It's a good deal to pay 300 an hour. Li Huiwan glared at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao sniffed and the corner of his mouth twitched. Why did it feel like the old mother had just met Li Kuxian and spoiled her like a daughter? Li Kuxian was shocked at the sight and hurriedly said, Hey, Auntie, it doesn't have to be that much. 100 an hour is fine. When she was just introduced, she forgot to bring up the matter of lowering the price. Now hurry up and add to it. But Li Huiwan was first stunned when she heard that Li Kurson only wanted $100 an hour. Then he turned his head to her and said, Kuxian, the original intention of finding a tutor for Wei Wei was $200 an hour or more. This $100 of yours is too low. It's half of the entire market price. No, it's okay. $100 is a lot. Xin. You're not being bullied by Jiang Hao, are you? He told you to only charge 100? Li Huiwan suddenly just looked at Jiang Hao with sharp eyes. Jiang Hao had a black question mark expression on his face. What's he got to do with it? Li Kersen hurriedly shook her head and said with a serious attitude. No, it's me who asked for it. Jiang Hao, he has always been very good to me. About another 5 minutes passed before Li Huiwan let Li Kersen take Chu Weiwei into one of the guest rooms so that they could begin their tasks for the tutoring session. Jiang Hao closed the door to the room for them before he resumed sitting on top of his position. He was still assured of Li Kersen's educational ability. The young girl was like a little teacher when she taught herself at school. Is this child's family not well off? At this moment, even though the two girls had closed the door to their room, Li Huiwan still asked Jiang Hao in a low voice. She really felt for the girl, so young and with all the marks of life on her hands. Aha! Jiang Hao didn't hide anything and told his old mother everything he knew about Li Kuxian. Living alone with my mother-in-law and no family. Hearing that the young girl had only one other relative left and was going to school part-time and only dared to eat the cheapest meals, she couldn't help but get red in the face. What a kind and simple girl. It's a pity that life always treats her badly. In fact, just now, Li Huiwan didn't repeatedly insist on giving Li Kersen a wage increase. And there was also this part of the reason in it. The young girl is now an introvert with some low self-esteem, and if she insists on changing what she has decided in her heart, many times the burden will be bestowed upon her as well. Because, if she thinks 100 an hour is fine, and you insist on giving her 200, which is more than she recognizes, she will feel indebted to you, and won't feel at ease with this money, and then, she may also foolishly try to find a way to compensate back to you. So, to help her and to put her mind at ease, try to take a compromise approach, respecting her self-perceived opinions, and then, in life, take her on a journey to slowly improve her understanding and perception of some things. It's a simple truth that giving in abundance is not love, it's a burden. Brat, are you guys in love? At this time, Li Huiwan wiped the corners of her eyes and asked again, with a question. She could always sense the girl subconsciously looking towards her doggy son when she spoke in nervous fear. This shows that in Nikki's mind, she will rely on this guy when she encounters difficulties or things. That's not true. Jiang Hao shook his head. About water to water. Warm water boiled frog pour that Ling Dora foot. He is not in a hurry, or to give the little nerd time to adapt. Anyway, for the rest of his life, he relied on her. You brat, I don't care if you fall in love, but if you hurt someone else's girl, I'll kill you. Li Huiwan directly turned pale and warned Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao directly froze. Mom, am I some kind of very cheap person in your heart? No. Am I your own son? Throughout the course, Jiang Hao and Li Huiwan sat in the living room and exchanged ideas without bothering them. 2 hours passed quickly. The door to the room was opened right on time, and as soon as Jiang Hao raised his eyes, he saw Chu Weiwei holding Li Kersen's arm. Her eyes were glowing, like the stars in the sky. Sister, your English is simply great. If I had met you earlier, I would have passed English a long time ago. This little ninny spoke loudly, echoing in the wide living room, allowing Jiang Hao and Li Huiwan to hear clearly. Seeing this, Li Huiwan smiled with satisfaction. In that case, the homeschooling thing can be completely put into place. Although there was no deliberate attempt to examine Li Kersen's ability to teach, just by looking at this performance of Chu Weiwei, one could tell that the results were good. She had never looked so enlightened in front of her teachers or some organizations. Jiang Hao also smiled. This cousin knows enough but also knows to yell a voice in the living room, especially for the old mother to hear. It seems that she really likes Li Kuxian, this big sister tutoring. Then Li Huiwan wanted to keep Li Kersen at home for lunch, but the young girl repeatedly put it off, saying that her mother-in-law was waiting for her at home, so she didn't continue to force herself. Brat, you go and see Kersen off, and send her back home safely. Yes, Empress Dowager. Jiang Hao stood up and slipped the key from the guest table into his pocket. At this moment, as soon as the line of sight turned to the two young girls again, Jiang Hao realized that the two girls were leaning very closely together, as if they were very intimate. Good boy, I'm going back. Li Kuxian's face was much less tense as she looked at Chu Weiwei, who was half a head shorter than herself, and revealed a doting smile, and then also gently rubbed Chu Weiwei's head with her hand as a farewell. At this moment, Jiang Hao froze. He didn't expect that the little nerd, a social terrorist introvert, would actually progress so quickly in his relationship with his cousin. This seemed to be progressing faster than even his own relationship with the little nerd. Weren't they in class just now? Why are you guys so close? Jiang Hao asked. Of course, I like my sister the most. Chu Weiwei didn't answer positively, but instead hugged Li Kersen's arm and even rubbed her face against it. The corners of Jiang Hao's eyes jumped. Then he clenched his teeth. Alright, it's getting late. Li Kersen, you have to go back quickly. Arriving in front of the duo, he took Li Kuxian's wrist and headed towards the front door. Hey, brother, Chu Weiwei pouted, stomped her foot, and in helplessness loosened her hand with her big sister, then could only watch as her big sister was pulled away by her evil cousin. During that time, the older sister even turned around, smiling lightly at her and waving her goodbye. At this moment, how much Chu Weiwei wanted to replace her cousin and send her big sister back herself. The door slammed shut with a snap. Li Kershen and Jiang Hao's figures disappeared into the living room. Chu Weiwei looked a bit forlorn. Her big sister had walked away. Follow the evil cousin. However, the expression on her face changed again for a moment, and her two little hands suddenly clenched into tiny fists as she muttered, "Yes, I love to study, and 2 hours of tutoring isn't enough, and I want to talk to mommy about it." Chapter 32, I'll tell you anything. Jiang Hao and Li Kershen walked to the neighborhood and were about to ask the young girl some questions when they realized that she had a somewhat complicated look on her face. What's wrong? Jiang Hao was still sensitive to the girl's mood changes and opened his mouth to ask. I was yesterday. I thought for a long time. I didn't know what to give. It's my first time at your house. I didn't bring anything. Jiang Hao froze and directly waved his hand. It doesn't matter. You're here to be a tutor anyway. If you bring something, isn't it just a daughter-in-law coming to your door? Then, the corners of his mouth lifted, and he leaned over to the girl again, locking eyes with her. I see. You actually still want to marry into my family. Li Kuxian's small face turned red, and she hurriedly turned her face away, her breathing becoming a bit rapid. Only, that's not what I meant. It was a while before he pulled the conversation back and asked curiously, and then what? How did my cousin do in her studies today? Vivi, learning very seriously. The red rhythms on Li Kuxian's face hadn't completely dissipated yet, and she whispered, it's the genius who pulled me into chat for a while that was willing to learn. What did we talk about? She wouldn't let me tell you. Jiang Hao was not happy at once, looking at her with a cold face. Good know her for 2 hours and you're so close. You're starting to watch out for me. Are we still best friends? The girl froze, shook her head, and then nodded heavily. So are you going to say it or not? Jiang Hao's expression remained serious. Don't be mad. I didn't say. Not telling you Li Kuxian's tone became anxious. Her small hands clenched tightly. She asked if we were together. I said no. She asked me if I liked you. I said I didn't know. And she said that when you were little, you made your aunt angry. She chased you and beat you up for 3 blocks. She also said you peed, wet the bed, and, I asked her, so much about you. The young girl's latter sentence was not spoken as Jiang Hao covered her mouth as soon as he placed his hand in front of her moist lips. Alright, Li Kuxian. I know you're willing to tell me. As for what you guys said, that's a secret between the two of you. There's no need for you to say things you don't want to say. Jiang Hao's old face flushed. This time he knew that his little cousin had told him the scandalous things about his childhood and had secretly inquired about what happened between them. Little cousin. Used to be a little cotton-padded girl, but now she's actually betraying herself. Darn. I'll be sure to buy a few more boxes of 5-year midterms and 3-year simulations for her brain. Only after a while did Jiang Hao put his hand down. At this time, Li Kershen's eyes were blinking, and instead of getting to the meaning of Jiang Hao's hard mouth and shyness, she said, but willing to tell you anything. These words caused Jiang Hao, whose old face was red, to freeze, looking down and locking eyes with Li Kershen, letting the spring breeze brush past. Without realizing it, the heart beat powerfully and quickly. This little nerd, sure is a cutie. Li Kershen blinked her eyes and looked at Jiang Hao, seeing that he wasn't angry before she put her heart down. Li Kershen, the little nerd listened patiently. I didn't wet the bed, she made it up, even if it was a trial class today. The old mother urged that the $200 be handed over to Li Kuxian. Starting next week, Chu Weiwei's tutor will be officially recognized as Li Kershen. Teach temporarily for 3 months. After the high school entrance exams after the vacation, Li Kershen still want to do it or not. Then we will see the wishes of the young girl. Jiang Hao sent Li Kershen back to that small alley, but did not immediately go home, but went to the internet cafe to greet a few little brothers, and let them go back to study in the afternoon. The weekend warming number to get half a day can be. The study cannot be left behind. In fact, do not let them do all day. There is another reason. They do warm heart number of internet money is Jiang Hao out of the money. The weekend all day occupying the line cost is still some small high. The first gold has not yet arrived. His savings pot has to save a little spend. Afterwards, just as he was about to go home, he passed by the cake store where Li Kuxian worked. From a distance, looking through the glass window, you could see that there were very few customers inside the spacious cake store. Hey, why do girls want to open a cake store when they're rich? Jiang Hao shook his head. If you want to make money, this kind of product profiteering, industry micro-profit store, not well run, sooner or later is a loss. Jiang Hao said the truth. The last life Lu Wei also contacted the baking industry, lost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and finally found him to borrow money to start again. This industry, the cake profiteering, yes, indeed very profiteering, catering a roughly gross profit in 50%, while the cake can get to 65%. Let's say a $200 cake, the ingredients used if all better, of which the cost of the ingredients is only $70, but with gross margins so high, why are there still tons of cake stores closing down every year? Why is it that you never see the small owner of a cake store happy with a Maserati? In fact, the cake and dessert store, it is the product profiteering, the industry micro-profit, because aside from the product, it is too much hidden expenses. First of all, the big head, labor. People who have done the cake know how much time it takes to make a cake, from preparation to baking, from baking to finish packing. An afternoon is so lost. Cakes are, after all, artisanal products, made by people, but there is a limit to human effectiveness. A dessert chef can only make an approximate number of cakes in a day, and when the list gets bigger, then you have to add more people. But then, the cost goes up, plus the dessert table. Looking at a single is able to charge a $1,000, but you go to the customer's company, to deliver, to set up the table, a come and go, at least 1 or 2 dessert chef, and the time consumption will probably be half a day. This comes down to zero output for the rest of the half day for those two. This is not counting the cost of traveling back and forth, table setting, accessories, wear and tear and so on. A calculation really do not make much money. Next to accessories, many cake stores don't accept customization, and the ones that only do fixed styles are a little better. Guests just want to buy a cake, but buy accessories are sold in packages, and in most cases, 5 or 10 of them turn out to be used for only one. This more down, it will have to be put away. Hoarding accessories to overhead, put accessories to the venue. Happen to be a temporary order of the cake, to buy accessories also have to consume the cost of fast courier. The popular cake accessories can be used subsequently, the cold ones can only be used as silent capital and cut off, and so on and so forth, and packaging, other decorations. So, the cake, the product is profitable, actually really unprofitable. Hey, in the end, Jiang Hao shook his head and stepped away without stopping much. This boss is young and doesn't know how to operate. He wouldn't even lose that much money by opening a breakfast store. At this rate, I guess Li Kersen won't even be able to do it for long. She'll soon be dismissed. But this is good. She immediately give Chu Weiwei tuition will be good. The college entrance exam will be coming. Laboring to earn this $50 of hard-earned money, it's not worth it. Chapter 33, The Maiden's Confession. On Monday, as usual, Jiang Hao and Li Kersen walked on that noisy street to school. By the time he got to his class, the time was only 6:40, 20 minutes before morning reading time. Now they both come in 20 minutes earlier than every day to get ahead of the learning curve. And after nearly a week of studying and reviewing, Jiang Hao's learning state had completely morphed, except for dog English. Then, at Li Kersen's request, Jiang Hao honestly asked her to spot-check the 105 English words that she owed. The result was not bad, only a few Jiang Hao didn't memorize, proving that he had still seriously reviewed over the weekend. After organizing the book desktop, Jiang Hao took out the test questions to review, without a bit of slacking. This is for you. At this time, Li Kersen took out a pink lunchbox from her bag, and after hesitating for a moment, she lowered her head and handed it to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao froze as the ballpoint pen spun in his hand. Brought me breakfast? Li Kuxin hummed and whispered. I made this with my own hands. Aha! Jiang Hao looked at the young girl who buried her small head. You can cook? Li Kuxin nodded. Yes, when my mother-in-law is busy, I'm the one who does it. Jiang Hao sniffed, thinking inwardly, then took this pink lunchbox. After Li Kersen handed Jiang Hao the lunchbox, she hurriedly turned around and scrambled to take out the test questions. Burying her head in the questions, Jiang Hao gently opened the lid, and the heat came out slightly, mixed with the flavor. Dumplings, fried eggs, ham and sausage. Although plain, they were all foods that Jiang Hao loved. The selling looks very good and smells good. This girl Li Kuxin's cooking skills should be very good. Is this your first time cooking for a friend? Jiang Hao twisted his head to look at the young girl. Li Kersen didn't dare to look over and gently nodded in her seat. When Jiang Hao saw this, the corners of his mouth lifted as he slowly approached her, less than 5 centimeters away from her earlobe. No, is this the first time you've cooked for a boy? Li Kersen bit her red lips, her heartbeat pounding. Even without turning back over, she could feel Jiang Hao's blazing nostrils blowing on her ears. For a moment, the young girl's cheeks reddened, and her small hand on the table tightened its grip on the pen as she nodded once more. Yes, receiving a confirmed answer. The arc of Jiang Hao's mouth widened a few more points, then slowly turned around and picked up the chopsticks inside to start. The dumplings were relatively smooth and flavorful. and were a very appetizing cabbage and pork filling. The ham hock and eggs were fried just right, with subtle charred edges paired with smooth, tender meat, and well done. Because it was breakfast, there wasn't a lot of food inside the thermos box, and even if Jiang Hao had eaten breakfast, he swished a few times and swept it away. He closed the lid and wiped his mouth, then handed the lunchbox back to Li Kuxin and smiled. "Thank you, wife, for the breakfast. It was very delicious." "No, not the wife," Li Kuxin retorted crisply, hastily accepting the lunchbox. However, as he cleaned up, an unmistakable light smile appeared on his face, happy that Jiang Hao complimented her on her good cooking. "Hey, Li Kuxin, why don't you just bring me breakfast every day, okay?" Jiang Hao suddenly propped up his chin and said so, looking at the young girl with eyes full of favor. Li Kuxin packed up the lunchbox and put it in the drawer. Hearing this, she first froze, and then her pretty watery eyes curved, revealing a soft smile. Good. Afterward, Jiang Hao stretched his back, and with the good feeling that his wife would bring him breakfast every day, he was ready to start studying. But at this time, a young girl with a high ponytail suddenly barged in at the door of the class. A girl with red lips and white teeth and a very agreeable look. If Li Kuxin's face value was a 10 out of 10, then but Jiang Hao felt that this girl had at least a 7.5. She ran to Jiang Hao in a hurry, her expression slightly shy as she handed Jiang Hao a white letter. "Jiang, student Jiang Hao, this is for you." Jiang Hao? He froze himself for a moment, not knowing what to say, and looked at the loving seal on the letter with mixed feelings. A girl confessed to him? This was in high school, necessarily, for the first time, although Jiang Hao himself wasn't bad looking, with upright features and a gangly air. No girls liked him in the past. First and foremost, it was because his grades were so bad, and degenerates are naturally unappealing in the intense learning atmosphere of senior year. The next thing is that he's been in a lot of fights, and he's been written up as a delinquent student. But now, Jiang Hao is a lot of peace and quiet. A week did not engage in anything, every morning conscientiously come to the classroom to study and review. Plus, he got a haircut, his aura changed a bit more, the seal was lifted, and he's solidly handsome. At this moment, Jiang Hao was contemplating, wondering if it was the recent changes in himself and the fact that he had become more handsome that caused this girl to want to confess to him. The girl in front of her was a bit anxious when she saw that Jiang Hao was hesitant to accept the letter. Mr. Jiang Hao, from the last time you sent me home, I've liked you. Confession. I've thought about it for a long time. Please say yes." Jiang Hao was stunned. "I'll take you home." The young girl's cheeks reddened and she hurriedly lowered her head, shyly murmuring, "It's those school bullies from the first middle school last time. To bully me when." At these words, Jiang Hao fell silent. To give girls a ride home. He did give a lot of girls a ride home in high school. It's not just the 4th middle school in River City, but a few others as well, and there are those who have come into the house. Even, there were rooms that had been entered, and there are several. He just couldn't remember it now. At the time, his own was a bit of an asshole, but he was also a hot-blooded young guy, mainlining a roadkill. Plus Jiangqing's eastern district is not too big, relying on the physical advantages. Among the young people, he is also considered thirsty for a defeat and cannot. So, the hero saving the day scene has happened many times, but this young girl who confessed to himself in front of him, he only had some vague impressions. Specifically, he really didn't remember. I wonder if we were ever warmed together in the first place. However, it's safe to assume that no one has ever confessed themselves that openly in their last life. And the young girl is so brave now. It should still be that something has changed in herself that has prompted her heart. At this time, Li Kursin buried her head, not daring to speak, and tightly pursed her red lips. Although still holding the nib, the wrist had stiffened and there was no movement. She kept her afterglow on Jiang Hao, and for some reason, she was nervous and scared. Jiang Hao, will he say yes to her? Promise her words. Then she's Jiang Hao's friend, right? Later on, you might get married and have kids, then one's own future. It's like you can't be his wife. Then Kanho will start a family with someone else. With a dad, a mom, and a baby. Chapter 34, It's wrong to push people. Unconsciously, her eyes were slightly red, tears swirling in them as if they would come out in the next second. That's weird. Why? Why do you feel this way? Awesome. Someone confessed to Jiang Hao. In fact, you don't say. Although Jiang Hao often commits crimes, he is quite handsome, so it's not strange for someone to like him. But Jiang Hao is not good at studying. To put it badly, he is a punk. What's the use of being handsome? He's been very peaceful lately. He stopped making trouble and seems to be getting serious about his studies. Ouch. Keep your voice down. If he hears you, do you still want to go to class today? The class, of course, noticed the suddenness and, secretly surprised, began whispering and talking to each other. This senior atmosphere, they still dare not directly uproar. The impact cannot be good. To be honest, if Jiang Hao had been in the past, he would have come and accepted the confession. But many situations were different now. This student. I'm sorry. As the atmosphere grew more subtle, Jiang Hao wanted to open his mouth to reject the young girl back, but the next moment a search was heard, and just as he himself had risen to his feet, the girl's love letter in front of him was suddenly stopped. It was snatched up by a handful of people, and the visitor made Jiang Hao freeze. Surprisingly, it's class president Lin Yu. Her face was as flat and icy as ever, not seeing a single emotion rise or fall. With the college entrance exams coming up and the first model in 2 days, is this the time to talk to someone about love? She spoke in a cold voice, grabbing the confession letter, her eyes staring straight at the young girl. Jiang Hao was surprised to see Lin Yu come to stop it. The class president turns out to be in charge of these personal matters? As far as I can remember, as long as the class doesn't turn the sky over, Lin Yu is afraid that she will only be reviewing quietly on the podium. And when the young girl saw the confession letter being snatched, she first froze, then clenched her teeth tightly and turned to look at Lin Yu. Guan, what's it to you? I just want to express my feelings. Give the confession letter back to me. Lin Yu changed his hand to hold the confession letter. Expressionless, confession of feelings also have to pick a good time. Now is the morning reading time. You have already affected the revision of our classmates. The young girl gritted her teeth and took a step forward, trying to snatch back her confession letter. I'll be quick. Jiang Hao can just accept my confession. Lin Yu saw that the young girl was going to come up and snatch it. She frowned and subconsciously stood with her hands on her head. If you go back now, I can give it back to you. But if you continue to disrupt the class atmosphere of our classmates, I'm sorry, then I can't give it to you. Jiang Hao was a bit speechless. How could a confession of love even be a quarrel? He opened his arms and tried to block it. His mouth dissuaded him. Wait a minute. You too. However, the young girl was so overwhelmed by anger at the moment that she couldn't listen to anything at all. All she could think of in her mind was to take back what belonged to her, but she didn't snatch it back for a moment, so she pushed Lin Yu heavily with her hands full of anger. Lin Yu, the class president, who was already in an unguarded state, lost his balance and fell backwards uncontrollably. With a thud, her back slammed hard into a couple desks, knocking the tables and chairs out of order. The confession letter that was held tightly in his hand for a while flew out and slid down to Li Kuxian's feet. Lin Yu was currently propped up on the ground with her hands. A trace of shock flashed in her eyes, but she didn't let herself lose her composure and remained expressionless, but her cheeks were slightly reddened from the pain of the fall. At this time, Jiang Hao and Li Kuxian moved almost simultaneously. The boy stepped out of his seat and pulled the impulsive young girl with him, while the girl quickly came to Lin Yu's side and crouched down next to her to support her. Classmate, why are you so impulsive? Have a talk. It's not right to push people. Jiang Hao's tone was very serious, and the strength in his grip on that young girl's wrist couldn't help but increase. The high ponytailed young girl saw that she had pushed someone on impulse, knew that she had made a mistake, and her mind was confused, subconsciously stepping back a few steps, her eyes flashing. Seeing this, Jiang Hao let go of her, then came to Lin Yu, bent down, and extended his palm. Class president. Lin Yu froze, then wiped the corners of his mouth and slowly put his hand out. Jiang Hao grabbed Lin Yu's wrist and gently exerted force, pulling her up. Jiang Hao let go of his hand. Sorry, I'll take care of it myself. Lin Yu looked at Jiang Hao and didn't say anything. Her right cheek accidentally hit the corner of the table and turned a little red. Jiang Hao picked up the confession letter, turned around and said to the young girl, let's go out and talk. Jiang Hao's expression was very serious and cold, and his tone was even a few points colder than usual. After saying that, he simply turned around and walked out, leaving the young girl to follow her out with her head buried, flustered and mortified. Lin Yu and Li Kuxian, subconsciously moving in unison, looked at the backs of the duo as they walked out of the class with complex expressions. However, the simple Li Kuxian quickly reacted back and grabbed Lin Yu's hand, gently saying, Ban, class president, your face. Lin Yu shook his head, and after saying that it was fine, he began to start recovering the tables and chairs that had been knocked about. Seeing this, Li Kuxian also obediently followed behind to help, but her eyes kept looking towards the window, watching Jiang Hao and that young girl. After a bout of verbal reprimand, the young girl's eyes glistened with tears and she nodded her head repeatedly to admit her mistake. She knew she had just been in a hurry, rushing things, not paying attention to the effect she was having on her surroundings. And looking at this shy and flustered girl, Jiang Hao still sighed and his gaze gradually became gentle. Afterwards, he took a deep breath, very solemn and serious. Thank you, this student. I sincerely thank you for liking me, and thank you for plucking up the courage to express your feelings to me. I'm honored, but I'm sorry I can't accept your heart. The college entrance exams are just around the corner. You and I both have a long road ahead of us. College is just around the corner, and you're sure to meet better boys than me in the future. Finally, thanks again for the like, but I'm sorry, I can't accept it. After saying that, Jiang Hao, in the girl's brimming tearful eyes, gently bent down to her and represented the letter of confession with both hands. It was a respectful rejection, not half-assed and bright. For a while, many of the class gazing out the window cast appreciative glances. The girls felt that Jiang Hao gave the girls enough respect and attention. The boys think Jiang Hao is a real man, not dragging his feet at all. Even though the young girl had pushed someone and disrupted the class, some sentimental students couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for her. Well, sorry, I'm disturbing you today. The young girl took the confession letter and couldn't help but sob lightly, covering her mouth with her small hand as she turned around and ran in the direction of her class. Chapter 35, Are you hiding something from me? Returning to the class, Jiang Hao first glanced at Li Kuxian, who was sitting in her seat. The little nerd was holding the tip of the pen tightly at this moment, but there was no sign of movement as she stared blankly at Jiang Hao, and as the two eyes met, she hurriedly lowered her head in a panic. Jiang Hao inwardly smiled helplessly, then turned his head to look at the class president Lin Yu, who was acting as if nothing had happened, quietly looking at the review question book on the podium. Jiang Hao then took out a band-aid from his seat, walked up to the podium, and handed it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu didn't even look over. No need. Squad leader, there's no blood, but there are wounds. Jiang Hao didn't withdraw his hand. Next to Lin Yu's somewhat reddened cheeks, there was a faint scratch, thought to have been rubbed when his face accidentally hit the corner of the table just now. Anyhow, it was because of myself that I got hurt, and it was still on my face. The class president is also considered a dignified and pretty girl with a high level of temperament, so it's not good to break her face. Lin Yu slightly glanced sideways at this time, glancing at Jiang Hao, then at the band-aid. Then her gaze shifted away. I have my own. You take it back. Damn. So cold. I thought you had a crush on me when you just came to grab the confession letter. Jiang Hao shook his head. He was also stubborn, and after dropping the band-aid on the podium, he returned to his seat. Lin Yu noticed, but did not raise her head. For a while she did not take it, and finally, perhaps because she felt a band-aid on the podium was not appropriate, she gently picked it up without a trace, and clipped it to a certain page of the language book. There was still some conversation in the class, but the buzz had pretty much died down, and by now morning reading had already rung, and it was almost time for the subject teacher to arrive in the class so that classes could be about to begin. At this time, the uneasy mood of Li Kurson in the seat was instantly noticeable. The tip of the pen, held in his hand, moved every now and then, stopping now and then for a good while. Jiang Hao sat in his seat, and the young girl didn't open her mouth to speak, but only surveyed the boy with her afterglow, not knowing whether she didn't dare to speak or didn't know what to say. Jiang Hao also noticed, first sitting quietly next to his seat before asking, Li Kuxian. The little nerd sniffed, but didn't dare to look over and said timidly, well, I've just been confessed to. Jiang Hao spun the ballpoint pen in his hand. Li Kurson nodded slowly and hummed again. That girl is actually quite pretty. The little nerd pursed his lips and tightened the tip of his own pen without speaking. Jiang Hao glanced at her and said, did you think I would agree? Li Kurson didn't know how to answer, because to be precise, she was afraid that Jiang Hao would agree, although she didn't know why she was afraid. But even though I refused, I still want to look for her privately, Jiang Hao added. As these words left her mouth, Li Kurson's little heart fluttered violently. Then she looked at Jiang Hao in shock. No, don't. This sentence, almost shouted out by the young girl, but because Li Kuxian's voice was originally thin and weak, it was not very loud, and could only make Jiang Hao hear a small sound. Jiang Hao's eyebrows twitched. Why? What are you so excited about? Li Kuxian froze for a moment. She didn't know why she had just reacted so strongly, but when he heard that Jiang Hao was going to the girl, his first reaction was, no. The young girl's expression was flustered as she realized her outburst, then hurriedly buried her head and stammered, it's almost the college entrance exam. It's not recommended to talk about friends. The corners of Jiang Hao's mouth gradually outlined the amplitude. I didn't say that I want to talk to her as a friend, but there are just some things that I want to ask clearly. But it's you who are so nervous. Is there any secret hidden in your heart that you didn't tell me? Li Kuxian's face instantly turned red, like a ripe apple. She mumbled her lips, but she couldn't say anything for a long time. Jiang Hao looked at her like this. He turned his head and gently lowered it again, his gaze staring straight at the little nerd. Are you really hiding something from me? Feeling like her heart was about to jump out of her throat, Li Kuxian tried to calm herself down and stammered in response. No, it's just to study hard first. The corners of Jiang Hao's mouth had been raised silently. He didn't say much in the end though, just straightened up and clasped his hands in front of his chest. I hope so, but, no matter what, I'm going to go into your heart to see and find out if there's a secret you're keeping from me or not. Noon. Under Jiang Hao's leadership, Li Kurson gradually developed the habit of eating lunch in the dining hall every day, and no longer nibbled on that kind of yellowish steamed bread, but today the young girl brought over a bottle of mustard chutney for her meal, which seems to be a specialty of their old home there. The two habitually found a corner place, and Lee Kurson took the initiative to fight for food. Jiang Hao nodded his head and didn't follow her to the queue this time. It's been a week, and Nikki should know her own tactics. If she sees no meat in her meal, the result, as expected, Lee Kurson also became smart, and called back 2 meals, both with meat and vegetables, exactly the same specifications. Before the meal began, the girl first opened the bottle of mustard chutney, picked up her chopsticks and gave herself a few to put in her lunch. Then she looked at Jiang Hao and carefully handed him the small bottle, asking, do you want it? Jiang Hao took a look at this homemade spicy specialty, knowing that it was basically invisible on this side of Jiangchang, and even their people here didn't eat much spicy food. You did? Through the clean and shiny bottle, you can see the mustard greens wrapped in some spicy sauce, packed full in the space inside the bottle, which is quite good in selling and quite a down-home feeling. Li Kuxian nodded and looked at him with what appeared to be some anticipation. Jiang Hao saw this and took it over, but just happened to bring it over for a moment, and the stimulating smell was a little too different from the air to make himself sneeze right out of it. Hachoo! Li Kuxian looked at him dumbfounded. This boy seems like he can't really eat spicy food. Jiang Hao rubbed his nose with the back of his hand, then took out his chopsticks and pulled out a strip of mustard greens, putting it directly into his mouth and chewing it. How to say? Because of the different regions and tastes, the mustard chili in Jiang Hao's mouth tastes average. Jiang Hao replied. Lee Kurson didn't have words to describe it either. He just nodded his head and gave the mustard chili back to Lee Kurson. Lee Kurson is not stupid sometimes. You can tell if you like the same thing by looking at the expression. But she didn't get the answer she wanted, and beamed her little mouth, somewhat disillusioned as she took the mustard chili that Jiang Hao returned. She looked at her mustard chorizo, then at Jiang Hao, and finally screwed the lid on tightly, not intending to eat more. She was afraid that Jiang Hao would hate the smell. Chapter 36. Selling underwear can be a rewarding career. The next 2 days went on as usual. Lee Kurson would bring her breakfast to eat every day and then spot check her English words. The little nerd's part-time situation was changed to after-school hours until 9 p.m. every day. It's this part-time job. I wonder if the young girl told the old lady what happened, but Jiang Hao wouldn't be so curious to ask. Lee Kurson had her own plans for all the choices she made. In the blink of an eye, the time came to Wednesday morning, the time of the first model of the high school. After a whole week of studying, all of Jiang Hao's subjects had improved qualitatively, aside from the erratic English. When morning reading was over, the class teacher, Chen Goen, shouted to the students, "Pack up your things and get ready to go to the test center." Opening tests in high school are strictly proctored in pursuit of real grades, not to mention this joint exam. The first model was set up in the Zhengchang No. 4 middle school campus, and the seats were differentiated according to the rankings, and 3 examination rooms were set up respectively, and Jiang Hao was lined up with Lu Wei and them in the No. 3 examination room of them. Exam room 1, where it's all about the best of the best, the cream of the crop from several campuses. 1 question difference can separate the winners from the losers in the rankings. The second exam room, the home of the biased war heroes, has obvious strengths and weaknesses, with subjects in which they excel and subjects in which they are weak. In the third exam room, strength is on the back foot and grades are mediocre. These students will always fail 1 or 2 subjects. And there are also elementary school scum like Jiang Hao and Lu Wei, and their grades are so crotch-pulling that it's hard to find a subject to pass. Jiang Hao followed the crowd to the third examination room, a large classroom that was quite remote. He sat quietly in the exam room adjusting his mood. This time he was pretty sure of a big improvement. Jingle bells. At the sound of a bell, the exam began, and the invigilator began to hand out question papers and answer cards. The order of the first mode exams, naturally, is the order of the subjects of the college entrance exams, which are language, mathematics, physics, English, chemistry, and biology, and the total time is 2.5 days. Jiang Hao filled in his name and exam number, took the language paper that smelled like ink, and turned the pen while roughly scanning the test questions. His accumulation today is also one that can easily cover that kind of literary poetry and song, and even the essays that were once the hardest to hold words in, had what they wanted to write at a glance. 2.5 hours later, the bell rang for the end of the exam, and one by one the candidates turned in their papers. When they all walked outside the examination room, the candidates began to actively discuss the test questions they had just asked. Lu Wei is no exception, but also forked his waist, a look of ambition. "Ahow! My language this time played very well. A few literary texts just happen to be all I know. Composition is also written all over the place. This model test rankings you are certainly not as high as me." Before, Jiang Hao's grades and Lu Wei is not similar. Are the other class goalkeeper? You're that confident after just one test. Jiang Hao slowly walked out of the crowd with Lu Wei, feeling that the rest area on the balcony of the third exam room was too crowded. so he headed to the rest area of the second exam room on the right. Language is my weakest subject, and I'm playing well now. Lu Wei sounded certain. The two arrived at the rest area of the second examination room, and Jiang Hao propped his hands on the balcony railing of the large corridor. For a while, a spring breeze swept away the fatigue. Lu Wei patted Jiang Hao's shoulder from the side and said smugly, "Ah Hao, although I'm sure I can surpass you this time, don't be discouraged, and strive to break through 400 points. Oh, 400 points. Even going to Lan Xiang can only pick the worst specialty." Jiang Hao muttered a sentence in his heart breathlessly. "However, you really aren't stupid. You'll be studying well for the college entrance exam soon, and try to get into a good university." Jiang Hao gazed out into the distance. Other little brothers do not know. Lu Wei, if you are willing to learn, can indeed learn well. Basically 1 or 2 lessons to master the knowledge points. Understanding is very good. The last life of this kid also ended up on a 2nd degree. Lu Wei sniffed, sighed. The line of sight also with Jiang Hao looked into the distance. "Ahao, I think I have nothing to plan for the future. It is not counted as a university also what? Anyway, it is not reading more can earn more. Really can't. I inherited my mom's lingerie store. With her selling lingerie also have prospects." Jiang Hao face a black. "Some hate iron is not steel. When I was a child with me on the roof of the building to eat chili fries. Every day to shout when the richest man. And now you tell me just want to sell underwear?" Lu Wei smiled sarcastically. He also felt that he had little ambition. But what can be done about it? A lot of things are ambition, and cannot be realized. After recognizing himself, he instead felt that buying and selling underwear is a little more comfortable. Jiang Hao shook his head. The idea is not the same as him. Even in the beginning, he was a hard-working and progressive person, and even a kind of morbid obsession in the work. It's been almost a week. Do you know how much our commission is now? Jiang Hao looked back at Lu Wei. Actually, the first batch of funds will almost be out in the next couple of days. Except that it's a month-end payout, so I can only see a number right now. Lu Wei was curious. How much? Just a few days. It's already $30,000 to $40,000. Jiang Hao said. Lu Wei's eyes widened. $30,000 to $40,000. Are you sure? That number can be staggering. It's pretty much a $3,000 or $4,000 per capita paycheck in this day and age. Jiang Hao actually said that after a few days of getting the warming number, it's up to 30,000-40,000. Jiang Hao nodded. Go home and send your merchant's data chart. Lu Wei was slightly dazed, and the spring breeze brushed past him, leaving him with a moment of confusion. He was just responsible for carrying some copy and then went to chat with people and then pulled them into the group. And Jiang Hao was able to get those people to buy so much stuff. Jiang Hao was expressionless. The members inside several groups are very active. As you can see, the links and channels that are sent are basically empty in seconds. The spending power of baby moms and middle-aged women is exaggerated. Lu Wei nodded his head. He would also look at the group. It was indeed very active. The items were ordered very quickly, but he didn't think that it had already accumulated such a high value. Jiang Hao added at this time, making money is actually not difficult. If there is demand, there is supply. If you want to earn big money, there are very many doorways in this era. You can go and slowly grope for it. But if you just want to have a dull day, then I have nothing to say, and I also support your choice. Lu Wei was now silent, not thinking deeply about whether he should sell his underwear or not, but inwardly still shocked by the tens of thousands of dollars, because this value is only for a few days. What if it's a month from now? After a paycheck? How far can you go? I didn't realize it could really make money, and a lot of it. Jiang Hao seems to be a bit of a god. Jiang Hao didn't say anything when he saw Lu Wei dazed. Sometimes getting gains is the only way to have goals and motivation. As the traffic play on the warming gets bigger and bigger, he may be able to discover new avenues. When the time comes, he'll have a direction and a plan whether he wants to put up a fight or sell underwear and live a mediocre life. 10 minutes of relaxation passed quickly and the second subject was about to begin. Out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Hao suddenly noticed a figure with a tall figure and a cool face. Lin Yu. Chapter 37 Victoria's Secret. At some point, she stood at the balcony of exam room 1, less than 2 meters away from herself. Her gaze was also looking off into the distance, alone at the edge of the balcony in the corner. That's when the spring breeze caressed her face, swinging her hair close to her face. Lin Yu reached out to straighten her hair, but the spring breeze was still on her face, and no matter how she tried to intervene, as long as the wind kept blowing, her hair would still fall apart. In the end, she simply left it alone, looking away in silence. As her hair fluttered like a willow, Jiang Hao felt that the class president had a messy duty when he took this look. However, faintly, one could still see the slightly red mark on the young girl's face, which had not completely dissipated. The extraordinary discussions of the students around her formed a sharp contrast to the girl's quietness, making her pale and out of place. Squad leader. Jiang Hao looked at her and couldn't help but be a bit mesmerized. In fact, Lin Yu is also a real big beauty. Her face is like a carving, her skin is better than snow, and she has an icy cold texture. The nose was high and straight, the lips were as frosty as frost, and the slightly pursed corners of the mouth carried a hint of indifference that rejected people. The jawline is tight and clear, emphasizing the stubbornness and arrogance in her bones. Recall once some things, but quite some feelings, because during the business she also funded their hundreds of thousands of it, but then for some reasons did not return, and ended up blackballing someone. Jiang Hao inwardly smiled helplessly. In this life, with interest, returned to the class president, as if sensing the nearby gazes. Lin Yu turned his head and also spotted Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao didn't panic, but showed a light smile and nodded to her. When Lin Yu saw this, she froze for a moment, probably not expecting Jiang Hao to greet her, then nodded her head to Jiang Hao as well. Afterward, without stopping for much longer, stroking her sideburns, Lin Yu turned around and returned to the examination room. After the morning test language, math, Jiang Hao feels good about himself, especially math. The results have qualitatively improved. His best subject is math, and a strong comprehension coupled with careful review can easily morph. After taking the math test, many of the students, on their way back to their main class at lunch, would be eager to discuss the answers. Multiple choice question 7. What did you pick? That big question. Did you guys figure it out in the end? There seems to be more than one answer to that question in the middle. Some people's faces are flushed as if they were in a sauna, either because the topic is too difficult to think about halfway through the day, or because of the accelerated circulation of blood caused by restlessness and nervousness. For the first mode math subject, most of the students were saying, math will be good for 90 this time. Jiang Hao feels relaxed about this. After all, once the grades were hovering around the passing line, and now that the questions are difficult and the average score drops, their grades are naturally higher. In the afternoon, the test was physics. The wailing after handing in the papers is no worse than when you take a math test, and the questions in the first model are really more qualitative. But Jiang Hao was not worried about this. How it is, carefully reviewed, progress is inevitable. The next morning, it was English. This was Jiang Hao's weakest subject. There was no one, and it was extremely easy to fail. This exam, Jiang Hao will only be able to answer the questions. The rest will not be. He simply choose all the B, because this how can be part of the right. Then the last big question, English mini essay. Jiang Hao is even more do not know how to move the pen. He simply directly copy a paragraph of reading comprehension on the content. Next subject, chemistry. This subject is relatively simple. In addition to his need to understand and calculation ability, contains a large part of the memorization of knowledge and template knowledge, even if the back of the big questions and how difficult, usually as long as more memorization can take the basic points are not low. Friday afternoon, last subject, biology. Ditto for biology and chemistry, which require even less numeracy and mostly memorization and boilerplate knowledge. It's impossible to get a low score with more memorization. At the end of the school day, the classroom was filled with students matching questions with each other and consulting information, and everyone soon had a rough idea of their grades. At this time, even Lu Wei ran from the first class to find Jiang Hao, lying on the window. Hey Hao, I feel that this time I can test to 440 or so. The progress can be great. Lan Xiang is surely stable. With this estimate, he felt that he had improved by at least 30 points or more, and he was simply a genius for being able to improve that much while playing games every day. Jiang Hao sniffed and raised his eyebrows, his buttocks rocking the chair in a very dashing pose. Only 440, not bad, almost better than me. Keep up the good work. Although Jiang Hao didn't match his answers with other students, he was confident to get above 500 this time. Lu Wei blinked his eyes, and then his eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Ah Hao, I am really making progress this time alright, but it's you, making it seem as if you've already been admitted to the university. How many points can you get this time? Me? Jiang Hao waved his hand. Average, it should barely be the second baseline. Lu Wei froze for a moment. The second born line? Jiang Hao's usual score is just about the same as his own, estimated to be about 400 points, and the second line is at least 500 or more. That's 100% improvement all of a sudden? Jiang Hao was talking in his sleep. Ah Hao, if you score 500 points or more on the exam, I'll just eat. Lu Wei pooh-poohed. How could he possibly believe that Jiang Hao could improve that much after only about a week of serious study? Moreover, the two subjects of this test, math and physics, were very difficult, and many students were worried. Did he take an elixir or a holy fruit that he could raise his total grade by 100 points at once? Absolutely not. Scram, cheat food and drink. Jiang Hao rolled his eyes. How? Did you cheat? Lu Wei narrowed his eyes slightly, but on second thought it was impossible. It's hard as hell to cheat on the first model and still not get caught. And soon he dismissed the idea. You really don't believe me? Unbelievable. Let's make a bet then. Jiang Hao began to rock his chair. Bet? Lu Wei froze, then agreed directly. because no matter what the bet was, Jiang Hao could not score 500 points on the exam. Yes, what's the bet? The corners of Jiang Hao's eyes danced and the corners of his mouth lifted up. If you lose, bring me a few hard goods from your store. High quality ones. Lu Wei was confused. Underwear? What does this Jiang Hao guy want with his underwear? However, the surefire bet kept him from asking. Instead he just nodded his head. Yes. What size do you want? The store just recently stocked a batch of Victoria's Secret. Jiang Hao turned his head to look at Li Kersen, then said indifferently, right A. Only after Lu Wei left did Jiang Hao slowly sit up straight before he heard Li Kersen beside him mutter, bragging. Although the voice was small, Jiang Hao still heard it and raised his eyebrows, turning his head to look at the young girl. What did you say? Li Ku Xin? No, nothing. Li Ku Xin pouted. Jiang Hao was right next to her, and of course she heard the conversation, even though she didn't understand what that secret was, but she also felt that Jiang Hao couldn't possibly score 500 points on the exam. It felt like he was bragging. Chapter 38, Don't run away when I kiss you. That I'm bragging? Propping up her face with her hands, she looked at Li Ku Xin with a smile. In that case, don't run away when it's time to kiss you. Li Kersen's small face flushed, suddenly remembering the bet that Jiang Hao had told him earlier, that if he scored 500 points on the exam, he would give himself a kiss. You're the one who failed the exam. Li Ku Xin sat up straight in a hurry, not even daring to glance at Jiang Hao with her afterglow, her little heart beating fast. She didn't quite believe that Jiang Hao could score 500 points on the exam, because when she gave the same table a tutorial, all the guy could do was He had to explain each question to him many times himself. We'll see. Jiang Hao smiled. A moment later, Jiang Hao asked again. I have to go back to school tomorrow morning to get my grades, so don't forget to change the tutoring time from 10 to 12 o'clock tomorrow. Li Ku Xin froze and nodded. The class teacher Chen Goen had already instructed everyone to return to school at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, which just happened to clash with the time of the tuition. No, it won't. Li Kersen took out a small notebook from the drawer. I'll prepare a lesson every night when I'm free. I'm sure I can teach Wei well. Jiang Hao was dumbfounded for a moment, preparing for the lesson. This little ninny really had a hard enough day, having to review and write her homework at school, and finally taking the trouble to teach herself. I have to work part-time after school, and even more on weekends, so I don't have much time off. I see you're more interested in teaching her than you are in teaching me. Jiang Hao was a little heartbroken, but he still flicked Li Kersen's small forehead. Li Ku Xin felt a slight pain and subconsciously picked up that small notebook and covered her forehead, complaining. It's not. Obviously more time was devoted to him, and when he was free he went to teach him. Jiang Hao sighed, then thought for a moment and said, the time you go to the cake store on weekends is 2 o'clock. Why don't you come to my house tomorrow to tutor Wei? Don't go back at noon. Stay at my house for a while, and I'll just happen to drop you off in the afternoon. There will be no one at home tomorrow after my old mother leaves for work in the morning. Even if my old dad comes back today, he should be back in the neighborhood by the next morning. Li Ku Xin slowly put down the small book, her eyes blinking. Stay in your house. Jiang Hao returned home in the evening in a happy mood, and when he opened the door, he realized that his old father Jiang Yuman had also returned. School's out today. How did you feel about the first model test? Jiang Hao had just entered the house. Jiang Yuman, who was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper, asked with a very faint smile. Jiang Hao was happy and was just about to speak when his mother, Li Huiwan, happened to walk out of the kitchen and glared at Jiang Yuman. What are you prying about when your son has finished his exams? Won't the results come out in a day or two? Though she had talked to Jiang Hao about the one mode thing before and said she'd buy him a rocket, but she actually felt that Jiang Hao was just joking. After all, 100% improvement in just 1 week. Who else could it be? Therefore, deep in his heart, he had long defaulted that Jiang Hao would not be very good in this exam. Jiang Yuman closed the newspaper and placed it on the table, saying expressionlessly, I am concerned about my son. Care. Return home once a week. You call this care? Others who don't know think you abandoned us mother and son. Li Huiwan crossed her arms and accused up, and brought up the matter again. I was busy with work then. Jiang Hao looked at the family emperor father, cannot help but smile, although he is a small director outside, but once home will have to listen to his wife. In the end, in order to prevent them from really arguing, Jiang Hao planned to briefly talk about his accomplishments. However, compared to Lu Wei and Li Kersen, he still chose to be more secure in his treatment of his parents and said, Mom and Dad, this time my grades definitely won't be worse than before. At least I can make a few dozen points of progress, so don't worry. At these words, the small fight between the parents stopped and there was a moment of silence as the two looked at each other. It was only after a while that Li Huiwan took the lead and asked, Really? Of course it's true. You'll know tomorrow when the results are posted. Jiang Hao nodded with a smile. This explanation made the parents feel better inside. The dog's son has really been quieting down and studying lately, and not messing around. They didn't crave for Jiang Hao to reach heaven in one step, they just needed to improve a little bit at a time, compared to themselves. And their ultimate dream is that their dog's son can get into a second college and become a college student. They knew Jiang Hao's usual grades, which were very poor, and were a long way from the second grade, but it's not entirely out of the question for him to just improve a little bit at a time and work his way up to the high school entrance exams. Brat, come and eat. The next day, Jiang Hao and Li Kersen came to the class early. The results were going to be announced today, and the efficiency was fast. Many students had mixed feelings today, and they all arrived early in droves, discussing the first mode results before the homeroom teacher came to class. It was 8 o'clock, and still no teacher had come to sit in on the class or make the rounds. Presumably, they are still doing their last best to fast-track the rewriting of test papers and the calculation of rankings. At times like this, the class was distracted by reading, and when Chen Goen came later, their real grades were going to be announced. It's about the high school senate. It wasn't until 10 minutes after 8 o'clock that Chen Goen came to class holding a large pile of test papers. His face was cool and serious, and he wore a small gray suit, still wearing the gold-rimmed silk glasses. Old Ben is here. There was a sound of cold air being sucked out of the classroom. Having been a classroom teacher for so many years, Chen Goen knew very well how to hold the students' hearts. He walked into the classroom, first without saying a word, his face grim as water, his stern eyes sweeping from top to bottom. It took the breath away from every student who was looking forward to their results, fearing that they would just be nominated and do poorly on the test. For a while, the inside of the classroom was as quiet as if a silver needle falling on the floor could be heard, except for class president Lin Yu. She did not even raise her head to look at Chen Goen, quiet and dusty, reading seriously without any disturbance. Old Chen, still like this death stare. The corners of Jiang Hao's mouth lifted up without a trace, somewhat missing this feeling of being on pins and needles. Afterward, Chen Goen coldly walked up to the podium and left all the information on the podium at once. Bang! The data was heavily weighted and made a loud muffled noise that echoed through the quiet classroom. This moment made the students even more nervous. Although Chen Goen was usually very strict, there were rare cases where he didn't say a word. After gazing again for a moment, Chen Goen opened his mouth in a cold voice. The end of the first model has exposed a lot of your problems. Although the math and physics this time are a bit difficult, there are still a lot of knowledge points you haven't mastered properly. According to your grades this time, only half of the students within the class will be able to get a second degree. When this was said, many of the students buried their heads, especially some of the students who were ranked in the middle of the class. The homeroom teacher was now pointing them out. Chapter 39, that man is Jiang Hao. Now, first hand out the grade strips. After reprimanding him, Chen Goen shouted and took out the report cards of his classmates from the materials and began to distribute them. Su Zishi, 530 points. Lin Xiaojia, 488 points. Deng Qian, 439 points. Lu Pengfei, 496 points. Students' grades are constantly being called out, but as soon as they heard it, they knew that old Chen hadn't sent it out in order of ranking. They all understood that not telling the overall rankings was old Chen taking care of the self-esteem of some poor students. Li Kersen, 650 points. Lin Yu, 704 points. Liang Pengfei, 460 points. Su Feng, 540 points. Li Kersen and Lin Yu continue to excel and improve despite being behind the class as a whole. Most of the other students just wailed and the whole class was in a state of decline. When they went up to the stage to get their report cards, they were all mortified when they saw the serious look in Chen Goen's eyes. Lu Yuan, 501 points. Zhang Bo, 456 points. Chen Weilong, 478 points. Zhang Yu, 527 points. Then, Chen Goen read the names out faster and faster, and almost all of the students in the class with good grades, and those with bad grades, got their report cards. Seeing that Jiang Hao hadn't yet handed out the report cards, Li Kersen couldn't help but be a little worried. Twisting his head to look at Jiang Hao, he found the guy dangling and rocking his chair. Doesn't seem to care at all. Xiao Huahua, 524 points. Tang 2-1, 513 points. Roshan Feng, 588 points. Above is the report card of almost all the students, ready to hand out the papers. You follow the grades and analyze where you went wrong. Chen Goen already had an empty grade note in his hand, and at the moment his hands were propped up on the desktop. Seeing this, Li Kersen's face paled a little. Jiang Hao wouldn't be the same as before. Because the grades are so bad, the homeroom teacher will simply stop reading and call them directly to the office to talk. Looking at it this way, Jiang Hao, not to mention more than 500 points, was afraid that he didn't even have 400 points. Stupid Jiang Hao, still saying every day that he can get 500 points in the exam. Now it's good. I'm sure he'll be criticized by the teacher again. For a while, she was lost again. She had helped Jiang Hao with his tutoring for a week and he hadn't even improved. And more than anything, she blamed herself. Jiang Hao is also very serious about his studies now. His grades aren't improving, so it must be that she's not teaching him well. However, immediately afterward, Chen Guan on the podium spoke again. Before handing out the test papers, I actually have to focus on the fact that there is actually another student in our class who has improved very much in the one-mode stats by the entire region. He was the most improved student on several campuses. The total score improved by a full 100 points. The moment this magnificent voice came out, it caused the class to freeze, including the self-condemning Li Kuxin, an improvement of over 100 points. What is that? If you were to study hard for a month at your usual grade for a subject, I'm afraid you'd struggle to make 10 points of progress. Nowadays it has to be an exaggeration for someone to make a 100-point improvement in their total score all at once. Chen Guan looked at the incredulous eyes of the students and pushed his glasses up before taking out one last student report card from beside the materials again. He announced it loudly. That student is Jiang Hao. Total score, 520 points. As soon as the words fell, the classroom, which was still somewhat murmuring, was instantly silent. A moment of silence passed before the classroom erupted into a violent discussion. 520 points. An improvement of a full 100 points. This is senior year. How many points did Jiang Hao score last time? Less than 400, I think. People who are usually below the passing line in every subject are now actually improving to over 500 points all of a sudden. The second line? They couldn't believe it. Although Jiang Hao's upper limit of achievement was high, it was outrageous to raise it to the second grade line all of a sudden. Their first thought was even, did Jiang Hao cheat on this exam? But, it's the first model, a strictly conducted joint exam of several schools, monitored and probed by teachers at all times. How could there be a chance? After dispelling this idea, they wondered if it could be that Jiang Hao wasn't just lucky and got a lot of them right, but that's not really realistic. Math and physics were also made more difficult this time around. And even the mostly basic subjects had a lot more calculation-based questions that required more thinking. This relies on luck alone. How do you think it's possible to directly improve more than 1%? Jiang Hao saw the situation, but is calm as usual. Has long been in his expectations. The bottom line is to improve more than 50 points. 100 points can only be considered a very good result. He then got up and left his seat and calmly walked up to the podium to get his report card as the crowd watched in amazement. 520 points can only get into a second university. But it's not enough to get into a first university. And even more so, it's not enough to catch up with Nichan. He was expressionless, and inwardly said faintly, the revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. Chen Guan on the podium should have already been shocked when he handed Jiang Hao the scorecard. His face was also relatively calm. He just said to Jiang Hao lightly, very good. This time the progress is huge. You learn quietly. There is nothing you can't learn. I hope you continue to keep it up. Understood, teacher. Jiang Hao nodded and responded. Although Chen Guan appeared calm, Jiang Hao could still detect a hint of surprise and relief in his eyes. He knew that the old Chen was still very pleased. After all, a punk student, all day long, not doing anything, and now recognizes the mistake, listened to his words, and returned in time. Lin Yu gently raised her head at this moment, looking deeply towards Jiang Hao's back, her good-looking eyelashes blinking, her eyes lingering on the boy's body for a few seconds. But Jiang Hao didn't notice anything, and when he returned to his seat, he couldn't help but laugh when he saw Li Kuxian's dumbfounded look. The little guy's mouth grew wide, and his little eyes were all full of incredulity. 500 points or more. Jiang Hao actually did it. Don't gawk. Likely. Jiang Hao tapped the little ninny's forehead, making her little head bob. Li Kuxian still looked at Jiang Hao with some incredulity. You really passed the exam. 500 points. Well, it really did pass the test. After getting their grades, students are rushing to their homes or dorms to go home or contact their parents. Reporting of examinations. Inside the campus, Li Kuxian buried her small head and followed Jiang Hao, her mind still a little confused. Jiang Hao, to the point of doing it, 500 points or more, and it's right up to the second grade line. Look at it this way nowadays. He was even hopeful of impacting a book. Did you start studying hard a long time ago? For a while, Li Kuxian grabbed her small hand and asked. Yes, neither. Jiang Hao didn't turn around. Have you ever asked anyone else to help you with your tutoring? Li Kuxian asked again. After all, Jiang Hao's progress was very sudden. You're the one. Jiang Hao shook his head. You, still. Li Kurson wanted to ask something else, but at this time, Jiang Hao suddenly stopped and turned his body. All at once, the young girl with her head buried in her hands crashed into his arms. Oh, Jiang Hao's body was sturdy, and Li Kurson bumped into it, covering her small head and stepping back a few steps. Li Kuxian. You. For a moment, Jiang Hao looked at her seriously. Seeing this, Li Kershen suddenly became nervous and suddenly remembered that agreement with Jiang Hao. Like, he scored 500 on the test. He's got that. Chapter 40, Don't Lie to Me. Thinking of this, the young girl's cheeks were instantly tinted with a blush, like the evening sun in the sky. Eyes dodging in panic, fingers unconsciously twisting together, she clenched her lower lip. What are you doing? Jiang Hao began to slowly approach and came in front of the young girl. The slightly trembling body gave away the nervousness and shyness within the young girl, causing her to unconsciously and subconsciously back away. But Jiang Hao only took half a step before catching up again, and bent down slightly, muttering, "Actually." The young girl's nervous little hand clutched the corner of her coat. Knowing that she couldn't run away under Jiang Hao's hand, she buried her little head and said in a soft tone, wait again. Later, okay. However, the next moment, Jiang Hao just a big hand placed on Li Kershen's small head, gently said, "In fact, I started to study all for you. Now I've just progressed to the second bachelor's degree, and behind me, I still want to progress to the first book for you, and I also want to progress to a higher one for you. I want to catch up with you, and go to the same university as you. I don't want to be separated from you." The boy bent down, his eyes sincere and full of tenderness. These words, which had been buried deep within him, and which he had once not had the opportunity to say, were now sincerely communicated, because he had failed the girl in 100 ways. In this life, he wanted to truly live for her. Li Kershen froze slightly, realizing that Jiang Hao hadn't done anything out of the ordinary. He just looked at himself seriously. For yourself? Don't want to be separated from yourself. Hearing these words, for some reason, the girl's nose turned sour. Like, this is what it feels like to be cared about, the feeling of not being left behind. She thought at first that no one in the world would care about her except her mother-in-law. You, don't lie to me. Gradually, the young girl also pursed up her small lips, and her eyes gradually flooded with tears. From this moment on, it seemed like Jiang Hao wouldn't resist no matter what he did to her. "I will never lie to you." Jiang Hao's eyes were incomparably sincere. The young girl was completely stunned, her heart beating fast and her eyes completely blurred. Jiang Hao looked at the young girl's somewhat aggrieved expression, and was also afraid of making her cry, then straightened up and softly smiled. "You also need to continue to study well, maybe before the college entrance exam. I'll catch up with you." He rubbed the young girl's small head, his movements and demeanor, doting. The young girl eventually couldn't help herself, and a crystal clear teardrop slipped down from the corner of her eye. But Li Kuxian stubbornly turned her face sideways this time, forcing herself to hold back her trembling voice, and said, "No, won't be caught up by you." Jiang Hao's smile did not diminish, still rubbing her little head. Those two in the distance. "What are you doing?" Before Jiang Hao and Li Kershen could get out of that marvelous atmosphere, a sharp voice came from the side of the school building. It didn't take much thought to realize that it was coming from the head teacher who patrolled inside the school. And this voice Jiang Hao now remembered. It was the same Mediterranean that had caught him fighting and smoking mosquito coils. Li Kershen panicked all of a sudden as well, startled by the sudden chiding that interrupted her thoughts. But before she could look back at the head instructor, something happened that she had never done before in her life. "The only thing I could feel was a warmth coming from my small hand, held tightly by a large hand." Then the boy's voice rang out, "What are you waiting for? Run!" The teenager took Li Kuxian's hand and dashed towards the school entrance. The tears in the young girl's eyes didn't have time to be wiped away, and flew down in midair as they moved, crystal clear and bright and soulful as crystal. Behind him, the director of instruction's shouts were getting farther and farther away, but they were still in the middle of the air. "Stop right there, you two, don't run!" Jiang Hao looked back as he ran, only to see the director of instruction's Mediterranean hairstyle flying in the wind because he was chasing after them, and the flab on his stomach bouncing up and down as he ran, looking very funny. Li Kershen was pulled by Jiang Hao, her face flushed red, her heart beating violently in her chest. This was the first time she had ever done something like this. How could the head instructor, with a belly that big, outrun two young students? As they ran farther and farther away, he finally had to let the two ambiguous head-touching couples he had just seen run away, cursing, "Don't let me catch you a second time, or I'll have your asses." Somewhere on the street outside the school, Li Kershen was gasping for air. The hand she was holding with Jiang Hao hadn't been loosened yet, and her little face was flushed. She subconsciously wiped the corners of her eyes, as the instructor's change of heart kept her tears from flowing again. Luckily, the security uncle was napping. The head teacher shouldn't have chased him out of the school. Jiang Hao briefly glanced in the direction behind them, and after confirming that it was safe, he also let out a sigh of relief. He's certainly experienced in fighting with the Mediterranean director for years. Taking Li Kuxian through the stoplight, the little nerd subconsciously lowered his head, feeling as if he had just done something bad. "Don't worry, it's fine. The director of instruction won't know it's us. Jiang Hao turned back and followed Li Kuxian's gaze, guessing what she was thinking. Li Kuxian nodded her head, still with a guilty conscience, but recalling what had just happened really shocked her again. It was something she had never done before. Doing bad things. The feeling of, it's really exciting. Just now, scared? Noticing the subtle expression on the girl's face, Jiang Hao also laughed. Fear. Yeah, it feels like you're having fun. Just, no. Li Kuxian beamed. She didn't like being bad. She was the good kid. It was just a novelty just now. Then let's hold hands without letting go, okay? When these words came out, Li Kuxian's small face was stunned. Then she looked down at her small hands. Only then did he realize that he was still holding hands with Jiang Hao, and the warmth of the other's palm was spreading to his body. No. The red rhythms on Li Kuxian's face hadn't disappeared, and when she went to look at it again, it was now like a blooming rose. The young girl subconsciously wanted to let go of her hand, but Jiang Hao held on tightly, saying that she wouldn't let go. No, I'm afraid that if I let go of you, you'll run away and disappear. Jiang Hao looked back to the front and uttered a very meaningful sentence. Li Kuxian was aggrieved. Jiang Hao grabbed extra hard this time, making her little hand hurt a bit. It hurts. I won't leave. I won't leave you. You let go first, okay? Jiang Hao opened his mouth, his expression visibly trembling as the words he wanted to say did not come out. In the end, he still didn't let go. Only the strength in his hand loosened a bit. Then he smiled down and said, Li Kuxian, remember, you still owe me 2 things now, and in the future, you'll have to pay me back for both. Chapter 41, Sister, let's not play with him. Li Kuxian came to Jiang Hao's house. Chu Weiwei was already waiting for her inside the living room, which made Jiang Hao wonder how this cousin who didn't really love to study, always liked to stick to Li Kuxian. Sister, you're here. Haven't seen you for a week. I miss you so much. The door just opened. Chu Weiwei saw Li Kuxian not even wearing shoes. Bare white tender little feet ran over and hugged her. Li Kuxian froze for a moment, then dotingly rubbed the young girl's small head and softly said, this time, study hard too. Of course, my favorite class is my sister's. Jiang Hao looked at always feel unhappy. Before the cousin is obviously the most clinging to their own, and now not only not clinging to their own, but also with their own to seize favor. It is simply outrageous. Okay, stop hugging. What time is it? Get in there and study. Jiang Hao boarded his face and clasped his hands on his chest. Chu Weiwei, go home right after you finish your studies. Auntie wants to check your learning at school these days. Brother, you're in a hurry to rush me home before class has even started. The little cousin instantly pouted her little mouth, then rubbed herself vigorously in Li Kuxian's arms. Sister, you should play less with my brother in the future. He's too hateful. Li Kuxian's eyes blinked and she just gently rubbed the young girl's head, not answering her question. Jiang Hao couldn't help but jump out of the corner of his eye. Chu Weiwei, I'm the one who helped you find the tutor. Now you're giving me a bridge to cross, aren't you? Cousin, you have the nerve to say that. Chu Weiwei said hatefully. Mom asked you to help me find a tutor, but didn't ask you to buy me a whole box of 3-year midterm 5-year simulations. Now I have to do 2 more sets of papers every day, and it's all your fault. Jiang Hao pooh-poohed. Who told you not to study well? Giving auntie angry high blood pressure are guilty. This is bought for you to consolidate after school learning. Li Kuxian saw that the 2 siblings seemed to be about to quarrel, and quickly mediated. Okay, alright, let's go study. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao snorted coldly and sat on his butt on the sofa, crossing his legs. Okay, sisters, let's stay away from our evil cousin. Chu Weiwei had almost had enough of the hugging as well, and pulled her little face away from Li Kuxian's, pulling her right into the room. It was also at this time that Chu Weiwei walked while looking back at her big sister with a smile, and soon realized that Li Kuxian's eyes were a little red, as if she had been crying. She stopped in a hurry and said in surprise, Sister, are you being bullied by my brother? Your eyes are a bit red. Li Kuxian froze for a moment, then shook her head and slightly sideways her little face. No, the eyes cried by themselves. She didn't dare to say that this had become like this because of Jiang Hao's words. Eyes that cry by themselves? Chu Weiwei narrowed her eyes and looked at Jiang Hao who was sitting in the chair. At the moment this great villain was grabbing a big apple on the table and biting it so hard that half of the big red apple was gnawed off in one go. Then he got a glare. Seeing this, Chu Weiwei moved closer to Li Kuxian and said, Sister, if you're threatened by my brother, just tell me, I'll definitely save you. Li Kuxian saw that Chu Weiwei was so cute, she couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. She once again rubbed the young girl's head, and said seriously, No, your brother is very good to me. Chu Weiwei froze for a moment. The older sister's cheeks flushed as she said this, as if she were still smiling. She was a little pained by how much she wished at the moment that she was a boy and had snatched her big sister from her evil brother. Jiang Hao was really a bit impatient at this time, Pointing at the clock, he said, "It's 20 past 10, Chu Weiwei. If you don't learn again, is it that you don't want to eat?" Hearing dinner, Chu Weiwei's small body trembled and immediately pulled Li Kerson into the room. Quickly, sister, let's get started, we're going to eat later. During the tutoring session, Li Koxian and Chu Weiwei sat side by side at their desks, and the young girl was a bit distracted at first. One moment she moved her but a little closer to Li Kerson, and the next she was rambling on about what the relationship between her cousin and her big sister really was. I'll review the grammar for you when you're done with the grammar-specific multiple-choice questions on this page. Li Kerson, on the other hand, was seriously looking at the lesson plan she had prepared throughout the whole process, and she took this part-time job very seriously. If it were any other tutor, perhaps all of them would have kept Chu Weiwei from studying properly. But the naive Li Kerson, very serious and diligent attitude, really makes Chu Weiwei embarrassed to hang around. After all, Li Kerson had written several pages in her notebook just for this lesson, as well as 2 sheets of A4 paper filled with knowledge points. Chu Weiwei felt that if she touched the fish in front of her big sister, she would really be too sorry for her. 2 hours later, Chu Weiwei stretched her waist, finally finished learning. "I can eat." Li Kerson revealed a shallow smile. The entire course, Chu Weiwei was very serious. All the information she prepared, the young girl used it and digested it well. "Vivi is so smart," Li Kerson complimented. Chu Weiwei's expression was joyful, climbed up the pole and hugged Li Kerson's arm. "Sister, am I smarter than my brother? My brother can be stupid and often fails." Li Kerson froze. The sentence in her mouth that her brother was also very smart didn't have time to say it. A cold grunt came from Jiang Hao right at the door of the room. Yes, so smart Weiwei must be able to walk a few stairs back to her house by herself to eat, right? Seeing Jiang Hao, Chu Weiwei's joyful little expression changed and she said with a skittish mouth, "Brother, why do you always want to drive me back today? Could it be that you want to take advantage of my absence to bully sister Kuxian?" Li Kuxian froze at his words and immediately waved his hand. No. Jiang Hao has not bullied me for a long time. The last time he bullied himself. It's been 2 hours. Chu Weiwei was shocked to see Li Kuxian's reaction. "So cousin really bullied you before?" Jiang Hao choked on his words. "Ah, cousin, you're such an animal," Chu Weiwei said hatefully. "Sister is so beautiful. You are willing to bully." For a moment, Jiang Hao thought of the soft touch of Li Kerson's small hands, and wanted to argue but couldn't find a reason. One's own little hobby does seem to be bullying little nerds over nothing. When she went to look at Li Kuxian again, she saw that the tips of her ears were red, her 2 small hands were clasped tightly together, and the young girl seemed to have recalled the events of this morning as well. Chu Weiwei was very distressed by her big sister, immediately hugged Li Kerson's arm and leaned on her shoulder. "Sister, cousin is so hateful. Let's not play with him. Let's go to my house for dinner at noon." "Okay, it's also late now. Why don't you just not go back?" Jiang Hao couldn't stand up when he heard this. This cousin, how is it that she is always against him now? Even the time alone is given to her precise thoughts. "No, Li Kuxian is to stay at my house today. She has to eat with me." Chapter 42. Remember to hold my hand next time. Chu Weiwei froze for a moment, but knowing that Li Kerson wasn't going back at noon today, it was soon straight and seamless. "Brother, auntie is away and you don't know how to cook, so will you let your sister starve here with you? Must go to my house." The corner of Jiang Hao's eyes jumped. "Who said I don't know how to cook? I'll cook at noon today." Chu Weiwei skimmed her mouth and spat her tongue out at Jiang Hao. "I don't believe you can cook. You're usually lazy. Auntie cooks for you." Li Kerson was a bit surprised, her eyes blinking as she looked at Jiang Hao. So he can cook? But he usually seems like a loafer in everything he does." "Chu Weiwei, what do you know? I'm just usually too lazy to do anything. Cooking is just a piece of cake." Jiang Hao scared and shook his head. "Can a dozens of souls not know how to cook? Bah, bragging, you just eat." Chu Weiwei finished and shook up Li Kerson's arm again, wanting her to go sit in her house for a while, away from Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth. Why did this cousin like to troll so much now? Digging desperately. It's endless. When she was about to make a scene with her cousin, Li Kuxian hurriedly stood up at this time. Okay, don't argue. I'll cook, okay? He was afraid that the 2 siblings would start arguing again later, so he rushed out to mediate. "I promised Jiang Hao yesterday that I would rest for a while at his house at noon today, and he would send himself to the cake store in the afternoon. Since Chu Weiwei had extended an invitation to herself today, let's cook a meal for them together, and it would be a small way of repaying them for giving themselves this part-time job." When Jiang Hao and Chu Weiwei heard this, they first froze, stopped bickering, and looked at Li Kuxian in unison. In Jiang Hao's memory, the young girl used to take care of his life and often cooked for him, but unfortunately, after she left in the first place, he never had the chance to eat again. Having reintroduced herself to her breakfast a few days ago, it was true that she missed the young girl's cooking even more now, and in Chu Weiwei's heart, The big sister was omnipotent and super powerful. Hearing that she's going to cook has defaulted to super delicious and definitely better than her cousin's cooking. Inside the kitchen the range hood kicks on and hums, but closing the glass door reduces the sound by a large margin. The living room. After Jiang Hao introduced the entire kitchen to Li Kersen, he and Chu Weiwei sat on the sofa, not dealing with anyone for a while. Cousins who used to be very close have come to look at each other differently, especially Jiang Hao. He only felt that Chu Weiwei was coming to puberty, getting more and more rebellious, and he guessed that she hadn't caused much trouble for her sister-in-law in her own home. "Brother, isn't it not too good for us to let our guest cook?" Chu Weiwei still couldn't help but say as she watched a figure busy in the kitchen. Jiang Hao clasped his hands on his chest. "So what's the solution? It's not all your fault. You just went home honestly. She doesn't have to cook." Chu Weiwei turned around and glared at her cousin. "You're less slanderous. According to Ku Xian's sister's gentle character, seeing you being clumsy, she'll definitely end up not being able to bear it, and cook for you, the big bad guy." "What do you mean, clumsy?" Jiang Hao gave the young girl a blank look. "With your cousin's cooking skills, I'll be the head chef even when I go to New Oriental." However, he didn't deny that the little nerd might help with the cooking, since Li Ku Xian probably didn't really believe that he could cook either. "You're just bragging. Auntie told me before that she was hungry at night and wanted to cook a noodle, but she forgot to turn off the fire and blew up the pot." Chu Weiwei was completely unconvinced. Jiang Hao's old face turned red, and he poo-pooed the words, "When a man looks at another man for 3 days, do you understand that you haven't learned the junior high school text yet? It's true that you couldn't do anything right before when you were all muddled up, but not now. It's a complete metamorphosis and sublimation." Chu Weiwei bristled, no longer fighting with her cousin, and looked blearily toward the kitchen. Watching the big sister busy with her ingredients through the glass doors and windows inexplicably gave me a sense of happiness. She was pretty and could do everything, and if she were a boy, she would have taken her big sister as her wife. Jiang Hao looked at the time at this point and realized that it was already 12:30 p.m. After looking at the figure inside the glass window, he got up and headed to the kitchen, saying to Chu Weiwei, "Stay in the living room honestly, it's already late. I have to go help her for a while." Seeing this, Chu Weiwei also jumped off the sofa with her bare little legs. I want to go too." Cousin was going in to help and wanted to go in himself to help his big sister. "Do you know how to cook?" Jiang Hao turned around and asked. Chu Weiwei froze in place and shook her head. "At home, did auntie not let you into the kitchen?" Jiang Hao asked again. Chu Weiwei slowly nodded again. "Then you're not adding to the mess by going in there and blowing up the pot later too. So be honest and watch 2 episodes of Snow White in the living room while you wait for dinner." Jiang Hao gave her a blank look and walked into the kitchen. "You!" Chu Weiwei's small face flushed red and she clenched her teeth behind Jiang Hao, wanting to refute her cousin, but there was no way to do so. "It's true that you can't cook yourself, and you don't even do much housework. I don't know anything. What if I go in there and make a mess for big sister and get hated?" Finally, with a sigh, she gave up and went back to her seat, turned the TV up a bit and started watching Snow White. As soon as Jiang Hao came in, he felt the kitchen like a steamer, and the warmth hit his face. At this moment, Li Kersen tied up her ponytail and wore an apron, earnestly chopping vegetables, because the range hood was very loud, and did not notice anyone approaching in the slightest. Tied apron girls seem to have a special flavor. Exquisite side face looked Jiang Hao some trance. It was as if he had married the young girl and had a sense of spending time together. "Are you used to using the kitchen here?" Jiang Hao asked as he came behind her. "Ah!" The girl was startled, and her body subconsciously retreated backward, just leaning against Jiang Hao's chest. He didn't find it strange. The young girl was actually very timid, and it was normal for her to be frightened by sudden noises sometimes. On the contrary, Li Kersen's body was soft and comfortable in her arms, reminding Jiang Hao of that rainy night when he carried her home. Li Kersen's cheeks were slightly reddened by the warm steam, and her body was beaded with sweat, with a few strands of hair still on her cheeks. Color the young girl with a flirtatious air. Unfortunately, this soft contact didn't last long, and after Li Ku Xian slowed down, she hurriedly stood up and straightened her bangs with a red little face. "Take advantage of me, Li Kersen. Remember to hold my hand next time," Jiang Hao said with a smile. The young girl turned her head back at this time, puffed up her small face, and complained, "Only did I not take advantage of you." It was clearly Jiang Hao who often took advantage of her, and this bad guy even framed himself. You never let go of my hand when you hold it. Obviously every time you say you'll only hold it for a little while. Chapter 43, Not Unwilling. Why? Are you very reluctant? No, it's not a matter of willingness. Li Ku Xin pouted. If you don't want to, then you won't hold it later. Jiang Hao sighed with a feigned sadness, then went to the refrigerator on the side and took out some meat out for preparation. Li Kersen was suddenly a little aggravated, but could only turn her head back and continue to cut up the cabbage for a long time before muttering out a sentence. If it hadn't been for the proximity to Li Kersen, The fidgety sound of the range hood would have completely covered the young girl's voice. Also, not unwilling. She said it with pursed little lips. Jiang Hao obviously froze for a moment when he heard these words, but then the corners of his mouth lifted up silently. This little nerd has a quiet slamming of the mind in his speech now. It catches people a little off guard. Part-time. The part-time job. Thank you. After a while, Li Kuxian opened her mouth again and said softly, her tone tinged with gratitude, because an income like that would take care of a lot of things for her family. Granny doesn't have to be so tired anymore. Hey, that's nothing. Jiang Hao waved his hand in disbelief at this question. And about the cake store earlier. Thank you too. I told my mother-in-law. She understood. Li Kuxian's voice was soft but firm. This, really thank you. Jiang Hao, in response, just smiled and said, it's just your own choice. I'm just giving you advice. And, Li Kurson still wanted to say something, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Jiang Hao. Alright, Li Kurson, I don't suggest you thank me. It's normal for friends to help each other. Then he touched Li Kuxian's head and said softly, and I'll help you every time. You'll be exhausted if you thank me every time. Li Kuxian froze for a moment, suddenly feeling her nose a little sour and her eyes slightly blurred. That simple and sincere language, like a soft key, gently opened the softest corner of her heart. No one's been that nice to her except her mother-in-law. Finally, with a soft she turned back to her cooking, a warm current coursing through her heart. Gradually, both fell silent and began to work. Li Kurson wanted to cook a good meal for Jiang Hao and Shu Weiwei, so she just asked Jiang Hao to play a hand. For example, after the teenage girl blanches the ribs, she is ready to put them in the water to start the stew. Jiang Hao then only had to deal with the corn, horseshoes, and other ingredients, and after the water had boiled for a while, they were put down together. Most of the time, Jiang Hao was watching from the sidelines and didn't get his hands on the dishes himself, and it wasn't that he didn't want to do it, but Li Kurson insisted on doing it herself. However, he didn't come out of the kitchen and just stood quietly by Li Kuxian's side, accompanying her. When he was bored on the sidelines, Jiang Hao quietly watched Li Kurson's appearance as she labored in a daze. The young girl stood in front of the stove like a quiet and beautiful painting, a strand of hair sliding down her shoulder and not affecting her concentration at all. However, as soon as she herself opens her mouth to speak from the sidelines, she responds immediately. Nice and dorky. Coco Lee, I'm bored, let me poke my face, okay? After another 10 minutes had passed, Jiang Hao leaned his back in one of the counters and looked at Li Kurson. The young girl, who was at that moment stirring the freshly flavored rib and corn soup with a spoon, heard the voice and looked back at him in confusion. However, the young girl didn't think much of it, and after she gave an oh-so-sweet sound, she slowly moved her little head toward Jiang Hao. That way he doesn't have to reach so far. Jiang Hao quickly stretched out his hand and poked it. Then because the young girl's skin was too good, white and smooth, he pinched her cheeks again, and all of a sudden, he played with it without letting go of his hand. After about a minute had passed, Li Kurson felt the rib soup next to her boiling a bit before she gently said, can you pinch it later? I'll turn the fire down a bit first. Jiang Hao smiled and let go of his hand. Aha, this little nerd. Obviously these are things she decides and has to ask herself if she agrees with them. That's silly. Afterward, Jiang Hao didn't bother Li Kurson anymore and let the young girl finish her lunch first. The kitchen was now simmering with rib soup. A fish had been steamed, and a plate of cabbage had been fried. The chicken wings were also now defrosted and had been prepared by Jiang Hao. Change the cuts in marinade. Zip. The hot oil boiled, the chicken wings went into the pot, and Li Kurson began to stir fry with great skill. You can smell the aroma the moment it comes off the pan. By the time everything was ready, the duo had been in the kitchen for almost an hour. With a few more final minutes, the rib soup is also ready to be turned off the heat for serving. Li Kuxian stopped the busyness of her hands, and she leaned lightly on the kitchen stove, gently wiping the sweaty strands on her forehead with the back of her hand. Panting slightly, the broken hair in front of her forehead was soaked with sweat, and there were a few strands pasted on her fair cheeks. The young girl's eyes had a hint of fatigue in them, but she still couldn't hide the soulful light. Jiang Hao brought in a towel outside at this time and pulled the young girl near the refrigerator, away from where the soup was cooking and steam was constantly rising. Hard work. Li Kurson shook her head slightly. Getting Jiang Hao's affirmation made her feel a little happy inside. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. No, not hard. Jiang Hao smiled and began to wipe the sweaty strands from the young girl's face, and carefully stripped her messy hair with his hands. The movements are very soft and detailed. This serious move caused the young girl's soulful eyes to become somewhat disoriented. Looking straight at Jiang Hao, her cheeks couldn't help but flush a slight red. In fact, boys sometimes, it's also very gentle. Jiang Hao smiled contentedly after finishing the young girl's grooming. Looking into her eyes, he said, Li Kurson, tomorrow Sunday, accompany me to the big department store mall downtown. The young girl gave a soft After agreeing, she went to ask, "What's the trip to the mall for?" "Doing a little shopping and hanging out with you." Jang Hao laughed, then by way a box of exercise books and study materials. "You also know that she's especially fond of studying lately." Lee Kerson's big watery eyes blinked, feeling as if Jang Hao wanted to do something bad, but she had no proof. "We'll go back tomorrow afternoon. After you've finished your part-time job, the mall at night will be a better place to shop than in the morning." Jang Hao pinched the young girl's elastic face again, feeling a bit in love with it. "Good." The young girl nodded dutifully. "The windows and doors in the kitchen are translucent, so you can see every move in the kitchen completely from the living room." However, Jang Hao and Lee Kerson's intimate actions didn't cause Chu Weiwei's displeasure because she was too mesmerized watching Snow White. By the time she reacted back, Jang Hao had already brought out a dish. Already done? Chapter 44, Marriage and Life. Watching a dish being served, Chu Weiwei turned off the TV and jumped off the couch. "Wow, it smells so good. My sister's cooking looks superb at first glance." Arriving at the dinner table and looking at the home-cooked three-course meal, the young girl was already stomping her little feet and couldn't wait to start eating. Then she raised her head and asked Jang Hao, "Brother, which of these dishes did you make?" Jang Hao pointed to the rice cooker next to the rice and said, "I made the rice." Chu Weiwei immediately furrowed her small brows and questioned, "Brother, you went in to help for so long and just cooked rice?" "Yes, your caution sister is too distraught to let me do it." The corners of Jang Hao's mouth lifted as he began to serve the 3 bowls of rice. "I shucks." Chu Weiwei reacted and clenched her teeth. She had just gotten so caught up in watching Snow White that she had forgotten to spy on her cousin. I wonder if he just did anything excessive to his sister in there. Then, she messed around with Jang Hao for a while before the 3 of them slowly gathered around the table to eat. Lee Kerson couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She had never thought before that she would be cooking at a boy's house and then having lunch with him like family. Also, the intimate contact she had just gotten into with Jang Hao in the kitchen had left her cheeks still slightly flushed. "Here, eat." Jang Hao ignored Chu Weiwei and started to keep on giving Lee Kerson constant food in her rice bowl. The young girl hadn't even taken a bite of her meal before Jang Hao stuffed her with a small pyramid of meat. No need for that much." Lee Kerson opened her mouth. Jang Hao was like this in school too, stuffing himself with food even if he didn't eat it. If it continued like this, she might even be fed fat by Jang Hao after a while. Chu Weiwei was also stunned when she saw this. In the past, when she ate with her cousin, he always gave her food. Now actually treating her like air. It's an abomination. Chu Weiwei inwardly grumbled with dissatisfaction, and then could only start chucking her own food to eat. She took a piece of fish hard, froze, then immediately took another piece of fish. The eyes cleared instantly. Couldn't help but murmur, "Sister, you cook. It's really delicious." Next, Chu Weiwei began to try a few other dishes, all with the exact same expression. "Yummy, just eat more." Li Kuxian flashed her a smile. "Aha." Chu Weiwei whimpered and nodded, her mouth already stuffed. Jang Hao also found the feeling of once, the little nerd cooking, gradually and memory overlap, awakened many thoughts. In a trance, Jang Hao felt that he had eaten his meal very quickly already, but he still had food in his bowl all the time. As soon as he looked up, he happened to see Li Kuxian who was pinching food for himself. The girl noticed his gaze and blinked before continuing to pinch it into his bowl like it was nothing. And, if she ate quickly, the girl would even give him a piece of her bowl. As a result, he had given her so many dishes, but this little bean hadn't eaten much and returned them to himself instead. During the process of pinching the food, Jang Hao realized that there was anticipation in her eyes, and with each pinch she looked into her eyes. The clear, penetrating eyes seemed to say, "It's delicious, please praise me too." For a moment, Jang Hao couldn't help but say, "Eat it yourself." Seeing Jang Hao open his mouth, as if he didn't say what he wanted, she froze for a moment, then started to give Jang Hao the soup again. The movements were careful, each time waiting for Jang Hao's response. "All right, Lee Kerson, stop it." Jang Hao stopped it, hearing words that weren't compliments. Li Kuxian's little face immediately collapsed, her eyes filled with despondency, and her little shoulders shrugged helplessly. Don't you like to eat my cooking?" Li Kuxian asked with pursed lips. "Love it, I can't wait to eat it every day." She froze for a moment and looked at Jang Hao blankly. "It's like saying, it's good, why don't you compliment me?" Jang Hao smiled and said, "Lee Kerson, do you know what it means in our family when boys and girls pinch each other's food?" Li Kuxian didn't understand and gently shook her head. She just wanted Jang Hao to eat more as well. That's to get married and live together. The moment these words came out, Li Kuxian was instantly flustered and hastily waved her small hand up. That doesn't clip. It turns out that Jang Hao's family has this custom and saying. She wouldn't have clipped it if she'd known. Jang Hao smiled and said, "I've clamped it, so I can't back out halfway." Lee Kerson buried her small face, a little aggrieved, did not know what to say, how to eat a meal but also to take themselves in as a wife. Chu Weiwei pushed the bowl forward at this time and said with a smile, Sister, clip me. I'm a girl, so that it will be long, 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 so that I don't have to marry him for life. She'd seen her cousin as hateful long ago. When did the family have that rule? It was just a way for the evil brother to coax his sister. Jiang Hao immediately face a black. This cousin how to climb up the pole again? Why don't you just be a good light bulb? It's always tearing down the stage. However, Chu Weiwei's opening of her mouth still relieved Li Kuxian's consternation to a large extent. The young girl looked at Jiang Hao and then at Chu Weiwei, and was a little hesitant, but Chu Weiwei had already brought her bowl over, so it wasn't too good not to clip it. Finally, she slowly stretched out her chopsticks and gave the girl a piece of ribs over. Here. Thank you, sister. Chu Weiwei immediately smiled with arched eyebrows, and after taking a bite, she shook her little head with a happy and satisfied look. Jiang Hao sighed, and seeing how Li Kuxian had just been at a loss for words, he ended up not teasing her anymore. It was mainly because Chu Weiwei was too much of an obstacle here, always working against herself. I'm going to the department store tomorrow and I'm sure I'll get her another box of workbooks. After waiting for lunch, with Chu Weiwei extremely reluctant, Jiang Hao sent Li Kursan out the door. Once the young girl arrived safely at the cake store, he went to the internet cafe to check on the grades of a few of his minions. Because they are so poorly grounded, there is some noticeable improvement even after a week of serious study. So according to the grades, all of these minions are still relatively obedient, and the one who had made the most progress belonged to Lu Wei. The kid's mouth was grinning up to his ears when Jiang Hao sampled him at first because he had scored 450 points. Comparing it to his original score, an improvement of at least 30 or 40 points is considered a very big improvement. Jiang Hao also praised him sincerely, making him feel beautiful in his heart. And what about you? How? What's the score? It's not still 400, is it? Lu Wei patted Jiang Hao's shoulder and said, although I've made a lot of progress this time, you don't need to be discouraged. Put in a little more effort and you'll definitely be able to catch up. Jiang Hao saw Lu Wei's bird-like appearance, but was not in a hurry. First asked, today's dinner you go home to eat? Lu Wei froze and said, yeah, do you keep your word? Jiang Hao asked again. Sure. Jiang Hao pulled out a report card from his pants pocket and handed it to Lu Wei. Then you don't have to go home to eat tonight. Chapter 45, Great Progress. Lu Wei sniffed, first froze, then frowned. Looking at the grade slip in Jiang Hao's hand, he hesitated for a moment, then took it and read it carefully. However, just an instant later, his violent pupils contracted and his eyes went wide. The guy's expression was extremely dismayed, as if he had unintentionally eaten and couldn't take it. When he saw the grades and total scores for each subject on his report card, he initially took a chance. Maybe the name on the transcript was mistyped, but not at all. The grades and total scores of each subject are clear, and Jiang Hao's name and examination number are imprinted at the beginning. Very harsh. This instantly made him feel a sense of paralysis inside, a feeling of two brothers entering the palace together, only to have him become the prime minister and himself become a eunuch. Lu Wei's two arms hung down powerlessly, looking up at Jiang Hao. His eyes were lax, even his voice was hollow. Brother Hao, you really scored more than 500 points in the exam. Originally, he thought that he was a few tens of points ahead of Jiang Hao, but he didn't expect the results to be reversed. The other side really improved by over 100 points at once. Eat well. Jiang Hao patted his shoulder at this time and said, and Victoria's secret. Remember, don't forget, it's for your sister-in-law to wear. When he returned home in the afternoon, Jiang Hao whistled and entered the house, and just after changing his slippers, he saw a box of fruit platters on the dining table. Just as thirsty as he was, he sat down on his butt at the table and just started to get his fork and start showing off the fruit. Just after eating for a while, he saw his old mother, Li Huiwan, come out of the kitchen with 2 plates of vegetables in her hands. Bastard, where did you run off to today? Seeing Jiang Hao wolfing down fruits as soon as he came back, she scolded, eat less, we'll eat later. Jiang Hao laughed. His hand movements didn't stop at all. Mom, I'm seriously studying away, but I'm working hard. Seeing this, Li Huiwan said fiercely, Humph, study, if you this exam you're worse than before, I can't spare you. Hearing this, Jiang Hao moved his butt and approached his old mother with a glowing face. My dear old mother, my results are out. Li Huiwan was stunned at her words. That fast? Following that, she frowned and asked, so how much did you get on this test? Jiang Hao reached behind his ass and touched 2 more pieces of fruit. Then the other hand went straight up high and waved 5 big fingers. Li Huiwan looked at it. 5 fingers. Then her facial expression changed, feeling that this brat had become a bit different today. 50 cents? Li Huiwan tried to have a serious expression and her eyes were wide open. Jiang Hao was speechless. It is not possible to bolt a dog in the examination room and only take 50 points. Following that, he held out 2 more fingers. The next moment, with a snap, Li Huiwan covered the back of Jiang Hao's head with a slap, glaring at him as a wave of anger gradually began to burn. Did you only get 2%? Jiang Hao was directly hit with a dumbfounded not hurt his brain, and the strength was just right. He immediately turned back and looked at Li Huiwan with a sad face. I said, Mom, I showed 5 fingers first and then 2 fingers. How come it's 50 points and 200 points? Is it possible for someone like me to score 200 points on a test? Li Huiwan still wanted to do it, but thought about it. This kid is the material of the test 3 or 400 points. 200 is indeed too aggrieved in point. Then she realized that this brat must have improved, or else he wouldn't dare to sit here and eat fruit so arrogantly. 452? Li Huijuan's mood suddenly became a little better. It seems that the brat should have done well in the exam. According to his usual score of 400 points, could it be an improvement of 52 points? Wrong, it's 520. This time, Jiang Hao no longer hides his face, afraid that his old mother will cover him again. Upon hearing this, Li Huiwan first froze, then looked at Jiang Hao with wide eyes. Brat, really? Knowing that 520 is already solidly on the second best admissions line, that's a direct improvement of over 100 points for this kid to actually do it. That's natural. Your son only has to put in the work. The second book is not a sprinkle. The corner of Jiang Hao's mouth lifted up, picking up another piece of fruit and picking it into his mouth, but he had studied hard. Progress was inevitable. Li Huiwan suddenly had a look of astonishment, all wondering if the dog's son was lying to himself. It was only after Jiang Hao repeated himself a few times and then pulled out the report card and test papers that she was finally convinced. For a moment, the moment of confirmation, the smile on Li Huijuan's face was like she was a dozen years younger. She smiled and laughed as she slapped Jiang Hao's back with her hand. The harder she slapped, the harder she slapped. Excited beyond words, the fruit Jiang Hao had just stuffed into his mouth was about to be slapped out, and he hurriedly stopped his old mother. Not much later, with a snap, the door to the room was opened, and Jiang Yumin walked in from outside, a briefcase on his waist. Hearing the commotion over the dining table, he froze for a moment, wondering what his wife was so happy about, so he changed his shoes while asking, "What's wrong, Huiwan? What's making you so happy?" Seeing this, Li Huiwan trotted over to Jiang Yumin, all a bit of a little girl, and said, "Do you know if Xiao Hao's exam results are out?" Jiang Yumin was a bit puzzled to see this look of Li Huiwan. It was too rare, and shook his head to show that he didn't know. "Your son scored 520 today. It's all the way up to the admission line for the second grade." Li Huiwan once again joyfully told the news. When Jiang Yumin heard this, his expressionless face was stunned. Then he subconsciously glanced at Jiang Hao, who was picking at fruits on the dining table, be a little confused. 520 points? Jiang Hao, progressing that much? He then asked Li Huiwan, Really, my son scored 520 points on the exam? That's certainly true. Look at the report card." Li Huiwan handed Jiang Yumin the slip of paper in her hand. The moment his old father saw the report card, he couldn't sit still either and drew himself up. The expression on his face was one of immense surprise. "It's really 520 points. Jiang Hao looked at the couple, and inwardly, he was also delighted, and somewhat sighed that his mom and dad would actually be this happy when his grades improved. Don't eat at home. Go down to the restaurant." Li Huiwan took off her apron and said with a smile. Jiang Yumin didn't have a problem with it either. This could indeed be a good treat for Jiang Hao. The brat has improved so much. It's not easy. So the meal on the table was put away straight away by the old mother, covered in cling film and put in the fridge. Then the fruit platter was taken away as well. Just short of snapping out half of the apple Jiang Hao was chewing in his mouth. Jiang Hao's suggestion that it would be better to eat at home after all the cooking was done was strongly rebutted by Li Huiwan. There was no way around it. A short cleanup, and then the family breezed out the door. Along the way, Li Huiwan was on the phone. All 7 aunts and uncles. "Hey, Ji Qiang, my son got 520 on the exam. Ray's mom, my boy got 520 on his test. Hello, is this Sangu? My son ah." Chapter 46, I'm not stupid. Every time Li Huiwan took the opportunity to chat, she would slowly cut the test scores in, not to mention showing off. This seemingly humble but actually proud tone and attitude made Jiang Hao laugh for a moment. Jiang Yumin drove the small car, looked at Li Huiwan from the rearview mirror, shook his head and smiled. "Almost done, wife. People still think that we are waving around." Li Huiwan blankly glanced at Jiang Yumin and hit her cell phone. "My son, I'm proud. I'm happy." Listening to these 3 companies, Jiang Yumin is also speechless. Then, Li Huiwan dialed 2 more phone calls before stopping this good news. With a soothing look on her face, she opened the window and blew the breeze, and Jiang Hao felt that she had never been so happy in her life. "Mom, that rocket." At this time, Jiang Hao smiled and mentioned the previous agreement to his old mother. The old mother was in a good mood. When she heard Jiang Hao's words she first glared, then nodded her head. "Don't worry, the cell phone won't be less for you. As soon as her dog son brought up the rocket, she knew he was thinking about that cell phone. Jiang Yumin sniffs and asks curiously. Then after Li Huiwan tells him what happened, she also agrees to give Jiang Hao a new cell phone. Because of itself on Jiang Hao has a cell phone, the shadow does not affect, are relying on their own constraints. Now that my son has made so much progress, of course I choose to believe in him unconditionally, and if cell phones really affected him, he wouldn't be able to get over 500 points all of a sudden. The meal was a happy one, and Li Huiwan even drank some wine, slightly drunk and slightly intoxicated. My father, who loves to drink, was helpless to endure this celebratory moment because he had to drive. After dinner, Jiang Yumin personally took his son to a cell phone store to change a cell phone. Originally, I wanted to get Jiang Hao an expensive, durable one so that I could use it for college, but Jiang Hao refused. His funding channels will soon be opened. When he wants to change can still change better. At the moment just need to stabilize the internet. The end result, the agreement with the mother, was money from the father. Back home, lying on the bed, Jiang Hao first pulled out the card of the original old cell phone, and then inserted it into the new machine. Then took a text message and sent a message to Li Kerson. Sleeping? There was a quick reply there. No. The corners of Jiang Hao's mouth lifted soundlessly. Go to the mall tomorrow afternoon and don't forget. Coco Li replied in seconds. I won't forget. Jiang Hao glanced at the old cell phone. It's more than shopping. It's a date. It was a message that the young girl didn't reply to until a minute later. I know. Looking at the young girl's several ellipses, Jiang Hao knew that she was also nervous all of a sudden, and it was easy to imagine the young girl's stuttering appearance in reality. The arc outlined at the corner of Jiang Hao's mouth involuntarily rose, and after finally saying good night to each other again, the two of them stopped chatting. It wasn't that Jiang Hao didn't want to chat, but because it was a text message, and message fees were still quite expensive at this time. It's not about being heartbroken, it's about being heartbroken for her. Jiang Hao was just about to take a shower, but on second thought, he took his old cell phone and logged into Li Kuxin's QQ. On the other hand, the young girl sat on the wooden bed, looking at the log of text messages sent by John's big bad contacts. The heart is beating fast. It's a date. Without realizing it, the young girl's cheeks had been tinted with red sunlight. The white feet couldn't help but shy away, their pink toes scratching the covers. Soon, however, she got out of bed and went to the small wooden table where she had been writing her homework. She opened a small drawer containing a few $150 bills, as well as bits and pieces of coins and bills of very small denominations. She had given her mother-in-law all of her previous part-time job's paycheck, and now, inside the drawer, there was probably just about 300 left. 300 or so could already be her living expenses for a month, but she still took $300 out of it, just about to push it back into the drawer. Though, she hesitated and eventually took out the last of the large $50 bills, leaving the small drawer with just a few pennies and a 50-cent denomination inside. There will still be money from the part-time job. We can spend more with him tomorrow. The following afternoon, Jiang Hao sat on one of the benches on the pedestrian street early, waiting for Li Kerson to get off work. Coming out from inside the cake store, Jiang Hao realized that Nikki had even dressed up in the afternoon. She revealed her pretty white and red face, wearing a one-piece pink short-sleeved dress and pants, with long hair cascading over her head, a little different from her usual attire. Being stared at so carefully by Jiang Hao, Li Kerson's small face blushed and said nervously, "Why do you keep looking at me?" "Good looking." Jiang Hao laughed. Over this period of time, the sociopathic and introverted Nini has more or less changed and is trying to change herself. Li Kuxin slightly lowered her head, trying to hide her nervous expression. "So, which mall do you want to go to?" Jiang Hao thought for a moment, then laughed. "Downtown, I guess. There's a lot of fun to be had there. Casino, movie theater, milk tea store." On the bus, Jiang Hao and Li Kerson sat together, with the little Nini in the window seat and Jiang Hao by the aisle. She hadn't had many rides in the car, and necessity, growing up, and life had been maintained with school, chores, and reading books. She was less exposed to all kinds of new things in life, so she never took her eyes off the glass window, holding a strong curiosity. In the car, Jiang Hao didn't bother her, to slowly let her integrate into the new era. The journey was uneventful, and when they reached the platform, the two of them got off the train one by one. At the moment it is the weekend, or evening, the flow of people is huge, not to mention the casino, even the bus stop and the street road. The crowd is endless. Jiang Hao turned around and extended his big hand to Li Kerson, a rare gentle smile on his face. When Li Kuxin saw this, her heart suddenly trembled and her beating speed grew faster and faster. This is going to hold hands. She felt a rolling heat on her face, and her breathing became a little short. Pursing her lips, she subconsciously stretched out her small white and translucent red hand to Jiang Hao. Seeing this, Jiang Hao grabbed her wrist and gently pulled her towards the mall, his mouth whispering, "You're so stupid, you can't get lost." Li Kuxian froze at the sight, and while her feet stepped away to walk, she was a bit unresponsive. His own wrist was gripped by Jiang Hao softly and forcefully, but how was this not quite like what he had imagined? No, not holding hands, rather, think of yourself as a little friend? Li Kuxian slightly puffed up her little face and murmured in a low voice, "I'm not stupid." Although Jiang Hao didn't hear what Li Kurson said, he still knew that she had spoken, so he turned around and said suspiciously, "What did you say?" The young girl skimmed her head slightly, "No, nothing." Chapter 47, Clasped Hands. The two men, each in a different mood, walked inside the casino. Just entering this moment, originally there was still some puckering up of the small face, was Li Kuxian, immediately brightened up. The inside of the mall is spacious and large, with all sorts of new decorations and very crisscrossed elevators. Each floor has a wide variety of stores, like some kind of food store, grocery store, casino. Jiang Hao had wanted to go straight to the point, to visit the stores selling clothes and buy her a few sets of clothes, which brings up something. Yesterday my elderly father bought himself a cell phone. The elderly mother still rewarded herself with 500 out of her own pocket as pocket money before taking the day off. Older mothers still love themselves. However, not long after pulling Li Kuxian into the mall, the young girl suddenly stood and stopped at a small store, looking at a children's toy car in a daze. It seems to feel like that little car is rocking and singing at the same time. It's fun. Seeing this, Jiang Hao also followed and stopped, looking at Li Kurson, who couldn't pull away, feeling strange inside. "Wanna play that?" he asked tentatively. This kind of stuff was for kids to play with, but both he and Li Kurson were already grown-up big kids. Playing this is seriously out of character. But Li Kurson nodded dumbly, and her eyes seemed to have a glow in them as she looked at the smiling face of the child next to her rocking on the playpen. Jiang Hao smiled helplessly, then pulled her to the counter. "Boss, change a few coins." The smallest change in Jiang Hao's pocket was only $10, so he changed 10 at once. Arriving at the front of the store, Li Kurson carefully sat on it, surveying the unstarted rocking car with a curious look on her face. "Ready?" Li Kurson's eyes were starry and she nodded again. "I'm a little badass." The machine was quickly started. Jiang Hao watched from the side. "Li Kurson, this little bean is not heavy, 90 pounds or so. Play this is also barely able to carry her." From her face, Jiang Hao could see a wave of childish smiles that were quite easily satisfied. "Aren't you going to play?" Li Kurson suddenly realized that Jiang Hao was standing next to him, just looking at himself. "Me?" Jiang Hao waved his hand. "I'm not fit to play with this when I'm such a big guy." Li Kuxian showed a hint of a lost expression. Jiang Hao froze. "I'm a whitewasher. I'm good at painting. I'm a whitewasher. I'm good at painting." 3 minutes later, on the machine next to Li Kurson, Jiang Hao revealed a surprised smile. He obviously hasn't sat on this thing in decades. What's with the fact that it's kind of cool now? So much for the pushback of a sports car, right? Jiang Hao shook it about 2 or 3 times, and the boss walked out with a dark face to remind him. He sat on the machine, which was damn near shaking, and the rate was obviously much slower than Li Kurson's. Can a big guy of over 100 pounds compete with the little kid next to him there? Don't you have any idea what's going on? Jiang Hao skimmed his lips, which made him jump down a bit reluctantly. Not long after arriving at the second level, Li Kuxian suddenly spotted a crane machine, and her eyes lit up again. Jiang Hao also noticed the little Nini's mind, so he pointed to that area and said, "That one to play? The crane machine. It seems girls are curious about a lot of things, so let's take her all the way to the women's clothing store." Li Kurson nodded dumbly. Jiang Hao then took her over and changed 10 coins for her to clip a doll. First he showed the young girl one side, one hand on the joystick and one ready to press on the right button. Snap! The button tapped. That little paw then answered the call and grabbed a bear's head straight up and rose. In the end, because of the close proximity, the bear was also sent steadily into the exit by the paw. A shot in the arm. Awesome! Li Kuxian's eyes lit up. Jiang Hao smiled and did not say anything. When he fell in love he practiced this fire technique from many women. After taking out the blue bear, Jiang Hao took it out and waved it at Li Kuxian, smiling. "For you, thanks." Li Kurson looked at the bear Jiang Hao had given her. Her eyes were glowing and she was a bit in love with it. After toying with it for a moment, her eyes suddenly flashed. Then she put the bear in Jiang Hao's arms first and puffed up her little fists. "I'll grab one too. Send it to you." Jiang Hao took the bear and touched her head with a smile. He had used 1 coin himself. There were still 9 left. Little Bean should be able to catch one up soon. The first coin was put in, and Li Kurson carefully, following Jiang Hao's actions just now, controlled the joystick, then aimed at the target and snapped the capture button. But alas, the grapple fell short, and the claws caught the bear's body, not very steadily, and he collapsed as he rose directly into the air. Lee Kurson was slightly lost. It's okay, it's a bit difficult to play for the first time. It's definitely okay to try a few more times. Jiang Hao comforted. The young girl nodded and put in another coin, this time controlling the little claw to a more intermediate distance, and pressed the capture button. This time, the claws managed to grab the bear's head, but because of the wobbling, it didn't have time to fall out of the mouth before it came loose. Lee Kurson bit her pink lips, somewhat unwillingly. Cheer up, you'll catch it soon, Jiang Hao encouraged from the sidelines. Knowing that it couldn't be rushed, Lee Kurson gathered her courage, then once again put in a coin. This time, she chose a closer distance, aimed at a white bear, and directly pressed the capture button. The claws fell, expecting more success this time, but this time the grasps didn't even catch the doll. The mechanical claw accidentally got partially stuck on that plastic baffle at the exit and went straight east, catching nothing. Seeing this, Li Kuxian had some small aggrieved beak and looked back at Jiang Hao accusingly. Feeling sorry that she couldn't seem to get a grip, Jiang Hao laughed lightly, then put the bear aside, then walked over to Lee Kurson. He threw in a coin, signaling her to continue and not get discouraged. Lee Kurson quickly obeyed, placing her hands on the remote control lever and on the buttons to the side. At this time, Jiang Hao came behind her and stretched out his big hand, gently covering the back of her hand and grabbing her small hand. Lee Kurson moved inwardly, the blush on his face rising and falling as Jiang Hao was handily teaching him how to catch the bear. Warm nostrils blowing on the back of her ear, the two of them body close to each other. Both sides of the body temperature can be vaguely felt. Placed on the control panel, hands, at the moment also tightly grasped together. Jiang Hao sank down, then said, to catch a doll, you have to look at the doll's neck and at the little head, and try to catch the parts where they are bigger in size. Jiang Hao explained carefully, teaching all his experience to Lee Kurson, and Lee Kurson was breathing sharply between the warm contact, trying her best to remember what Jiang Hao said. Soon, with the combined efforts of the two men, a small yellow bear was caught. It fell steadily into the exit. Will? Jiang Hao slightly lowered his head, looking at Lee Kurson's side face, and his hands, which were placed on the back of the little nymph's hands, hadn't been loosened yet. Lee Kurson's small face was flushed, but she also listened carefully and nodded her head as she looked at the bear inside the glass window. Will. Chapter 48, Buying You Shoes. Jiang Hao let go of his hand and smiled. Okay, you can try again. There are still 6 coins left, so you can definitely catch them. Li Kuxian nodded, then grabbed a coin on the countertop and dropped it in, and all of a sudden the machine got another chance. The small claws started to activate. Li Kuxian's small hands had some tension. She stared tightly inside the glass window, her mind thinking about what Jiang Hao had just said. Pop! Buttons were tapped and evil claws fell down towards a white bear. Whoosh! The claws missed the angle by a bit and caught smaller body parts, so the bear quickly unloaded and fell. Seeing this, Lee Kurson's small mouth bulged, somewhat unconvinced. Just now Jiang Hao, but hand in hand to teach himself, actually still failed. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, smiled faintly from the side, giving encouragement and not being in a hurry at all. Seeing this, Lee Kurson bit her red lip and made sure to grab it inside these coins. 7th, 8th, 9th. Unfortunately, the next 3 chances failed again, but each time it was almost just a little bit closer, and Lee Kurson suddenly felt a slight sense of frustration, but a little discouraged. At the same time, she was at the same time unwilling to compromise, tightened her small fists. Just now Jiang Hao was very serious in teaching herself. If she couldn't catch even one of them, that wouldn't be too useless. One last chance to make it work. This time, Lee Kurson took a deep breath and threw the coins out, and the machine started up again. Jiang Hao, as usual, reminded him subtly from the side, his tone patient and gentle. Lee Kurson was extra careful this time, watching the distance between her little paw and the nearest white bear, and she tried to maneuver the joystick and shake her paw a little. Then in the nick of time, she resolutely pressed the capture button, and once again the evil claws fell in response. At this moment, both of them held their breath a little, their eyes moving as the claws landed. Only the claws were well positioned to grab down this time, and the claws just about wrapped around the entire bear's head and rose up. At this time Jiang Hao was still nervous. Would he fall down without moving to the exit? But the truth was good. The claws were firmly on the bear's head this time, moving steadily to the exit and then letting go. This one finished even better than his first 2 catches, not fluttering at all, with a solid catch of the bear. It worked! Li Kuxian turned her head to Jiang Hao, slightly excited, and pointed at the crane machine. I caught it. At the moment, she was like a small child, eagerly wanting to be praised by an adult. Jiang Hao naturally responded with an undiminished smile, rubbing her little head with his big hand. That's awesome. You can catch a doll the first time you play catch. I tried for a long time before. Receiving Jiang Hao's affirmation, Lee Kurson's happy emotions unfolded at once. her eyes sparkling with light. Soon, the young girl squatted down and took out the bear doll from the exit of the doll machine, then didn't forget to cradle the one Jiang Hao had given her in her arms. Let's go. Let's continue shopping. There's still a lot of fun to be had in this casino. Jiang Hao turned to look inside the mall. Li Kerson nodded as she hugged the bear, then walked out with Jiang Hao. The two then tried some other fun things like a basketball shooting machine. Seeing some of the merchandise on display, and when they got to the dining area, the duo bought some specialty snacks. Without realizing it, they walked to the inner area of the mall, and on both sides near the passageway, there were some clothing stores and hat and shoe stores. Li Kerson at this time looked at the exquisite clothes nearby, all a bit froze, all beautiful goods she had never seen. So she asked, "What are we doing here?" Jiang Hao twisted his head and smiled. "To buy clothes. In addition to the whitened school uniforms, Little Bean has a few different colored t-shirts or long sleeves every day, and the washing is so rough that it's uncomfortable to touch." "Oh," Li Kerson responded. Then her eyes turned back to the bustle that she usually hardly saw, but after staying frozen for a moment, she suddenly took Jiang Hao's hand and said, "Jiang Hao, since you want to buy clothes, then I'll buy you another pair of shoes, okay?" "Ha?" Jiang Hao froze for a moment and asked suspiciously, "What are you doing buying these shoes?" "Because you like sports, and because you've helped me so much. I wanted to give you a present." "Forget it." Jiang Hao wanted to refuse. He didn't want to spend Little Bean's money. However, at this time, Li Kerson held the bear in one hand, pulled Jiang Hao with the other, and walked directly towards one of the Adidas stores. Adidas is even hotter than Nike in this day and age and is the most popular brand, so buying a pair of Adidas nowadays can be inconveniently cheap. The young girl would have been willing to spend only $2 on her meal, but in the matter of buying shoes for Jiang Hao, it seemed as if she didn't have to care about anything. When the duo arrived at the front of the store, the owner of the counter inside looked up at the duo. A girl pulls a boy's hand to the shoes and hats counter, and anyone would subconsciously think it's a girl who wants to buy something. However, the young girl in front of the boy was so sprightly and cute that it was not surprising that a boy would spend money for her. Besides, if this good-looking girl was his shopkeeper's girlfriend, he'd find a way to dish it out himself even if he wanted the counter. "Boss." Li Kuxian pulled the somewhat resistant Jiang Hao and gently spoke to the sales clerk. Buy shoes." Originally, Li Kerson was an inner fearful character. In addition to Jiang Hao, and after talking, would subconsciously lower her head, but at the moment, she herself did not know how much courage she had summoned up. And hearing the young girl's nice voice, the young boss pointed to the interior of the store and said smilingly, "Women's shoes are inside." Oh, Li Kuxian shook her little head. Her eyes firmly said, "No, don't buy women's shoes, buy men's shoes." The owner froze. Subconsciously glancing at the tall Jiang Hao, he thought to himself, "How can you bring your girlfriend and also buy things for yourself?" But in the way of Li Kerson opened the mouth, or two guests. His surface also did not show any waves. The smile remains unchanged. Arm waved. Said, "The store entrance position. All men's shoes. Recently we have entered a lot of new types. Quality and price are very cost effective." "Thanks, boss. Let's see for ourselves." Li Kuxian pulled Jiang Hao and started looking for suitable goods on the shoe rack. At this time, Jiang Hao's arm slightly used a little bit of strength, pulling the young girl, saying, "There's no need to buy me shoes. Look at the price on it. It's very expensive." "It's okay." Li Kuxian looked up at Jiang Hao with a smile. I can go part-time more often." "And, you're not saying that you lost to the sports commissioner in soccer? Was it the shoes that were wrong? I know it's hard when shoes don't fit. Once you change your shoes, you'll be able to beat him again." The young girl had brought more than yesterday's $350 with her today. She had also brought the $200 from today's tutoring and the $50 from her part-time job at the cake store, for the sole purpose of buying Jiang Hao a new pair of shoes. Chapter 49, Foolishly Believing. Jiang Hao froze for a moment. Wasn't that the excuse he had made earlier when he had lost to Su Fong in a game of soccer and had been teased by his classmates, and then gave himself the excuse that he couldn't play anymore? How could she have been so stupid to believe that? When Jiang Hao came back to his senses and had to dissuade him a bit, the young girl's entire body turned around, looking at him blearily. "No, don't refuse, okay?" Jiang Hao was dumbfounded for a moment. The young girl was too naive, wasn't she? Her stubbornness and persistence at this moment exceeded his imagination, and the shopkeeper's mind went blank when he heard the conversation between the teenager and the young girl. Aren't boys supposed to buy their own shoes, but girls come to buy shoes for boys? What's going on here? He had seen chasing girls spending money regardless, but he just hadn't seen a beautiful girl who was still upside down. Wouldn't that be a little out of line? This shopkeeper couldn't help but start to feel bad inside. He had chased a pretty girl before and had spent a solid $30,000 to $40,000 on her. Turns out it wasn't even a handhold, just a touch, and then the woman turned her hand and hooked up with someone else. How is this kid's situation right now a world away from his own experience? This man, what can he do? Although Jiang Hao promised Li Kerson to buy shoes, but when he saw the price, the selection of products made him hesitate again. For wanting to buy a cheap one and be done with it. It's not you who spends the money after all. It's this silly girl. One can imagine that without her job as a tutor, she would have to go to the cake store part-time every day for a full 10 days to save up the money to buy herself shoes. However, it was also because Jiang Hao hesitated. Li Kuxian beamed her little mouth as she pulled Jiang Hao to gently sit down on the bench, and even placed the bear on it as well, turning around to pick out shoes for the boy herself. Every time she selected one that she thought looked good, she turned back to ask Jiang Hao about it. Jiang Hao saw that the young girl was so stubborn, so he finally sighed and still chose a less expensive basketball shoe from the young girl's hand for $458. You wear it. It really looks good. After Jiang Hao chose, the boss took out the appropriate model. Li Kuxian squatted down, pulled back her hair, and gently helped Jiang Hao untie his shoes and take them off before helping him put on his new shoes and tie them. Every scene is to see the boss in the heart of the cold. He even wondered if he was dreaming. How could there be such a simple girl? In the end, Jiang Hao could only accept it with a smile as he stood up, tried it out, stepped on it twice, and then pretended to be very satisfied, saying, "Very good. It fits perfectly, and with it in the future, I'm sure I'll be able to beat Su Feng." Li Kuxian was very happy to hear this, and quickly took out her own somewhat empty little wallet and paid the owner over $400. It was the biggest amount of money she had ever spent in her life. She wasn't a bit distressed, though. Instead, they were very happy, because this money is for Jiang Hao to spend. "Hello, do you wear the new shoes now?" Or, after typing the order out of the customer's two choices, the boss asked. Jiang Hao smiled and looked at Li Kerson. "No need to change it. Just wear the new one, because this shoelace, I can't afford to untie it." Boss. After buying the shoes, Jiang Hao pulled Li Kerson's wrist and continued walking towards the inside of the mall. The young girl was in a good mood and immediately followed Jiang Hao, occasionally fiddling with the doll bear. On the way, Jiang Hao couldn't help but ask, "Li Kuxian, why are you so nice to me?" "Shoes." "Shoes?" The young girl's eyes blinked as she sniffed, a little unsure of how to answer the boy. "It looks good. Just buy it." The matter of buying shoes was actually like her willingness to give up all the delicious food to Jiang Hao before. Jiang Hao was so sad that it was like trying to give him candy. It seemed like she didn't need a reason, because Jiang Hao needed it and she wanted to do it. The depths of the mall. Jiang Hao pulled Li Kerson inside a clothing store, which had both men's and women's clothing. There are a wide variety of products and categories. Also, the store is connected to a ladies' lingerie store, and the two stores are conjoined. The salesman inside the store, however, was currently snoozing at the counter, huffing and puffing and snoring loudly. Jiang Hao let go of Li Kerson, came to the counter, ruthlessly slapped the salesman's head, and drank. "It's not on the dot, just sleep." The salesman, awakening with a start, raised his head in a panic. Who the hell hit me? Old man. Jiang Hao looked at him with cold eyes. Ho! Lu Wei saw the people coming in front of him, immediately startled, then immediately jumped out of the cash register with a smile on his face and said, "Brother Hao, how did you come? Why don't you say a word in advance?" Jiang Hao gave him a blank look. "I came to patronize your family's business today to buy some clothes for that nerd." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei clapped his hands and realized, so it's to buy clothes for sister-in-law. Then, he laughed thievishly and very knowingly took out a bag of packaged goods from the cash register and whispered, "Ho, this is the Victoria's Secret that was promised to you. Also, I'll give you guys 20% off if you come today." Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect this kid to be so uptight. Even Victoria's Secret was packed. A discount is not necessary. After he took it, he glanced slightly at the contents for a second, and asked, "But, is this the right size? You know, your sister-in-law used to drink less milk. It has to be." Ho! Lu Wei patted his chest. "I picked them carefully. Just one size bigger than the children's model." Jiang Hao saw this and nodded with satisfaction. He turned to Li Kerson again and said, "Li Kerson, go find some favorite clothes to try on." The young girl had been playing with a bear doll when she froze at Jiang Hao's words. Looking up in confusion, he asked, "Why, I'm the one going?" Jiang Hao clasped his hands on his chest, "Because it's to buy you clothes." The young girl, who was originally in a good mood, instantly panicked a bit when she heard these words. No need. What's the point of buying me clothes? We're friends, right?" The young girl nodded dumbly. "You just bought me shoes, didn't you?" The young girl nodded slowly. "So, courtesy. But, no refusals. Can we still be friends if we don't show courtesy?" Jiang Hao frowned. Li Kerson wanted to refuse, but didn't know how to retort. It always felt weird. I would have given him shoes as a thank you for doing him a favor. So I sent him a thank you gift, and now he's sending me one? Is there something wrong here? Lee Kurson was naive. But Jiang Hao wouldn't give her a chance to think about it in detail, instead pulling her to the shelves with one hand. Well, I'll buy you another one then, okay? Looking at the clothes on the shelves, Li Kuxin said, still a little confused. Chapter 50, the skirt. Yes, but it will have to wait until our next visit to the mall. Jiang Hao didn't reject it directly. Instead he still felt that it would be better if he could bring Little Bean to the square more often. I'm afraid this little nerd usually doesn't even make time for himself for recreation. Except for school, part-time jobs, and chores. As for buying yourself clothes, we'll see about that when the time comes. Oh, Lee Kurson wasn't being stubborn this time, but instead was a bit happy. Because then there will still be a chance to come out with Jiang Hao in the future. Then you can also buy him a lot of things. Unconsciously, she gradually began to recall Jiang Hao's usual style of dressing. Although he didn't know much about dressing, he subconsciously felt that the thick, long-sleeved clothes Jiang Hao used to wear in winter with a hat behind the neck collar were very nice. It's just sweatshirts. Only teenage girls don't get it. But soon, she quietly glanced at Jiang Hao, who was now wearing short sleeves, and realized that summer seemed to be approaching, as if it wasn't appropriate to send that kind of clothes. Come on, stop gawking and come over here. Jiang Hao interrupted the young girl's thoughts and pulled her to start looking for clothes. The young girl was pulled to the rows and rows of clothing racks. She first placed the doll bear in her hand on a chair to the side with some reluctance before she began to follow Jiang Hao to pick out clothes. In fact, it was still a bit difficult to buy clothes for Li Kuxin. Too expensive Bean would definitely not want, and the cheap ones were not necessarily good looking, so it should take a bit of time to pick one that was priced right and looked good. Jiang Hao pulled her to a light blue French skirt and asked towards the young girl, how about this one? Do you like it? In fact, as opposed to dresses, Little Bean is not suitable for long dresses. Instead, short dresses can show off her spirit and cuteness. And, she even took Lee Kurson's character into consideration, not choosing a suit with a bare upper body for fear that she would be nervous and uncomfortable in it. But at the same time, she had to keep up with the times and show the beauty of her gender's strengths. So, a short skirt showing off your white legs would be great. Lee Kurson didn't expect Jiang Hao to buy herself a skirt, and after freezing for a moment, she first subconsciously looked towards the skirt itself. She hadn't worn a dress in a long time, and the last time she owned and wore one was when she was very young. At that time, her mother-in-law had given her a nice little dress with a long hemline, but when she wore it herself, the girls inside the small langtang would bully her. Say you dress conspicuously and flamboyantly, then throw mud and rocks at yourself. I remember the scary girl who led the charge and was badass enough to take scissors and cut up her beloved little dress. Since then, she hadn't dared to wear dresses, and pretty clothes were rarely bought. At the moment, even though the girl knew she wouldn't buy it, she couldn't help but quietly glance at the price. However, after seeing the price, she froze again. 588. No, it doesn't look good. Li Kuxin quickly shook her head, completely cutting off the idea of buying a dress for herself. Jiang Hao nodded his head silently, not sure of the entirety of the young girl's inner thoughts, but knowing that there was no rush, and then pulled her along to continue searching for suitable clothes, then take a look at something else. During this time, Lu Wei wanted to come up and explain the quality of the dress and the material, but seeing Li Kuxin so resistant he could only dryly smile and watch from the side. It couldn't be helped. Jiang Hao was buying clothes for Lee Kurson, which always required his sister-in-law to open her mouth and say she liked it, so he could explain the product and then give them a discount. Jiang Hao was very patient and accompanied Lee Kurson to look at it for a while longer, then walked to a small meter of white skirt. This one doesn't have as fancy embellishments, but the fabric and workmanship is a bit better than the one just made. How about this one? The style isn't too conspicuous. Jiang Hao turned to look at the girl. Lee Kurson pretended to be looking at the dress, but in reality, her eyes had been peeking at the price. This one is even more expensive. Why do you need more than 600? You can buy a lot of cookies and candies for Jiang Hao. It's pretty good looking though. The girl couldn't help but look at the dress, but she couldn't keep her eyes off of it. No, it's not pretty. Li Kuxin looked up at Jiang Hao and pulled on his arm. Don't buy a skirt. Okay, just buy a short-sleeved one. Jiang Hao shook his head. Shirts are plenty. Try on a skirt first. Li Kuxin's expression was a bit strange and puzzled. You don't think it looks good? Maybe because you didn't put it on? Jiang Hao seriously said. Anyway, you don't have to pay to try it on, so try it on to see how it feels, and in the end, if you really don't think it's appropriate, we'll change it. Lee Kurson was ultimately unable to argue with Jiang Hao, and under the other party's insistence, she had no choice but to nod her head and agree. Jiang Hao watched Lee Kurson enter the fitting room, then greeted Lu Wei and came over, then took out $800 from his pocket. I'll take that skirt. Find me 2 more shirts. You know the sizes. Remember to pick good fabrics. And then this Victoria's Secret, take it too. Say it's a giveaway later. Lu Wei looked at the $800 in underwear in Jiang Hao's hand, first froze for a moment, then immediately waved his hand. Forget it, brother Hao. The shirt counts as my gift to my sister-in-law. Jiang Hao shook his head. One size fits all. It's all a small business. I'll give you the original price for the skirt and shirt. Remember to say it's a gift later. Brother Hao. Lu Wei wanted to say one more thing. Cut the crap. Any more ink and she'll come out. Jiang Hao glared at him fiercely. As soon as Jiang Hao was ruthless, Lu Wei could only helplessly respond, took the money and underwear, and ran to the cash register to operate. With that, he immediately found 2 good quality pink shirts from the rack, one long and one short, and packed them together with Victoria's Secret. Soon, Li Kerson timidly came out from the inside, wearing a piece of beige skirt, spreading her hair. Her slender willow waist and slim figure were shown to the fullest. She took a light step. Her slender calves were beautifully defined, as if they had been carefully sculpted, and her skin was snowy, perfectly displayed between the slight swing of her skirt. Even if the girl hangs her head deeply, it's still moving enough. It's not quite pretty, Jiang Hao said with a smile, although Li Kerson, except for the rise and fall of her chest almost, but figure-wise, it was the most flawless category inside her height. Li Kuxian felt her cheeks burn for a moment and muttered, no, it doesn't look good. In the mirror inside the fitting room, she saw herself in the dress and actually liked it, but it was expensive and still beyond her options. Right now, when Jiang Hao complimented her on her good looks, I don't know if he was talking about the clothes or the person. The young girl raised her head slightly, hoping that Jiang Hao would hurry up and see enough, then she could go and change it herself. It was too expensive and she didn't want the boys to break the bank. As a result, Jiang Hao smiled, turned around and waved his hand. This is it, Lu Wei, pack my bag. Chapter 51, Don't let go of the hand you're holding. The girl froze. That's not what was promised. No need. The girl still instinctively wanted to refuse, but at the moment, Jiang Hao no longer cared about her, and instead went to the front of the counter and took an inventory of the underwear and shirts. Then Lu Wei said loudly in front of the young girl, Brother Hao, our store sends 2 shirts for any consumption of 300 or more. Send 2 cheap shirts and underwear to your sister-in-law. After saying that, he also sidled his gaze to Li Kerson, targeted to add, and that batch of dresses hoarded a lot, fast selling out. The original price of 688 dresses today for you to play 60% off, 388 for you to take away. Just happened to help me out with one today. Once this was said, not only Li Kerson looked at Lu Wei dumbfounded, Jiang Hao also. Originally he was going to let Lu Wei say buy 1 get 3 free. I did not expect this kid to add a mouthful of discount himself. Then Jiang Hao subconsciously turned back to look at Li Kuxian, but realized that this little nerd was blinking her watery eyes, and for a while she didn't react a bit. Discount. Buy 1, get 3 free? But Jiang Hao's face didn't ripple much, and it also went along with Lu Wei's words. Li Kerson, I paid the money, and now I'm giving away the shirts. Do you want to come and try it? Li Kerson was still thinking about the discount and was still a little confused for a moment. Don't worry, Hao, the size I picked out, it's absolutely suitable. I knew it as soon as I took a look at my sister-in-law's figure. At this time, Lu Wei patted his chest again and said, if it doesn't fit, I'll directly return 1 for 3. That's how confident I am. The corner of Jiang Hao's mouth raised without a trace. This kid plus drama plus addiction, but also incidentally installed a wave of B. However, this look down, also bluffed Li Kerson. All believed it. Pretty good at it. Jiang Hao nodded, okay, pack these. Li Kerson didn't know what to say, and looked at Jiang Hao and Lu Wei who were packing up their clothes, blinking, not noticing anything unusual. They're too natural. Little Bean had never worn any good clothes herself, so she didn't even know how good or bad the fabrics were. So much so that she didn't have a concept of quality looking at price. Ho, you guys take care. After they were all packed up, Jiang Hao picked up the shopping bag beams containing the shirts and underwear and left with Li Kuxian. Jiang Hao didn't even give Li Kerson time to change back into her clothes. After all, he was worried that she wouldn't want to wear them in the future. And now he was enjoying them a few more times before it was too late. And those 2 extra singles were bought because they were afraid she wouldn't be able to part with the dress. Li Kerson was wearing a small skirt, holding her 2 doll bears, silently walking beside Jiang Hao, red-faced and embarrassed. The last time she wore a skirt was when she was a child, when it had been a long skirt. The short skirt now left the legs without clothing wrapped around them, and it still felt a little awkward. The girl quietly looked up at Jiang Hao, but quickly averted her eyes again. Jiang Hao was really happy to buy clothes for herself. It was the first time a boy had bought clothes for her and accompanied her shopping, thing she had never dared to think about before. Jiang Hao had brought her to experience so much without realizing it. Ho has found true love. Lu Wei looked at the backs of the duo as they left and couldn't help but show a look of envy. In his heart, he also thought that since Jiang Hao had gone ashore, he would also go ashore. and then find a beautiful girlfriend to fall in love hard. Walking through the mall, both of them were sizing each other up. Jiang Hao felt that the dress had raised Li Kerson's undetectable and beautiful temperament by another notch. Normally she wore shirts and dress pants that were a bit baggy, then tied a ponytail and buried her head. Combined with her timid personality, few people would pay attention to her even if she was good looking. So beautiful now. Why do I have the urge to hug and suck hard? If one pleads, I don't think Little Bean would refuse. Jiang Hao shook his head vigorously, barely able to pin it to the side, then wiped the corners of his mouth fiercely before dismissing such a sinful thought. After sneaking a few glances at Jiang Hao, Li Kerson was thinking about the next time she went to the mall. What kind of clothes she would buy for him. She's pretty clueless about clothes and all that stuff, though, so she'll have to learn more about it when she gets home. And then there's saving up money. After saving up a little bit more to relieve the pressure on your mother-in-law, you'll give all the rest of the money to Jiang Hao to use. After a while, the duo walked outside the mall. The downtown of Jiangcheng at night is still beautiful, with colorful neon lights shining. Various automobiles roared softly along the street, and every now and then there was a sharp honk of a horn. Coming to a pool, Jiang Hao suddenly said, Li Kerson, let's take a picture of you, okay? He didn't even know when the next time Little Bean would wear a dress, so he wanted to preserve the moment. Li Kerson stopped where she was, looked at the lively and prosperous night scene, and nodded, yeah, soon. By the pool, the young girl in a small dress, still holding the bear doll, showed a moving smile, and the cell phone album saved dozens of them at once. Hi, can you take a picture of me and her? After the single photo was taken, Jiang Hao then found a passerby and asked him if he could take a photo of the two of them in the same frame. The roadie guy was dry, no problem, bro. He came to Li Kerson's side and pulled her to his side, grinning as he juxtaposed himself with the young girl. Soon, the passerby finished shooting for the duo, and said before leaving, brother, your girlfriend is so beautiful. I wish you guys a long time. These words caused Li Kuxian to bury her head slightly, her blushing cheeks burning a little. However, this time she rarely murmured a denial, but instead clutched the two bear dolls tightly in her hands, not daring to look up at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was directly acquiesced, organized the photos and put the phone into his pocket. Smilingly said to Li Kerson, well, saved. I sent it to your QQ. You can go back and take a look. Thanks. Thank you. Buying me a skirt. The young girl lowered her head slightly, but she still couldn't help but say thank you. If it wasn't for Jiang Hao's insistence, she probably wouldn't even be wearing a skirt. A lot of things. It was Jiang Hao who was changing himself, helping himself all the time. Although it was a bit hateful at times, Jiang Hao was really good to her. You're welcome. Didn't you buy me shoes too? Jiang Hao rubbed the young girl's small head. The young girl raised her eyes, a light smile spreading all the way across her mouth, her eyes flashing with a hint of anticipation. Then, next time we come out again, I'll even buy you something, okay? But you're not allowed to buy me anymore, the young girl added. Yeah, Jiang Hao thought for a moment, and handed the bag containing the shirt and underwear, in front of the young girl, and laughed. Then I'll reluctantly oblige you if you first put the bear inside the bag. The young girl froze for a moment, a little unsure, but obediently did as she was told. Then the large bag bulged with the young girl's freshly changed clothes, a new shirt and underwear, two bear dolls, and at the bottom, a small box. Jiang Hao held the bag in one hand and reached out to Li Kerson with the other. And the hand that's being held, and no letting go until we get home, is a total yes. Chapter 52, Changing Seats. The following day, early reading was dismissed. Because the results of the first model came out, the class teacher Chen Goen had a rough idea of the results of all the students in the class. So today, in senior class 4, we're rearranging the seating once more based on the trend of the students' struggles. On the podium, Chen Goen pushed his glasses and said seriously to the class, the results of the first model have already come out, and we are close to the college entrance exams. So now I'll change the environment for you guys. This will be the last time you will change your seats, and after that, you should completely enter the state of reviewing and prepare for the war seriously. The class that heard the news looked up, looked at each other, and began to whisper. If so, that would be the last time they switched seats for their entire high school years, until the end of senior year. Their emotions were driven and they started talking about whether they could still sit at each other's tables, or who wanted to sit with whom and if they had that lucky chance. And Li Kerson felt nervous all of a sudden. She couldn't help but keep staring at Chen Goen, her two small fists clenched tightly. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to be at the same table with Jiang Hao. What if there's another boy at the table? She doesn't want to leave Jiang Hao. And next to Jiang Hao was unimpressed. He was pulled into conversation by Chen Goen this morning and praised for a long time. Logically speaking, it was impossible for old Chen to transfer himself away from Li Kuxian when he had improved so much. However, there are always accidents. If Lao Chen really do not give this opportunity, then he can immediately become a bad student. No one can break them up. Soon, Chen Goen began to read the new seating chart, and one by one, the students pricked up their ears. After reading a few names, it was finally Lee Kerson's turn. Lee Kerson, first row, sixth column by the window. The young girl's heart tightened. A row of 6 columns by the window. This position is not Jiang Hao's position. They are really in a different position. The heart began to beat extremely fast. Where would Jiang Hao change to? Really want to separate from him? Before she could slow down, Lee Kerson heard again. Jiang Hao, the 6th column of the first row is against the aisle. After she froze, her taut strings instantly loosened and the corners of her mouth subconsciously rose. 6 rows and 6 aisles in the first row. That's where he's sitting now. The young girl sneaked a look at Jiang Hao, and at the moment, the two of them just happened to meet their gazes and smiled heartily. Jiang Hao began to turn the ballpoint pen in his hand. Old Chen was still reliable. I think he also saw his progress and didn't separate him from Lee Kerson. Changing seats is just a formality of swapping places and changing the environment. But the rest of the class wasn't so calm. And a few of them were muttering complaints in whispers because they weren't sitting with the people they wanted to be with. But everyone also understands that the college entrance examination is approaching, and changing seats is for better sprinting. And after a short emotional fluctuation, they get up and pack up their books. The sound of desks and chairs moving, the sound of books colliding intertwined. In a short while the classroom was a new look. They were also known to be in the same class, and even though they were new to the table, they began to laugh and chat with each other. Jiang Hao had just tidied up his books, when Lee Kerson handed over a notebook and said softly, "This is what English grammar and easy points that I organized earlier. You have to take a serious look at it." Good. Jiang Hao nodded his head and took it. If he wanted to go to a better college, he was sure he would have to work harder on his classes in bird language. When the position was completely set, Jiang Hao also noticed the obvious change in the nearby seats. The front table was the life committee member and the back table was a boy who didn't talk much in class. However, what surprised him was that the student in the aisle to his left was actually the class president, Lin Yu, squad leader. With one side of his line of sight past, Jiang Hao could see Lin Yu burying his head, working earnestly on a topic, with a few strands of broken hair occasionally falling down at the back of his ears. The classmate at her table, who kept scratching the back of his head with his hand in a sardonic manner, seemed to want to say hello, but seeing that Lin Yu didn't say a word, he didn't dare to directly talk to the high-strung class president right away. In the end, he gave up with a silent sigh and turned around to start reading. Lin Yu's cool aura was too powerful and he didn't have the guts to take the first step. Class president, I didn't realize that we'd be at the same table. Jiang Hao was not so restrained, and Lin Yu rode to the neighborhood, or a little bit of surprise. Sighing, Lin Yu glanced slightly at Jiang Hao, then buried her head and softly hummed. In the future, if there's a subject I don't understand, can I ask you about it too? Jiang Hao said with a smile. He still had a soft spot for the class president, who had been willing to fund himself for hundreds of thousands of dollars without asking for a reason in the first place. It stood to reason that he still owed her a huge favor, just in time to make it up in this life. Lin Yu didn't raise his head again this time and didn't open his mouth to respond. He just nodded his head while burying his head in writing the subject. Seeing this, Jiang Hao smiled and turned back. He was just being polite and courteous. He already had Little Bean to help with his tuition, so how did he need Lin Yu? Besides, if you really go to Lin Yu, you're just asking for trouble. There's only one expression on his face, and he talks like an ice pick poking people sometimes. Can't even imagine. Lin Yu help people tutoring. She explains a question can be willing to open the mouth to say how many words. The cell phone I still think. At this time, Lee Kerson quietly said to Jiang Hao again. At those words, Jiang Hao turned his head to look at the young girl. Well, we agreed yesterday. Don't refuse. By itself that old one isn't worth a few dollars. The young girl opened her lips. The words still didn't come out, and her little mouth deflated again. How could she not have thought yesterday that Jiang Hao had given her a cell phone in addition to buying her a dress? Last night, when she went home to count the things Jiang Hao had bought for her, she realized that there was an extra box under the bag. When she saw the box, she was a little surprised that it was obviously not clothes and wondered if the salesman had the wrong thing. It was the same time of fuming that a voice suddenly sounded from that box. Still driven by curiosity, she gently opened the box and soon realized it was a smartphone. But in the spirit of the principle of not touching other people's things, he stayed and didn't look further. It doesn't even light up the screen. She just glanced at it and was about to put it back on. But just as she picked it up, her cell phone screen automatically lit up with a message alert. This coincidence, too, she just happened to let her see that message alert. It's a message from a QQ friend that reads, "How about a picture of us together?" At this point, even if she was stupid, she could tell that this cell phone was Jiang Hao's. She was surprised why Jiang Hao put a cell phone in his bag. She then opened it to check her messages and soon saw that the phone was logged into her QQ, and the contact with the note husband sent her a photo of them all that day, and a series of message text. As you saw yesterday, I got a new cell phone, and there's no way my parents would use the old one, so keeping it would be a waste. Jiang Hao buried his head and whispered, moreover, with a cell phone, it will be very convenient for you to use QQ to contact me in the future, and you can even make a video call with me. Oh. Li Kerson had wanted to return the money for the phone yesterday, but he had refused harshly and kept emphasizing that it was a worthless contraption. It's convenient, and you can play video. The words made the young girl freeze for a moment. She actually had so many things she wanted to say to Jiang Hao every day, so many messages she wanted to send him, and if you have a cell phone, you can see Jiang Hao at home. In that case, can't she just be selfish and take it? After that, then quietly return the money to him. For example, when homeschooling, charge less a couple times, or maybe, save up some money to buy Jiang Hao a computer later. Anyway, whatever he wanted or needed, he wanted to buy for Jiang Hao. It's good to do this on the sly, just don't tell him. Chapter 53, Eat It Up. Approaching class, Jiang Hao had a hard time persuading the girl to finish, and then he planned to start studying and researching the wrong questions. Jingle bells. As soon as the official bell rang, all the students ended their mingling and took their places. Duty boy, come up here and wipe the blackboard, Chen Goen shouted from the podium. With a creak, Lin Yu next to Jiang Hao left his stool and headed for the podium. Snap! As she pushed her chair back and stepped out of her position, she accidentally dropped one of the notebooks on her desk on the floor. Ben. This scene was just seen by Jiang Hao next to the aisle. However, Lin Yu had already walked up to the podium and didn't hear Jiang Hao's shouts. Jiang Hao shook his head helplessly, then bent down to help her pick up the notebook. However, the book was flipped open when it fell to the floor, and the moment he reached down, he was able to eyeball a line of crisp script. You are the first light of the morning, the crystal of the morning dew, the sunflower in July and the willow in the morning sun. I miss you so much, but it's hard to take you into my heart. The most obvious sentence in the font caught Jiang Hao's eye, allowing him to see the line. Unable to help himself, he paused in his hands. Thoughts are so great that it's hard to take them into your heart. Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat surprised. I didn't expect that. Can't see it at all. A girl who is so cool and seemingly not close to the world would actually write this kind of love story that seems like a crush. He then slowly picked up the book, only to notice the last line of the statement again. There are millions of regrets. Each one is different. These statements that looked very meaningful made Jiang Hao couldn't help but be a little curious. Does the class president have a favorite? But she looks at everyone like Missy is here. Get out of the way. The feeling of not caring about anything, except for serious study, Pop. Just as Jiang Hao was shallowly thinking, a slender palm reached out and violently covered the notebook, then snatched it away in one go. What's mine? Don't touch it. Jiang Hao sniffed and looked over, not expecting it to be Lin Yu. She had returned, her hands currently clasped around her laptop, her eyes revealing a hint of mortification. It's like one's own secrets are discovered as if, and it was as if Jiang Hao saw a blush emerge on the young girl's face, faintly visible. Unbelievable. I didn't think the squad leader would ever look like that again. Jiang Hao skimmed his mouth and explained, Class president, when you just went up to wipe the blackboard, it fell to the ground on its own. I was just picking it up for you. Hearing this, Lin Yu's frown deepened. Her entire body trembled slightly, her face covered in a frost, and her hands couldn't help but tighten the notebook in her arms as she questioned Jiang Hao. You saw what's inside. Although her demeanor still exuded the indifference of rejecting others, her slightly trembling voice still revealed the nervousness and fear in her heart. It's like there's something that can't be known. Saw it, Jiang Hao admitted generously. It's just a collection of wrong questions. I take notes now too, Jiang Hao said without a care in the world. Lin Yu froze for a moment as he looked at Jiang Hao, and then, his tightly furrowed brows slowly unfolded. Turn out STH. He didn't see those contents in there? Jiang Hao's face was unperturbed, his eyes were flat, and he eyed the past without lying at all. The notebook was accidentally flipped open when it fell to the floor. I didn't mean to see the notes, Jiang Hao added. Hearing this, Lin Yu inwardly breathed a sigh of relief and resumed his previous calm and cool demeanor. I'm sorry. She sat back in her seat and placed the notebook carefully in a drawer, then looked down and said softly, Thank you. Jiang Hao's pupils were as calm as water, with no emotional ups and downs visible at all. It's okay. He'll pretend today that he didn't see it, that these sentimental statements are not necessarily interpretations of like or love. It could also be a love affair or a friendship. Don't know the full picture. No comment. He himself was not the kind of person who was idle enough to pry into such a private matter of others. The day was all about hard work and soon it was time for school to end. Instead of going straight to the cake store today, Li Kerson resumed her pattern of studying for an extra hour at school. What's the matter? Have the cake store's hours been changed again? Jiang Hao asked as he stretched his back. Li Kuxian froze slightly. then nodded her head. Yeah, Boss Huahua has moved the part-time hours to 7 to 9 starting this week, 1 hour less. But what? Jiang Hao asked. In fact, Li Huahua's cake store is always in the red. Every day is a deficit, so it's no surprise that part-time staff or hours are starting to be rectified. I can only work part-time for 2 hours this week, so maybe I can only work part-time for 1 hour next week. It won't be long before Flora Lee definitely chooses to close the storefront anyway. Stop loss in time. Boss Flower said that the part-time wage for our students, or $50. Li Kerson answered truthfully. These words caused Jiang Hao to fall slightly silent. A student's part-time job still pays $50. It's almost closing time. She's taking very good care of her students. Are you afraid that if you close your doors, these students won't be able to find part-time jobs in the future? Lately, Boss Flower seems to be a bit burnt out, and things aren't going very well at the store. Li Kuxian's complexion also became somewhat despondent. Although she didn't understand a lot of things, she was still able to detect some basic situations. Aha! Jiang Hao answered softly. No profitability with high costs is the equivalent of burning money every day, without knowing how to operate very well and looking for cooperation. Opening a cake store is just very easy to lose money. However, sensing that Li Kerson's mood was a bit low, he still comforted up. Well, it's okay, maybe it'll get better again soon. Li Kuxian opened her mouth to say something, but didn't, and finally just nodded. She had the feeling that she wanted to help Boss Hannah, but was completely helpless. Don't know anything about yourself. Seeing this, Jiang Hao smiled helplessly, then took out a candy from the drawer. Taking advantage of the fact that the class was now small, after tearing open the package, he cupped the fructose in his hand and handed it to the young girl's mouth. Come open your mouth and eat a candy. Sometimes when you're unhappy, a candy does make you feel better, and something sweet always takes away a little of the sadness inside. Li Kuxian froze for a moment when she saw this. This was in the classroom. She pursed her lips nervously, letting the orange fructose touch her lips. Okay, listen, you're tired after studying all day. Just in time to replenish some sugar. Come on, open your mouth. Jiang Hao coaxed the young girl like a child. In the end, Li Kuxian really couldn't argue with him, and as if she had made a great determination, she opened her mouth slightly with a red face. Jiang Hao frowned slightly when he saw this. Open wider? I can't even put it in if you open so small. I'll eat by myself. Okay? Li Kuxian said in a resigned manner. It's okay, it's less crowded now. No one will see it. Jiang Hao glanced towards the podium. If you keep inking, I'm afraid you'll be caught by the class monitor later. Hurry up and eat in. Li Kerson had no choice but to open her small mouth with a red face and slowly ate the candy from Jiang Hao's fingertips. In an instant, Jiang Hao clearly felt a soft yet moist touch coming from his fingertips. The girl was still squirming a bit as she ate because she was nervous, and she couldn't help but get some saliva on his fingers. The liquid also became a little chilly after remaining on the fingers. Chapter 54, Pink Feet. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked at his fingers in a daze, and the knot in his throat moved up and down. The moment just now when the tip of the young girl's tongue came into contact with her own fingertips, the saliva pulled out silken threads. When she looked up again, she saw Li Kuxian's slightly red and beautiful side face. She seemed to have sensed something as well, and couldn't help but turn her face away from looking at herself. Li Kerson kept adjusting her breathing, afraid that her rapid deep breaths would be heard by Jiang Hao, and her heartbeat was almost in her throat. Doing this kind of thing with Jiang Hao in the classroom. Luckily no one saw. However, Jiang Hao froze for a while, but still quickly came back to his senses and laughed. Not bad, hurry up and eat. I'll reward you with another one later. No, don't. I'm not sad anymore. Li Kuxian sideways and slightly buried her head again, so shy to the extreme by these words that she spoke with a slight tremor. You can eat candy even if you're not sad. Jiang Hao recalled the soft touch of that tongue just now and blurted out. You bully me again. Li Kuxian said aggrieved. Just now in fact, she had actually been thinking of not feeding, but the boy came to say that he would be found out by the class president later. When I get nervous, I eat it. How is this called bullying? It's just worrying about a friend. Jiang Hao smiled. Looking at Li Kerson's cheeks now red, he felt so amused. The young girl sniffed and deflated, then turned away, buried her head and started reading, ignoring Jiang Hao. This time, no matter what he says, both ignore him for at least a minute. In the evening, after sending Li Kerson back home, Jiang Hao returned home and sat at his desk after taking a shower, looking at the data he had pushed through the stream. Today has been 10 days. All kinds of foundation has been fully laid. Lu Wei's group of little brothers do is also more and more comfortable. The overall commission figure, which had now come to 100,000, had reached his expectations. If you stabilize like this, you'll be able to get at least 30 or so in a month. Again, according to the previous 70 to 30 split with Lu Wei and the others, one would almost have about 10 cash flow funds. If you go steady, You should be able to save about 50 by college. But 50 is still too little starting capital. The best plan is to have 100 or more cash flow over the summer. At that point it can then be over doubled through real estate, or the stock market, and other channels. So right now, it's best to find another way to get a steady flow of cash. But what else would be good to do besides warming up the number? Gotta go with the kind that reduces the cost to pay and still needs to be stable. While thinking about it, his cell phone rang with a message tone. QQ special concern. Returning to his senses, he opened the chat interface with LiQXIN and saw the young girl send a sentence. I'm out of the shower. What are you doing? The corners of his mouth involuntarily rose at the sight of the young girl's message, but he replied jokingly. It's so tiring, I don't want to study anymore. Oh. On the other side of the room, sitting on the bed, Lee Kerson sent while clenching her small fists. Come on, just about 3 months left. Hang in there. Jiang Hao pretended to be aggrieved. But I'm not happy right now. Lee Kerson froze for a moment. Why? The corner of Jiang Hao's mouth lifted again. Because students make progress. Mr. Lee does not give rewards. For a moment, the young girl's eyes blinked. And what reward do you want? Jiang Hao thought about it. I'm tired of studying every day. Then give me a loving hug. When LiQXIN saw this message, she was first stunned, especially the 4 words of loving embrace, making her pretty face slightly red. She obviously had held his hand every day. And now for cuddles. This time, the young girl was shy and didn't know how to answer. Jiang Hao saw that she didn't reply in seconds, so he skimmed his lips. What? You don't want to encourage me? Frowny face, delta, /. The young girl suddenly felt a little aggravated and quickly replied to the message again. No. Jiang Hao hummed lightly. Then take it as a promise that you can owe me first. Lee Kerson's small mouth deflated. Now every day by Jiang Hao bullying, as if there is a kind of foreign debt more and more feeling. He hadn't even given him back the previous 2, and now he was asking for another one. You just bully me. The young girl couldn't help but post like this. The corners of Jiang Hao's mouth hooked wider. Well, you're the only one I bully. After thinking about it, he added a comment. What? You don't like it? LiQXIN's cheeks flushed and she directly buried her face in her knees, not knowing how to reply. No one says that. Ask this. Then again can't tell you that either. For a while, seeing that Lee Kerson didn't reply to the message, Jiang Hao searched for whether Little Bean was ignoring himself. She ignored herself at the end of school today for a good 20 seconds, during which time she mouthed off whatever she said. It's like they're all going to fight back. Solely, he directly made a QQ video call over, flexing his arms and completely recording his upper body into the screen of his cell phone. He'd like to see how long Little Bean dared to ignore her this time. On the other side, the ringtone of Nail rang, and when Lee Kerson looked up at her cell phone, she realized that it was Jiang Hao who had called. Her hands trembled slightly, and she was a little overwhelmed for a moment, with the flutter of having just been asked if she liked it, and the fumbling of her first video call. It took a few moments of agonizing before the young girl tapped that green answer button in a panic, but because he was nervous, he didn't dare to make a sound for a while even after connecting. She was sitting on the edge of the bed at the moment, a pair of cute little pink feet, straining together in a slight inside-out position, and her toes were slightly buckled against the sheets. Lee Kerson's cell phone, which was still old-fashioned, allowed the network to delay for a bit, and then Jiang Hao's angular face appeared in front of the phone screen. Hey, can you hear? Jiang Hao, inside the video, originally had a serious look on his face, but the reception of the signals from the 2 cell phones caused him to faintly stare. At this point, unbeknownst to her, his phone's default camera was on the front, and the image it was now taking was of her cute little pink feet. Moreover, his own screen was still narrowed down and placed in the upper right corner, and as soon as he was nervous, he looked straight at the center of the screen and looked at Jiang Hao, not noticing the problem with the screen. As for Jiang Hao, he was able to operate the cell phone, and had already adjusted the camera when he was not connected, and at the moment, he looked at the pair of pink feet, and couldn't help but get lost in thought. The young girl's feet stepped on a layer of pink sheets that seemed to set off her feet, which were also pink, and her 10 pink, clean toes, touching nervously, were extraordinarily pretty. This made Jiang Hao couldn't help but inwardly marvel at how good the Geo was. It's practically food grade. Chapter 55, Call Me Brother Now. Are all boys foot soldiers? Undoubtedly, yes. According to surveys, 90% of boys are foot control, and 10%. That's tough talking. Right now, Jiang Hao even felt that even if he used Li Kuxian's feet to stomp on the grape winemaking, he could accept it. See, visible. Leisurely, the young girl gripped her cell phone tightly and spoke timidly. For a moment, Jiang Hao nodded slightly, as if the young girl didn't know how to operate the adjustment camera, or maybe it wasn't realized. Solely, he went along with it and continued to admire the stunning artwork without reminding Little Bean of the problem. Why? You still haven't answered me for what you just said. Jiang Hao started teasing again. At the question, the young girl's two little feet clenched together, nervous and flustered. She was being hounded again. This scene caused Jiang Hao's eyes to change as he stared tightly at the screen, and his brows couldn't help but knit slightly. It's really cute when the little feet move. Li Kersen thought that Jiang Hao was looking at her so seriously to be in hot pursuit of that question, so she ended up pursing her lips and murmured, I don't know. Looking at Li Kersen's slender toes, they were like 5 carefully carved jade shells, round and lustrous. Nail cover through a light pink color, like the first bloom of spring peach petals, soft and delicate, tightly interlocked, as if peach blossoms were intertwined. They were so pink that they just screamed for people to take their eyes off of them. It took about a full minute before Jiang Hao came back to his senses, shook his head, and said, cough cough, forget it, I'm too lazy to ask you, but remember, you already owe me 3 things now, so you have to pay me back as soon as possible. The young girl froze for a moment, then her small face was aggrieved, and she gave a soft oh. She herself couldn't run out of his hands, and there was nothing she could do if she didn't agree. Seeing this, Jiang Hao suddenly said again, hey, do you want to return one to me now? Ha? The young girl's voice rose in alarm, shaking slightly. Now that we're on the phone, still separated by the screen, you can call me a brother, Jiang Hao said with a smile. No good. Li Kuxian's toes suddenly snapped nervously against each other again, and her feet couldn't help but tuck back. Li Kersen, there are many things you have to overcome. You can't have a brother who can't call out. Seeing that the young girl was a bit squirmy, Jiang Hao said seriously, but in the future, you'll have to call your husband. The young girl's heartbeat accelerated and her face began to burn as she subconsciously retorted, only, I didn't say I wanted to marry you. Quickly, she added in a thin whisper, didn't say I was going to marry you now. Ha? The voice was too small. The latter sentence Jiang Hao did not hear, but he said with sharp eyes, I don't care. You hurry up. Owed for too long is not good. Are you not afraid that I someday, one time to let you return? You, the young girl sniffed and froze. Return it all at once and do all 3 together. Jiang Hao is so hateful. This is not a wife. It has to be. How about this? Think it over, Jiang Hao reminded. Well, I know. The young girl eventually gave in, taking the boy completely off her game. Well, get started. Jiang Hao smiled. The young girl gripped her cell phone, her fingertips unconsciously brushing against the casing as she began to try and shout her voice out, but after trying for a long time, she couldn't get the 2 simple words to come out coherently. Jiang Hao wasn't in a hurry either, patiently waiting for her to adjust her mindset. In this kind of thing, in fact, it wouldn't really force her, even if she really couldn't cry out in the end, and won't try to force her. The young girl hesitated for a few more moments before her voice as tiny as a mosquito fly came through Jiang Hao's earpiece again. Brother. This time, the 2 words brother were not as long apart, but they still weren't shouted out coherently. The first brother word she opened her mouth. Her throat felt as if it was being pressed down, and with all her strength, it was hard to break free. Still, overall, it was an improvement over the first time. Jiang Hao continued to say nothing, staring intently at the pink feet and listening intently. In the end, it was as if Li Kersen knew that she had been dragging her feet for too long, and she was getting anxious herself. It's better to have a long pain than a short one. But the thought of those 2 words, brother, seemed to make her body dizzy, when they were so brief. This time, she directly closed her eyes tightly, her 2 small hands clutched the phone tightly, feeling the sound of her violent heartbeat, and struggled to mobilize her vocal cords. Brother. This time, it finally worked. As soon as the complete brother exited her mouth, her cheeks instantly rolled like ripe red apples, as if her entire being was in a trance, and she could only feel the sound of her powerful heartbeat. When Jiang Hao heard this soft call, the tip of his heart felt like it had been lightly brushed by a feather, and a smile spread from the corners of his mouth to the bottom of his eyes. This little bean still shouted it out. So good. I'll take note of this brother's voice. Sister Li Kuxian, you can't renege on the debt in the future. His voice carried a few moments of satisfaction after teasing, and hid a doting that he himself hadn't even noticed. The young girl was drained of energy, as if she could fall back onto the bed with a gentle push. Her chest was still heaving after the soft and she did her best to take deep breaths to calm herself. First, the first time I called someone my brother. For the first time, it went to Jiang Hao again. The blush on the young girl's face at the moment looked a little bit flirtatious, as if she had just had a drink. A drunken look. Hearing that the young girl's emotions were still a bit tight, Jiang Hao began to change the topic and asked, how about today? Part-time job at the cake store. The young girl was breathing heavily, and the redness on her face was hard to diminish, but she still shook her head gently on the other end of the cell phone and said slowly, not very well. The store already has some employees who don't work anymore. there's only Boss Flower left, and some part-time students. Jiang Hao nodded silently at his words. Then in that case, that Li Huahua is in the cake store, as the core staff, the cake dessert chef? Li Koxian placed one small hand on her heart and nodded slightly. Yes, yes, Boss Flower is busy from morning to night every day. He has to make cakes again, and part-time sales. When these words came out, Jiang Hao's eyes twitched. In fact, with the location of the pedestrian street there, the business of opening a cake store will actually not be that bad. It seems that Flora Lee simply knows how to make cakes, but doesn't know how to scale them operationally. She opened her cake store like one of those enthusiasts who are full of enthusiasm to try their hand at entrepreneurship and then realize that things aren't that simple. How long has that store been open? Do you know? No, half a year. I started going there part-time during the new year. Chapter 56, Increased Boldness. The new store. Jiang Hao nodded silently. Although he had already lost half a year's worth of money, there was actually a chance to turn it back around. After all, that cake store was in a great location and still in the preliminary era of traffic. Expanding the store, publicizing it, and finding partnerships can easily stop the damage. It's hard to make a lot of money, though, because a cake store is a cake store at the end of the day. And there's still a limit to how much you can sell in a month. Even the biggest chains don't have more than a couple million in sales. Ultimately it comes down to customer retention and promotional efforts. Lee Curson, if someone else approached you for tutoring, also for $100 an hour, so that you wouldn't have to go to the cake store part-time in the future, would you be willing to do it? Jiang Hao suddenly asked. Li Kuxian froze for a moment, then shook her head vigorously. No, not willing. Right now, Boss Flower's store is in a bad situation. I want to help her. She treats us students. Very good. The part-time job opportunity. She's the one who gave it to us. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was slightly silent. It seemed that Little Bean's obsession with the cake store was higher than he had imagined. The store is closing soon. Will this Little Bean run to help every day? Given her nature, she might. He shook his head and spoke. Lee Curson, I'll send you a document later. You can forward it to Li Huahua. It might help her. Last class of the following afternoon. Because after a period of review and study, Jiang Hao became more and more comfortable with his knowledge, especially English. After Lee Curson's daily tutelage, the grammar and vocabulary became more and more skillful. It will definitely pass next time, and with overall grades feeling better every day. Soon he'll have a book in sight. Teacher, I don't know this question. In Chen Gowen's math class, a student with a total score of 600 grades stood up and didn't answer the answer, leaving him scratching his head in some sympathy. Alright, you sit down first. Chen Gowen waved his hand. Then he tapped his hand on the board and asked, does anyone know how to do this question? There was a silence in the classroom. Chen Gowen cannot help but be a little disappointed. The information on this question is indeed difficult, but a different way of thinking can quickly find the answer. The last class and other classes, there are still a few students can answer, but their own class, it seems that none of them. If Lin Yu, she might, but her character basically wouldn't raise her hand to answer a question. This, Chen Gowen was also aware of. But in this kind of knowledge question, he didn't expect only Lin Yu to be able to do it. He still expected that there were other students in the class who could understand it. Give everyone 5 minutes to think carefully and think differently. It's actually quite simple. Chen Gowen put down the chalk and patted the dust on his hands. The inside of the classroom began to become lively all of a sudden as well, as students began to discuss the types of questions on the blackboard. And of course there were those who were completely clueless and took the opportunity to start gossiping. Li Kuxian grabbed the ballpoint pen and was also a bit chagrined. While her small face was still slightly bulging. It always feels like I can solve it, but why does it always feel like I'm one step off? Unconsciously, the afterglow saw Jiang Hao gently turning the pen with one hand and propping up his face with one hand. Somewhat sleepy, Li Curson poked Jiang Hao with a pen, trying to get him to be more serious. Why don't you do the questions? Jiang Hao's eyes glanced slightly and said lightly, I will. Li Kuxian froze for a moment, then blinked her big eyes in some surprise. You know how to do it? A lot of people in the class couldn't do this one, and she didn't do it herself. Sure, I'll write it for you. Jiang Hao nodded his head and yawned. He still had a bit of an impression of this question even now. Scenes like this collective silence of the class were still relatively deep in his memory. So once he thought back, the question was quickly straightened out. Soon a complete answer was written in the book, with clear ideas and standardized solutions. After seeing that, Li Kuxian also understood at once. At the same time she was even more surprised. Why don't you raise your hand and say ah? Jiang Hao spread his hands. Too much trouble. Li Kuxian froze for a moment. Then you didn't write it for me. Jiang Hao laughed and pinched the delicate skin of her arm. Because it's not too much trouble to write for you. Li Kuxian's small face blushed, and she hurriedly looked away. You know how to do it. You can also raise your hand. No one in the class can answer. The homeroom teacher will praise you. Jiang Hao nodded silently. It seemed a bit reasonable. Okay, is there anyone who can do this question? When the time was up, Chen Gowen started to say. Jiang Hao brushed his hand up. For a while, there was still no one in the class to raise their hands. Just Jiang Hao. Chen Gowen signaled the only student to stand up and speak. Jiang Hao, then you speak. Jiang Hao stood up and just said, Teacher, I don't know this question. Ha? Chen Gowen froze for a moment. Jiang Hao smiled. Teacher, I don't know how, but Li Kuxin does. You just bully me. After class, Li Kursin commiserated. Just now when she stood up to answer, the whole class was looking at her and her mind went blank. It's a good thing the answer was already on the paper, or I wouldn't have known how to tell it if I had been nervous. Then look at yourself. Are you a bit bolder now than before? Jiang Hao said. This little bean herself was introverted, timid about many things, and communicated less with the outside world. So he wanted to start slowly adjusting her from some small things. When I just stood up to answer, I stammered but managed to tell all about the solution. There's a lot of progress to be made. Li Kursin froze for a moment, beaming and lowering her head slightly. This seemed right again. Before, she had only dared to talk to Jiang Hao's. She didn't even dare to communicate more with people she wasn't familiar with. And now she was actually talking over the topic ideas with so many people watching. Still nervous, I guess, but just barely able to talk to a lot of people. Li Kuxin. Jiang Hao looked at her seriously again. The young girl raised her head slightly and looked at Jiang Hao, though her little face still had a pitiful look. Then do you know why you've gotten a little bolder now? Jiang Hao asked. Li Kursin shook her head. Because holding hands has made you bold. Jiang Hao said seriously. Li Kursin didn't understand for a moment. Do you see how much you've changed since you held hands with me? Jiang Hao began to give examples. For example, you can now take your meals alone. You can also talk to your classmates. And in class, you dare to answer questions. So, holding hands can not only increase the bond between two people, but it also improves courage. And although it makes you emotionally nervous at first, in the end, when you get used to it, it will turn into motivation through and through. For a moment, the young girl was struck by what was being said, and although it was a little strange, it did seem to be the case. After holding hands, I did become a bit bolder. I used to be scared of a lot of things. Now I'm not so scared. Right, I'm not bullying you. Come on, put your hand out and keep raising your guts. The young girl's mind was confused, and being wound up, she actually did subconsciously put her hand on Jiang Hao's hand, and her little face began to turn red. That's right, 10 fingers will work better. Want to try it? Jiang Hao gripped it tightly and didn't forget to caress it on the young girl's small hand, which made Li Kursin startled and pulled out her small hand in a panic. Seems to have been cheated. He's not doing it to increase his guts. It's just bullying yourself. Chapter 57, I only trust you. As the sun set, the brand new bus stop quietly appeared on a street corner outside the school. The translucent glass shelters shimmered dimly and finely in the setting sun. Because it had just been established, the place didn't have many passers-by and seemed cold. On the way home, Li Kursin's hand was clutched tightly by Jiang Hao, making her completely unable to break free. It hadn't been long since the classroom broke free. Li Kuxin, going to the cake store or going home? Jiang Hao said as he led her to the bus stop. He'd had his eye on the bus stop early on, as it set up a route that was very friendly to Li Kursin. For the 4 buses, the stops start at the bus terminal and end at the downtown plaza. It passes in the middle of the line that helps the teenage girl make the link from her house, to her school, to the cake store. Even if she wasn't there, she would no longer have to walk home at night so unsafely. The young girl buried her head slightly. Now used to being bullied by Jiang Hao, she wouldn't resist being held by the hand anymore. Just one day, Boss Hua said that the whole store is taking a day off. Yesterday she dutifully sent what Jiang Hao had sent her to Boss Flower, only to be told the same day that she was on vacation the next day. She asked me yesterday who told me to send that file, and I said it was you. Li Kuxin added. Jiang Hao nodded and returned to his correct vision. That document wrote some general modifications. It's not fine-tuned to every step, but anyone who isn't a cutie should be able to figure out how to do it. Soon, the two of them slowly came to the bus stop, where there were fewer people, and Jiang Hao didn't let go of the young girl's hand. Seeing that this was a bus stop, Li Kuxin asked with some confusion. What are we doing here? Take the car. In Li Kursin's impression, taking the bus was only for going out to play, or going to a very far place. Where are we going? The corners of Jiang Hao's mouth lifted, and he wanted to directly tell Little Bean that she could go directly to her house by taking public transportation. But when the words came to his mouth, he made a U-turn. Take a guess. Li Kuxin's eyes blinked. No matter where Jiang Hao took himself, she wasn't nervous at all, and subconsciously trusted him very much inside, without even the slightest bit of doubt. No, don't go that far. okay? Lee Koxian looked up at Jiang Hao. I told my mother-in-law today that I don't need to go part-time. She'll be worried if she comes home too late. Jiang Hao froze slightly. How is she different from what she imagined? How is she not scared and nervous at all? Isn't this being afraid he'll abduct her? But without explaining anything more, the bus quickly arrived at the platform, and Jiang Hao pulled the young girl onto the number 4 bus. I'll pay. Once in the car, this being even took the initiative to take out his little wallet to pay. It made Jiang Hao feel like if this idiot fool fooled around a bit, he would probably sell her and still count the money for himself. The two of them paid and walked to the seat at the end of the carriage. Jiang Hao knew that the young girl liked to look out of the window, so he let the young girl sit in the seat by the window. There weren't many people in the car, as it was a new route and station itself, so there weren't a lot of passengers, only a few scattered elderly people or commuters. Therefore, the car is relatively quiet, only the sound of the car itself beeping accompanied by the ear. On the seat, Jiang Hao poked the young girl's cheek and skimmed his lips, saying, "It doesn't say where to go, so just get in the car with me, and I'll immediately send you far away to abduct you right now. Believe it or not?" Lee Kurson blinked, then shook her head, staring blankly at Jiang Hao. The look was clearly disbelief. Jiang Hao frowned slightly. "You're so stupid and trust others so easily. What if you really get tricked by someone in the future and then eat you dry?" Upon hearing this, Li Kuxian covered her small fists, her eyes firm. "I won't be cheated by others. You're so naive that you won't be fooled yet." Looking at Li Kurson's dumbfounded appearance, Jiang Hao couldn't help but pinch her nose hard. Woo! The young girl briefly suffocated a little. Jiang Hao was so strong that she still felt some pain after releasing her hand. Watery eyes, all of a sudden was stimulated by a layer of water mist. However, even if her tears appear faintly, her expression is also very serious and said, "Because I only believe in you so I will not be cheated by others." Jiang Hao was directly stunned for a moment when he heard these words, looking at the tip of Li Kurson's slightly reddened nose and the eyes that were full of sincerity. For a moment, he was actually at a bit of a loss for words. "You guys, it's too stupid too." Jiang Hao sighed. Action unconsciously gentled down, raised his hand to gently wipe away the corner of Li Kurson that point of tears. "I cannot you think so good. In the future not allowed to so easily trust others. Hear me?" Li Kurson sniffled and nodded her head obediently, but her eyes were still filled with trust in Jiang Hao, as if in her world, Jiang Hao was an absolutely safe being. "You idiot." Jiang Hao was somewhat helpless when he saw that the young girl was still like this, and then he told her the truth. "This bus, in fact, takes her home, and this number, and it links to the school and the cake store." He also gave the young girl some details about the directions for the ride. "Tell her to always remember not to ride alone in the car in the opposite direction." "I remember." Once the young girl had thoroughly memorized it, she began to set her eyes on the view of the sunset outside the window. She didn't take the car very often. Even if the bus cost $4 a round trip, she thought it was so expensive, and she always cherished this kind of opportunity in her heart. But after watching for not long, the fatigue began to well up in the young girl's body. She had a part-time job and studying the other day. She was really tired, and without realizing it, she leaned on Jiang Hao's shoulder and fell into a deep sleep. Looking at the young girl's defenseless and dumbfounded look at himself, a kind of doting wrapped in heartache emerged on Jiang Hao's face. Since the front windows were open, the breeze was now spreading in along the edge of the window, blowing the young girl's hair tucked behind her ears. A few strands of silky hair fluttered over the young girl's cheeks, and she seemed to feel an itch and frown slightly. Jiang Hao tenderly reached out and gently lifted her hair behind her ear. He quietly looked at the sleeping girl for a moment longer, and then slowly closed his eyes as well, welcoming the light breeze from the slightly open car window with a very contented light smile. Of course, he just closed his eyes for a while. He would not really fall asleep, and he still had to tell this being to get up when he arrived at the station later. The village of Gujie itself was not very far from the school, a half-hour walk, and the evening bus ride took only about 15 minutes. As soon as the station arrived, the cool breeze that blew in through the windows came to an abrupt end. Jiang Hao gently pinched the girl's cheeks. Softly, "Get up, we're home," he said softly. Li Kuxian opened her eyes in a daze and slowly raised her head. Her cheeks still had the red marks that were pressed out just now. She froze for a moment with her eyelids down, then rubbed her eyes again. It took a few more seconds before he responded. It seems to have fallen asleep on the boy's shoulder. "Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Chapter 58, Think of Me. Li Kuxian's face turned a little red, her eyes were a little flustered, and she stuttered a little in her speech. Jiang Hao looked at this cute and embarrassed look on her face. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise, revealing a nice arc. "What's wrong with that?" He reached out and gently helped Li Kuxian stroke her somewhat messy hair and said, "Get off the car quickly, or Uncle Driver is going to drive away." Li Kurson's heart was beating hard. She secretly raised her eyes to Jiang Hao, only to see that his white cheeks were lightly flushed, and under the light of the setting sun's afterglow, It was as if it was gilded with a layer of gold rim, so nice that people couldn't take their eyes off of it. The two of them got off the platform and walked along the familiar road in the direction of the small alleyway. Lee Kurson walked in front of Jiang Hao, burying her small head, her footsteps neither fast nor slow, but there was some silence for a while. The corners of Jiang Hao's mouth lifted up as he followed nonchalantly, his gaze always following her figure. Lee Kurson. Jiang Hao suddenly broke the silence and smiled. Next time you come to my house, remember to wear a small skirt. Li Kuxian's footsteps paused, her heart beating faster. She did not turn around and said softly, "Good, we'll go to the mall with you then, okay?" Well, the young girl's voice, as small as a mosquito buzzing, but in this quiet evening, it clearly reached Jiang Hao's ears. Looking at Lee Kurson, the range of Jiang Hao's mouth never came down, nor did he follow the young girl's footsteps and take her hand. It's just quietly watching her stubborn and stupid shadow stretched out against the setting sun. When he sent the young girl back to that small alley, Jiang Hao was still a bit reluctant to part with her. He still couldn't help but rub her little head as the young girl turned to say goodbye to her. "I'm leaving. Aha. See you tomorrow. Aha. Remember to message me tonight. Aha. Remember to think of me, too. After Jiang Hao left, Lee Kurson's two small hands gripped the shoulder strap of her school bag, slightly beaming. There was a dark yellow light shrouding the small alley at night, and only after Jiang Hao's figure was completely out of sight did she reveal a hint of a smile and turn back in the direction of her home. After Jiang Hao returned home, he wanted to take out his cell phone to report to Li Kuxian, but just as he sat down on the chair and opened the screen of his cell phone, he found a friend request with a verification message that read, "I'm Li Kuxian's boss." As soon as Jiang Hao looked at it, he knew that this QQ number was the cake store's Li Huahua. He passed the friend request. Surprisingly, as soon as the friend had gone through the consent process, a message was quickly sent over there. "Flora Lee, I read the documents and I think there is a great deal of feasibility, so I want to talk to you about it." Jiang Hao's face was expressionless. He had sent 5 steps of adjustments to Li Huahua yesterday. 1. Paradigm change. 2. Publicity and promotion. 3. Seeking cooperation. 4. Improving quality. Adjustments to offline brick-and-mortar operations are also simple. It just takes a bit of time to transition. Zhang Shangjing, it's probably all in there. What do you want to talk about? A private bakery, not a chain, would not be very troublesome to operate, and a single system of stores would be good to rectify. Li Huahua, I'd like to ask you for some advice. I know about the model overhaul, but is it really necessary to go that far in terms of publicity? And Li Huahua directly stated what he understood and also asked Jiang Hao about his program. When Jiang Hao saw this, he felt that this woman was still very attached to her cake store, and she seems to want to see the true level of the person who came up with this rectification program. Since she had asked about herself and had been taking good care of Li Kuxian before, Jiang Hao simply told Li Huahua a complete set of the entire process. First of all, the promotion of the steps, which is to promote the store and show the product. You can first let people print their own kind of show store flyer, send people to the outside to distribute, and put a preferential commodities trolling, so that the people who get the flyer to know, have this flyer, come to the store to buy cake regardless of the amount, are sent a few dollars of exquisite cupcakes, and then the scope of distribution of this flyer more than in Zhongxing Street. You can broaden out to dozens of kilometers around the area, for a wide range of goods discount promotion, to improve the cake store's popularity and customer traffic. And the project docking is the natural advantage of this store. Zhongxing Commercial Ancient Street has a variety of stores, so to seek cooperation with them, find some leisure stores, such as Mahjong Hall, Foot Washing City, etc. Put our cake dishes to their store, after that to the boss they share, as long as the price is reasonable. This kind of mutual benefit and win-win cooperation no one will refuse. And, after the publicity, you can also add some staff for merchandise delivery and takeout services. There are already platforms that are gradually facilitating the food and beverage ranks, and you only need to charge a few extra dollars for shipping on top of the original price of the merchandise. After about half an hour of conversation, the air was very quiet in the lounge of a cake store somewhere on Walking Street. Li Huahua's expression froze as she looked at the computer. While she herself was quickly thinking about the rectification method Jiang Hao had mentioned, she froze for several minutes before she swallowed, her eyes becoming very surprised. This method of operation was indeed very feasible, promoting the store while expanding outwards, utilizing the store's advantages to great effect. When she first got the corrective action papers yesterday, her first inclination was to doubt the teenager, but after careful reading and understanding, it feels feasible. So, I came today with the attitude of trying to talk to this student. Didn't realize. It's a good harvest. It's so incredible that it's hard to imagine that this would be a high school student coming up with a program that's complete. A whole set of programs to implement. At the moment, across the electronic screen, The boyish face of the teenager had an air of skillful sophistication, especially those eyes, firm and deep, and the surprised female owner of the cake store, as if they had exchanged ages. Li Huahua, did you ever follow your family into business? Jiang Hao smiled. It doesn't matter. Li Huahua was silent. She actually knew that there were geniuses within many industries. Perhaps this teenager was a genius at running the food industry? Would you like to come to our cake store part-time? Jiang Hao refused. I don't want to toast. Li Huahua quickly replied. Instead of letting you bake bread, I'm making you assistant store manager and would like to hire you to personally revamp this bakery. Jiang Hao was stunned at the sight. He said this woman's heart is also too big. He said again, good ultimately on paper, not yet implemented. She then dared to want to accept a high school student as a deputy store manager? But think of it in another way. Again, she has a great eye. However, Jiang Hao had instead closed the screen directly at this time, without replying directly. One does still need an extra cash flow, as it's still not enough to just get funding with the warmth. Right now it's going to really be a zero-cost way to make money by going to a cake store and hosting the operation. However, it doesn't make much, and it's time-consuming. Li Huahua's cake store, although the scale is okay, but after all, it is not a chain store. Sales are destined to have an upper limit. One's own labor there for a month. I think it is not possible to have the warmth number a few days to earn more. Chapter 59. It's not good to be found out. If I had been in a state of schooling, I wouldn't have looked forward to going to school as much as I do now. When the cell phone rang, Jiang Hao catapulted up and washed and dressed in one fell swoop. On his way out the door, though, he realized that he was actually 15 minutes later in the day than he had been before. Damn, was only going to sleep for another minute. Sometimes you really can't afford to be lazy in bed. You don't realize how much time goes by when you close your eyes and open them. Jiang Hao's 6 o'clock alarm every morning was so that he could meet Li Kersen at the halfway intersection at 6:30 and go to school with her. I guess it's hanging by a thread today. After leaving the house, he originally thought that Li Kuxian had already arrived at the school, but he didn't expect that when he was at the intersection, the young girl was waiting obediently next to the traffic light. He had even thought that Li Kersen would take the bus to school, but he didn't realize that this bean had been waiting for him here. Who's such an obedient daughter-in-law, waiting here obediently for her husband? Although he felt a little elated, Jiang Hao still flirted with Li Kuxian's opening as usual. The young girl gave him a grumbling look and beamed. Not a wife. How long has the wait been? No, not for long. It was obvious that Bean wasn't telling the truth. She was an early riser every day, and based on the previous time, she had been waiting for at least between 15 and 20 minutes. Estimating the time, it was now nearly 6:40. I brought you kanji today. Li Kuxian raised her own small hand and handed Jiang Hao the lunchbox. She didn't pack her lunchbox inside her school bag today because porridge is a mobile food and can easily spill out. However, when he received the porridge, Jiang Hao could vaguely see some dark circles on Li Kersen's face. This bean was caught looking at his own pink little Geo last night, and today he woke up early and made kanji for himself, so he must not have slept much. In fact, Jiang Hao was right in thinking that Li Kersen did get up early to stew the porridge. However, she had been using a low flame in order to taste a little better. Then I couldn't let Jiang Hao just drink white porridge, so I ran out at dawn to find a 24-hour supermarket and bought the dishes and ingredients needed to make the dried pork porridge with plum and vegetables. Stupid. Cooking kanji is troublesome. Just bring some random buns or eggs later. Jiang Hao reprimanded, pinching the young girl's cheeks. Li Kuxian beamed and retorted in a thin, mosquito fly voice. I'm not afraid of trouble. Really, get some rest later. Jiang Hao sighed and took Li Kersen and headed for the school, already calculating in his heart that he would shorten the time he spent looking at little Geo in the future, so that little bean could have a good rest. In addition to the official one-mode exams, in the classroom of each subject, sometimes teachers organize quizzes. Jiang Hao's English quiz in the 4th class this morning, the results were clearly much improved compared to the first model. Got an 80 on the first test, almost passed. However, the more Jiang Hao's English improved, the more seriously little bean supervised him. Lunch break at noon. Just as Jiang Hao's body and mind were soothed, he realized that Li Kersen beside him had her head turned sideways, looking at herself silently. The corners of his eyes jumped a bit, then he grinned and patted his chest to the young girl. Li Kuxian, I think I'll definitely get more than 90 points in the second model of English. Go for it. Li Kersen was also happy for Jiang Hao, then took out a few pages of letterhead from inside her English textbook. This is the grammar and knowledge points to be consolidated today. Finish studying before school, okay? Jiang Hao froze. Li Kersen's notes on all the subjects he did not read less, especially English, almost every day by Li Kersen forced to study, but he realizes that the higher his score, the higher the task little bean sets for him. For example, 50 English words a day, now increased to 100 a day, whereas you were learning at least 20 grammatical sentences a day, you are now consolidating at least 50 a day. Immediately, Jiang Hao bitterly looked down, feeling that learning was becoming more and more painful. Lee Curson, why don't you take a break? I'm already close to passing English. I'll make progress. Li Kuxin shook her head, her eyes firm. Today's knowledge is very important. Come on and learn it. You say it's important every day. Jiang Hao wanted to cry, tortured to death by the bird language. He really missed his charming old ancestor and wondered why he hadn't unified the world. Think he didn't unify the Chinese language? Because knowledge is all important. It was Lee Curson's judgment that the understanding of knowledge points would allow Jiang Hao to learn and progress faster. Jiang Hao sighed. If the young girl insisted, how could he have a reason to refuse? Solely, with a big face, he took the notebook in Lee Curson's hand as if he was gambling, and then sat on his butt on the young girl's chair, squeezing her over a bit. The chairs at the school were huge, and even if Jiang Hao only sat on half of his butt, Li Kuxin could still sit on the chair completely. For a moment, they sat in the same chair, thighs against thighs, bodies against bodies, 0 millimeters between the two of them. Seeing this, Lee Curson's face turned red in a whoosh, and she began to get nervous. Why are you? Go back to your own position and look. Jiang Hao's flesh was warm, driving her blushing cheeks into a roll. I don't. You're the one who told me to read the notes. I can't do it alone. You have to stay with me. Jiang Hao skimmed his lips and had absolutely no idea of moving away. Instead, his hands even moved the notebook and his shoulders moved closer, touching Li Kuxin's left shoulder to look at it together with her. You. Lee Curson's entire body followed the accelerated heartbeat. Her small hands left the desktop and placed on her knees, completely at a loss as to what to do, and her position was still blocked by Jiang Hao, so she couldn't even run away if she wanted to. But luckily it was lunch break and most of the students were resting, so their movements went largely unnoticed. The two of them stalemated like this, and Jiang Hao was also a scoundrel, taking advantage of Lee Curson and not letting go. Lee Curson's cheeks were getting redder and redder, and her uneasy little hands began to push Jiang Hao's thighs. Would you leave? It's not good to be seen. And Jiang Hao sniffed, full of concern. I'm not afraid. See teacher, I also say you are my wife. After pushing and shoving a few times, Lee Curson realized that she couldn't push the tall Jiang Hao at all, and then she could only purse her lips and give up. Damned bad guy. She wouldn't have done it herself if she had said she would compromise and let Jiang Hao leave without reading the notes. Because of this note, she even felt that the college entrance exams might come up with this kind of grammar and this kind of questions, so it was really useful for Jiang Hao. For a while, Li Kuxin just silently endured, her small hands hanging down on her knees. She was not in the mood to review. Jiang Hao's body heat washed her thoughts away and her mind went blank. Chapter 60, Not Being Friends. At 9 o'clock in the evening, it was completely dark. After taking the bus back home, Lee Curson waved her hand to say goodbye to Jiang Hao, and then walked into the small alleyway to return to her family's yard. Granny, it's dark. Why don't you turn on the lights again? Walking into the house, Li Kuxin said worriedly. It's fine, no need to waste money. Granny can see. An old man with a walking stick, white hair and a slightly stooped body, walked out of the darkness. Be careful. Lee Curson hurriedly went forward to support the old man, fearing that her mother-in-law, who had bad legs, would fall. Granny is fine. You still have to study with electricity. The old woman touched the young girl's hand and smiled gently. Li Kuxin touched her mother-in-law's skinny and bony arm. She couldn't help but have a sore nose. Tears were already welling up inside her eyes. Don't move, mother-in-law. I'll go turn on the light first. She knew that her mother-in-law had been saving her money just to save her money for when she went out to college. The old woman opened her mouth as if to call out to the young girl, but a glimmer of light filtering through from outside the small courtyard showed her the girl's teary eyes, so she didn't speak again. Lee Curson came to the row of old switches next to the doorway and turned on the incandescent lights, and all of a sudden, it made the whole living room a lot brighter. Lee Curson went back to the old man, pulled her to a chair and sat down, and asked, Granny, have you eaten dinner yet? Before, when I didn't work part-time, my mother-in-law always cooked dinner and waited for me to come back to eat, but gradually she realized that her mother-in-law, since she started working part-time, seldom cooked at night, and just ate some leftovers from the day. If she hadn't made so many breakfasts herself, she'd even be afraid that her mother-in-law would eat just one meal a day. Nay-san, Granny is not hungry. The old lady shook her head very seriously, but the young girl was surprisingly stubborn at the moment, and after wiping the corners of her eyes, she said, Granny, I'll go cook for you. Wait for me. The old lady saw the young girl's appearance, and there was no way she could refuse even if she wanted to, so with a soft sigh, she watched her good granddaughter walk into the kitchen and get busy. Lee Curson turned on the kitchen light, then came to the stove and moved to dryly wash the iron pot. She first looked inside the kitchen to see what was left. There was just half a cabbage left inside the basket next to her, and a couple of potatoes. Lee Curson's working movements were very dry. After she cleaned the two kinds of food, she burned the fire and put down the oil, and then mixed the two kinds of food and fried them together. After serving out a hot dish of vegetables, then take out a few steamed buns from the next cage and steam them. While she was busy, the old woman in the parlor leaned against the door at some point, quietly watching the busy young girl. Because the kitchen wasn't very big, the young girl's effort of turning around to get something was startled by the old woman leaning on the door. "Yeah, Granny." The young girl shifted from a panicked expression to one of resignation, slightly muttering her mouth. "Granny, just sit in the living room and wait for me." The old lady revealed a kind smile. "I want to see our family coexina. Lately you have to go outside every day to work part-time in addition to studying, leaving early and returning late." The young woman buried her head and let out an oh-so-subtle sigh. She had indeed been doing that herself lately, and with the tutoring at Jiang Hao's house on the weekends, she had even less time to spend with her mother-in-law. She turned back silently and didn't say anything. After all, her part-time job was to take the pressure off of her mother-in-law, and there was no way she wasn't going to go to work. After a while, the old lady was at the door, and asked gently, "Xin, at school, does anyone bully you?" Hearing these words, the young girl froze for a moment, then looked back at the old lady, not knowing why her mother-in-law was asking this, and shook her head in confusion. No, with Jiang Hao at school, not many of his classmates even dared to come near him, and lately, in the small alley, Shen Meng's group hadn't come to trouble her. The old lady gazed closely at the young girl's eyes, and realized that she didn't seem to be lying about the situation, and inwardly let out a slight sigh of relief. "Then recently, isn't it true that some of your classmates often send you home?" At these words, Li Kuxian was stunned as Jiang Hao's large face appeared in her mind, and she couldn't help but feel a slight hint of shyness and embarrassment in front of her mother-in-law. It's a boy, isn't it?" the old lady asked again. For a moment, Li Kuxian's eyes didn't look directly at the old lady and gently nodded. At that, the old woman paused, and just looked at the young girl quietly, not knowing what to say. In fact, she was worried about her good granddaughter. This niece was soft in nature and heart. To put it badly, she was easily deceived. Moreover, the good granddaughter was a remarkable looker, except that her silent nature helped her to hide a lot of things. When you are a child of a poor family, you are easily bullied. It was a while before the old lady asked, "You guys, you're not talking about friends, are you?" No. Li Kuxian sniffed and shook her head in a panic, fearing that her mother-in-law would misunderstand, and her small hands waved vigorously. He is just a classmate who was very good to me." When the old lady heard the young girl's answer, her worried look didn't subside. After all, she didn't know that boy well, and she sent her classmates home every day, so how could she feel? A bit scheming? She did not know the boy, but she felt that he was a bit of a bad guy. Li Kuxian also sensed her mother-in-law's concern and quickly began to explain. "Granny, he helped with the tutoring and the part-time job, and he took care of me at school." Soon, she told all the things that Jiang Hao had helped her at school, but in the process, she automatically ignored the fact that Jiang Hao had called her wife and held her hand. She was afraid her mother-in-law would worry. It was only after a series of explanations that the old lady got a rough idea of Jiang Hao as a person and slowly put her heart down. "This boy, then, is quite kind." Li Kuxian nodded her head. Although Jiang Hao was fierce on the surface, in reality, he was a very gentle person. Without him, he used to get bullied in class himself. Talking to her mother-in-law, she recalled some of the very first past events she once had with Jiang Hao. "I remember one time in my freshman year of high school, a very rich student in my class brought a basket of mangosteens to the classroom and invited everyone to eat them. Since he was close to his seat at that time, he took one for himself as well. It was the first time I had ever seen or eaten this fruit myself, and I had no idea what to do with it. Then in full view of everyone, he actually took the mangosteen himself, wiped it off and then bit right into it. That flavor was bitter and astringent, filling her mouth. The shell of the mangosteen stained her lips and gums purple, making herself look like a fool in an ugly way. The students had never seen her so unseen, and all of a sudden they all burst into laughter. She remembers that everyone in the class was laughing out loud at that time. No exceptions. "Ah, Li Kuxian, haven't you ever eaten mangosteen? That's a shell on the outside. Why do you just gnaw on it? Mangosteen isn't that expensive. Has anyone else never had it?" Chapter 61, Gentle Boys. Those voices were still fresh in her mind, etched deep in her heart. And the boy who gave himself shamrocks was the one who laughed the loudest. "Ha ha ha, my god, I'm so sorry. I really didn't know you hadn't even eaten mangosteen, but it's only 30 or 40 pounds. Our family bought 10 pounds at once. You just chewed on a mangosteen. It was so funny. I just couldn't help it. I'm sorry, you don't blame me, do you?" Amidst the laughter, she was nervous and scared, and after wiping the corners of her mouth in embarrassment, she immediately lowered her head and apologized to her classmates who had laughed at her. "Yeah, I'm sorry, it's my first time eating this fruit. 3. 30 or 40 is too expensive. Our family can't afford it. At that time, I was too scared, cowering in the corner with my head down, not daring to look at my classmates at all, and trying to reduce my sense of existence. She had never seen much of the world herself, much less eaten anything good, and she would never dream of parting with that 30 or 40 pounds of fruit. Still, the students laughed mercilessly, as if they found pleasure in seeing their embarrassment. Being actually a very stupid person and a crybaby himself, he was taken as a joke by everyone and soon couldn't control the tears that were swirling inside his eyes, crouched directly in the corner and cried. But not long after crying, Jiang Hao just happened to return to the classroom. Originally she thought that the same table Jiang Hao will be the same as other students, see their appearance will be laughing, but he didn't. Instead, after coming to himself and looking around, he actually turned around and yelled something to all of his classmates. You guys are laughing, Kiba. Is it fun to watch other people's jokes? Laugh again. Believe it or not, I'll give each of you a punch and break your front teeth. The words, which she remembered clearly now, had been laced with swear words, but they had made her feel very warm and fuzzy. As the words fell, she herself couldn't help but lift her tear-stained little face then and look at the boy in surprise, because at that moment she couldn't believe that someone had actually spoken up for her. And besides, the boy's face seemed to have an uncanny anger in it as he said it, and the corners of his eyes were glinting with menace. It's like, if his classmates still laughed, he would really go up and beat them all up. For a while, seeing the ferocious Jiang Hao, the class really didn't dare to laugh and shut up. They were all afraid of Jiang Hao, but that moment started. One is not afraid of him anymore. These stupid bees are so cheap, they can eat a mangosteen and feel superior. Jiang Hao's mouth was still swearing, but he gently turned around and walked to himself, extending his big hand. Looking at Jiang Hao's rigid expression, the only classmate who had spoken up for him, he couldn't help but extend his hand to. As soon as he was pulled up, he led himself to his seat and sat down on his butt before helping himself to peel the mangosteen himself. At the same time, he coldly grunted at the classmate who sent the mangosteen. Isn't it just a mangosteen? Those who don't know think it's an elixir or a ginseng fruit. What's the fooling around for? The male student soon dared not speak and apologized profusely, while taking out a few more mangosteens and putting them on his seat to express his apology. Open your mouth. Without waiting for himself to thank him, Jiang Hao had already peeled the nibbled mangosteen, squeezed out the pulp inside, and handed it to his mouth. She remembers the boy from that time, really gentle, with a soft light and a low voice, but at that time, when he saw it himself, he was feeling a sourness inside. His eyes were watery and misty without realizing it, and his eyelashes were full of water droplets, so that as long as his eyes blinked gently, tears would fall down. At that time, he himself held back the tears. He didn't want to cry in front of the boy, but when he shook his head, the tears fell uncontrollably. Taste it, it's not worth it. Seeing himself cry, Jiang Hao showed a very sad expression and spoke again when he still wanted to refuse. Be obedient. At that moment, she froze, no longer able to say no, but could only obediently open her mouth and be fed by Jiang Hao. Remember, the flesh of the mangosteen, the sweetness of there is so much more. Jiang Hao has helped himself too much in his way at school, although the school said that he was a bad student, but she felt that Jiang Hao was not the bad student. It was just that sometimes, he had a lot of his own ideas. The real him is actually quite gentle. Li Kuxian quickly told the old lady some more things about Jiang Hao's tremendous progress in his grades now, which really put her mind at ease. In that case, you guys get along. The old lady eventually broke into a light smile and changed her attitude a bit towards the boy who appeared in the small alley every day. After all, his granddaughter had a soft nature, had been bullied since she was a child, and rarely socialized with people. It's actually nice to have a friend show up now who actually cares about her. After cooking for her mother-in-law, Li Kuxian loaded up some leftovers and went to the small courtyard and called out, "Ping ping, none." It was only a few moments before two kittens scurried out of the grass outside the yard entrance. One is a pair and one is an orange cat. They hear the familiar cries and rush for home. Upon arriving in the yard, he smelled a familiar odor and rubbed his owner's feet again and again. You guys just know how to run outside every day. Li Kuxian squatted down and put the leftovers aside, first petting the two cats' heads favorably. The two cats were very obedient, although the food was next to them, but the owner did not open his mouth. They did not directly go up and grab the food, but waited until the young girl had enough of petting and said a sentence of eat quickly and then ran to the exclusive inside of the rice bowl to enjoy it. Li Kurson didn't leave directly, and quietly squatted there, holding her small face, smiling and looking at them. These two kittens were found at the end of a small alley when Li Kurson was 12 years old. It was raining that day, and they were curled up in the middle of a corner, abandoned there by their mother. That day, Li Kurson was walking home from school with her umbrella, and just happened to come across them around the corner. when the two big guys were already dying, and if they were left alone, they certainly wouldn't have survived. Unable to bear the thought of two little lives passing away, the young girl took them home. Meanwhile, there's actually another reason to bring them home. That is, Lee Kurson was, at that time, feeling that these two kittens were somewhat similar to herself. Her parents were both natives of Jiangchang, but at that time the family was poor, so they went out to work outside to earn a living. And the parents who are out of the house only come home every time on New Year's Eve. That's why every time the Chinese New Year is approaching, Lee Kurson looks forward to her mom and dad coming home. But, in the springtime when she was 12, she didn't wait for her mom and dad to come back. Instead, they waited for the sad news of a parent's untimely death. Chapter 62, Sometimes Yes, Sometimes No. High school age, is the blooming youth of the great years, between the opposite sex, will always produce a variety of inexplicable feelings. The attraction is a curious mix of looks, height, grades, personality, and a sense of dependence on someone you've spent a lot of time with even though there's nothing very outstanding about them. Lee Kurson's sense of trust in Jiang Hao was when, as a vicious delinquent classmate, Jiang Hao did something that was kinder and gentler than any of his classmates. The girl, who was already naturally self-contained, was unwittingly pried open by the boy. The teenager himself, however, just went in to look around and then went out. But in actuality, the seemingly unintentional move left a very deep mark on the girl's mind. Liku Xin. I seem to feel that the gym member has been sneaking glances at you lately. Ha! At noon, Jiang Hao walked side by side with Lee Kurson and headed to the cafeteria to eat. However, when opening his mouth to speak, it seemed to carry the sour flavor of some lemons. No, he just wanted to get my homework to copy? Liku Xin waved her hands repeatedly. Copy your homework? Jiang Hao slightly frowned. Su Fang that boy how the first model is also a person who took the test 540 points, but also used to copy other people's homework? Liku Xin nodded her head vigorously. Yes, he's been asking me for copies of my homework a lot lately, but you went to the restroom every time, so I didn't see him, while I was away. Once these words came out, Jiang Hao's frowning brows did not loosen. Pondering, probably guessed Su Fang's mind. Just Liku Xin this stupid, did not fail to see, but in fact, also because Lee Kurson's character is relatively weak, so for many things do not know how to refuse. Su Fang this guy once or twice can still understand. Often basically can be identified as a plot to misbehave. Are you willing to copy his homework? Jiang Hao asked the young girl. Liku Xin said dully. Actually, it doesn't matter. It's just, only what? It's just that sometimes you don't want to, because you haven't even read it. I haven't corrected those wrong questions for you yet. Liku Xin's expression became a bit aggrieved, innocently looking up at Jiang Hao with watery eyes, as if she would cry out if she was fierce. Jiang Hao froze, although his face was expressionless. Secretly the corners of his mouth were already grinning up to the heels of his ears. This little bean, sometimes he was really stupid and cute. Then don't give it to him when you don't want to in the future. Lee Kurson's eyes didn't leave Jiang Hao, blinking before saying, This is not good. So what? You're going to borrow him in the future? Jiang Hao bristled. No. Lee Kurson quickly stopped and gestured to Jiang Hao with her small hand. Jiang Hao was stunned, then bent down to listen to what Little Bean was going to tell himself. Jiang Hao bent down slightly, and Little Bean even patted his feet a bit, covered his little mouth with his hand, and said softly, In the future, I will follow you wherever you go. I won't leave you. In that case, even if he asks me for my homework, you just tell him you want to read it. When these words came out, Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows, not expecting Little Bean to come up with such a solution. Usually she was a timid and cowardly character who would only do whatever she was told. And now this transformation was happening. It does seem that holding hands improves courage and must be done every day from now on. No reason, just to change Little Bean. Coco Lee, you're such a clever little wit. When it came time to call for dinner, the young girl went alone as well, and afterward called for the exact same meal, with meat and vegetables. Only, Jiang Hao would still give more meat from his meal to this bean. While eating, Jiang Hao asked again, Liku Xin, what if someone confesses to you? He looked at Little Bean very seriously. After all, this idiot was also a little beauty, and if her personality was active, she would surely amaze a lot of people. Lee Kurson sat opposite Jiang Hao. She first looked at Jiang Hao dumbfounded, just took a spoon and sent herself in a mouthful of rice. Now one side of her small face was bulging. However, she seemed to be more puzzled at the moment, thinking that if someone confessed their love to you, and you wouldn't agree to it, you'd definitely drive them away when the time came. But the young girl didn't think about it that much, then shook her head and said with firm eyes, No way. I won't accept someone else's confession. Not until I've met my mother-in-law. Jiang Hao sniffed, actually another mother-in-law, before bullying her to make her his wife. This being said, that to talk about friends you have to have seen the old lady. It seems that we have to find an opportunity to meet the old lady as soon as possible. And if we get the impression right, we might even be able to get a direct admission through the back door at that time. If you don't, you have to. No matter what, it's going to turn out that I'm going to take your left hand and on my ring finger, put a ring on it. Jang Hao laughed, this time changing his cryptic statement to let the young girl be his wife. However, the naively Curson still understood, and with a small red face, she buried her small head and stopped looking at Jang Hao. This villain is talking nonsense again. This time, however, the young girl didn't know if it was because of shyness or what, and didn't retort to Jang Hao, but just beamed and poked hard at a piece of meat inside the rice with a small spoon. When they finished eating, Jang Hao and Lee Curson returned to the class, but Little Bean started covering his little stomach when he left the dining hall, and when he arrived at the classroom, his forehead was still hidden with some false sweat. Jang Hao at first thought that the little ninny was in a bad mood with a bitter expression, then followed the example of Lee Curson before and handed her a candy. But the young girl didn't review after eating the candy either. Instead she slumped over the table with some difficulty, looking at the young girl's aggrieved and uncomfortable appearance, and kept covering her small stomach. Jang Hao then understood. Little Bean, it's a relative, and it seems like it's pretty bad today. The unbearable pain is very obvious. Squad leader. During the lunch break, Jang Hao stood up directly and came above the podium, looking at Lin Yu. Lin Yu was burying her head in her homework at the moment. Seeing Jang Hao come up, she gave a slight sideways glance. What is it? Have you had your period recently? Jang Hao opened his mouth and asked. This sudden words out, Lin Yu was silent for a moment. Originally looking back, she was directly stunned in her seat, the pen held in her hand, motionless. Although her face was expressionless and cold, she was a little surprised and dismayed inside for a moment. Her breathing quickened slightly, and she slowly turned her head. You, what are you doing? How can someone ask a girl such a question? Is this guy playing tricks on himself? Jang Hao also knew that he was being abrupt, but had no choice. Turning around and pointing at Lee Curson to explain, don't misunderstand, class president. I want to ask you if you have any sanitary napkins. Lee Curson is coming to relatives today and didn't bring any. Chapter 63, this is for Jang Hao. Lin Yu looked at Jang Hao for a moment without uttering a word, and inwardly she was a bit ashamed. However, after turning back, she said in a cold voice, I have it in my drawer. Jang Hao nodded his head and thanked him with a smile. Thanks, squad leader. I'll take a few tablets and buy you a few packs back then. For a moment, when Lin Yu heard these words, she actually raised her head and glared at Jang Hao somewhat grudgingly. This guy, why don't you feel ashamed to say that? Soon, Jang Hao took out a pack of sanitary napkins from Lin Yu's drawer. It was pink gaujia silk. I remember once when the class president took it out intentionally. It looked like it was Sophie, but now it's actually changed brands. But he didn't think much of it, and drew a few tablets from it, then returned to his seat and handed it to Li Kuxin. Finally, as he watched the young girl run out of the classroom with a blushing face, a thought occurred to him as well. Before her own intervention, Lee Curson had used a poor brand of sanitary napkins, and she would have to change it to Kotex in the future to safeguard her body. When Li Kuxin came back, her little face was still flushed. This was the first time a boy had given himself a sanitary napkin. Jang Hao passed Lee Curson's water cup over it this time. I just gave you hot water. Drink some quickly. Oh, good. Li Kuxin sat in her seat and took it with her little head buried in her hands. When Li Kuxin finished drinking, she exhaled a mouthful of warm breath, making her little face flushed. Jang Hao propped up his chin and looked at the young girl with the corners of his mouth raised. How about that? Just went to the restroom alone. No problem, right? Li Kuxin's heart raced at these words, and she muttered, no problem. Really, how can you ask like that? Even if there's really a problem, I can't ask you to go to the restroom to help. Jang Hao nodded, then added, in the future, you shouldn't buy your own tampons. Lee Curson didn't understand what Jang Hao meant, but pursed her lips and didn't look up at him. In the future, I'll buy them especially for you and use some good ones, so that it's healthier for your body. In an instant, Lee Curson's face instantly turned red. Even the root of her neck was hot. She tightly bit her lips. Her heart was like carrying a fidgeting deer. Jang Hao will buy sanitary napkins exclusively for himself in the future. She raised her head in a huff, her eyes dodging, her voice as light as a mosquito buzzing. Don't talk nonsense. I can buy it myself. Jang Hao at this time but very serious. He cannot have this age of shyness, but simply for his future wife's physical health. Remember, I don't mind if I see you buying in secret in the future. I don't mind having my own relatives so many days a month. Afternoon, gym class. After dismissal and free time, the boys had their usual in-class basketball game. However, the boys drove a full court ball game today as opposed to the previous 3v3 game, 5-on-5. The physical education class itself will be full of students sitting on benches and sneaking breaks from physical activity. And today, it just so happened that the boys were having a big all-court type of game, and the girls in the class just concentrated part of the class on the benches next to the basketball court to watch them play. Today, Jiang Hao and Su Fong, each on a team, playing a full court match. It's sure to be exciting. I think Jiang Hao's team will win. He's always had the most scores in his class in previous class matches. Su Fong is also very good and shoots accurately. He shoots better than Jiang Hao. The girls were in heated discussions on the sidelines, cheering on their favored side. Jiang Hao, since the rebirth, has been over a period of time, slowly finds some basketball feel, so today is ready to end their 8 consecutive losses record. The game started soon after. In this type of game, a large number of possessions are in the hands of the 2 strongest players mostly. In the first round, Su Fong prioritized his skills to hit Jiang Hao with a time lapse and scored a basket. The guy made a 3-point blast right after he scored a goal right into the girls' gallery. Jiang Hao still didn't have much of a hand in the next few rounds, and was scored by Su Fong one after the other, who did a few more salt and pepper celebratory poses. The field was abuzz. Gradually, the cheering voices also all fell in favor of Su Fong, and Jiang Hao's support basically disappeared. Go for it. However, it wasn't for nothing. There was another girl who had been cheering for Jiang Hao in the crowd till the end. Although her voice was small, as thin as a mosquito fly, as if no one could hear her, but she had always believed that Jiang Hao could win. Jiang Hao on the field, naturally, will not just admit defeat. In the 4th round, with the body of strong Ita-ball, Su Fong then began to change the way of play, with physical advantages into the ball. The result is that the effect is very significant. Jiang Hao has excellent physical quality. Height and weight are higher than Su Fong, and the assisted bounce can be more than 1 meter, so he made a direct dunk in one of the offense. The basketball game got more intense as the 2 teams went straight into some great battles. Although Jiang Hao's team was a bit weaker overall, he kept biting the score by relying on his powerful physical strength, and finally made a readout kill with the same score, using his best breakthrough. Finished the game with a dunk. Awesome! Jiang Hao's team won. Jiang Hao, those dunks you just made were so cool. The cheering voices of the girls in the class turned to Jiang Hao all at once again, cheering for him. They seemed to like only the winners, and they all at once gathered around him after the match to praise him, making Jiang Hao next to Su Fong sigh repeatedly. At this time, Li Kerson was on the other side, having just bought a bottle of water from the kiosk, and had wanted to wait for Jiang Hao to finish the race to give it to him, but seeing that he was now surrounded by so many girls, she didn't dare to come over, and only dared to stand under the tree and watch quietly. Su Fong had been pretty tough, and today he was separated by Jiang Hao for a few, and his counterparts were suppressed. But as soon as his eyes turned, he noticed Li Kerson, who was looking this way under the tree, and the corner of his mouth lifted, and his frustrated psyche instantly became much less. Kagome, can I have the water? Su Fong came under the shade of the tree, smilingly said to Li Kerson. Just now the young girl looked at herself, must be wanting to send water and embarrassed. At those words, Li Kuxian froze for a moment and subconsciously held the water in her arms tightly. It's not for him. No, still, it was rare for a young girl to reject someone, and with an unfamiliar and strange boy standing in front of her, she was still too nervous to speak all of a sudden. Li Kerson did not refuse, but also lowered his head, very nervous and shy look. Su Fong really confirmed that this bottle of water is to buy for him, and then squatted down smilingly said, can it? Ha! At this time, Jiang Hao also quickly discovered Li Kerson under the shade of the tree. He had been looking for the figure of the young girl after the match, only that as soon as he stepped off the field, he was surrounded by female classmates, blocking his footsteps and line of sight for a bit. Chapter 64, Only Looking for You in the Crowd. For a time, Jiang Hao frowned. Li Kerson is very afraid of life, even if she is in the same class. Less communication. She actually does not dare to contact with others. Jiang Hao dismissed the female classmates around him and walked quickly towards the shade of the tree. He was worried that Li Kerson would be scared by Su Fong. After all, she had a timid and shy character. Hey, ho, my water. As he walked over, Jiang Hao also snatched the mineral water from Lu Yuan's hand in passing. Cut the crap. I'll buy you a case later. Jiang Hao head also did not return, so that Lu Yuan want to cry, want to say something but do not dare to say, and finally hopelessly turned his head to go to the kiosk to buy another bottle. Jiang Hao's windy walk made Su Fong notice someone approaching, and as soon as he turned his head, he saw the visitor. Seeing Jiang Hao come over, Su Fong instantly frowned as he got up and stood up straight, blocking Li Kerson's body. Jiang Hao, what are you doing here? Aren't there a lot of female students over there cheering you on? For Jiang Hao as a person, Su Fong himself was not very approving, especially his attitude towards Li Kuxian. When he himself often peeked at the young girl, he could always find this Jiang Hao guy forcing Li Kuxian to do something. and the young girl often had a resistant and helpless expression. To put it badly, it's bullying. Jiang Hao is a real school bully. However, according to the usual, Su Fong very often would not directly conflict with Jiang Hao. Instead, he would sometimes smile with him, because he could not afford to mess with him. But in the moment, because of losing the game and being robbed of the limelight, along with the thought that this guy might be bullying Li Kersen again, Su Fong still couldn't help but heckle Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's expression was cold at this time. Perhaps Su Fong hadn't done anything wrong per se, but his behavior had touched Li Kersen, and that wouldn't do. When faced with someone he likes, he will always remain extremely possessive and will not allow threats to exist. As soon as Jiang Hao threw the mineral water in his hand to Su Fong, he said lightly, "Stay away from her. She's afraid of life." Seeing the water bottle fly over, Su Fong stumbled for a moment, but still subconsciously wrapped his arms around it. At this time, Su Fong's brows knit deeper. "What? You want to control Li Kersen even if she buys me water to drink? What she does is her freedom. Who are you to control her?" "No, no." Li Kuxian raised her head when she heard this, her eyes flustered as she looked at Jiang Hao and then at Su Fong, her mouth moving but not making a sound. Her eyes finally fixed on Jiang Hao's body. Her expression was aggrieved and flooded with tears, as if she was telling the boy that she was sorry, that she was too stupid to speak when she was nervous. Jiang Hao smiled gently at her, signaling that it was fine with her, and then walked around Su Fong, pulling her over with one hand and shielding her. "I'm not interfering with her choices. I'm just giving her advice." Su Fong gritted his teeth at the sight, not daring to stop the other party's behavior. He could only stretch out his finger and point at Jiang Hao. "Suggestion? What I see is that you bully Li Kuxian every day, forcing her to do things she doesn't want to do. I'm telling you, if you keep this up, I'm going to tell the class teacher and give you a disciplinary action. Don't even think about bullying her again. Never want to be at the same table with her again." Jiang Hao's expressionless face frowned at the moment when he heard this, although he knew that even if he sued the teacher, it wouldn't actually do much good, but he still couldn't help but stare inwardly when he heard that sentence about never wanting to be at the same table with Li Kuxian again. However, without waiting for him to open his mouth to speak, Li Kuxian actually grabbed the opportunity to speak first this time. "No, no, Jiang Hao has never bullied me like that." The young girl's voice trembled slightly, but was extremely firm, with a timid emotion. Upon hearing the young girl's voice, both Jiang Hao and Su Fong froze for a moment, looking at her in surprise. Li Kersen at this time, one small hand holding the water, one small hand tightly clutching the corner of her coat, her cheeks reddened, a hint of sweat beads popping out from her forehead, her eyes looking straight at Su Fong. Without waiting for the two to react, Li Kuxian gritted her teeth and explained in a trembling voice again, "Water, water, it's for Jiang Hao. No, it's not for you." The young girl's small hands clutching the corners of her coat were white, and her teary eyes were misty from nervousness and fear, as if they were about to burst into tears if her emotions rose and fell anymore. Just now, when she heard Su Fong say that he wanted the class teacher to give Jiang Hao a disciplinary action, and then he also told Jiang Hao that he couldn't be his deskmate, Li Kersen's heart instantly became anxious and scared, and in her excitement, she dared to open her mouth to refute someone else, not even knowing how much courage she had mustered up. As soon as these words came out, Su Fong opened his mouth and looked at Li Kersen in a daze, unable to speak for a long time, feeling a bit suffocated inside. What? The water wasn't for him? It's Jiang Hao, this hooligan, that school bully? I'm sorry. She blamed herself for not daring to speak up in the first place, for not explaining herself quickly enough and making everyone fight. If I had more guts I wouldn't be like this. It was only after a while that Su Fong came back to his senses, and then smiled to himself, unable to hide the expression of disappointment on his face. Since Li Kersen had said so, what else could he do? Finally, he imposed his composure and said, "Well, it turns out that I'm the one who made a fool of myself, so I won't bother you anymore." After saying that, he looked at Li Kuxian one more time and turned around to leave in a grayish manner. Jiang Hao looked at Li Kersen at the moment, and was also a bit stunned that Bean, who usually stammered when he saw someone, had just opened his mouth to reject someone else, and also explained the misunderstanding. At this time, Li Kuxian raised her little head again, her eyes full of tears, looking at Jiang Hao with an aggrieved expression. "Right, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, letting you be misunderstood." Jiang Hao came back to his senses, his face instantly became softer, rubbing the young girl's head. "It's okay, I'm at fault too. I should have come to find you earlier, leaving you alone over here. I definitely won't in the future." The young girl's tearful eyes filled with tears, raising her head to look at Jiang Hao stupidly, aggrieved, sniffling, not knowing what to say, but the look surfaced a trace of dependence on the boy alone. Jiang Hao's soft smile did not diminish as he slowly lowered his hand, knowing that this was no place to be alone, He looked around and pulled the young girl out of the sight of her classmates and over to a long chair in the section of the school building near the stadium. After arriving at the place, the two of them didn't sit down either. Li Kuxian buried her head again and handed Jiang Hao the water with her hands stupidly. Water. Bought it for you. Drink. Jiang Hao smiled, and after receiving the water, he directly took a big gulp of it. The water that Little Bean had specially bought for himself had just almost been shunned by Su Fong. The young girl didn't raise her little head at this time, but instead lowered her head, her mood a little low. Just now, so many girls cheered you on. Jiang Hao sniffed, slowly taking away the glass of water, his eyes blinking as his sight looked at Li Kuxian. Unhappy? Li Kuxian nodded, froze for a moment, and then immediately shook her head again. Seeing this, Jiang Hao laughed and put down the water bottle completely, putting the lid back on. Li Kurson, in fact, no matter how many people come to cheer me on, my eyes will only look for you in the crowd. Hearing this, the young girl slowly raised her head and looked at the boy a little dumbfounded. Her eyes were glittering differently than before at the moment. There was a mixture of being flattered and reliant on someone she trusted, as if there was also a bit of yearning. Cootie, just now Su Fong said he'd report me. Are you worried about me? After looking at each other for a long time, Jiang Hao smiled again and favored the young girl by pinching her cheeks. The young girl blushed at once and averted her gaze. No. Chapter 65, he's the gentlest man in the world. Li Kurson is really cute when she gets serious. She was still carefully explaining today's knowledge to Jiang Hao during the afternoon study session after school. The two people's heads were so close together that Jiang Hao could see the young girl's determined eyes and the subtle changes in the expression on her face. A few strands of hair hung down on her head, fluttering gently against the side of her own cheek, feeling a little ticklish. At the same time, a unique body fragrance wafted from the young girl's body. The aroma was like the breeze of a spring morning, gently brushing past with a light floral scent, fresh and not cloying. Now Jiang Hao was already a bit out of his mind. Looking at the soft contours outlined by the young girl's side, he couldn't help but sigh that the serious young girl was just too good looking, and had an urge to suck on her with a single bite. Jiang Hao, where are you looking? A moment later, Li Kurson's palm waved in front of Jiang Hao's eyes, interrupting the teenager's fantasy. Jiang Hao subconsciously wiped the non-existent drool from the corner of his mouth, puffed out his chest and said, I'm studying seriously. The young girl puffed up her little face, revealing an expression that it would be strange to believe you. Let me tell you again. You listen well this time. Jiang Hao froze for a moment, then nodded his head, and his eyes went into the sketchbook on the desktop with a serious face. And then, even if Li Kurson didn't put her eyes on Jiang Hao next to her and only looked at the notebook, she could still feel that Jiang Hao's eyes weren't even on the topic. She put down her pen, her two small hands forked up her slender waist. Her line of sight just happened to meet with Jiang Hao, who had been looking at her. The boy's eyes were bright. The inside of his pupils were all about himself. You seem to be getting less and less serious since the last time you made progress. If you keep going down like that, it's easy to. Without waiting for Li Kurson to finish her sentence, Jiang Hao suddenly spoke. Li Kurson, you're beautiful. Can you be my wife? Li Kurson had originally felt some sultry resentment towards Jiang Hao, but when she heard these words, the blame was instantly extinguished, and it was as if she had been lapped by a sudden big wave and was at a loss for words. You. In an instant, her cheeks quickly surged with a blush, her eyes flustered, her head lowered, her hands unconsciously grasping the corners of her own coat, her whole person in a state of restlessness. When you're studying, how can you say such things? At this moment, Jiang Hao's thoughts of learning completely dissipated and looked at the young girl in front of him and said seriously, I'm not kidding. The young girl hurriedly sat back down and stopped looking at this bad guy. You're a rogue. Only, not marrying you, believe it or not. I'm going to visit our mother-in-law in a few days, and when I do, I'll bring the dowry with me, and immediately ask her old man to betroth you to me. Granny, wouldn't agree to that. We'll see. Li Kuxian. The corner of Jiang Hao's mouth lifted. Li Kurson started to heat up all over her body. Her little face was red like a rose, and her neck was ruby red. My mother-in-law said that when you become a wife, you have to talk to your friends first, and Jiang Hao hasn't even talked to his friends yet, so how can you marry him so quickly? But, would the mother-in-law really disagree? 6 o'clock in the evening. After sending Li Kuxian to the cake store, Jiang Hao was called by Li Huahua. He was once again asked about becoming a store manager, but Jiang Hao refused. He eventually felt that moonlighting at a place like this was simply too much of a waste of time, and he wasn't making much, so he might as well get his hands on a couple of stocks. Then, Li Huahua told Jiang Hao about her rectification process in the past few days, wanting him to look at the effectiveness of her rectification, and then asked if she could participate today. Jiang Hao had wanted to refuse. How he was a business elite in his last life. It wasn't a high rank, but it was quite a condescension to ask him to specialize in overhauling a private cake store. However, seeing that silly simpleton Lee Curson changed her clothes as soon as she arrived at the cake store and ran into the baking room to help out, he agreed, and an invitation. Yes, Boss Lee, if the cake store's sales go up, you'll give Lee Curson a raise, $100 a day. No problem, right? He still thought carefully about the issue of teenage girls making money, and there weren't many jobs that this being could do on the side. It's not really realistic for her to be the main tutor, and right now she's only a senior in high school, not even in college, and while she's really good at teaching, other families are perfectly capable of choosing a more specialized one for coverage, and if she could find a tutor at a lower hourly rate, she might as well have continued at the cake store, where she was still skilled at her job instead, and the environment was adapting. When Li Huahua heard that it was just this small request, she immediately clapped her hands and agreed. No problem at all. Lee Curson herself was meticulous and efficient in her work, and was a good kid, so a raise was perfectly acceptable. Seeing this, Jiang Hao nodded his head. In order to Lee Curson, he will stay here today part-time. Soon after, the store was organized to get the ball rolling for a major store shuffle. The first step is to carry out a variety of product differentiation, and the design of special offers, as well as the display of featured products in the store. The size of the cake store is considered large on the private store, so the layout and style of the store is also important. And then the main means of sales is by promotion and cooperation. Then the basic layout was implemented, and he let Li Huahua start making arrangements for publicity. Print store descriptions that are distinctive and can be appealing, ready for the staff inside the store to hand out. The store is not doing very well right now anyway. No need for very much manpower. Try to conserve resources. Then it is for Li Huahua to communicate with various stores to cooperate on the matter of product profit sharing cooperation. Jiang Hao pointed out the walking street suggested cooperation object. And finally, at the end, it also asked Li Huahua to remember to take care of the part-time contract issue. He noticed that most of the students who came here for part-time work were without contracts, which wasn't in line with the program and could definitely be problematic if they were caught. Baking room. Lee Curson herself felt a little curious about Jiang Hao staying at the cake store today, glancing at the boy in the lobby every now and then as she worked. Hey, Lee Curson, you know, the boss always says that this Jiang Hao guy is very good and actually designed such a good rectification program. A female part-time classmate next to Lee Curson said, the cake store's business has gotten better in the last 2 days, and it seems to have something to do with him. This classmate was from Jiangqing Second Middle School and knew the great name of Jiang Hao, the rogue gangster, because Jiang Hao had fought to the entrance of their school. As soon as those words came out, Lee Curson froze for a moment, then subconsciously thought of the document Jiang Hao had asked himself to send that day. So that was something that powerful. She didn't know anything about revamping a cake store or anything, but she did know that not many people came to the cake store before, but a lot more did now. When no one was buying cakes, Flower Boss often looked sad, but in the past 2 days more people were buying cakes and she had a lot more smiles on her face. I didn't expect this rogue gangster to actually have this kind of skill. I really can't tell. Didn't I hear before that he only fights and bullies? The grades are also poor. That classmate was still surprised, although she knew nothing about business at her age. Jiang Hao was doing something that adults would recognize. However, when Li Kuxin heard this, she wasn't very happy. Instead, when she worked, she subconsciously moved to the side, away from the girl. Jiang Hao, it's very powerful in itself. What? He's good? The female classmate bristled. He's a good fighter, isn't he? Not at all. He also has a lot of good qualities. Li Kuxin moved another step to the side. So what's so great about him? The girl smiled disdainfully. Lee Curson drummed a small face, this time surprisingly more serious. Seriously said, Jiang Hao is very kind. Classmates encountered difficulties, he will step in to help, but also very caring. Encountered small animals on the street, he will deliberately buy things to feed them, but also very good at taking care of people. Once I was sick, he was very attentive to take care of me, give me medicine, water. In one breath, Lee Curson said much more, speaking for more than a minute and without stuttering, leaving the female classmate next to her frozen in place. Lee Curson usually acted very fearful when she came into contact with people, stumbling over her words and not always being able to express her meaning completely. But this time, the young girl actually spoke out such a long paragraph in one breath, and was very serious, a far cry from her usual fearful self. How do you know so well? The female student was incredulous at the young girl's transformation. All of this, I see. The female student swallowed. Do you like him? When these words came out, Li Kuxin's originally serious and grave expression was stunned for a moment. The whirlwind immediately broke. The originally serious little face was instantly colored with red rhymes. Thoughts instantly confused. No. The female classmate was still a bit surprised that Li Kuxian had just said a series of words without stuttering. It was simply too rare. She turned her head to look at Zhang Hao outside and muttered, "I really didn't know he had so many good qualities. I've only seen him fight before, but he can be fierce. The security guards can't even hold him." Li Kuxian froze for a moment and immediately shook her head firmly. "He's not mean. He's the gentlest person in the world." Chapter 66, It's Not Right. Saturday. Zhang Hao had agreed with Li Kuxian yesterday that he would go to the city center with her again this week. When the young girl came to tutor today, she wore the little dress Zhang Hao had bought for her. When they arrived at the living room, Xu Weiwei saw how Sister Kuxian looked in her dress. Her mouth was wide open and her little jaw was about to drop to the ground. Li Kuxian herself was good-looking, although less undulating as it should be, but after careful grooming, plus wearing a nice set of clothes, the whole person exuded a different kind of charm. Xu Weiwei circled around Li Kuxian for a while, her eyes full of amazement and envy. "Sister, you're also too good-looking. The dress is simply tailor-made for you." Li Kuxian slightly reddened her face and said with some embarrassment, "It's not that exaggerated. Good-looking, right, your brother I chose it." Zhang Hao had just walked out of his room at the moment, yawning lazily, leaning against the door, looking at Li Kuxian, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rising. "What?" Xu Weiwei sniffed, turned her head to look at Zhang Hao. Her expression changed, and she skimmed her mouth. "In fact, the skirt isn't really particularly good-looking. It's mainly because Sister Kuxian is good-looking, and a pretty person like her looks good in anything." Zhang Hao's face instantly sank. "Xu Weiwei, open your eyes and talk nonsense, right? How come you are so devoid of discernment? Taste is not even a millionth of your brother's." "What? You're saying I have no taste?" Xu Weiwei instantly crossed her arms and pointed at Zhang Hao. "It's you who doesn't understand girls. If I went shopping with Sister Kuxian, I would definitely buy something more suitable for her than this." "You've got to be kidding me. Since childhood the clothes are all bought by Auntie. The most you've ever done yourself is to change clothes for Snow White and pick out clothes for others." Zhang Hao spread his hands and scoffed. "You?" Xu Weiwei gritted her teeth, then turned to look at Li Kuxian. "Sister, don't believe him. I have a good eye. If I go to the mall I will definitely dress you up prettier than Snow White. Sister believes in you all." Li Kuxian smiled and rubbed her head. "Sister, simply don't go back at noon this time. Go to my house for dinner." Xu Weiwei had her two small hands behind her back. Li Kuxian froze for a moment, then shook her head. "No, sister is going out with brother today. I promised him last time, while riding the bus from school the other day." Xu Weiwei's expression changed drastically. "What? You're going out with your cousin?" For a moment, she seemed to understand something. Her sister was dressed so nicely, as if to go on a date with her cousin. Xu Weiwei incredulously glanced back at her cousin and realized that Zhang Hao was currently looking at her triumphantly with one hand crossed over his waist. Cousin, however, was now in a slovenly state, waking up in the morning with his hair in disarray, wearing slippers one size too small, his 2 feet tickling each other, not having washed his face nor yet brushed his teeth, and with a groggy look. One more look back at Kagom's sister dressed like a fairy. The heavens, the earth, what's the point of having a cousin? Alright, cut the crap and go study. It's 3 minutes past 8. Zhang Hao scratched his butt and prepared to go into the toilet to wash up. "Sister, I want to go too." Without waiting for Zhang Hao to walk out, Xu Weiwei hugged Li Kuxian in front of her. She wanted to hang out with her sister, too, and the thought of her cousin dating such a pretty girl made her feel bad all over. Besides, she knew that begging her cousin about these things would definitely be rejected. No chance, so she still had to beg and ask Sister Kuxian. You have to ask your brother about this." Li Kuxian was a bit embarrassed and looked at Zhang Hao who was scratching his butt across the room. Since they were scheduled to go to the mall again together, she also defaulted to time alone for the two of them. Don't. Cousin, he's so bad. He definitely won't agree." Xu Weiwei buried her head into the young girl's arms, rubbing it like a kitten. Li Kuxian opened her mouth, wanting to say anything but didn't, and could only turn her gaze for help to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao finished scratching his butt at this time, and even lifted his pants in the process. "Xu Weiwei, if you don't promise will you keep making trouble?" Xu Weiwei hummed, "I'm a good boy. I just want to go out with Sister Kuxian." Zhang Hao nodded. "Alright then, just go." Xu Weiwei froze for a moment, then let go of Li Kuxian and turned to look at her cousin. Really? She was a little incredulous that her cousin had agreed so readily this time. Zhang Hao nodded once more, then pointed to the location of the tutoring room. "Then go study quickly now and leave at 10. Xu Weiwei was a bit surprised, but without waiting for her to show her skepticism, Zhang Hao reminded once again, "It's 8:05, and the study is going to continue until 10:05 as well, so hurry up if you want to go." These words made Xu Weiwei look at the clock next to her, directly anxious, then pulled Li Kuxian's hand and walked into the room. "In that case, sis, let's go study quickly. 2 hours passed, Li Kerson finished her tuition for Chu Weiwei, and Jiang Hao also dressed up. At this time he came to the door and said, "Alright, time's up. Chu Weiwei, if you're going you should go up and change your clothes." Chu Weiwei was very excited, not expecting her cousin to actually promise herself, and then regardless of the circumstances, she ran upstairs to change her clothes in a hurry. Watching the young girl run out, Li Kerson came to Jiang Hao's side and asked, "What does Weiwei like to eat? How about I treat you guys to lunch?" However, Jiang Hao grabbed Li Kerson's hand at this time and directly ran towards the door, saying, "I'll take her for a fart. How can I bully you when she's beside me? Hurry up and go, before she realizes it." For a moment, Li Kerson's mind didn't turn around, but Jiang Hao's big hand gripped her tightly, making her unconsciously follow Jiang Hao out. Snapped the door shut. The two of them ran down the neighborhood in a puff of smoke. At this time, Li Kuxian's brain was still a bit confused. We didn't bring Weiwei. It's not right. We promised her. I'm the one who promised her. It's got nothing to do with you, and it's me who's a liar, not you. But, that's not right either. Well, it's okay, don't worry. I'll buy a box of workbooks to make it up to her when we get back. When they arrived at the mall, Li Kerson was persuaded by Jiang Hao for a long time before she could barely settle down. The boy said that this time, again, counted as a date, and that if he had the chance next time, he would bring Chu Weiwei out with him. With her own heart of wanting to be alone with Jiang Hao as well, Li Kerson ended up obeying the other party. Inwardly, she calculated that the next time she came to tutor, she would bring some of Chu Weiwei's favorite things to compensate her. I heard Jiang Hao say that she likes Snow White and Barbie dolls. At the moment, because it was a weekend, the downtown mall had a lot of traffic, so there were especially a lot of couples with their arms around each other inside. And although Jiang Hao and Li Kerson didn't put their arms around each other, they leaned close together, and they were rightfully seen as part of the group. Jiang Hao was gazed upon by many countless angry gazes for a while, as the young girl next to him was so good in temperament and appearance that she was tragically envied by the crowd. Chapter 67, It's just for one day, isn't it? However, when Jiang Hao saw the people who gazed this way, especially those who had been fixated on Li Kuxian for a long time, he would glare back fiercely. Then he glanced at Little Bean next to him, and a smug expression instantly appeared on his face. Usually, Li Kuxian's silent character and habitual burying of her head made her presence very low, and now a waist-bound white dress, together with straightening out her long hair that was draped over her shoulders, made her look good in a somewhat foul manner. The point is, this bean has become a lot more confident than he was at the beginning, and now when he walks in the mall, he rarely lowers his head unless under special circumstances. At least she was a lot braver in front of herself. "Let's go buy you some clothes, okay?" Li Kerson looked up to Jiang Hao, remembering the agreement from the last time he came to the mall. Jiang Hao froze for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. "Let's talk about it when we go back. Shopping and holding things will always be a bit of a hassle." Li Kerson hemmed and returned her gaze. "Activities to do today: fondue, movie, supermarket. Then I'll send you to your part-time job in the afternoon," Jiang Hao said with a smile, pulling out the young girl's slender wrist. First, Jiang Hao took the young girl to the movie theater on the 5th floor of the mall. It took about half an hour to get downtown by bus, but it wasn't even 11 yet, and it wasn't time to eat, so I took Nikki to the movies first. This is something I didn't do with this bean on my last visit to the mall. Originally, Jiang Hao wanted to go to the milk tea store to buy 2 milk teas, but after thinking about the fact that movie theaters now have a broken rule of not being allowed to bring their own food and drink into the theater, he gave up. After buying the movie ticket, Jiang Hao was ready to buy our theater's popcorn and Coke at the counter next to the ticket office. Damn, if it wasn't for today's date, but if anyone else came with me, I'd be a dog for spending an extra $1 here. Jiang Hao spat and started pulling Li Kuxian in line. About a minute's work, the two of them arrived at the duo ordering pints. Jiang Hao looked at the young girl at this time and asked, "Let's buy a big bucket of popcorn. What do you want to drink for drinks?" Li Kuxian thought about it and looked at the product introduction panel above, but when she saw that a cup of Coke cost $15, a very surprised expression appeared on her face. She didn't understand. Isn't a Coke normally $3 a bottle at the kiosk? Why is Coke so expensive at the movie theater? As her eyes flickered, her little face staggered when she saw that a bucket of popcorn cost $30, and a large one cost $50. Soon, she took Jiang Hao's hand. "What do you like? I'll pay for it." Saying that, the young girl pulled Jiang Hao behind her. "Ha!" Jiang Hao was stunned by Little Bean's behavior, but he opened his mouth and said, "Cola it is then." Little Bean nodded, then mustered up the courage to order a meal for 2. A bucket of popcorn and 2 Cokes. $70. The counter clerk said. Little Bean nodded and nimbly took out a 50 and a 20 from the small satchel at his side and handed them over. However, the clerk paused as he took the money, and instead of just turning around to prepare the meal, he asked, Are you a couple? Ah, ha. Lee Kurson had already mustered up a lot of courage by dealing with the store clerk, but when she was suddenly asked if she and Jung Hao were a couple, her mind was so tense that it was hard to think at once. Being watched and questioned all at once made her breath catch. Not sure how to answer that question. Also seems afraid to answer the question. The clerk pointed to a sign next to it and explained up. The event started on Valentine's Day, and now there are still a few days left for it to end. And if couples buy a Coke, it's a gift for a couple's cup. It was only after these words that some customers in the line behind them noticed the notice, and men and women coming to the movies together subconsciously held hands and smiled at each other. So there was such an event. But Lee Kurson all of a sudden resumed her previous timid appearance, burying her head, her tone faltering. Just when the young girl was nervous and didn't know how to reply, she suddenly felt a warmth coming from her palm and was being held tightly. The palms of his hands, which were so scared that they were slightly cold, began to warm up all of a sudden, and that warmth surged like an electric current, flowing to every corner of his body. In this instant, the surroundings seemed to stand still, as if nothing could be heard but the sound of his own rapid heartbeat and the warmth that accompanied it through his body. Immediately afterward, Jung Hao raised both hands and raised them in front of the clerk's face, smiling, of course. With just 3 short words, Lee Kurson's heart surged again. She was surprised and secretly raised her eyes to look. At this moment, Jung Hao's side face appeared extraordinarily resolute under the light, and the light smile held at the corner of his mouth seemed to carry endless gentleness and doting. It made her heart beat more and more violently. The clerk smiled knowingly and immediately turned to his operation, quickly handing over couples cups of Coke and a bucket of popcorn. Jung Hao handed the pink cup of Coke to Lee Kurson and picked up a cup for himself before wrapping his arms around the popcorn bucket, leaving his other hand to hold the young girl tightly as he turned to leave the counter. Only after walking out a few steps did Lee Kurson wake up as if from a dream. Her cheeks flushed as she tried to draw back her hand, but Jung Hao gently gripped it a little tighter. A lot of people are watching. Oh, let go now. What if they find out and say we lied? Jung Hao said in a low voice, a hint of imperceptible laughter in his voice. Lee Kurson's head was even lower. She felt as if the gazes of the people around her were focused on them, and the hand that was held by Jung Hao was hot as if it was on fire. But in her heart there was a trace of unwillingness to let go of it like this. Today, accidentally became his. A friend. Just for today anyway. Just one day. It doesn't matter, does it? Finally, the duo checked their tickets into the movie theater and held hands until they found their seats. The movie Jung Hao chose today is The Lion King, a Disney animation that was released a long time ago. But now that we're in the internet age and technology is advancing rapidly, The Lion King of these days has been remade with better picture quality and presentation. This kind of movie is suitable for both young and old. Lee Kurson knows less new things in this society. In terms of the movie, it is more appropriate to let her start with some inspirational growing up type of show to get in touch with first. There are entertaining elements as well as inspirational chicken soup for the soul in it, which goes a long way in improving Bean's character. Jung Hao put the popcorn on his legs and the Coke on his left side, letting go of the space on his right hand to wait for the movie to start so he could plot against the young girl. There's no room for popcorn, so remember to reach over and get it yourself when you want it. Jung Hao smiled. Also, the lights will be turned off when the movie starts later. It's a bit dark around, so remember not to grab the wrong one. Chapter 68, Feeding. Lee Kurson blinked, not catching on, and looked back quietly. She wasn't really hungry. Popcorn was so expensive. She could have given it all to Jung Hao. At the moment, her Coke was at the right guardrail of her chair, 2 small hands in her lap. Feeling a twinge of uneasiness and nervousness about the enclosed-shaped movie theater. She had never been to a movie theater before and was new to this atmosphere. The temperature of the air conditioner was on the low side. The air was filled with silence and anticipation. Lee Kuxian leaned forward slightly. Her right hand began to unconsciously grasp the armrests of the seat, and her eyes darted around uneasily. Noticing some uneasiness in the young girl, Jung Hao froze for a moment. Then he dropped his joking attitude and tenderly rubbed the young girl's head, asking, "Isn't it a bit scary?" Lee Kurson looked at Jung Hao and nodded. Her eyes looked moist under the dim light, as if they were covered in a mist of tears, and her expression looked as if it had become a bit more resigned. A look that I can't help but see. Jung Hao smiled softly, then picked up a large popcorn with his finger and handed it to the girl's mouth. "It's okay, don't be afraid. I'll reward you with a popcorn. Open your mouth." Eating sweets can be helpful in adjusting your mood and can be a distraction. Lee Kuxian was stunned for a moment and waved her small hand. I can. Come by myself. Alright, hurry up and do as you're told. Jung Hao nodded insistently. Lee Kuxian hesitated for a moment, always a little uneasy about unfamiliar environments, and the trace of nervousness inside her eventually made her obediently open her mouth and honestly ate. Eating the popcorn, Ricochet's cheeks reddened slightly and she mumbled in a small voice, "Thank you, Popcorn before she had not eaten it, put into the mouth. Teeth just touch. Click sound. The thin layer of sugar coating instantly broken. Issued a crisp and pleasant sound, followed by the rich and mellow butter aroma in the mouth filled the opening. The corners of Jiang Hao's mouth rose as he picked up another one. One more. Eat more. Replenish your energy. Watching a movie is actually very energy consuming. Li Kuxian's eyes looked around. Since her seat was in the last row, there wasn't anyone nearby, so she ended up with a red little face, and immediately leaned her little mouth over to eat the second piece of popcorn again. A little more. Jiang Hao saw the young girl's well-behaved appearance, and his heart softened as he softly said, seeing the boy's smile of anticipation, Li Kuxian didn't refuse, and as long as Jiang Hao's fingers reached out, she would obediently open her little mouth. Gradually, under Jiang Hao's feeding, Li Kursan's mood relaxed, and her right hand, which was originally clenching the handrail, slowly loosened. After being fed for an unknown number of times, and feeling her stomach bulge a bit, Li Kuxian waved her small hand. Okay, can't eat anymore. Isn't it less scary? Jiang Hao laughed. The popcorn at this movie theater is expensive but still tastes good and sweet. Li Kuxian nodded. Seeing this, Jiang Hao settled down, then took his fingers and picked up 2 popcorns about to send them into his mouth. The young girl suddenly grabbed his arm at this time and stopped him. No, don't. What's wrong? Jiang Hao looked at the young girl suspiciously. There's drool. The young girl spoke, and all of a sudden, she didn't dare to meet the boy's eyes, her face blushing and burying her head. She had just eaten the popcorn and had missed Jiang Hao's finger by a small amount, and her tongue had even touched his fingertip. It was only after these words that Jiang Hao looked at his fingers and realized that his index finger and thumb were cool, and there was some undried liquid on his hand. But instead of the shyness that the young girl thought he would feel, he had 2 eyes, and said, wouldn't it taste sweeter to take these 2 fingers and eat popcorn? It's okay, I love to eat. Jiang Hao said, his mouth opened wide, and his arm, which was grabbed by the young girl, subconsciously tucked in towards his own mouth, trying to swallow the deliciousness in one gulp. However, the young girl's grip on his arm also got harder and harder, making it surprisingly difficult for Jiang Hao to pull back for a while as she shyly said, It's dirty. I don't mind you. Jiang Hao said seriously, how is this dirty? This is simply a reward. Still not letting go, the young girl shook her head vigorously. In fact, there is another reason. In Li Kursan's heart, eating each other's saliva means kissing, which is a bad thing. So he wants to stop Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was speechless at this time, and was also a bit angry. How could he put good food without giving it to him? So what do? I just scratched my butt with my left hand. Even less food. The bathroom is far away, and running out to wash my hands is probably halfway through the movie. He was indignant and sophomoric. Well, for a moment, the young girl pursed her lips, and after thinking about it, she slowly raised her head, her eyes illuminated with watery brightness, glowing with a layer of tears, and said tremblingly, I'll feed the mud. She was aggravated and her voice was very small, afraid to let others hear. This thin and soft voice made Jiang Hao stay there as he listened to it. What level of reward is this? I'm afraid that's all it would take, even if a chimera were to strip naked and lie in wait. Was this being really, already able to hit him right in the heart, intentionally or not? Okay, I reluctantly agree. Jiang Hao immediately returned to his senses, his body sitting up straight. Li Kuxian bit her red lip again, her small white hand trembling slightly as she carefully picked up 2 pieces of popcorn from the popcorn bucket. Her movements were as gentle as if she were treating the world's most precious treasure, and the blush on her cheeks grew stronger, as if she were a ripe apple. She slowly raised her arm and handed the popcorn to Jiang Hao's mouth, her eyes always lowered, not daring to meet Jiang Hao's gaze. Jiang Hao's mouth was slightly open, his eyes staring at Li Kursan without blinking, and his heart couldn't help but thump. In this closed movie theater, the atmosphere between the two became extraordinarily wonderful. Li Kursan inwardly admonished herself that the 2 of them were innocent. It was just that Jiang Hao's hands were dirty and he needed help. However, on second thought, she thought that Jiang Hao had just fed her too, feeding each other food. Isn't that something you can only do when you're talking about friends? It doesn't seem innocent at all. In between her wild thoughts, the popcorn in Li Kursan's hand had already touched Jiang Hao's lips. At this moment, her hand still inadvertently trembled lightly, and it was good that Jiang Hao's big mouth contained a little bit forward, or else the popcorn in the young girl's hand would have fallen to the ground. Touching Jiang Hao's warm mouth, Li Kursan was still startled. Jiang Hao had just almost eaten his own fingers in. You, so sweet, more. Jiang Hao blinked his eyes at the moment, actually looking at Li Kuxian eagerly like a child. Li Kuxian froze for a moment, pursing her lips, her hanging heart finally died. If you're not innocent, then you're not innocent. Anyway, it's just been mistaken for a friend. STH. One day, One day only. Chapter 69, 10 Fingers in a Heartbeat. Well, the movie is ready to start. After a few minutes of continuous feeding, Jung Hao patted his stomach. Honestly, there's still a little bit of leftovers because it feels like the popcorn isn't as sweet as Coco Lee's fingers. If it wasn't for the fact that the movie was about to start, he wouldn't have stopped talking as long as Lee Kuxin kept moving. Oh, well, Lee Kurson sat back down, her face still a little hot and bothered by the heat. Jiang Hao, this guy is also really, eat popcorn, just eat popcorn, but eat and also lick their fingers, sometimes even gently bite. Quietly lifting her hand and looking at the slightly reddened fingers stained with saliva, Lee Kurson blinked. Jiang Hao's saliva. Here, tissue, wipe it off. While fuming, Jiang Hao took out a tissue and handed it over, disrupting the young girl's thoughts. She took it gently and froze, finally using it to wipe the drool off of it. The movie started soon after and the duo leaned back in their chairs after their little scuffle was over, waiting for the movie to open. Snap! It didn't take a minute for all the lights in this video room to turn off at once. Then the opening sounds of the tap video, the screening license, rang out on the movie's big screen. Inside the movie venue, except for in front of the big screen, the surrounding area is plunged into dimness, with little clarity of vision. Not long after the movie started, Jiang Hao's hand began to move, quietly reaching for the young girl's small hand resting on the left guardrail. A warm touch came over her hand, and Lee Kurson twisted her head to look at the source in disbelief. Be quiet and watch the movie. Jiang Hao bluffed at Lee Kurson and tightly grasped the young girl's soft and boneless little hand. Lee Kurson was a bit aggravated and pouted her little mouth, but she had no choice but to obey Jiang Hao. Soon her attention turned to the opening movie. After all, it was her first time watching a movie and she was very curious about what was in it. The Lion King is also an anime-type coming-of-age inspirational movie with a rich plot and ups and downs. It quickly captivated the young girl. When Simba's hilarious plot content, the young girl laughs along with it. And when Simba's father sacrifices himself to save it, she's saddened. When Simba is in danger, she can't help but tense up her whole body. And when Simba comes out unscathed, she breathes a sigh of relief and relaxes slowly. Jiang Hao actually has no interest in this movie. It is just suitable for Lee Kurson to see, and he has chosen it. He didn't watch the movie at all. His attention was all on Lee Kurson next to him. The softness of the young girl's side face was reflected in his mind at every moment, and the change of mood was in his eyes. Slowly, silently, while the young girl was very much absorbed, he opened her 5 fingers and snapped his hand, slowly, through each of her fingers. The young girl was oblivious to the fact that her attention was focused on the movie, and when she was nervous, she would instead still clasp Jiang Hao's hand tightly. Dean was oblivious, which made the corners of Jiang Hao's mouth harder to press than AK, and the corners of his eyes were full of satisfaction. Gotta enjoy it more before she comes around. In the end, the movie's hour and a half, which flew by in a flash, saw Simba and Scar go head-to-head, with Simba ultimately triumphing and ascending to the Glory Stone, became the new Lion King of the glorious kingdom. The sunlight sprinkled on its body, symbolizing glory and hope, giving Lee Kurson a great longing. Snap! The movie proper was over and the lights inside the movie room turned on. The young girl was still a little bit upset. Dumbfounded, he stared at the screen. Does it look good? Jiang Hao was currently looking at the young girl with his chin propped up. The young girl looked at Jiang Hao and nodded vigorously. Good looking. Jiang Hao laughed. Then I'll bring you to see it again in the future. An expectant look appeared on Lee Kuxin's face and she gave a hard Good. I'll have to find a longer movie in the future. An hour and a half is too fast. Jiang Hao thought about it carefully. At this moment, seeing that most of the people were descending the stairs and leaving the theater, the young girl subconsciously wanted to draw back her hand and call out to Jiang Hao to leave with her. But, after pulling hard on his hand, he realized something was wrong, like it felt weird. So she looked down and realized that her hand was actually clasped together with Jiang Hao's. 10 fingers. She looked at the 2 tightly held hands in surprise, and her face instantly turned red like a ripe tomato, heat spreading from her cheeks all the way to the roots of her ears. She opened her mouth to say something, but her throat felt like it was blocked and she couldn't make a sound. Jiang Hao looked at her like this and found it adorable, purposely pretending to look innocent as he asked, "What's wrong?" Lee Kurson raised her head in panic, looking at Jiang Hao incredulously and stuttering. When did you? The corners of Jiang Hao's mouth rose slightly with a hint of cunning. It's when you're watching yourself mesmerized. Come on, quickly let go. Lee Kurson panicked, truly frightened, and pulled her hand out in a flash. Jiang Hao was not finished and skimmed his mouth. You just held it clearly harder than me, and now you're immediately denying it. Lee Kurson withdrew her hand and placed her hands tightly in front of her chest, looking at Jiang Hao with some caution, but hearing Jiang Hao's words, it seemed like his heart was about to jump out of it. In fact, she could vaguely recall watching the movie and being so serious that when she got nervous, her hands unconsciously gripped the top as hard as they could. You took advantage of a person's danger. Lee Kurson buried her head, aggrieved, blushing to the base of her neck. Jiang Hao smiled. Next time, I'll still hold it. I won't let you have your way again. Li Kuxian buried her head and bit her red lips tightly. Jiang Hao didn't care. He stood up and said, well, hurry up and go out. When the egg is over later, the cleaning aunt is going to close the door. It's pitch black. Lee Kurson froze for a moment when she heard the 4 words in the black, then hurriedly stood up and ran out of the movie theater in a panic like a frightened bunny. In a flash, he disappeared into the courtyard, also to avoid Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao watched the young girl run out as if she was fleeing, the corner of his mouth raised, and he was in no hurry, picking up 2 cups from the chair before slowly stepping away to follow. In fact, this state of life at the moment was what Jiang Hao had dreamed of, and Little Bean finally couldn't run away anymore, and was firmly grasped in the palm of his hand, walking outside the movie theater. In front of the movie theater on the 5th floor of the mall, Jiang Hao stopped in place and stood. In his line of sight, Li Kuxian had already run to a place more than 10 meters away. It didn't take long, though, for the young girl to come back to her senses, freezing in place and becoming even more alarmed before turning back to look for him in a trance. After looking around for a second and realizing that she was still in front of the movie theater, the young girl buried her head again, her 2 small hands tangled in front of her body, and slowly walked back towards his position with a red face. Not running? The young girl commiserated and shook her head. She got scared when she ran into a crowded place, and after looking around, she still felt safer around the bad guy. Chapter 70 Eating Hot Pot, requesting readers. Stupid. Jiang Hao touched the young girl's forehead with the red cup before heading towards the 6th floor. It was now 12:30. Already time for lunch, and he planned to take this bean to that newly opened hot pot restaurant to try out the flavors. The young girl was hit on the forehead for a moment, then her hands scrambled to take the Coke handed over by Jiang Hao. The 2 cups were actually quite nice, made of plastic and recyclable, and the young girl had just run too fast and forgotten to take them. But without much thought, she turned around and jogged to follow Jiang Hao. There were too many strangers here. It would be scary to stay there alone. Hot pot for lunch. No problem, right? Jiang Hao glanced at the young girl following beside him and inquired. It didn't matter what Li Kuxian ate, as long as Jiang Hao liked it. Jiang Hao also didn't intend to hold the young girl's hand again. Now this bean probably hadn't just come out from the 10 fingers. It was a weekend at the moment, and the hot pot restaurant had a lot of traffic, so when the duo went in, the seats were basically taken up by a large margin, and the smell of meat and heat constantly bubbles up from the boiler at every seat, filling the entire store with an appetizing, tangy, spicy flavor. The duo took their seats and set their Coke cups aside, and a waiter soon came up to greet them. Why don't you two come and have some hot pot? This young waitress smiled and asked, what kind of potpourri do you want? The woman had a smile on her face and good service. Jiang Hao nodded, then glanced at Li Kurson on the opposite side of the table and said, Mandarin duck pot bottom it is. The Mandarin duck pot consisted of a spicy and bone soup base, and actually Jiang Hao wasn't very good at eating spicy food, but Li Kurson was from Sichuan province and should like spicy food. Okay, you too. After the waiter recorded the pots and pans, he directly took out 2 menus and handed them to the 2 of them, and said with a smile, you guys take a look at what you want to eat. Our store has many specialties. This was not a self-service hot pot restaurant. Jiang Hao opened the menu and ordered carefully and meticulously. Fatty beef, tripe. Li Kurson looked at the menu with some nervousness. This was considered the first time she had come out to eat with Jiang Hao. After Jiang Hao finished ordering, Li Kurson was still looking at the menu and he smiled. Just look at what you want to eat in the menu and tell this pretty sister. This store is still affordable and more approachable. And the waitress heard Jiang Hao's mouth so sweet. She was immediately happy. Her smile was even brighter. She came to Li Kurson's body. Her attitude was very kind. Yes, sister. What do you want to eat? Say to your sister. Sister will help you to arrange. No need to be nervous. The waitress smiled and nodded towards Jiang Hao. In her opinion, Jiang Hao and Li Kurson were a couple. Moreover, the girl acted a bit formal, and it looked like it was the first time she came out to eat with her boyfriend. Seeing this, Jiang Hao was able to understand what was going on from the waitress's meaningful look, but he smiled at this, feeling that the woman was very discerning, because it will be later anyway. Li Kurson's small hand rubbed over the menu, seeing the waitress smile, and inwardly relaxing a bit. Then after a moment's tussle, she stammered out an order of cheap bok choy, and enoki mushrooms. When the young girl timidly returned the menu to the waitress, Jiang Hao smiled helplessly and could only add a few more plates of beef to the waitress. Good, we will serve the food quickly on our side. Have a nice meal you two young lovers. The waiter finally smiled and looked at the 2 of them before going off to make arrangements in a flash. Just as soon as these words came out, Li Kuxian's small white face blushed and slightly lowered her head. It's being said that we're talking about friends again, but the young girl was more or less numb and didn't bother to retort. Come on, I know of a delicious seasoning. I'll teach you how to make it. Jiang Hao came to Lee Kerson's seat and took the young girl's hand before heading to the seasoning area. Once in place, the loose young girl began to pick up the plate in motion, mouthing the words, a spoonful of red oil chili sauce, a spoonful of sesame sauce, a spoonful of soy sauce. Lee Kerson stood to the side and also picked up a plate, quietly watching Jiang Hao's pace and movements. When Jiang Hao finished typing, she also tried to follow the steps the boy said to start seasoning. No! When Jiang Hao looked back, his face changed and he stopped. The fifth spoonful is sesame oil. This secret recipe is made up of a mixture of seasonings, so if you add the wrong one, it won't be the same flavor. Lee Kerson stood in place at this time, and for a while, she was a bit aggravated, putting down the spoon of this seasoning, and said in a low voice, you move too fast, I can't remember. Jiang Hao froze for a moment, then his tone quickly softened. I'm sorry, I'll tell you again. Jiang Hao then started with the fifth spoon, patiently repeating it again, and watched as the young girl configured it successfully. Lee Kerson ended up looking at the seasoning inside her plate, smelling it, and feeling good about it. She was a little puzzled, though. Jiang Hao doesn't seem to eat spicy food. The sauce, now configured, is actually spicy. In fact, the reason why Jiang Hao was so excited just now was because this seasoning was once a favorite of the young girl. At that time, Lee Kerson often dragged himself to eat hot pot and recommended this sauce to him every time, but he never tried it once. Without waiting for Lee Kerson to think about it, Jiang Hao pulled her back to her seat, and by this time the food was just about ready. Steaming heat wafted up with a spicy aroma that made the duo's faces quickly turn red. Jiang Hao first took out some beef from the plate, put them into the spicy soup pot base, picked it up and dipped it in the sauce, and put it in Li Xian's bowl. As soon as it was time to eat, Jiang Hao would give himself meat. The young girl had gotten used to it and picked up her chopsticks first and took a bite. For a moment there was a sparkle in his eyes. This seasoning that Jiang Hao had prepared was actually so delicious. It was spicy and very much to her taste. On the way to dinner, Jiang Hao's cell phone ding-donged and rang with a QQ message alert. Jiang Hao subconsciously clicked on it and found that it was actually QQ News. And just when he wanted to close his phone, he suddenly paused. I only saw the QQ News they're showing. Zhangcheng Taohu's house prices fell to new heights. Peach Lake. Seeing this message, Jiang Hao's thoughts were pulled back to the old days. Peach Lake in the south area of River City. The properties around there he remembers were undergoing full demolition in 14 to 15. That place is going to be a tourist attraction. Zhangcheng is only a small city of 3 or 4 lines. The price of housing was not high, coupled with some local governance and geographic differentiation. Some 3 rooms in 1 hall even only need more than 300,000. And that Peach Lake place is now starting to drop in price again, so it's a perfect opportunity to get in. Jiang Hao thought inwardly, if he tried to expand his cash flow channels now, and then get 2 suites there during the summer vacation, it's just a matter of getting right down to property pokies. Double your startup capital. Eventually he felt it was feasible and planned to have to find a way to get more cash before his summer vacation. After all, home prices would be trending up as well. It is better to be early than late. Don't move. Jiang Hao was calculating inwardly and had just put his cell phone into his pocket when Lee Kerson on the opposite side of the room suddenly opened her mouth. He was just about to ask a question about what was wrong when he saw Lee Kerson pull out a paper towel on the table, stood up, bent over slightly, and gently wiped the unintentional oil stains from his face. Chapter 71, Who asked you to rub it? Jiang Hao instantly froze in place. His brain was blank, close to Lee Kerson, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, her eyes full of seriousness and concentration. The chandelier above the hot pot, through the rising steam mist, spilled fine light and shadow, and a few strands fell right on Lee Kerson's hair, giving off a faint golden halo. Well, Lee Kerson sat back down, a smile on her face, but a hint of imperceptible shyness in her eyes. Jiang Hao's eyes widened slightly. What was this little nymph doing? Wiping her own mouth? In public? At this moment, Jiang Hao's cheeks whooshed a scarlet red. This came too suddenly. What are you doing? I don't know why, but Jiang Hao was actually a bit ashamed. His face was very red. Only the prancing smoke rose up and covered most of it. Li Xian froze for a moment and said softly, to wipe the oil stains on your face. Who asked you to rub it? Jiang Hao's heartbeat accelerated and he subconsciously covered his face. This feeling, it was as if the other party had obviously been teased and provoked by himself, but at this moment, he was instead provoked by the other party's heartstrings. It throbbed, but it was more of a surprise at the little bean's actions, and an embarrassment. Li Xian saw that Jiang Hao reacted a bit violently and felt as if she shouldn't have, so she slightly lowered her head. When my mother-in-law ate hot pot before, she would also help me wipe my little face clean. She didn't really think too much about it. she just subconsciously thought she should wipe it down when it got dirty. In retrospect, though, it seemed to feel like this behavior was a bit subtle. It didn't seem like my friend would have been like this before. I don't know why, but I had already silently put Jiang Hao in the same position as my mother-in-law. In her world, her mother-in-law was slightly ahead of Jiang Hao for the time being, in first place, with Jiang Hao expected to improve and come in second, and herself in third. They're both above themselves. Jiang Hao looked at Li Kerson's lowered head and froze for a moment. The shyness in his heart slowly dissipated and was replaced by the guilt that surfaced on his heart. He realized that he had overreacted and broken this simple girl's heart. Sorry, Jiang Hao called out softly, a hint of chagrin in his voice. It was too sudden just now. I didn't react. Li Kerson slowly raised her head, with a bit of aggression in her eyes, but seeing Jiang Hao's face with an apology, that bit of aggression faded a bit. Right, I'm sorry. Her voice was small, as if she wanted to lower it to the dust, and it carried a hint of caution in it. Can you rub me again? Jiang Hao's eyes soon glowed and smiled, returning to his previous state of sexuality. It was only when he looked back that he realized how much he had been moved by the gesture the young girl had just made. Can't wait for her to do it again. At those words, Li Kuxin first froze, then waved her hand repeatedly. Don't. I was too abrupt just now. There were too many people. The young girl realized this as well, and a small blush rose to her face. She would really die of nervousness if she had to do it again. Jiang Hao skimmed his lips, only feeling that he hadn't had enough fun. But in the next moment, he pulled a tissue from the table, then stood up and said with a smile, in that case, I'll help you wipe it once as well. Whoosh! Jiang Hao stretched out his big hand and bent over slightly. Just as Li Kerson froze as she looked at him, Jiang Hao directly and gently wiped up the corner of her mouth and laughed. This is not abrupt at all. Nei-san was a very demure eater, and there wasn't much grease on her face or the corners of her mouth in the first place. But Jiang Hao was trying to use this to show her that he didn't hate it. After wiping the right corner of his mouth, he then gently ran his left thumb between the corners of the young girl's lips and laughed. Now you're clean too. You. The young girl's cheeks turned red all of a sudden and she looked at the boy in panic. Li Kerson's heartbeat was like a wild horse out of control. Completely out of control. How could she not expect Jiang Hao to make such a bold move? Jiang Hao looked at Li Kerson's blushing appearance, and the leap in his heart grew stronger. He slowly straightened up and sat back down in his seat, a smile still on his face. Now we're even. After eating the hot pot, the time had come to 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and Li Kerson's part-time job started at 2 o'clock, so the duo was ready to go home. Walking through the mall, Li Kuxian was still a little shy inside and buried her head slightly. Just now, Jiang Hao's fingertips seemed to leave residual warmth at the corners of his mouth. It was truly an experience and feeling that he had never had before. The two men's arms would stick together from time to time, but the atmosphere was a bit subtle, so Jiang Hao didn't bring up the matter of holding hands, nor did he silently pull away. A few moments later, on the way, Li Kerson passed a store selling clothes and thought of something at once. I think I forgot to buy clothes for Kang Ho. She pulled Jiang Hao's arm at once and looked up, saying, clothes. Jiang Hao looked down at the young girl. You want to buy clothes? Li Kuxian shook her head. You're the one to buy. Without realizing it, the duo had returned to the central floor of the mall, where there were a lot of decorative stores, and this floor sold more clothes for men than for women. How about next time? Jiang Hao wanted to refuse, but at this moment, the young girl took his hand and walked resolutely towards a store in which she subconsciously thought looked good. The young girl originally wanted to buy Jiang Hao a jacket or sweater, the price and not low. However, Jiang Hao didn't want Bean to spend more money, and then he asked her to buy a short sleeve on the grounds that summer was approaching. How about this one? Li Kerson lifted her black t-shirt up high and stuck it to Jiang Hao's body, comparing it slightly. The pattern on it was relatively simple, and in her eyes it was more suitable for Jiang Hao's style. Right now, he had the feeling of a big brother next door, and although he looked and felt fierce, he was actually particularly gentle. Let your boyfriend change and try it on first. The shopper unsurprisingly felt that the duo was a couple again, and with a glance, she noticed the desire to buy in Li Kuxian's eyes. After putting it on, Jiang Hao walked somewhat casually and lazily to the young girl, stretching out his hand to display it. How about it? Almost? The girl seemed to be immune to these misunderstandings. Her attention was completely on Jiang Hao's body, nodding vigorously. How she looked satisfied. Then suddenly he took a few more steps back. What are you doing? Jiang Hao asked, his hand still in place. Shoot, take a picture. A faint smile tickled the corners of the young girl's mouth before she took out her cell phone from beside her satchel. Ka-ching! The young girl looked at the boy inside the screen with delight. Jiang Hao's face carried a hint of arrogance that belonged to him. His angular face shape matched with a good-looking hairstyle. So cool. Just this one. Li Kerson raised her head in satisfaction, looking at Jiang Hao with more and more satisfaction. and the smile outlined at the corner of her mouth became even more charming. Chapter 72, I'll take you under my wing. As he left the mall, Jiang Hao carried the clothes and quietly glanced at the prices. 168 blocks. For this price, buying a boy's t-shirt is already considered expensive. After all, most boys will only buy t-shirts for a few dozen dollars. And in the age of traffic, t-shirts online platforms have even been able to be 99 packages to home. At the moment, Jiang Hao has no requirements for clothes and dress up, and it's not like he needs to socialize or have to for work. At least when he buys clothes for himself now, he doesn't even consider them that expensive. However, Li Kursan naive places here. To buy clothes for themselves dozens of dollars are heartbroken, but to buy for themselves, do not blink an eye. It's so expensive. Jiang Hao's heart ached for Little Bean. He knew how tiring it was for the young girl to work part-time. Li Kuxian was still immersed in the joy of having bought clothes for Jiang Hao. When she heard this, she shook her head. It won't be ah. The ones you bought me were more expensive. Humph. Just do an ah when you earn money on the side. Right. Jiang Hao bristled even though he was happy. Where's the oohs and ahs? Li Kuxian retorted very quietly. Give. Spending money on important people. It's not oohs and ahs. Jiang Hao didn't hear it, but still said meaningfully. So, this is what it feels like to be adopted? No wonder they're so cool. Li Kursan also didn't know who Jiang Hao's they were, and subconsciously thought that he meant some boys being well taken care of by girls. Do you like being adopted? Li Kuxian blinked and asked this. Of course, who doesn't like to be kept? You don't have to do anything. Just head to bed and you have money to spend. Jiang Hao muttered, thinking that if he was adopted, he might not even start his own business, and just eat and die. Then, I'll take you under my wing from now on, okay? The young girl was naive, not understanding the world, and laughed foolishly. By this time, the duo had just walked out of the doors of the mall and arrived at the iconic fountain outside. The midday sun bathed the fountain, refracting colorful light, as if to give the scene in front of me a layer of dreamy veil. Jiang Hao couldn't help but freeze in place when he heard Li Kursan's incomparably serious and somewhat childish words, staring blankly at the smiling young girl in front of him. He had meant it as a half-joking flirtation, but he hadn't expected Li Kuxian to respond so solemnly. Looking at the determined light flashing in the young girl's pure eyes, Jiang Hao had a warm current surging through his heart, but at the same time, it was a bit sour. You're a little cutie. In the end, Jiang Hao opened and closed and opened his mouth, holding back this sentence. No. The young girl shook her head. Li Kursan. Jiang Hao's voice was faintly astringent. Do you know what adoption means? Li Kuxian tilted her head, an innocent light smile still hanging on her face. I know. I work hard to earn money, to buy you the things you like, so that you don't have to work so hard. Didn't you just say that you like the feeling of being adopted? Jiang Hao was momentarily speechless. He looked at Li Kursan. The young girl's smile in the sunlight bloomed like a flower, and the light sprinkled on her face surfaced a magnetic luster. He didn't know how to explain to her the complex reality behind this naivety, nor could he bear to break this beautiful fantasy in the young girl's heart. A long time of deliberation. He didn't open his mouth to speak, but directly bent down and blazed a kiss on Li Kuxian's bare forehead. What are you doing? Li Kursan stared wide-eyed, shocked by Jiang Hao's move, completely unable to keep up with his thinking. 1 minute you're talking, the next you're kissing. Couldn't hold back. Sorry. Jiang Hao got up, wiped the corners of his mouth, and just wanted to find some reason to explain, but he didn't expect the young girl's reaction to be more intense than expected. Li Kursan was so shocked that she subconsciously pushed Jiang Hao away, then ran out in one direction. Since she was a little girl, she hadn't even held or hugged her friends, and now that she was suddenly being kissed, she was really scared and her whole body fainted. Pop! Jiang Hao didn't stand firmly and stumbled directly, falling into the fountain pool behind him. This is an ornamental type of construction. The water level is not high, a few dozen centimeters. Jiang Hao, although the whole person tilted down, there will not be any danger to life. But he was also confused and soaked. The surrounding people saw the scene and looked over, then smiled in surprise. Man, did you meet a hooligan? Jiang Hao's body was dipped through the heart, subconsciously wiped a handful of water on his own face. Just now the young girl that the force is not small. He is so big individuals are pushed back. Li Kursan didn't realize at this time that she had pushed Jiang Hao into the pool. Startled, she immediately panicked and immediately turned around and ran back. Are you okay? She watched Jiang Hao anxiously and fearfully from the shore, her small feet prancing back and forth, and stomping her feet nervously, afraid that the next moment she would have to jump into the pool to save someone. I almost drowned. Jiang Hao didn't have the good sense to say, stretching out his big hand. Li Kursan didn't react. Her eyes flooded with tears all of a sudden and she started to apologize. Pull me first. Jiang Hao glared at her. Oh, Oh, I'm sorry, don't be mean to me. Li Kuxian reacted and extended her hand. A lot of things hit this bean today. Again, they were feeding each other, wiping each other's mouths, and now they were suddenly being kissed. It made her little head spin a little, her brain was hot and kept looping. Jiang Hao was pulled up and glanced at the clothes that Bean had bought as he returned to the shore. Fortunately, when he was just pushed, he subconsciously let go of his hand, or else his clothes would have fallen in with him. Drunken Coke cups are in there too. All the clothes on Jiang Hao's body kept dripping, and he wiped a handful of his hair to keep his vision from being disturbed. Li Kursin commiserated, taking out a small pack of tissues on the side, standing on her tiptoes, and wiping away the water droplets on Jiang Hao's face. Jiang Hao's body really felt uncomfortable, simply took off his own top, directly wringing a handful of clothes, clattering, a large amount of moisture was squeezed out inside. At this moment, his muscles were tensing up and his perfect physique was on display. The young girl ran out of tissues and looked at the boy a little handily, her cheeks a rolling mass of guilt and shyness. Get stuff. Jiang Hao glared at the young girl again, and with a direct fling hung the clothes on his shoulder, turned around and walked towards the public restroom. His appearance was really a bit lousy. Li Kursin followed behind with her hands and feet, watching Jiang Hao's occasional toss of his hair, and suddenly couldn't help but smile a little. The face was still aggravated, but the smile was from the heart, so even if the young girl smiled like a bitter smile, she was as brilliant as a star, soft and beautiful. Chapter 73, We're perfect for each other. After sending Li Kuxian to the cake store, Jiang Hao planned to go to the next door internet cafe to see how a few of his little brothers were working. Taobao commissions are currently a full $200,000, and in about 10 days, it will be time to pay out the commissions. Jiang Hao whistled and pushed open the door of the private room, to talk to them about the data and keep them motivated at all times. However, they don't really get bored doing the warming number. These little brothers, and although they are pulling in fans customers, but they can listen to music with headphones while working, and when there are really few people, they can also play games. Easy peasy. However, Lu Wei, this kid is different. He takes books out to study when he is idle. This operation is shocking, because he used to yell the loudest about playing the game within a few friends. I'll be here as soon as school's out. But since the last time, after learning that Jiang Hao had scored more than 500 points in the exam, there had been a sea change, beginning to study obsessively. Several of the brothers said that he had changed incredibly and wondered if he had really eaten S after betting with Jiang Hao. How about today? Jiang Hao pushed open the door of the box and came beside a few people. Just after seeing Jiang Hao, a thin, short-haired youth smiled and said, Brother Hao, I pulled a lot of people in today, and the number of sales skyrocketed as they bought things on the same day. Jiang Hao knew that he was one of the juniors in there whose performance was considered good, and his work efficiency was high. And me, Hao, I pulled a very rich young woman. She bought more than 10 people alone, a chubby youth said. This fat little brother is the best performance inside the whole warm heart number, relying on his special voice, can even break through the demand gender, directly with some young women voice naked chat, and the guy has a high EQ, too, not a professional heartwarming quote blogger, but knows how to be flexible and fun to chat with. And me, ho, I'm today. One by one, the juniors were excitedly reporting on their work, and it seemed that they were all sexually energized by their recent very good performance. Jiang Hao nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at Lu Wei suspiciously. The kid didn't even react when he saw himself coming, and was still playing the keyboard and chatting with a netizen. As it had stood behind him, he realized that it had nothing to do with the work of the warmonger, but rather with a casual conversation with a man. He came behind Lu Wei, slapped his head and said, Brat, which sister are you chatting with? How is your situation recently? The performance has not slipped, right? Lu Wei performance is also one of the best. In addition to the fat man, he is the second. Lu Wei was slapped before he came back to his senses and looked back at Jiang Hao with a smile. Things are not bad either. The performance has been going up. Who's this? Your girlfriend? Jiang Hao asked curiously. In fact, their little group, despite their bad grades and love of trouble and a bit of mental, there was really no shortage of little girls to like, and occasionally a couple of student girls would confess their love. There are so many people who like yellow hair in this day and age, and Lu Wei wasn't ugly. Instead, he was still the best looking inside the small group besides Jiang Hao. No, but I want to go after her. These words made Jiang Hao raise an eyebrow. Inside the small group, most of the guys have had girlfriends, but except for Fatty and Lu Wei, fat people are a matter of appearance, and Lu Wei is the pick. This kid is a little bit unable to tell the difference between East and West because he has a few good looks. Basically, as soon as a girl comes along and confesses her love, she'll just straight up reject it outright and brightly. It's not a drag at all. In reality, though, he was faking it, packing himself in like a high-flying male deity. Enjoy that feeling. Whenever you get confessed to, It always blows up inside the clique for days and nights. The most impressive thing is that there was a pretty good-looking sister who confessed to him in his senior year of high school before, and he was touched, but this stupid bee refused in order to act like a bully and be as high and mighty as ever. Then the girl was soon with another boy, making Lu Wei look numb. He recovers so much that he smokes a packet of wazoo on the rooftop that night and weeps bitterly. That day he even pulled himself up on the rooftop for a night of cold wind, and kept listening to Lu Wei chattering the same sentence. The girl is really good-looking, and her legs are long. I'm really stupid B. Class? Jiang Hao asked. Lu Wei shook his head, and then his eyes narrowed, the corners of his mouth raised. That's the girl how? Jiang Hao was confused. That girl? Which girl? When the boy fell out of love, he said he would seal his heart and stop loving in the future, and he talked about his girlfriend only in his junior year of college. He slapped his hand again towards the back of Lu Wei's head and instantly scolded. Don't sell out. Lu Wei covered the back of his head and smiled heatedly. It's Yi Charen's good girlfriend. Yi Charen. Jiang Hao was just about to ask who Yi Charen was when he suddenly remembered. This is not the school flower of Jiangcheng 4th Middle School. The school is quite famous for its white skin and beautiful long legs. Hair is also slightly yellow. At that time, Jiang Hao thought that she was malnourished, but in fact it was a natural characteristic of her family, and her hair was still slightly curly. Lu Wei smiled and continued. When we didn't make an oath that you would chase after the schoolgirl and I would chase after the schoolgirl's best friend, although I don't know why you're with your sister-in-law now. Hearing this, Jiang Hao pondered. When he did say that he liked Yi Charen, but it was just a mention when discussing women, seeing that people have good-looking parents said so, and ultimately did not really pursue. Lu Wei now actually really want to go to pick up other people's girlfriends, but that's not good. Yi Charen's best friend called Su Ro, remember, seems to be a green tea. The university when the Yi Charen's boyfriend seduced, had an inappropriate relationship. Sisters broke up. It's a big deal, and everyone in the high school group knows about it. From this kind of thing, Su Ro actually has a very heavy heart and likes to cast a wide net, not something that a rash person like Wei can handle. I don't know why this kid wants to talk to his girlfriend. Where's his usual deadpan attitude? I don't think you guys are right for each other. You might as well like Lin Yu, the class president of our class. She has a calm personality. She's pretty too, and she basically has no flaws except for talking less. Jiang Hao shook his head, not agreeing. Who says it's not suitable? We chat very much. It's a match made in heaven, a natural pair. She's pretty and sexy. I'm handsome and temperamental. A match that can't be made. Lu Wei was directly wide-eyed. Jiang Hao was a bit speechless. What's the saying? When you chat with someone and feel very comfortable and smooth, it proves that you are not in the same segment. It's downward communication. It's not that you're a special match for her. It's that she's a special match for anyone. I still suggest you consider our class president. Jiang Hao wasn't really in a good position to say much. When you live again, you should look at everything with new eyes. All things are not static. They change according to your own choices. What if in this life Su Ro is a good girl with a beautiful voice and a good understanding? Besides, if Lu Wei must want to be a licking dog, what can he do? Can't put a knife to his neck and tell him to like someone else. If people teach people, they won't be taught 100 times. But if things are taught to people, they will understand at once. No, I'm not married to her anymore. Chapter 74, Hit You With Your Head. When Li Kerson is off duty, Jiang Hao comes to the cake store ready to pick her up and take her home. In the past few days he had visibly noticed that the cake store's traffic had risen quickly. Li Huahua is said to have been busy from early morning to late evening in the past few days, expanding the store's promotional development to the maximum. And I've also heard that sales almost broke 10,000 yesterday, and the whole cake store is excited. After doing the math, the total daily sales over the 4 days came to $35,000. This is a very impressive achievement for a self-employed private cake store, and the store is only on its 5th day of renovation, which is far from the ceiling as fame and customers accumulate. Next, they operated slowly, and Li Huahua would soon be able to make back all the money he lost with interest. She kept holding Jiang Hao's hand to express her gratitude, as this was a major breakthrough, with sales never seen since the store opened. Soon, Li Huahua decided that today would be the time to pay the employees every month, so she gave everyone a wave of wages and bonuses in advance. Even part-time likely has it. Li Huahua gave Li Kuxin took out 500 and stuffed it to her, counting her bonus for this bout. No way. Li Kerson panicked. According to the whole cake store, she was the smallest contributor. How could she still get so much money? Originally the part-time job had gone up to $100. Kagome, listen. It's a bonus, whether it's part-time or full-time. We have it at the cake store. Li Huahua smiled, stuffed the money to the young girl, also meaningfully glanced at Jiang Hao. In fact, she really quite thankful to Li Kerson, if not for her, but also could not meet Jiang Hao. To this girl, always feel that it is the turnaround of her life. Chi. Li Kurson felt that she shouldn't take it and kept trying to refuse. But in the end, she let Li Huahua bluff her way out of her pretense of being angry and could only accept it hopelessly. Immediately afterward, Li Huahua gave everyone a small meeting to implement the employee preferential benefits proposed by Jiang Hao, as well as the arrangements for various holidays, salary changes, and so on. By the time Li Huahua finished summarizing and Jiang Hao and Li Kuxian left the store, the time had already reached 5:30. The two of them walked side by side as the sun set, and Li Kurson was in a good mood. Not to bonuses and paychecks, but the cake store is really up and running again. So many people came to buy cakes every day that she could see many customers coming and going from the clear glass of her kitchen. Jiang Hao, you're awesome, Li Kurson suddenly said as she looked at the setting sun in front of her. Jiang Hao froze slightly and looked sideways at Li Kurson, the setting sun's afterglow spilling over her face, outlining soft contours. The corners of his mouth rose involuntarily as he asked softly, "How am I awesome?" Li Kurson stopped and turned around, facing Jiang Hao squarely, and said seriously, "Ever since you gave Sister Hua Hua those suggestions, the cake store's business is getting better and better. In the past, I was worried that Sister Flower would be upset because she couldn't run the business. Now there's no need to worry at all." Jiang Hao blinked and laughed after a pause. "Since that's the case, why don't you simply let me have another kiss?" Hearing these words, Li Kurson's little face brushed red to the root of her ears, remembering again the scene in the afternoon when Jiang Hao kissed her. It was in front of the mall, next to the big fountain, with so many people. It was humiliating. You've kissed. You can't kiss again." Li Kurson immediately took small steps and walked slightly in front of Jiang Hao. "So when's the next time?" Jiang Hao followed behind, his smile unabated. No next time." Li Kuxian buried her small head, her face starting to heat up again. Jiang Hao's smile was bathed by the sun. "Then I'll do it myself when the time comes." Li Kurson froze for a moment, her neck burning, then buried her head deeper, her small hands tangled in front of her body, clutching the dress she had changed out of. Jiang Hao does do this kind of thing, and today it just came out of nowhere. This guy is like this every time. I'll headbutt you. In the end, the young girl was so shy that she could only hold back such words as a form of defiance. Jiang Hao had a smile at the corner of his mouth, and when he saw Li Kurson was so shy, he stopped teasing her and leisurely followed her. The two of them were then speechless all the way, with only the sound of each other's soft footsteps and the occasional sound of a few insects. The evening breeze, with a hint of sweetness, seems to be telling this hazy beauty, sending the young girl to the front of the small alcove. Jiang Hao only reminded a sentence. "The skirt, remember not to use the washing machine to wash it. The fabric is very soft and easy to wash and damage." Li Kurson had just worked and was still wearing short sleeves at the moment, her skirt pulled over her hands. She looked at the skirt Jiang Hao bought for her and nodded seriously. No, I'm going home, don't miss me too much." The corners of Jiang Hao's mouth lifted as he turned around and waved his hand before leaving. According to his thoughts, he wanted to go and meet the old lady, but then again, he didn't feel very prepared again today. After shopping outside with Li Kurson all day today, she herself was tired, and she was empty-handed and didn't buy anything. Anyway, gotta get that first impression right in front of the old lady, still trying to get a backdoor in with her. So after thinking about it, he decided to wait a little longer. There's no rush anyway. It's always good to prepare and be careful in everything. Note, pay attention to safety. Li Kurson waved her hand as she watched Jiang Hao's back leave. Gradually, a smile surfaced on her face. Jiang Hao, although he was very roguish today, was actually very happy himself today. "I wore my pretty little dress again today. I went to the mall with Jiang Hao today. I bought clothes for Jiang Hao today. Even the cake store got better." She watched the boy's back disappear at the end of the street before she turned and walked into the alleyway with some reluctance. "Yo, Li Kurson, who is that man? Quite handsome. Your boyfriend?" But without taking 2 steps, a teasing voice and suddenly came. Immediately after that, several people came out from both sides of the alleyway. Li Kuxian froze. The light smile that had just surfaced disappeared. She stopped where she was and did not walk further ahead. In front, there were 5 people, 2 girls and 3 boys, led by a young girl with rebellious makeup, thick upturned eyeliner, and lips the color of blood. Shin Cherry, a student of Jiangchang No. 2 middle school, was later expelled from the school for fighting and brawling as well as disobedience, and is now a female gangster in the neighborhood of the small alley. And a few of her peers behind her, who were also students who had been dropped out of school, were of the same virtue as Shin Cherry, so they played together. Li Kuxian became alarmed, subconsciously burying her head. Her body unconsciously began to retreat, her mouth slightly trembling as she softly murmured, No, it's a classmate." However, seeing Li Kurson retreating, those few teenage girls of the same age also slowly followed closely, and the expression on their faces added a hint of playfulness. I don't have much money left. Feeling that the other party was pressing forward, Lee Kerson's body began to tremble, too scared to raise her head. However, she tightly grasped the small satchel and protected it at her side. Money that was going to be saved up to later underwrite Jiang Hao. Chapter 75, I'll have him taken care of. Not looking for money from you. It's just. The corners of Shincheri's mouth outlined arcs as she went up to Lee Kerson's body and patted her shoulder hard, leaning down and laughing. It's just that. You actually dared to start wearing skirts again. Lee Xin cowered, her shoulders shaking slightly. You, what do you want? Lee Xin gathered her courage and said, but her voice was as small as a mosquito hum. Shin Sakura sneered, and the few people behind her followed with laughter. What for? I remember Shin Sakura said that in the future, if you wear a skirt once, we'll rip it off. Shincheri got up, her cold smile unabated. Lee Kerson, do you think you're pretty and a princess when you put on a dress? And now you're dressed so flamboyantly. What for? To seduce those men? I didn't. Lee Kerson's tears welled up in her eyes as she clutched her skirt. It was what Jiang Hao had bought for her. It couldn't be thrown away. In fact, Shincheri and Lee Kerson had friction when they were children, when they were all 5 or 6 years old, and they had even been friends. They grew up together in a small alley, and at that time, their respective families were not financially well off and could not buy any nice clothes. In a New Year's Eve, Lee Kerson's in the field as parents. To the old lady hid a sum of money, said the New Year's Eve is no way to go home, let her take her daughter to buy new clothes and good food. The old lady took Lee Kerson to the bazaar, and in front of a stall selling children's clothes, Lee Kerson was attracted by a pink floral dress. The color of that dress was bright and eye-catching, and the broken flowers on the hem looked like spring flowers in full bloom, swaying gently in the breeze. Lee Kerson's eyes shone with longing, and when the old lady saw that her granddaughter liked it so much, she bit her teeth and bought the dress. On New Year's Day, Lee Kerson wore this beautiful dress to play in the alley, like a fluttering butterfly, and when Shincheri saw it, her eyes were full of envy and jealousy. She came home and cried for her parents to buy her an equally beautiful dress, but the financial situation of Shin's family at that time really didn't allow it, and her parents didn't fulfill her request. Since then, Shincheri had some resentment towards Lee Xin in her heart, feeling that it was unfair. Why did she have a beautiful dress to wear and she didn't? And the boys who often played with Shin Sakura at that time had started to stick to her all the time since Lee Kerson had put on a little dress, gradually ignoring Shin Sakura. With the growth of time, this jealousy gradually evolved into malice. She then began to ostracize Lee Kerson, and began to bully this weak character of the girl. As long as she saw Lee Kerson wearing a dress, she tried to do everything possible to destroy. This latter situation continued until they grew up, when their bad habits and character gradually swelled, and they bullied Lee Kerson even more recklessly. However, she would try to drive away anyone who came together with Lee Kerson, or pull them into her side's camp and isolate Lee Kerson together. Because of this and the constant bullying, Lee Kerson's personality began to become introverted, fearful, and without a single friend. No, in that case, he's dispensable, I guess, so you guys shouldn't hang out together either. A hideous smile appeared on Shincheri's face. Otherwise, I'll have someone take care of him. P.S. This chapter should only have been seen in its original form by those who were catching up on updates for that day or two. It was supposed to be the heroine who had her skirt torn and was slapped and finally threatened. But the back of this chapter was blocked by the system for review, and after changing it a couple times it wouldn't come out, so I finally had to change it to this. Chapter 76, Is Something Wrong? Returning to the neighborhood, Jiang Hao, whistling in his mouth, so happy, went up to the 5th floor, and was about to take out the key to open the door. A figure suddenly leapt out right next to the building and lunged at him. Damn cousin, I'll bite you to death. Just after inserting it into the keyhole, Jiang Hao's hand was rushed up by a little guy who took a bite out of it. Jiang Hao was shocked and let go of the key in a hurry. Holy, Chu Weiwei, are you a dog? The young girl could not help but bite on Jiang Hao's small arm with her white teeth, and the pain that drilled into her heart started to spread along her arm to her whole body like an electric shock, making Jiang Hao open his teeth and claws. Chu Weiwei was very forceful, basically leaving nothing to chance, making Jiang Hao really want to slam his fist into this little head. Woo, ugh. Chu Weiwei bit Jiang Hao's arm and gabbled without knowing what she was saying. Jiang Hao couldn't stand it. His face was a little red. Alright, Chu Weiwei, I will definitely take you there next time still. Quickly give me a loose mouth. Chu Weiwei still ignored Jiang Hao's words and seemed to push harder. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth, veins rising on his forehead. If you don't let up, I won't let my sister come to tutor in the future. You study on your own. Hearing about Lee Kerson, Chu Weiwei finally had some reaction. She glanced at Jiang Hao with resentment, not expecting her evil cousin to threaten herself with such an evil method. Finally, biting down hard, she let go of Jiang Hao's arm and said fiercely, Damn cousin, you liar, I will never trust your words again. Oh yo, The bag fell to the ground and Jiang Hao covered his small arm with his hand, grimacing in pain. The teeth marks on his little arm were shocking, already bruised and nearly breaking through the flesh. You guy, being a vampire? Biting so hard. Jiang Hao glared fiercely at Shu Weiwei. I don't care, stinky cousin. I changed my clothes at noon, and you actually sneaked off with Sister Kuxin and left me at home. Shu Weiwei said hatefully. I'm going to tell Auntie that you bullied me. Both of their parents work 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., so basically no one is home in the middle of the day. Jiang Hao grunted coldly, and after slowing down, he continued to rub his arm and said, Fine, go ahead and sue. I originally also brought you a gift. In that case I'll send it to someone else. When these words came out, Shu Weiwei's fierce expression was obviously stunned for a moment, but she still looked at Jiang Hao with her little tiger teeth clenched. WH. What gift? You don't need a gift. Go ahead and sue. Jiang Hao said without a trace of anger. I want a gift. Shu Weiwei's fierce face diminished by a few points. Jiang Hao glared at her and pointed to the bag. There's a crystal octave box inside. Sister Kuxin picked it out for you. Shu Weiwei squatted down and quickly pulled out an exquisite octave box from the bag. The octave box, inlaid with several bright rhinestones, once opened, the melodious music flowed out. Shu Weiwei froze for a moment, then her eyes lit up all of a sudden, and the ferocity from just now instantly disappeared, replaced by a face of surprise. She stood up and played with the octave lovingly. Kagome-san is so nice. I've dreamed of an octave for so long. Jiang Hao bristled. What? I'm not treating you well? I brought you a gift too. The young girl looked up again at the words. What gift? The new version of the 3-year simulation and 5-year midterm. Shu Weiwei immediately exploded upon hearing this, biting her little tiger teeth and turning around to run to the 6th floor. I'm going to call Auntie now. And Uncle. Say you bullied me. Gotcha. Lied to you. Bought you a Barbie doll, not a workbook. Jiang Hao hurriedly pulled the young girl. Really? You're young. Why are you so cute? Humph. When Shu Weiwei heard this, she turned around with a grumpy face. The octave box is something that Sister Kursen searched for a long time to get for you. You have to treasure it. Jiang Hao glared at the young girl again. The two gifts were not bought in the city center, but after Li Kursen got off work, the two of them bought them in the pedestrian street. Where is Sister Kuxin? Shu Weiwei asked. Of course I went home. People have to go somewhere else part-time in addition to teaching you every day. It's exhausting. Who has time to be with you every day? Then why is she taking time out for you? Shu Weiwei clenched her little tiger teeth again. Because your brother is handsome. Bah, shame on you. Shu Weiwei poo-pooed. Tomorrow I want Sister Kuxin to accompany me. You're in AF * King hurry. Sister is very tired. She's been accompanying the two of us out all week. Do you still want to rest? Jiang Hao gave her a blank look. Next week then. Your class spring break. Next week then. We're going to take the second model. Next week then. Depends. You. After dinner in the evening, Jiang Hao beautifully sent a message to Li Kursen. Good evening. As per usual, teenage girls basically reply in seconds or within a minute or two. But today, 10 minutes passed without the young girl replying to the message. Jiang Hao looked at the QQ contact who had noted his wife and faintly felt a hint of strangeness. This bean, what is he doing? Jiang Hao opened the book, propped up his chin and flipped through it aimlessly. He didn't want to review. He wanted to chat with Li Kursen. Still want to see Geo. Until 20 minutes had passed and the young girl still hadn't sent a message. This caused Jiang Hao to slightly skim his lips. What for? What for? If you have a mother-in-law, you'll forget about your husband, won't you? He sighed slightly before grabbing that Coke bottle and heading to the living room to get a full glass of water. Back in the room again, the young girl still hadn't replied. Somewhat helplessly, he carried his cup to the window and sat down on his butt on the sill, looking out at the color of the coat. The Coke cups hadn't been washed, and the plain water you drank in had a faint drink flavor. For some reason, looking at the dimly lit neighborhood below, Jiang Hao always felt quiet and a little panicky. The desire to study was all gone, and his eyes flicked in the direction of his cell phone every now and then, expecting a reply from the young girl. Have I become so dependent on her that I can't live without her? It's hard to be apart for a while. Jiang Hao sighed, looking at the moonlight, inexplicably despondent. About 5 more minutes passed. The cell phone suddenly dripped and rang with a QQ message tone. Jiang Hao, inwardly delighted, turned around and ran to the desk. However, the person who came was not Li Kursen, but Lu Wei. He was a bit speechless, not really in the mood to talk to this bee about anything right now, and had wanted to turn off the screen, but suddenly the guy was messaging non-stop, making his phone vibrate. How? I seem to have become. How? She promised me to go out for dinner. Ho, can you lend me some money? When the commission is paid out, deducted in there. This is about my life. Make sure you help me. Jiang Hao was a bit speechless when he saw these messages. Su wrote he has not understood it. Real green tea, fake green tea, do not know. But look at Lu Wei, this kid's excitement. Always feel as if on the set. With a soft sigh, he replied, just 300. Since this kid wants to try, just let him be. Is not green tea, have to experience to know. But when not licking dog, have to see their own choice. By 10 o'clock in the evening, Lee Kerson still hadn't replied to the message, and Jiang Hao's brows had furrowed. For the positivity that the young girl had generated with himself, he never doubted it. During this time Lee Kerson was responsive to inquiries and never failed to return messages for as long as today. Even what she normally does and can't reply to the message later, she will tell you in advance and won't let the other person worry more. Could it be that the little simpleton is angry after kissing her today? Jiang Hao thought, but it shouldn't be. It's only right that he doesn't dare to be angry with me. Could it be that something happened over there at home? Chapter 77. Jiang Hao felt more and more out of place. He snapped off his cell phone screen, put it in his pocket, put on his jacket on the bed, and was ready to go to Lee Kerson's house to take a look. I've always felt a little uneasy today. Ding! Just as he was about to open the door to his room and go out, his cell phone suddenly rang with a message tone. It's QQ Special Concerns. He hastily stopped his hand movements, took out his cell phone, and read up the message, and saw, the young girl just returned 3 short words. Late, good night. Jiang Hao froze for a moment and hurriedly asked, what took you so long to get back to me tonight? What are you doing at home? Then 5 minutes passed with no reply. Jiang Hao frowned. Is it angry? He asked this, feeling that a young girl would never leave herself out like this for no reason. There must be a reason. It took about another 5 minutes before Li Kuxin replied. No, helping my mother-in-law. I'm going to bed. Good night. Jiang Hao looked at the cell phone screen and fell silent. It's reasonable to respond, but it always felt unreasonable for Li to respond like that. Today she was like this, as if she was somewhat deliberately distancing herself. Before, this being reported everywhere, he went and told himself everything he did, and suddenly this evening there was a drastic change. Eventually, though, he stopped himself from what he was about to inquire about next and replied instead. Homeschool tomorrow. Remember not to be late. There was always a feeling that something wasn't right, a feeling that little Bean wasn't in good shape, but the idiot won't talk, and it's not a good time to pursue it in the middle of the night. It's hard to do. In that case, we'll just have to talk to this cutie tomorrow when we come over for homeschool. Verify it. After the message was sent, Lee Kerson didn't reply again, and Jiang Hao sighed, tossing his phone aside. After the jacket was taken off, he lay on the bed in a big shape, his eyes looking at the ceiling, and muttered, could it be that sending Bean home every day was known by the old lady, and then making Li Kuxin keep her distance from herself? The next day, Lee Kerson arrived at Jiang Hao's house early in the morning, because she had to prepare her lesson plans and adjust her mindset. Lee Kerson always came to Jiang Hao's house 10 minutes earlier. Jiang Hao hadn't slept well all night, his eyes still had a hint of dark circles, and after his old mother went out to work, he sat sullenly in the living room, and as soon as he heard the doorbell ringing, he rushed straight to the door. Opening the door, Jiang Hao beamed with joy and asked, here you are, have you had breakfast yet? However, with a smile and a slight blush on his face, why didn't you come in a dress? Lee Kerson was standing outside the door at the moment, her hair not combed out and draped over her shoulders, but tied up in a ponytail like in school, and wearing the short sleeves of the shirt that had been washed white before. The young girl buried her head and hesitated for a moment before saying, washed? Jiang Hao's eyes looked at the young girl, feeling a hint of strangeness, but still asked, it wasn't put in the washing machine, was it? It's easy to break that way. The young girl pursed her lips and didn't answer, but nodded softly before hurrying into the living room. She was about to go straight into the tutor's room when she suddenly said softly from the living room, I'm done for the week, I won't be coming. When these words came out, like a bolt from the blue, Jiang Hao was first stunned when he heard it, feeling like he had heard it wrong. What did you say? The young girl buried her head, her small hands tangled together, and repeated, I'm coming next week, won't be coming. At this moment, Jiang Hao heard it 100% clearly. His face suddenly turned cold, his brows knitted. Why so sudden? What's going on? You didn't seem right last night. This is just so strange. Yesterday they were intimate shopping at the mall. Their relationship should be heating up quickly. How come the next day they start wanting to distance themselves from each other? I don't want to come. In fact, Lee Kerson was terrified, having to endure her own panic as well as face Jiang Hao's disbelief. She's very sad and doesn't want to leave Jiang Hao with the intention of leaving him, but being with him a lot will bring him trouble. That Shin Sakura guy, he's abominable. If she saw Jiang Hao with herself again, she would really lead people to bully Jiang Hao. She didn't want Jiang Hao to be bullied. Growing up, everyone who was close to them would leave them. However, at this moment, Lee Kerson was surprisingly resilient, and although her eyes were red, she forced herself not to let her tears fall. Jiang Hao's face was serious, still feeling that something was wrong. He looked at the young girl and asked, "Did something happen that you can't tell me about?" No. Li Xin shook her head. "It's fine, how do you have to be like this all of a sudden? Didn't you agree to tutor until the end of your college entrance exam?" Jiang Hao was a bit angry, blaring at the young girl with a heavy tone. "It's just that, Granny is old. It's inconvenient to do things," Li Xin murmured in complaint, flooded with tears, and finally made this excuse. "What?" Jiang Hao was informed and froze for a moment. His face relieved a bit, but it was still serious and his eyes were compelling. Li Kershin didn't continue talking to Jiang Hao anymore and directly walked into the room where she was going to tutor Chu Weiwei. To avoid him, Jiang Hao knew that Li Kershin had never lied before, but it still felt a little strange for her to explain like this today. He came to the door of the room and watched the young girl in silence. Thinking hard, Li Kershin took out her materials, took out her notes, and made preparations. As she took it, though, she began searching deeper into her bag, as if she had forgotten something. Seeing this, Jiang Hao walked over to the desk, took down a box of pens from the high shelf, and put them in front of the girl. Li Xian froze and turned her head to look at Jiang Hao before burying her head. "Thank you." Jiang Hao didn't say anything. His face was cold and his mind was still thinking. The old lady remembered passing away in her sophomore year, so she needed care. Could it be that a medical condition had been detected? And, from memory, it seems like her condition is chronic and needs to be treated for a long time. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but look down at Li Kershin, but a moment later, his eyes froze and his pupils contracted. Because, on Li Xian's face, there was some redness around it, and it was slightly green in the center. Because the marks had been so light, it wasn't very easy to see them if you didn't look closely. Jiang Hao's first reaction was, "Is this too stupid to walk and hit where?" At this time, Li Xian saw Jiang Hao looking at himself, and subconsciously turned his head to the side. Why are you looking at me? Get out. Go out. I'm going to get ready for Weiwei's lesson." This action caused Jiang Hao's face to change, associating it with today's events. Suddenly, he seemed to have realized what the problem was. If she hadn't been hit, would that old lady have hit Li Xian? Obviously it can't be. Just about to open his mouth to inquire. At this time the hall door was opened with a pop. Chu Weiwei broke in from outside. "Ha, sis, I'm coming." This guy ran in with gusto, an octave box in his hand, and hugged Li Kershin in a flash. "The gift you gave me, I love it so much." Li Kershin nearly fell over from the impact, and she panicked for a moment before breaking into a smile and patting the girl on the back. "Cousin, you guys are leaning so close to your sister again. Are you trying to bully her?" After Chu Weiwei let go of Li Kershin, she turned to Jiang Hao and asked so heatedly, "Bullying?" Jiang Hao's eyes stared when he heard these words. Chapter 78, No one bullies me. Jiang Hao didn't bully me. Weiwei, sit down. It's time to start studying. Li Xian pulled Chu Weiwei. She had wanted to tell Chu Weiwei about coming to tutor on her last day, but looking at the lively young girl, she couldn't say anything at once. In that case, it's better to let Jiang Hao talk to her after leaving. Chu Weiwei snorted coldly, glared at Jiang Hao, and turned back to get mushy with Li Kershin. Jiang Hao was silent when he saw this, and he stepped out of the room at this moment, closing the door. After walking to the living room, his eyes coalesced, revealing a hint of hostility, and his entire person was like a wolf, revealing a ferocious light. The marks on Li Xian's face looked like she had been beaten. He pushed down the anger inside him and paced back and forth in the living room, his fists clenching and unclenching, unclenching and clenching, his knuckles white from the effort. Li Kershin's slightly red and slightly green cheeks and her evasive eyes kept surfacing in her mind. He knew that the morale of that small lane was actually not very good. The compartment neighbors were very distant, and sometimes when he sent Li Kershin home, he could detect strange gazes. Moreover, that place is near the old factory street, and there are all kinds of people in the neighborhood, mixed with fish and dragons. The young girl seems to have been bullied. Which damn? Jiang Hao grunted in a low voice, his voice dripping with unprecedented viciousness. It was not good for him to force himself to ask the young girl the reason now. She did not want to say. Perhaps there was something compelling. Immediately, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to a few of his little brothers. After Li Xian taught Chu Weiwei well, she let her go home first, and the young girl was currently in her room packing her things and preparing to go back as well. What's going on in the little alcove? Lately? Jiang Hao stood by the door and asked. Li Xian froze, then pursed her lips and buried her head, shaking her head. No one bullied you, right? Jiang Hao's eyes stared. No. Li Xian's breathing accelerated, her chest heaving, her two small hands gripping her thighs. Really? Jiang Hao reconfirmed. Li Xian nodded. Then I'll take you back. When Li Xian heard this, she suddenly looked like a frightened rabbit, and hastily waved her hand. Today. No need today. Why? Jiang Hao looked closely at the young girl. I'm going to go straight to work at the cake store. Li Kuxin gripped her small hand hard. Boss Hua Hua is paying me $100. I want to work 2 more hours. Jiang Hao nodded. Then I'll send you back after the cake store gets off work. No need. Today, Boss Flower said. Drive me back. Jiang Hao took a deep breath and slightly closed his eyes. Li Kuxin, I hope you won't lie to me. No. The young girl's eyes were averted and she had lied so much that her tone had become a little unnatural. Liar. These subtle expressions and movements were still noticed by Jiang Hao, and at this moment, he became more and more determined that the young girl was being bullied. Not long after Li Kursin left, 7 or 8 young men Jiang Hao's age gathered at the park below the neighborhood. The scene was outrageous, with a number of young guys gathered together. Most of them dyed yellow. All of a sudden, all the old people and children in the small park ran away, fearing that they would mobilize and cause trouble. How? You're in such a hurry to get us here. What's the matter? Lu Wei was among the crowd and took the lead in asking. Jiang Hao sat on the gym equipment, his face grim. Li Kuxin. They were quickly told what had happened yesterday and today. Damn. Which dog is so bold as to make a move on sister-in-law? A yellow hair said menacingly. Let's go find him and warp him. Warp my ass. Jiang Hao glared at him fiercely. I asked you guys to come here so that you can send a few people to squat over the small alleyway every day, and show me exactly who dares to hit people in a society where the rule of law prevails. At these words, a few of the minions froze for a moment. No fighting? Didn't you hear what I said? A society of law and order. What's the point of fighting? Jiang Hao coldly rebuked. A few of the yellow hairs have started to look at each other. Squat to scout the situation. And just by the way, give me good protection for that little cutie. Jiang Hao's fists clenched, his eyes cold and terrifying as he said, just come back and tell me when you find out who it is. He'll do it himself. Okay, got it. You guys go around her, don't let her see you, and just observe directly from the little alcove. Jiang Hao finally added. Understood. Monday, when Li Kursin and Jiang Hao got along, Bean obviously deliberately drew some distance from him, although he also brought Jiang Hao breakfast and tutored him. His tone and behavior had created a sense of distance. Jiang Hao did not move. As usual, classes, life, but privately, he arranged for his brothers in the small alleyway of the stakeout did not slacken for a moment. 2 or 3 days in a row did not find abnormal. Is Jiang Hao some anxiety? Responsible for the stakeout of Lu Wei called Brother Hao. This evening there is a group of gangsters surrounded sister-in-law, the age of about the same age as us, led by a girl. Sister-in-law seems to be very afraid of them, but they said a few words to her sister-in-law and then left, and did not do anything else, so we did not go out. Jiang Hao's eyes flinched. What does the lead female look like? Didn't see too well, but it felt thievingly ugly, with thick eyebrows and red lips like a monkey's butt. Jiang Hao nodded silently. His eyes were fierce as if he could eat people. Same age. Looks like he's a gangster inside the school. Keep staring, and remember to keep her safe. Jiang Hao concluded. Understood. Li Kursin, do you believe that I can beat 5 by myself? The next day's evening study, Jiang Hao looked out the window out of his mind and said this. Li Kursin, who was seated next to him, froze for a moment and turned her head to look at Jiang Hao, a little worried. Are you going to fight again? Not fighting now. Jiang Hao shook his head and said meaningfully, but I don't know when it will hit. Li Kuxin was instantly anxious and shook her head repeatedly. No fighting. Jiang Hao turned back. Li Kuxin, in these 3 years, I've never lost a fight. Li Kuxin was stunned, but still shook her head, her small hand grasping onto Jiang Hao's small arm. No fighting. It will hurt. It hurts. Are you worried about me? Li Kuxin nodded her head and said seriously. Well, so don't fight, okay? Let's ignore those people. Jiang Hao smiled. Which people? Li Kuxin was confused by this answer, but she blinked her eyes and said softly, I don't know. You, who are you going to fight? Bullies. With these words, Li Kuxin was completely stunned in her seat. She looked at Jiang Hao dumbfounded, her small mouth opened, but she couldn't say anything. Finally, pursing her lips, she buried her little head. No one bullied me. Chapter 79, Eating Gold. Jiang Hao looked at the young girl in this state, really feeling helpless and heartbroken. She guessed that she simply didn't want to involve herself in this. According to Lu Wei's surveillance of them, in fact, those punks are not bullying her every day. Do not understand what this means to keep a distance from himself, otherwise send her home. If he runs into those people, he will not even let them have a chance to get out of that small alley. Thinking about it, Jiang Hao again suddenly felt very heartbroken. This bean lives with the old lady and has a bad family environment, so when he is bullied he can only tolerate it with resignation and cannot put up resistance. It's hard to imagine how this bean has gotten by since before high school. There was still too little care and attention paid to her before. always trying to amuse her and completely missing the deepest problem. Liku Xin. If you tell me, I will help you with all your troubles. Jiang Hao looked at Li Kurson seriously and said, everything. He didn't lie. From the moment he was reborn and saw Li Kurson again, this girl was the center around which he revolved the most, and anything that was detrimental to her had to be cut off through and through. The young girl froze for a moment, her eyes changing slightly, a hint of tears faintly glowing, but after that, she withdrew her hand, her voice with a hint of trembling. There really isn't. Li Kurson still didn't tell the truth. She really didn't want Jiang Hao to get into this kind of trouble. It was too dangerous, and in case he really got into a fight, and the homeroom teacher knew about it, he would be warned by the school again, and then he wouldn't be able to graduate. It can't affect him. Jiang Hao looked at the young girl who was still unwilling to tell the truth. His heart was helpless and angry. He was also a bit angry. Liku Xin. If you lie to me and I find out, I'll directly. The young girl sniffed. Not only did she not answer, but instead buried her head deeper, guilt and fear spreading together in her heart. Jiang Hao looked at the young girl's aggrieved appearance. The heart also a burst of difficult, finally opened his mouth. Thought for half a day also do not know what to say harsh words. Can only turn back a sentence? Added, directly kissed you to death. In the end, Jiang Hao still didn't open his mouth to ask for more. The young girl had a soft nature and was often bullied. He needed to personally bring her out of these shadows. A lot of things cannot be rushed. Problems have to start at the source, and you have to understand what started it all in the first place. So this time, if someone dares to seek death, take them and go along to change Li Kurson little by little. Weekend. Jiang Hao was reviewing at home, and when he looked at the warm heart's payoff of 330,000 for the month, he felt a surge of satisfaction inside. According to the previous agreement, he has 30% of this money, which is $100,000. In fact, it took about a month of starting out for the brothers to really get comfortable with the job. The next period will surely surpass the values of the first month. Lu Wei and the others split it 7 ways, just 7 people, and each person can get about 30,000 as well. Jiang Hao estimated that in that case, they could earn 30,000 a month following him, which was a lot of income. Normally, he is the leader in grafting channels and communicating with merchants, and taking 50% is not excessive. But then, with the idea of practicing with traffic and making money together, he wanted to pull a few of his buddies on board and give them some knowledge of money. In this way, if they follow them in the future, they will be able to adapt more quickly, and if they don't follow them, it will also be a way to put an end to a few years of friendship, and improve their cognition, so that it won't be so hard for them to make money in the new era. Suzu. I was just about to go out to the bank to withdraw cash when my cell phone rang. It was actually Lu Wei who called. Hey, ho, any new news from Li Kurson's side? Jiang Hao instantly asked subconsciously. No. Lu Wei's tone seemed a bit embarrassed. Sister-in-law should be safe now, but I'm a bit insecure. What did you do? Getting blocked for causing trouble? Jiang Hao asked with an expressionless face. Lu Wei alone with himself to say such words, or relatively rare. If the ability to fight, he is also one of the best. Not a few people simply cannot pull. However, Lu Wei's next words made Jiang Hao freeze. No, I wasn't fighting. It's just, Lu Wei suddenly became embarrassed. I was out treating myself to dinner, but seeing the menu was a bit scary, so I ran to the restroom to call you. Jiang Hao was a bit speechless. It turned out to be a matter of money. Counting what kind of insecurity? Didn't I borrow you 300 before? Lu Wei was a bit embarrassed. Not quite enough. Jiang Hao shook his head slightly. How much? Lu Wei paused and hemmed and hawed. 1,000. How much? Jiang Hao was a bit surprised, and immediately slapped his hand on the table. UING 8 gold. $1,000 for a meal. Actually $1,000 for a meal isn't very super, but Lu Wei is different. He's just a high school student who doesn't know now, and even though he's already 18, he's still relying on his mom and dad to support him, and hasn't earned a dime. Spending $1,000 on a meal. Uncle Lu will hang him if he finds out. Good ones don't learn. They learn from others' extravagance. Brother Hao. I didn't know this hanging steak was so expensive. Lu Wei's voice got smaller and smaller, knowing that he had done wrong, but there was no choice. It was probably only Jiang Hao who had the money to lend him. In fact, a few of the brothers have pockets cleaner than their faces, so I guess they'll have to crowdfund a pack of chili fries. Jiang Hao suddenly thought of something and questioned. Did you eat with the girls? Lu Wei froze for a moment, then hummed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao understood that it should be the BFF of that schoolgirl or whatever. Ho, do you want to come and eat together? Lu Wei suddenly asked. Jiang Hao snorted coldly. What am I going to do? Watch you be a licking dog? The word licking dog is not popular now. Lu Wei still did not fully understand what Jiang Hao was saying, and took it all as if the other party was angry with himself for 2 sentences. No, I was feeling a little nervous about being alone and thought you'd come and help me liven things up. Lu Wei added, and Su-ro also brought someone with her. It's Yi Charan, the schoolgirl you used to like. Jiang Hao sniffed surprised. Su-ro this be with the boys out to eat expensive even if, but also TM dragged home is it? That's probably Sea King green tea without a doubt. And her own upstanding Trinity almost re-recognized her as a good and understanding woman. Seeing that Jiang Hao didn't say anything for a while, Lu Wei pleaded, Brother Hao, please, the money will be deducted from the commission. I feel that Su-ro is a good girl. I don't want to let her down. Nima's, a good girl eating you $1,000 for a meal? Jiang Hao didn't hold back and spat at him. Finally, he sighed helplessly again. After all, he couldn't just leave Lu Wei alone. Forget it, tell me the place. I'll go and take a look. Take a cab to the place. After Jiang Hao stepped into the steakhouse that had a lot of publicity, his eyes swept over the interior of the store. The decor is all over the place, and the so-called vintage style is just a hodgepodge of futility. It's so flashy, it's a real turnoff. The store is located in the heart of the art district, but I had never heard of it before. I'm sure the flavor is hard to beat. It's obvious that it's a poor quality store that spends all its effort on marketing, and it's not likely that many people will come just to take pictures and post them. Jiang Hao followed the seat number sent by Lu Wei to look for. Around the screen to see Lu Wei and a girl wearing glasses sitting opposite each other. The seat is narrow and hard. Sitting on it choked with panic, Jiang Hao is full of helplessness. Secretly decided that in the future will never set foot in this kind of store. How? Seeing Jiang Hao come, Lu Wei was so moved that he almost wanted to kneel down for him. Jiang Hao nodded his head and looked up at the two girls on the opposite side of the room. It was easy to tell who was Su-ro on the opposite side, because the uglier looking one definitely is. When Jiang Hao's eyes looked at him, the girl with the glasses immediately flashed him a smile. It's a bit forced though. Jiang Hao was expressionless and just nodded to her before sitting down on his seat with his butt. Next to the eye girl is Yi Charan. It is indeed very good looking. Long hair over the shoulders, three-dimensional features, white skin with powder. Through the unique youthful luster of young girls. Almost. 6 Li Kurson. Chapter 80 Sister-in-law in danger. This is my good brother, Jiang Hao. He's from class 4, the one who improved by over 100 points in the first model. Lu Wei introduced to the two girls. Jiang Hao did not say much, quietly sitting next to Lu Wei, opposite the girl for the first time to eat with the boys, ordered $1,000 of food. What ingredients he had in mind. At the moment, Su-ro didn't pay much attention to Lu Wei as she listened to him introduce Jiang Hao and just lowered her head to eat her steak. On the contrary, it was Yi Charan, who heard that the boy across the street had improved by more than 100 points, but raised his eyes and glanced at him. To be honest, this Jiang Hao is also a school celebrity just like her, but she is famous for her good looks and Jiang Hao is famous for causing trouble. But it is such a person, in the first model of such a large exam improved more than 100 points, is really a bit incredible. Jiang Hao also noticed this woman. She was different from Su-ro. There was only a plate of vegetable salad on her plate, and the steak that had just been served next to her didn't move. Only when Lu Wei finished, Su-ro raised her head slightly and said with feigned surprise, Wow, classmate, how did you progress to more than 500 points? You usually put in a lot of effort, right? Jiang Hao said indifferently. The student learned well thanks to the teacher's good teaching. On the surface, Jiang Hao was modest, but in reality, he was sincere. But this teacher referred more to Li Kuxin. Jiang Hao opposite Yi Charan is listening to feel interesting. In fact, she has also seen Jiang Hao this person to cause trouble. Did not expect that now actually can say such a word. Su-ro didn't feel anything. Instead, she even smiled and deliberately asked, Then will you still be able to improve more than 100 points next time? Although Jiang Hao didn't have much of a reaction, he was well aware of the kind of scorn in this woman's words. To put it bluntly, it's just an occasional improvement. What's so great about it? Can you improve that much next time? The corners of Jiang Hao's mouth unconsciously rose inwardly, but the surface didn't move as he faintly said, Of course, this is really not a joke. Jiang Hao this period of time is simply taking life hard study. Is 2 and Li Kurson on the same school, and then 100 points may be a little bit hanging, but the big difference is not bad. He is still confident. The three people in the field froze at this answer. No one expected Jiang Hao to answer like this. Progressing from the 400s to the 500s is high potential, and studying hard can lead to a successful climb. But more than 500 points to 600 points, this is a watershed. The difference between middle and high students can go to 600 points. None of them do not need talent. Oh, then you are really awesome. Su-ro couldn't refute anything, but inwardly, she felt that the other party was a stupid bee who loved to brag about being awesome. People who have made a fluke improvement of 100 points or so are shameless enough to think that they can really become a high achiever in a single leap. Then where do you volunteer to take the exam? Eventually, the school flower Yi Charan spoke up, and with a slight smile, as if she wasn't in denial about Jiang Hao's words, Jiang Hao looked at her. He didn't have much of an impression of this person anymore. Once he said that he liked her, but after all, it was a joke. The real pursuit of the schoolgirls started in college. It should be an institution up or down from Hua 5. Jiang Hao said this, pondering where exactly Li Kerson wanted to take the exam, but she hadn't made it absolutely clear yet. This sentence, to swallow meat Su Ro almost choked to death. Hua 5 up and down the institution? Hua Wu is Tsinghua and Peking University at the top, and top 985 at the bottom. A delinquent like Jiang Hao who usually likes to get into trouble and fights wants to get into that kind of college? Awesome blows to the sky. Although Yi Charan was surprised, she still nodded her head silently. She didn't expect Jiang Hao's goal to be so far-reaching, and her own total score was only 600 up and down. She couldn't even get into a top institution like that. You have high ambitions. But cheers. Yi Chulan revealed a sincere smile. She was not averse to Jiang Hao. Not only was he quite handsome, but he had a confident aura about him. That's all too rare in high school. And now there's a sea change. Serious study and no trouble. Really, it's fun. The four of them then officially started eating. Jiang Hao and Yi Charan didn't eat much. Only Su Ro was wolfing down her food. Lu Wei, on the other hand, was pretending to be a gentleman, trying to restrain himself from eating less and make his eating more elegant. Is this your first time eating steak? Seeing Lu Wei actually take a knife and fork and stick it directly into the steak to nibble, Su Ro asked with a smile. No, had it many times. Lu Wei, this naive batch, actually shook his head and said no in order to act like a bully, but in reality, his behavior had already betrayed him. Su Ro sniffed and smiled conspiratorially as well. Then you are really good at eating steak. Jiang Hao naturally also sensed the woman's intention to taunt Lu Wei. At that moment, he directly picked up a fork, also inserted a piece of steak, directly on the bite. Chewing said, of course, take a knife and fork to eat, how troublesome. A big mouth to eat meat is not more fragrant. Because there was an outsider Yi Charan here. Jiang Hao didn't want Lu Wei to be embarrassed and lose face alone, and also enjoined him in eating so pompously. Seeing this, Su Ro inwardly snorted coldly and cursed a bumpkin, then continued to elegantly pick up a knife and fork to assist, swallowing up the steak. It's like a ing rice planting. Follow-up chat. Lu Wei faced two girls stuttering, always stuck. Jiang Hao was always on the side to help this be round. Eventually, when the waiter came to pay the bill, Lu Wei had a little presence. The lady in overalls came to the four of them and asked with a smile, "Four of you, you spent a total of $1,207. May I ask who's going to pay?" "I'll do it." Lu Wei was of course the first to take the brunt. In order to try and show himself, Jiang Hao had just quietly slipped him the money under the table, so he had the courage to shout. That Su Ro, on the other hand, didn't have the slightest intention of paying, didn't even look at the waiter, wiping her mouth and playing with her cell phone. Jiang Hao sneered, and said that this more than 1,000 will be fed to the dog, but next time, if he can still get Lu Wei to spend one more minute for her, he will not be surnamed Jiang. However, just as Lu Wei was about to pull out money, Yi Charan, who had only eaten a plate of fruit salad, directly stood up and pulled out a dozen $100 bills from his own bag to give to the waiter and smiled. "I'll give it." This scene left both Lu Wei and Su Ro in a state of shock. Su Ro, who was buried in her cell phone, was anxious all of a sudden, pulling Yi Charan's hand. "Charan, what money are you giving? It's Lu Wei who invited us to dinner." Lu Wei was also confused, already ready to endure the pain. Did not expect the schoolgirl to do something so unbelievable. "Yes, I'll pay for it." Jiang Hao was naturally surprised. Yi Charan was really not dragging her feet, not making a show of it, and directly shelled out the money, and she was genuinely paying for it. Moreover, this classmate seemed to be quite rich, giving out more than $1,000 without blinking an eyebrow. "It's okay, we're all classmates. It's the same whoever invites us." Jiang Hao. Lu Wei, nice to meet you, Yi Charan said with a smile, then he signaled the waiter to collect the money. The other party also quickly responded and replied with a smile. "Okay, charge you 1,300 yuan, find you 93 yuan, later I will send the change, please wait." Chu ran. Watching the waiter leave made Su Ro very suspicious and depressed. She couldn't help but look at Jiang Hao and Lu Wei's eyes changed with hostility, as if TM was the one who paid for it. Lu Wei froze and wanted to say something, but was pressed by Jiang Hao's thighs, then laughed. "Thank you so much, student Yi. In the future when you are free, we will treat you to dinner individually in the future." "You're welcome." "Charan, what are you doing?" Su Ro's grudging eyes also looked at Yi Charan. She really didn't understand why she had to pay. It was clear that there were wrongdoers here. All classmates. Yi Charan just smiled and didn't pay much attention to Su Ro. "The steak is really delicious." Seeing this, Jiang Hao added another sentence, again deliberately speaking to Su Ro. This made Su Ro a little furious and helpless, so she could only glare at Jiang Hao, then skimmed her head to not meet the two dead men in the eyes. It's annoying to watch. When Lu Wei saw how bulgy Charon was, he also began to thank her profusely. Drip. Just as the two of them chatted for another minute, Jiang Hao's cell phone rang. Excuse me, I have to take this. He gestured to a few people before tapping the answer button. Hello, who is it? Just after this sentence was opened, an urgent voice came from the opposite side. Brother Hao, it's not good. Fatty and I were sitting at the convenience store at the entrance of the lane to buy chili fries to eat, so we quietly heard those punks from a few days ago saying that when sister-in-law comes back, we'll block her to teach her a lesson, and get some money for it on the way. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Hao's body's chi and blood churned. Instantly his anger rose to the sky, furious and incomparable, dabbing his feet. What the hell did you say? It's true, it's almost 4 o'clock. When did sister-in-law get home? The tone on the other end of the phone was a bit anxious. Brother Hao, let's just wait here. There are only 5 of them. The 2 of us shouldn't be at a disadvantage in a fight with them. You guys beat the out of each other. No ing hands. Just wait, I'm coming over there right now. Jiang Hao directly hung up his cell phone and told Lu Wei to stay on, then whooshed out of the steakhouse and killed in the direction of the small alley. Chapter 81, 1,000 pounds. Look at Chu Ran. This guy must have gone to fight again. Really unrepentant. Inside the steakhouse, Su Ro hugged her chest and said, just now Jiang Hao's expression was ferocious and hideous. It looked like he had gone to cause trouble again. Yi Charan was also quite curious when he saw that Jiang Hao had just suddenly rushed out, and could just feel the fierce light and hostility in his eyes. However, she didn't comment much and asked Lu Wei, fellow student Lu, did something happen? She had a feeling that Jiang Hao and Lu Wei themselves were always playing together, and now that things were happening they weren't going out together. As for Lu Wei staying here, in fact, Jiang Hao's side of the manpower is enough. The district of 5 people, he can handle it alone, not to mention the fat man and the thin man there. So Lu Wei was just about to open his mouth to tell the truth, when he thought that this matter about Li Xin, feeling that it is not good to spread, easy to produce adverse effects. Finally, when the words came out of his mouth, he turned a corner and smiled. It's a bit personal. He has to go and run the show. Oh, presiding over the big picture. Said a good thing, not just to go to fight. Lu Wei, I suggest you still less play with him. You turn back to the shore is not too late. Su Ro said smugly, feeling that Jiang Hao this kind of male is too pretentious, and cannot control some hatred, but Lu Wei this kind of coaxing can spend money for themselves. However, when Lu Wei heard this, he frowned slightly. Jiang Hao was still in a very high position in his heart. Not only was he a hairdresser, but he had always brought him to play, and had helped him a lot since he was a child. Besides, they've been bringing in their own money lately, quite a bit of it, and should be paid in less than 2 days, and their bond is not to be questioned. Suddenly, his favorability towards Su Ro inexplicably dropped a bit, and in a rare occurrence, he did not take care of Su Ro, choosing to ignore the words and silently drink something. Yi Charan found it interesting, and always felt that people like Jiang Hao were fun. He has a mixed-up air about him and doesn't want to give face to anyone who doesn't want to give face. The fights were fierce, and before that he made a big fuss when he fought from the gates of the 4th form to the gates of the 2nd form next door. More polite than expected, though. Just bought him dinner and actually said thank you. Despite his bratty appearance, he's actually quite easy to get along with. Li Kurson, who had gotten off work from her part-time job at the cake store, looked at the $100 bill in her hand and smiled as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. This was the fruit of her labor for the day. Starting today, she didn't go to Jiang Hao's house to tutor. I don't know if Jiang Hao told Chu Weiwei the news of his departure. It was sad, but there was no way around it, and now he had to keep his distance from Jiang Hao. However, as long as they waited until they went to college and they could attend the same school as Jiang Hao, everything would be fine then. Shun Sakura wouldn't be able to see herself then, and she wouldn't be able to find trouble with Jiang Hao. In the meantime, I'll have to save up more money to underwrite Jiang Hao after I get to college. He definitely has a lot of wants. I'll have to work a little harder. Li Kurson clenched her small fists and gave herself a breath of relief. Then, after carefully placing the money back into the small satchel, she walked in the direction of her home with peace of mind. Going back through the market, the teenage girl also bought some vegetables. Evening preparation: ton ribs for the mother-in-law to eat. Carrying the vegetable maiden, she walked a long way before entering a rather shady alleyway. The little alcove was just ahead, and at the moment the buildings and houses on either side blocked most of the outside sun, making it a bit chilly and cold. Stew soup with my mother-in-law tonight. She's not well, she needs to get some more nutrients. Li Kurson thought silently, a light smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. The pace of her feet going home accelerated, wanting to go home quickly to see her mother-in-law. However, just before reaching the front of the small alley, just when that corner position, several figures suddenly sprang out from both sides. Yo, Li Xin, you bought a lot of vegetables today. You made a lot of money. A teasing voice came, and 3 youths with studded ears appeared in the small alcove. Lee Kerson's heart tightened. One small hand subconsciously placed on her chest nervously, and her pace began to back up. Again. It's them again. These 3 teenagers. They were several of the ones who had followed Shincheri that day. However, it seems that Shincheri isn't here today. The young girl was too afraid of them, and every bully that had ever bullied her had burned a mark of terror into her heart. As soon as I see it, I can think of it. What are you guys doing? Lee Kuxian's voice even began to tremble slightly, burying her head and not daring to look at them. Nothing much, just looking to borrow some money from you. The corners of several people's mouths lifted slightly as they began to close in. I don't have any money. The young girl slowly backed away, pursing her lips shakily and subconsciously protecting her small satchel. It's all used up. Run out. That fast? The 2 men grinned wickedly. Then check it out for us. Soon, they stepped up and arrived in front of Lee Kuxian in a flash, and the 2 of them pressed down on the young girl's shoulders. The one in the middle snatched her satchel right out of her hand. The 2 taller boys were so strong that the young girl was basically unable to resist. And, as he struggled, the bag with the vegetables in his hand fell to the ground. No, don't. Give it back to me. Lee Kuxian looked at the bag being snatched away. Her eyes instantly turned red and limpid with tears, trying to resist and struggle. But she was too small to reach her satchel, even with her hand outstretched. And the man across from her put his hand straight up, way taller than her. Enduring the struggles and resistance of Lee Kuxian's small hands, the man opened the small satchel, and after a glance, he realized that there were $100 or $200 inside. Oh, Lee Kuxian, isn't there still $200 in there? Actually giving me lies. The man with the satchel had a wider grin on his lips, because it was more money than usual. No way. Give it back. Can't give it to you guys. Lee Kuxian's eyes reddened, wanting to snatch her small satchel back. The money was all to be saved up to support her mother-in-law and underwrite Jiang Hao. It couldn't be taken by them again. However, the young girl's struggle seemed so powerless in front of a tall man. In the end, the man was still annoyed by the disturbance. And when he saw Lee Kuxian scratching with her small hands, and her face was also scratched a few times, he was instantly annoyed. At that moment, he gritted his teeth, pushed the young girl away with one hand, raised the satchel to a higher position, and then with his other hand, he viciously built up his strength and swiped it towards Lee Kuxian's face. The man gritted his teeth, the veins in his forehead squeezing out hideously, so you can imagine how heavy the slap was. Phew, the force was strong, the palm chi was windy, and just in the nick of time, a silhouette whooshed up, and tackled Lee Kerson when the palm was a few centimeters away from her. The studded youth's hand was pressed down with deadly force, and the strong wind from the slap's forceful stop whistled at Lee Kuxian's face, causing her to be shocked and disoriented for a moment. Chapter 82, It's all paid off. Who? The studded youth on the opposite side froze, feeling that the man rushing up had a cold and terrifying aura. His face was like a cold pool, cold to the bone, without a trace of temperature. The original white face was like covered with a layer of frost at the moment, transmitting a cold aura that made people shudder. Although his face was calm, the anger in his eyes could still be felt, terribly pressing. What is more alarming is that this man's arm strength is frighteningly large. His own traveling palm was directly clasped by him, and now it is raw and painful, as if it was clamped in a vice, and it can't even be drawn back, and it seems that his wrist is about to be pinched and exploded. Jiang Hao, seeing the visitor, Lee Kerson raised her head incredulously, and the tears in her eyes couldn't be held back at once. In fact, she had been about to cry. The moment she perceived that she was going to be beaten, her heart contracted with great fear. Now, however, the expected sharp pain did not come, being blocked by Jiang Hao, and turning to see the boy, the aggravation in his heart instantly tumbled out. Ah, you, let go of me. The gangster in the middle's wrist was grabbed raw pain. Grimacing, grasping the satchel's hand shrunk down. The opposite side of this man's strength is too exaggerated. Like a vice. Boom! Without waiting for Lee Kerson to ask Jiang Hao why he was here, Jiang Hao directly raised his foot and kicked the studded youth out in one go. The force of the foot was domineering, kicking out right in the face, causing the still wailing studded man to fly directly backwards 2 or 3 meters away, the satchel in his hand falling to the ground in response. This studded youth fell to the ground with a wail. His leg kicked him in the small of the back, his eyes rolled out in pain, grimacing in agony. My stomach. Who the are you? Only then did the 2 studded youths beside him react violently, but they were shocked by Jiang Hao's dominance, gritting their teeth and glaring angrily, but they didn't dare to make a move. Your ancestors. A heckle came out, but it wasn't from Jiang Hao, it was from a big fat guy behind him who was filming with his cell phone. The skinny guy beside him also followed and cursed, MB. You 3 mother asterisk heirs. Robbing in broad daylight, and also robbing a helpless girl. There is no law of the land? believe it or not. We call the police? The two angry studded youths were instantly dumbfounded when they saw two more people come out of the alley, and they seemed to be in the same group as the man in front of them, the same three people. Although they were frowning tightly, they all didn't dare to speak, because the fat man who came along seemed to be recording the video. Looking at their aura and tone of voice, when they bullied Lee Kirsten just now, they should have recorded it in as well. Get the hell out of here, and if you ever bother her again, I'll kill you. The ferocious light in Jiang Hao's eyes exploded, and his tone surged through their ears like an electric current before circulating through their bodies, sending a wave of awe through their bodies. Too scary, a hostile aura on the man's face. The two studded youths subconsciously felt that Jiang Hao would really do it because he had just kicked Li Fei off with a single kick, and that guy was more than 130 pounds. Well, we remember you. Jiang Hao's aura was too domineering, and the two studded youths who hadn't been hit didn't dare to compete with Jiang Hao head-on, so they gave a harsh word and turned their heads to run. But running, he turned back and carefully said to Jiang Hao, let's take him away. The duo stammered, pulling up the wailing one on the ground while looking at Jiang Hao warily, afraid that if he got angry, he would suddenly rush up and give them a kick. A few people then bumbled off towards an alleyway entrance, but because they were dragging someone with them, they tripped and fell on the ground as they ran. The look was wretched. With the figure of those three people completely out of sight, Lee Kirsten's eyes were still gazing at Jiang Hao, and when she saw the boy's handsome side face, she couldn't stop her tears from falling. Jiang Hao slowly lowered his head, his face still a bit icy, and opened his mouth to ask, were they the ones who bullied you? Looking at Jiang Hao with a somewhat distant tone and angry emotions, Lee Kirsten's nose was sore and she felt aggrieved. I didn't want to tell him, but it's done and there's nothing to be done about it. Finally, she nodded, yes. As soon as the young girl opened her mouth tasted salty again, and her eyes connected in a line that didn't break, passing the corners of her mouth and dripping bit by bit onto the ground. Why didn't you tell me before? Jiang Hao still had a stern face. I don't want to cause trouble for you. Li Kuxian buried her head, her two small hands tangled together, her tears falling on the ground. It was really pitiful. Jiang Hao looked at the young girl's pitiful appearance, opened his mouth, and his words of reproach didn't end up coming out. Originally, he couldn't bear to see Lee Kirsten cry, and at this moment when he saw the scared and aggrieved look on her face, Jiang Hao's heart felt like it was being invisibly grabbed by a hand and suffocated for a while. In the end, you can't get angry even if you want to, he sighed. Still his heart softened, slowly bent down, half squatting and took out his big hands to help the girl wipe her tears. Li Kuxian, in fact, the more you are like this the more I am worried. Don't tell me anything, I can't help you even if I want to. If something happens to you, how am I going to? What about your mother-in-law? Hearing these words, Lee Kirsten's heart was so sour and guilty that she let out a wow of tears at once, and flung herself into Jiang Hao's arms, her two small hands hugging him tightly. Right, I'm sorry, I was so scared. Also, don't want anything to happen to you either. At this moment, Jiang Hao's heart touched along with the young girl's cries, and his face softened as he wrapped his arms around her, gently patting her back, and softly said, I myself am someone who likes to cause trouble, so how could I be afraid of trouble? Oh, Li Kuxian cried a lot. She had been very scared these past few days, not only worrying about being bullied by those people, but also worrying that Jiang Hao didn't understand, and that her mother-in-law couldn't tell, so she could only bear all of this quietly by herself. In the future, if there's anything, remember to tell me. Jiang Hao looked tender and placed one hand on Li Kuxian's small head. Li Kirsten pursed her lips and nodded earnestly in front of Jiang Hao, and then, Jiang Hao didn't speak anymore. Just one gently patted the young girl's back and stayed by her side, letting her cry out and release her emotions. The fat man and the thin man behind him looked touching as well, and unconsciously wiped the corners of their eyes. Usually the duo watched action blockbusters. How could they expect to watch a romance blockbuster today? In the end, they couldn't bear to disturb the duo, and the fat man waved his cell phone at Jiang Hao and signaled to him before leaving with the thin man. Gradually, with no bystanders around, Li Kuxian's sobbing voice became smaller and smaller. She hugged Jiang Hao's body and rubbed against his chest to dry her tears, then murmured softly, pay back. It's finished. Jiang Hao didn't understand and asked, what's paid off? Oh, the 3 things I owe you have all been paid back. Chapter 83 Grandma, this is a misunderstanding. Jiang Hao froze for a moment, helplessly let out a light laugh. Lee Kirsten, I came a long way to save you. You want to get rid of your relationship with me so quickly? No, it's not that. Lee Kirsten's little head was buried in Jiang Hao's body again, shaking her head and hugging him a little tighter. Do you remember what I said the other night at night practice? Jiang Hao raised the corners of his own mouth, revealing a smug smile. I said if you lie to me, I'll. Li Kuxian whooshed her head up, her small face with tear stains and a layer of red rhythms, and said in panic, "Now. Not now." Jiang Hao smiled and pinched her nose. "Didn't say now. I'll kiss later. Count it as you owe me. You can't run away anyway." "You." Lee Kerson's face was aggrieved. Her eyes carried a hint of sorrow. She had thought that she had just finished paying off her debt, but she didn't expect a new one. "Well, Just as Jiang Hao was about to pick up the fallen things, a voice came out from inside the small alcove. "Xin Mei." At this moment there was an old lady walking out of the small alley, her back slightly bowed, her footsteps hurried but with a little hobble. The walking stick in her hand knocked out an urgent sound on the stone road. His florid white hair was a little disheveled by the evening breeze, and his eyes were full of worry and anxiety. "Xin's sister Mud and Naley." She looked around, her voice echoing through the alcove with a tremor. That old lady walked out of the entrance of the alley, finally saw the familiar figure, but the next second, she was like being frozen. Her steps came to an abrupt end, for not far away, his own granddaughter was clinging to a boy. The old lady's eyes widened, her cloudy eyes full of shock and disbelief. Her lips trembled slightly, but she couldn't say anything for a while. Her brows knit together in a deep chuan, and her hand unconsciously gripped her cane. A neighbor had just said there were punks hanging around the area today, and she was afraid something might happen when her precious granddaughter wasn't home this late. Jiang Hao and Lee Kerson also heard the commotion at this moment and looked in the old lady's direction, but the two of them hadn't even put down their hugs yet, and their sightlines just happened to meet the old lady's eyes. For a moment, Lee Kerson was the first to freeze, for the standing hobbled figure was her mother-in-law, and then it was Jiang Hao. Hearing the anxious tone in the old lady's mouth, and the overwhelmed Li Xin, he quickly understood. "Granny, Granny, Granny." Lee Kerson's face instantly flushed up, feeling hot. The shy red rime spread to her neck in an instant. Her small mouth slightly opened. Stuttering, her brain went blank, wanting to explain but having trouble making a sound because she was breathing too hard. It was Jiang Hao who reacted quickly. He let go of Lee Kerson in a flash, stood straight and said with a straight face, "Grandma, we are actually just classmates. You uneducated things. Don't even think about bullying my Xin sister." When the old woman saw her granddaughter's tear-stained face and the satchel and bag that had fallen to the ground beside her, she lifted her cane and wobbled up to hit the man. Jiang Hao also did not expect this to be the case, and at first was afraid that the old lady would fall to the ground if she walked so fast, and wanted to help her. The result was that the handle snapped down towards the head. Ouch! The force wasn't heavy or light, but because it was a solid wood cane, it still made Jiang Hao's brain buzz and he grimaced in pain. "Don't touch my Xin sister." That old lady was furious, her hand grasping her walking stick and wanting to give Jiang Hao another blow to the head. Seeing this, Jiang Hao nimbly dodged the old lady's swinging cane while anxiously explaining, "Grandma, it's not what you think. Cut the crap and leave my Xin sister." The old lady unexpectedly pursued and chased after Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, in a hurry, went around behind Lee Kerson, and also half squatted down to hide behind her. "Really, Grandma, just now there were a few punks who wanted to snatch Kerson's bag, and also made a move on her. I was the one who drove them away." Watching the man hide behind her granddaughter, the old lady's movements paused for a moment, but the suspicion on her face didn't dissipate as she panted, her chest rising and falling violently as she swept her gaze back and forth between Jiang Hao and Lee Kerson. Lee Kerson also reacted at this time, and hurriedly ran to her grandmother's side, tightly grasping her arm, her voice with a sobbing tone, "Granny, Jiang Hao is telling the truth. Don't hit him." The old lady looked at Lee Kerson's crying face, and then looked at the scattered items on the ground. The anger in her heart gradually calmed down a bit, but she still looked at Jiang Hao vigilantly. "You really didn't lie to me?" she asked with a trembling voice, her eyes showing both heartache for her granddaughter and scrutiny for Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao nodded his head repeatedly and said sincerely, "Grandma, I swear to God, I definitely didn't lie to you. Xin and I are classmates, and when it comes to these things, I definitely can't just ignore it." With that, he squatted down and began to quickly clean up the things on the ground, picking up Lee Kerson's satchel, carefully patting away the dust on it, and picking up the scattered items one by one and putting them neatly into a plastic bag. The old lady looked at Jiang Hao's actions. The doubts in her heart slowly dissipated. She sighed heavily, her body swayed. Lee Kerson hurriedly reached out to support her. "Kerson, this child of yours, you have scared mother-in-law today," the old lady said, her eyes slightly moist. Lee Kerson originally had a soft nature, and was often bullied in the small alley. Lee Xin's eyes were already red, and when her mother-in-law said this, she almost cried out again. "Mother-in-law, I know I'm wrong. I will definitely come home earlier in the future, so that you won't worry." Then she looked at Jiang Hao again and said to her mother-in-law, "Mother-in-law, Jiang Hao is the classmate I told you about the other day." The old lady looked at Jiang Hao with more apologies and gratitude in her eyes. "Child, just now it was Grandma who was too anxious and wronged you. Don't take it personally. Thank you for helping Kuxin today. Jiang Hao quickly waved his hand. Grandma, don't say that. This is all what I should do. And since Kuxin and I have a good relationship, it's my duty to protect her. At this time, a cold wind blew by. The old lady couldn't help but cough a few times. Jiang Hao saw this and immediately said, Grandma, it's windy outside. Let's go home first. Don't freeze. Li Kuxin and Grandma both nodded. And then Jiang Hao also went forward and took the initiative to assist the old lady. The three of them walked through the small alleyway, and after turning a corner, they walked a few dozen meters further to the front of a small courtyard. Jiang Hao also didn't expect to meet with the old lady in this way today, and first he got a smack in the face, and I wanted to come back fully prepared, but I didn't realize I didn't even have anything with me today. Chapter 84, Will you leave me? Walking into the small courtyard and coming to the inner room, the old lady personally carried out a small stool to Jiang Hao. Xiao Hao, sit down. The conditions at home are not good and there is no sofa, so I've wronged you. Jiang Hao didn't make any pretense at all. He took the bench and sat down directly, not at all disliking it. Grandma, I work a lot at home as well. My skin is thick and not aggravating at all. This situation more or less surprised the old lady. In her eyes, the city children are growing up with a golden spoon. Living habits are very sophisticated. There was a time when none of Li Kerson's childhood classmates or friends came to the house like he did. Stay, have dinner, okay? Li Kuxin stood next to the two, burying her small head and said, the roots behind her ears still slightly reddened. Jiang Hao looked up, intending to refuse, as Fatty and Slim were still waiting for him to take care of things today, and Lu Wei's side isn't completely fixed either. That Su Ro is not a good thing. Seeing Jiang Hao's hesitation, the old lady followed suit. Yes, Xiao Hao, stay and have a meal before you go back. I really should thank you properly today. Jiang Hao looked at Li Kuxin standing in the center of the living room, her small hands gripping the corners of her coat tightly, and smiled helplessly inwardly before finally agreeing. Good. How can you say no when your grandma and grandchildren have asked? Seeing Jiang Hao agree to do so, both the old and the young were happy and at the same time a little nervous, especially Li Kuxin, although she had brought her friends to the house before. This was the first time she had brought a boy to the house, and the house was so shabby and simple. He was afraid that Jiang Hao would dislike this place. However, Jiang Hao stayed, and a light smile eventually appeared on her face. Tying up her hair, she took the dishes and walked into the nearby kitchen to prepare them. Xiao Hao, you and Kuxin are in the same class, right? The old lady also sat on a stool, remembering that she had seen Jiang Hao sending Li Kuxin home before. She asked curiously, she's still at my table. Jiang Hao laughed. Oh, no wonder you guys are so close. The old lady suddenly realized, thinking of what Li Kuxin had said before. Thank you for helping her find a job as a tutor too. You really helped her a lot. It's not a problem. Grandma, I haven't even thanked her yet. Kuxin usually gives me tutoring every day at school, and often gives me candy. Jiang Hao waved his hand. Hearing Jiang Hao say this, the old lady also smiled. It's only right for classmates to help each other. As the two of them chatted, the old lady was thirsty and wanted to get up to get a cup of water to drink, but as a result, just as she stood up, Jiang Hao had already gotten up to help her take the cup of water from the table next to her, and then continued chatting without saying anything. The old lady felt that Jiang Hao had good habits and many of his behaviors were subconscious. She then asked Jiang Hao about the details of what happened to those punks today. Hearing the process, the old lady sighed. Her eyes slightly reddened. Kuxin, this child, from a young age, her character has been relatively soft, even if it's the townsfolk. Many people will bully her. Today if it wasn't for you, maybe some kind of accident would have happened. Hearing these words, Jiang Hao's eyes clearly converged and he said seriously, don't worry, Grandma, with me here in the future, Li Kuxin won't be bullied a bit. These words caused the old lady next to him to freeze for a moment before looking at Jiang Hao with complicated eyes. Suddenly it came to her mind that today her granddaughter had hugged this young man, and had sent her home from school every day, and that a lot of things had gone beyond the original classmate relationship. With such a sunny guy helping Li Kerson, she was actually quite happy, but they were too young for a lot of things. Not sure if Jiang Hao was just having a whim. Aha, Xiao Hao, Grandma won't hide it from you. Kuxin's character is just like that. If she relies on someone, it will be hard for her to leave that person. There was some worry on the old lady's face, so sometimes, there's actually no need to be so nice to her. Grandma, it's okay, I'll never leave her for the rest of my life. Jiang Hao sat on the stool and said sincerely. In fact, his meaning was obvious, and so was the intention he expressed to the old lady. That Li Kerson was important to him. However, when the old lady heard this, she just smiled sarcastically and didn't say anything, slowly sipping the water in her own cup, not knowing what to talk to Jiang Hao about for a while. Jiang Hao can actually understand the old lady's mind. Put the word after all. It is still early. Who can guarantee that they will not leave anyone? Not to mention that they are only a high school student who has just reached adulthood. But it didn't matter. He was just explaining his intentions to the old lady at the moment as well, so that he could take a seat in their hearts ahead of time. His conviction was unshakable, his mind made up decades ago. Grandma, you rest first, I'll go in and help Lee Xin. Jiang Hao saw that the atmosphere was a bit strange, so he didn't force the issue and turned to get up. The old lady froze and put down her glass of water. You're a guest, how can I trouble you? You're welcome, Grandma. There's no need to talk about that, and at the same time I want you to try my handiwork. When the old lady saw Jiang Hao say this, she could only give a helpless smile and watched Jiang Hao walk into the kitchen. Opening the kitchen door, Jiang Hao saw Lee Xin tying up a pillhead and an apron just like the last time she was at his house. The inside of the kitchen was quite cramped, maybe only 5 square meters, and at the moment it was steamy. She was still naive and not at all aware of anyone approaching, her face pressed against the chopping board, earnestly chopping vegetables and handling ingredients. Bought ribs today, yeah. Jiang Hao came to flank Lee Xin and stood next to her. The young girl, unsurprisingly startled, took the cleaver in her hand and took a retreating step to the right. You, scaring me again. Lee Xin panicked. Her cheeks were slightly reddened by the steam at the moment, and that unique flavor of being married came out again. Jiang Hao grinned. It's you who's too stupid. The commotion when I came in was obviously big. Lee Xin deflated her mouth and returned to her original position, resuming chopping vegetables. You, what are you doing in here? Cooking with you. I'm a good cook. Make 2 dishes for Grandma to try this time. Lee Xin froze and looked at Jiang Hao with some hesitation in her eyes. Granny, did Granny ask you? Very strange questions. I just hugged Jiang Hao and was accidentally seen by my mother-in-law. I wonder if her old man will think too much. No, it's just. Jiang Hao thought carefully and shook his head. She might be afraid that I'll leave you. Just now, the old lady said that Lee Xin depends on one person and can't leave that person. In fact, that has a meaning beyond words. That is, if you don't really mean it, it's better to leave her. But teenage girls may, already, be inseparable. Are you leaving me? After a pause, the kitchen knife in the young girl's hand snapped to the counter, and she asked with a slight tremor in her voice. Jiang Hao smiled and pinched her face. What about you? Will you leave me? Lee Xin shook her head seriously, her eyes very firm. No, won't, absolutely not. In fact, she'd said it twice earlier, and said it with a little bit of herself. Then I'll never leave you and bully you for the rest of your life either. Chapter 85, Nothing to be ashamed of. Lee Xin froze for a moment. Her cheeks were already slightly red from the steam, and at this moment, she looked even more fawning. And when she heard Jiang Hao's words, the young girl's chest began to rise and fall rapidly. She quickly returned her gaze, picking up the chopper and continuing to cut the vegetables, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. What dish do you want to eat today? I'll make it for you to eat. Okay. After Jiang Hao put his hand down, he laughed. Any fish? The girl stopped the chopper in her hand, wiped her hand on her apron and was about to untie it. I'll go get you some. Jiang Hao grabbed her hand. Okay, forget it if you don't have it. No need to be so troublesome. I like to eat whatever you make. In actuality, he wanted to make fish for them, one of his best dishes, but it didn't matter if he didn't have it. Lee Xin looked at Jiang Hao with naive eyes. Really? Of course, there's nothing you make me that I don't love. Jiang Hao answered truthfully. He even had the feeling that Lee Xin had fed herself fat all this time. Everyday breakfast was not heavy, and lunch also followed her to eat more. Well, Lee Xin had a light smile on her face, happy to receive Jiang Hao's affirmation. At this time, Jiang Hao also started to do something. He saw that there were eggplants inside the vegetable basket, so he planned to make a braised eggplant. Then Lee Xin and the old lady felt that the food was not enough, so they grabbed a chicken in the small yard and prepared to kill it and make it for Jiang Hao. Originally he wanted to refuse, but the old lady was really enthusiastic and could only accept helplessly. Originally, the old lady had difficulty with her legs, so Lee Xin volunteered to kill the chicken. But when Little Bean came into the kitchen, he took the kitchen knife, and for a moment he did not know what to do with the chicken with its wings and feet tied. Gradually she grasped the kitchen knife with both hands. Her small hands slightly began to tremble, and a fine layer of sweat oozed from her forehead. Yeah, sorry, big rooster, I'm going to kill you, and give you to Jiang Hao to eat. She crouched down, her eyes tense, her mouth murmuring apologetically as the blade slowly leaned forward, already reaching the neck of the large rooster. Hiccup, hiccup, hiccup. At this moment, the great cockerel, though bound, perceived the danger, and fluttered desperately, with a hoarse and sad cry. For a while, Lee Xin looked at the big rooster that was howling and couldn't get down, and the slash she'd summoned the courage to close her eyes and swing toward the front had fallen short. In the end, her face was aggrieved. her eyes slightly rise a layer of tears. In the end, she didn't dare to do it, and buried her little head down. Although she usually cooked and handled ingredients a lot, she hadn't killed a chicken or duck or anything like that with her own hands, and this sight of the animals wailing was completely overwhelming. In the end, the guest Jiang Hao personally manipulated the knife to kill the chicken, purposely bringing the chicken out of the small courtyard, so as not to let this being see it with his own eyes. On the way he received a phone call from Lu Wei. "Have a fart. I'm killing a chicken." Jiang Hao had just given the rooster a slash to the neck, one hand grasping it, the blood nourishing outward. Good thing there was a plate underneath to catch it. "How? When are you coming back?" On the other end of the phone, Lu Wei asked. "I'll go back after dinner at your sister-in-law's house." Jiang Hao was a little impatient. How? Just now Su Ro tried to pull me to go shopping, but was pulled away by schoolgirl Yi. Do you think she hates me a bit? Lu Wei was a bit puzzled. Jiang Hao froze. Su Ro wanted to pull this kid to go shopping, but he was pulled away by Yi Churan. After a pause, he said, "Maybe, Yi Churan is saving you." Lu Wei didn't understand for a moment. "What do you mean, Wei? If I were to treat Li Kursen to dinner and a meal exceeded 50, then she would probably be heartbroken for days." Jiang Hao scolded, "But that woman ate you 2001 meal. Today, if not Yi Churan, UTM will be the wrongdoer." The meal was a bit expensive, but she just told me in QQ that she actually wanted to AA with us, but I didn't expect Yi Churan to treat us directly, Lu Wei said. Jiang Hao smiled. "It's just a horse's back, taking the opportunity to ask you out to slaughter it next time. Could it be that the next time she asks me out, she'll take the initiative to buy me dinner?" Lu Wei held on to his luck. "Then go on a date with her every day, and even if she doesn't buy you, it's only $2,000 a meal." Jiang Hao didn't have the good sense to say, "You can treat her to many meals with your 30,000 salary this month." "What? 30,000? Lu Wei was instantly energized when he heard this. "The commission is out? I can share 30,000? Jiang Hao nodded. "A total of 300,000, 70 to 30. I'll take 3 and you'll take 7. You'll split it equally, and everyone will get 10%. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's awesome, brother Hao, to have so much money." Lu Wei was very excited. Inwardly he worshipped Jiang Hao a little more. Their parents were less than 10,000 a month combined. He alone made $30,000. "Yeah, I'll go back and call you guys tonight so you can go out on a date with her. $2,000 for one meal. That's $6,000 for 3 meals a day. That's 5 days of dates. No way. Ho, I spent it all on her, didn't I?" Lu Wei suddenly smiled. "Actually, I also think she's a bit materialistic, and she even tried to break our bond today, which I ignored." Jiang Hao let out a cold snort. Without having to ask in detail, he could probably guess what Su Ro would say, but he didn't care at all and turned to ask, "Where are Fatty and Slim?" "We're all at the internet cafe." And now that a few of the brothers have watched that video, they're feeling so angry that they almost want to collectively rush up to the second high school and slaughter them. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow. "They're from the 5th middle school." Lu Wei responded. "Yes, Chang didn't see them when he was patrolling before, but he recognized them at once after watching the video. He fought with them privately. Just that woman with lips as red as a monkey's, but at that time, Chang didn't smack her in the mouth." Jiang Hao sniffed, suddenly realized, in fact, the 5th middle school fighting is the most vegetable. At the beginning of a few juniors will beat their side of the people all over the place. He rarely to that side to strike, so the 2nd middle school people are not impressed. However, Jiang Hao immediately scolded, "TM, Chang, I've told you to stop hitting women. Dead set on not changing, right? Even if we are all hooligans, but we are also a living, breathing man, how can we take a shot at a woman?" In fact, the little brother Chang is the kind of young man with the most impulsive temper. A little bottom line but not much. No matter who it is, to mess with him is dry. Both men and women. This sentence out, the phone on the other end of the Chang immediately grabbed the phone, said with a bitter face, "Ho brother, wronged that is with you before the thing and you played after never hit a woman." Jiang Hao snorted coldly, paused for a moment, glanced at the small house behind him, and said, "Hitting a woman is bound to be a no-no. However, if there are some female hooligans who dare not know how to die, there's actually nothing wrong with you teaching them a lesson." Chapter 86, I'm not going to lie. After conferring with them about the video taken, Jiang Hao didn't intend to directly call the police to deal with it, but continued to keep the evidence. If that group of people still dared to come over and trouble the young girl, then they would be settled together then. Returning to the kitchen, Jiang Hao carried the killed chicken to the counter and began to cut it into pieces, and also stopped by to ask Li Kursen again about what had happened to her the previous week. "Last week, when you said you wouldn't come to my house to homeschool, they coerced you to?" Li Kursen was cooking the dishes. When she heard this, She twisted her head to look at Jiang Hao, and said in a somewhat guilty tone, they said, if they see you with me, we'll find someone, bully you. Jiang Hao almost didn't laugh out loud when he heard that. A few chicken boys from the second middle school were actually so arrogant that they dared to find themselves in trouble? If it were before, he could have run to the second middle school alone to block them and give a few people a fat beating. What about the skirt? Jiang Hao asked again. The young girl hadn't worn it again in the past 2 weeks. Bad. Li Kersen said, burying her head even deeper, pursing her red lips tightly. Jiang Hao bought her something that she didn't treasure well. Right. I'm sorry. Jiang Hao sniffed and his eyes darkened. Getting it? It seemed that those dogs were still destroying other people's personal belongings. He suppressed his anger and his face softened again, rubbing the young girl's head. It's okay. Just buy another dress if you run out. Your own safety is most important. Li Kuxian raised her head in aggravation. No, not the same. This is the first dress you bought me. It's important. Jiang Hao opened his mouth, his face revealing a hint of helplessness, not knowing what to say. I washed them and bought thread this week. I can sew them. Ricochet's eyes were sincere, caring very much about that dress. Jiang Hao smiled gently, his hands slowly lowered. Well then, in order to prevent such a situation from happening again, in the future, I'll specifically send you home, to the doorstep, and if anyone dares to take advantage of my absence and come to the door to look for trouble, you must contact me, or calling the police is fine. The significance of the item aside, it's still important to get to the root of the problem and help young girls say no to this kind of bullying. Nowadays, in a society governed by the rule of law, it is impossible to allow this kind of black and evil behavior to exist. Li Kuxian nodded her little head. Since this incident today, she had made up her mind that she couldn't separate from Jiang Hao no matter what else. Being beaten to death is not an option. Besides, Jiang Hao would protect her, so she could be free of fear. It didn't take long for several delicious dishes to be neatly laid out on the table, including braised pork ribs and braised eggplant, as well as a plate of fried chicken, half of which was also stewed. A plate of golden glowing fried chicken. The aroma is overflowing. Considering the young girl is from Sichuan province, he deliberately added chili peppers to stimulate the spicy flavor, but also with the aroma of the dish wafted away. This dinner was really very sumptuous for Li Kersen and the old lady, and it was unlikely that they would eat like this except for New Year's festivals. The three men sat around the modest dining table at a short stool and enjoyed their dinner together. Li Kersen's heart grew more and more apprehensive. She had never before envisioned that she would accompany her mother-in-law to dinner with another boy. In this way, it's like a family. She has married Jiang Hao as her wife. She hung her head slightly, her cheeks still red, but quickly shook her head to disrupt her rambling thoughts. Jiang Hao looked at Li Kersen's shy appearance, but also smiled inwardly. The young girl had just come out of the kitchen. The red rhythms on her face had not completely dissipated, and the pill head had not been unraveled. Dainty, and looked a little out of her mind. Grandma, try what I made. Jiang Hao gently pushed the dish in front of the old lady, not directly putting down his chopsticks to help clip it, maintaining his enthusiasm while mastering the balance. Good. The old lady revealed a smile and first picked up a piece of braised eggplant and tasted it. Just sent to her mouth. The old lady's cloudy eyes glowed with a glimmer of light, and she actually couldn't help but nod her head. Xiao Hao, not only do you know how to cook, but you actually cook so deliciously. It was a heartfelt appreciation from the old lady. For being herself a person who had lived all her life, her cooking had become familiar, but today this young man's cooking had caught her eye. Hearing her mother-in-law's praise, Li Kersen secretly took a bit of the braised eggplant, and after taking a bite, she froze, then quickly took another bite. Jiang Hao smiled and didn't say anything. In fact, his cooking skills were incidentally learned for the purpose of demonstrating his diversity when pursuing his goddess. Before, those women had been one to dislike this and that, but now that they took another look, no matter what they made themselves into, there would always be one person who would like to eat it, right? Needless to say, Li Kersen's cooking has always been great and has been specially adapted to her tastes. It was clear that both men had taken the flavor preferences of their weekdays to heart. You're so small and naive. Eat more, Jiang Hao said gently to Li Kersen. He acted differently towards the girl and subconsciously used his chopsticks to clip food into her bowl, almost piling it up again. Much. Li Kuxian's two small hands held the bowl, looking at so many meals, and reminded with some difficulty. Jiang Hao is really like this when he eats, as if he wants to get all the dishes on the plate into his bowl before he stops. Less. It's only good if you eat more. Jiang Hao gently glared at her, chiding her for often eating less. At least eat more and grow the meat where I want to see it. Later, Jiang Hao muttered inwardly. Li Kersen drummed her little face, but she couldn't refute anything, so she could only obediently eat these meals that Jiang Hao chucked over. The old lady watched Jiang Hao's every move towards Li Kersen, and also slightly hooked the corners of her mouth. showing a hint of a pleased smile. The boy, with many subconscious gestures towards his granddaughter, and with his eyes, at all times, focused on her, was always the first to notice whenever something was wrong with her. Really, out of instinctive tenderness, one cannot stay with Lee Kuxin all the time. Perhaps, the boy, after eating, Jiang Hao helped to brush the bowl clean again, and the time had come to 8 o'clock. During this time, her old mother also made a phone call, questioning why she didn't come home for dinner. Believe it or not, she came back to break his legs. He did hang up straight away and then secretly edited a text message to her. I'm looking for a future daughter-in-law for you. But the old mother didn't understand, and thought that Jiang Hao was fooling around outside, so she frantically bombarded with messages. Jiang Hao was also subjected to not bird, ready to go home and then explain clearly, and Li Kurson followed him out to see him off, unable to shoo him away. The small alcove was lit a little dimly at night, with dull yellow incandescent lights faintly illuminating the curb. The two walked side by side, walking slowly. Just now, your cell phone has been ringing. Li Kuxin's two small hands were tangled in front of her body, and she subconsciously buried her head. She felt as if Jiang Hao had stayed in her house too long and delayed him. My mom, Jiang Hao said lightly. Is it true that, going back so late, Auntie got angry? Li Kuxin asked carefully. Jiang Hao's sight returned to the right place and shook his head. She's afraid that I'll lose my daughter-in-law and told you to come back to tutoring next week quickly or break my legs. Li Kurson froze for a moment, believing it just like that, lifting her little head in surprise. Will Auntie beat you if I'm not there? Jiang Hao nodded his head and added with a deeper meaning. Right, so will you still say go in the future? Li Kuxin waved her small hand up repeatedly. I won't even go in the future. Looking at the young girl's innocence, Jiang Hao felt amused, but after glancing at her, he unconsciously sighed towards the sky. Hey, who knows if you'll lie to me? In that case, no one will care if I'm beaten to death by her. Never, absolutely not. Li Kuxin's two small hands covered her small fists, indicating that she would definitely not go back on her word. But someone already lied to me once, Jiang Hao said, about to raise his hands and lean behind his head to look at the night. But the moment it was raised, a soft, warm touch actually came from his palm. He was stunned, and as his eyes looked downward, he realized that at this moment, the young girl's small hand had taken the initiative to hold his palm. Li Kuxin raised her little head, her eyes serious, her little hand gripping Jiang Hao's big hand tightly. In the future, all won't lie again. Chapter 87, It's okay to lie if you have to. Jiang Hao looked at Li Kurson's serious and innocent appearance. His heart fluttered and jumped with some complexity and some desire to laugh. Originally he just wanted to tease her, but this naive person just believed it and gave such a sincere response. The dim light stretched their silhouettes across the floor. Jiang Hao held Li Kurson's hand back, feeling the temperature in her hand. The corner of his mouth unconsciously rose. Good, I believe you. The two continued to walk slowly along the small alleyway, neither speaking again, but both soaking in the rare silence and coziness. Occasionally a breeze blew by, ruffling Li Kurson's hair, and Jiang Hao couldn't help but reach out to help her pin a strand of her hair behind her ear. An inadvertent small action that made Li Kurson's cheeks instantly become hot. Walking to the entrance of the alleyway, Jiang Hao stopped and turned to look at Li Kuxin, concern in his eyes. It's getting late. You should go back quickly, and make sure to communicate with me if there's something going on. Li Kurson grabbed Jiang Hao's small hand and subconsciously held it tighter, saying with some reluctance, I want to see you off again. Jiang Hao smiled helplessly. If I send it on any longer, I won't be able to go home. Squeeze into the same bed with you later. Hearing this, a blush spread across Li Kurson's face, and she let go of Jiang Hao's hand, burying her head, as if gathering courage. She said, Tomorrow, go to school together. Bean has delayed even going to school this week in order to put distance between him and walking together. Aha! Jiang Hao reached out and gently scraped her nose. The intersection will wait for you. See you tomorrow. After saying that, he turned around to leave and turned back after taking a few steps. Seeing Li Kuxin still standing in the same place staring blankly at him, he waved his hand before turning around and disappearing into the night. Li Kurson stood at the entrance of the alleyway until Jiang Hao's figure was completely out of sight. Then she slowly turned around and headed for home. Her heart felt warm and fuzzy as she thought back to everything that had happened with Jiang Hao today, a smile always hanging at the corner of her mouth. Returning to his own home, the time had already reached 8:30 p.m. As soon as Jiang Hao opened the door, he had expected his old mother to sit in the living room with a gloomy face. Unexpectedly, this into the door, a hanger on the whip over. Brat, I told you to go out to fool around. A little bit do not learn to be good. To change back to the old way is it? Jiang Hao ouch. His legs took a hit. Pain. He grimaced, quickly turned around and closed the door. His buttocks took another solid hit. Pain. He scurried directly into the living room. Mom, Listen to me explain. Explain what? Brat. Stop right there. I want to see where you went to fool around today. Li Huiwan started chasing after Jiang Hao to smoke in duo on the tea table. Mom, where did I fool around? I went to find you a daughter-in-law. Jiang Hao kept his distance from Li Huiwan. What a way to find a daughter-in-law. Li Huiwan got angrier and angrier, pointing at Jiang Hao with a coat hanger. If you get a child out, I'll see how the opposite parents beat you to death. Jiang Hao froze for a moment. He didn't expect his old mother to think of herself in such an exaggerated way. He just said to go find a daughter-in-law. And he didn't say to get someone else pregnant. Mom, I don't like what you're saying. I'm a responsible man. Jiang Hao was a bit dissatisfied. Oh, in charge. Li Huiwan scolded and asked, give me to say. Scourge which girl doll? Where to know? What relationship? Isn't that the girl you've been pining for? She's on vacation this week, so I just went to check on her and ended up being left at home for dinner. Jiang Hao was depressed and said truthfully. In fact, he hadn't told anyone that Li Kersen wouldn't be coming to tutoring from now on, just that he was taking the week off. What? Li Huiwan froze. Li Kersen? Instantly, she calmed down slowly, but still coldly asked, what happened when the boy didn't show up this week? Jiang Hao sighed and gave a brief account of how the girl was almost bullied today. What? Li Huiwan was instantly on fire again, and took the coat hanger and smacked it hard towards the desk. Those little actually dare to be such an asshole. Jiang Hao nodded. It's actually quite chaotic there. If it wasn't for me getting there in time, your daughter-in-law would have been in danger. It was at this moment that Li Huijuan's anger towards Jiang Hao gradually dissipated, and she sat down on her butt and began to worry about Li Kersen. That child was soft by nature at first glance, and was bullied by several people who might have gotten hurt in some way. Look at it this way, the son of a dog is still somewhat useful. Nope. Li Huiwan Miso stood up again and said angrily, what did you say? Daughter-in-law, you're in love? Jiang Hao waved his hand at this time. Not yet, but I feel like it's getting close. Cheating a little more feels about right. As soon as Li Huiwan heard Jiang Hao's words, her eyes widened and the coat rack in her hand almost swung out again. You brat, you still want to cheat other girls. Can you fall in love by cheating? Jiang Hao hurriedly smiled playfully and came over, taking the hanger from Li Huijuan's hand and putting it aside. Mom, I'm not kidding. Actually Li Kersen and I are getting along quite well. Li Huiwan looked at Jiang Hao's smiling appearance, still a little angry, but still curious to ask, so you kid this is to confess to someone? But this college entrance exam is coming up. You kid don't delay two people's study because of this. In fact, Li Huiwan is still relatively cheerful and is more open to the issue of children falling in love. Because of her experience, she also understands that her husband, Jiang Yumin, is the student age to the present. Only this kind of relationship, more difficult to maintain and operate. A lifetime together is actually very difficult. Youthful ignorance, maybe a whim. I know, that's why I'm not in a hurry right now. I still want to try to get into a university with her. Jiang Hao said, I count on you to know what you're doing. Studying is still the most important thing at the moment, and you need to get your priorities straight. Li Huiwan clasped her hands to her chest and murmured, however, it doesn't matter if you cheat a little when necessary. Mom also likes this daughter-in-law. After returning to his room, Jiang Hao contacted a few of his brothers in QQ and asked them to send over their bank card numbers. In a few swishes, the bank card numbers of 7 people were dumped right over. After Jiang Hao took a shower, he went to the bank and began to operate. Transfer processing. A few people received 30,000. Thanks to the message brushed with the phone screen, Jiang Hao still had $100,000 left in his hand, and was in no hurry to use it. Wandering around the pedestrian street, according to the old days, he might have gone to a foot wash and ordered a set menu, but not now. He's already considered half a married man. I had already planned to take the money and rent a small space first, then arrange a few computers to create a small studio. In that case, he could operate any money-making path on the internet, and even stocks could be juggled twice. It's always more productive to have a peaceful environment and equipment. Chapter 88, How to Have a Baby. Next day, morning, Jiang Hao jumped up and washed up, then carried his school bag out the door. Li Kersen waited at that intersection early, and as usual, she carried a small lunchbox in her 2 small hands. Little Bean stood there obediently, her eyes kept gazing in one direction, and when she saw Jiang Hao from afar, the corners of her mouth involuntarily rose. When Jiang Hao came to her, Bean handed Jiang Hao his lunchbox. Morning, breakfast. Jiang Hao didn't take it for the time being, and seeing that the corner of the young girl's mouth still had a slight amount of toothpaste foam, he asked, did you not eat breakfast? The young girl froze and looked at him blankly. How did you know that? The bubbles aren't even clean and the jacket is on backwards. Jiang Hao wiped the corners of Li Kersen's mouth with his hand, helping her to wipe away the toothpaste foam, and then used his hand throughout the whitened jacket that was turned over on her. The young girl's small face flashed a slight redness, burying her small head, got up, I got up late. I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to find me when you came. Jiang Hao smiled. It was the first time that the young girl had the appearance of being in a hurry, but this also proved that she slept well yesterday. Right, take off your clothes, I'll help you turn over. Undress. In here? Li Kuxian was a little hesitant. It's just a jacket. What are you afraid of? Don't you think you feel silly dressed like that? Okay. Li Kurson felt it was right, and obediently did as she was told, but was a bit shy, and with the lunchbox still in her hand, the action of undressing was a bit inconvenient. Forget it, I'll do it. Jiang Hao walked behind Li Kurson, pulled the jacket from her shoulders and slowly helped her take it off. Jiang Hao turned over the clothes in one go, and after organizing them, he personally helped Li Kurson put them on. Here. Li Kurson was in a bit of a trance, burying her small head, her cheeks a bit hot, so she was so focused on listening to Jiang Hao's words, forgetting that this was inside an intersection, with so many people. Next time, remember that you don't need to be in a hurry. It's okay to be late, I'll wait for you. Jiang Hao patted Li Kurson's little head, then took the breakfast. No. As we approach the second model year and the GCSEs are approaching, the revision situation in each class is becoming more and more intense. During the lunch hour, the review rooms, the large electric classroom, and the school library are pretty much open to seniors, and today, most of the students in class 4 had headed to the school library for revision, and it was their turn to use it. Jiang Hao and Li Kurson were no exception, holding a bunch of materials and walking towards the library. The library is slightly remote from the academic buildings and has to go through several buildings of textbook and item rooms. As they were about to reach the corner of the library, Jiang Hao and Li Kurson suddenly saw two classmates face to face next to each other. A man and a woman. Li Kuxian directly froze, her small mouth slightly opened in surprise. Seeing this behavior, the first reaction within her was, fellow classmate, it can't be. There will be a little baby. Jiang Hao couldn't quite understand why Li Kurson only had a passing knowledge of biology. She may know roughly what combination will result in a little one, but she doesn't fully understand the behaviors and pathways. However, this can't be completely blamed on Li Kurson. After all, many teachers in this era teach this aspect of the content, are extremely brief, many even a pass. Jiang Hao in the beginning, if it is not a film to see more, behavior to explore more, perhaps in the shy and ignorant age may not be too clear. When he saw the duo that had sneaked out, Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows and wondered if these were students from the higher grades who were so bold as to hide behind the small building and boink. The two hadn't realized that someone had come at this time. Jiang Hao's mouth corner raised, pretending to be a teacher's tone, and asked in a serious heckle, "Hey, those two students on the opposite side. Which class?" This loud shout startled the two students who were sticking their tongues out, and they separated their mouths with a whoosh. But when he saw that the other party was also a student, the man was a little annoyed for a moment, and wanted to scold Jiang Hao for a couple of sentences, but just before his mouth opened, he was pulled away by the girl who was really shy. For a while, there were only Jiang Hao and Li Kurson on the road again. Little Bean buried his head at this time, thinking that he and Jiang Hao had seen a baby-making process, and his little face reddened to the point of burning, and his neck was slightly reddened. Jiang Hao even mixed up his words at this time. Li Kuxian, I'll kiss you like this in the future. When the young girl heard that, her cheeks reddened even more, her heart panicked. She raised her little head in surprise and waved her hands repeatedly. No, tie the knot. Marry, only then can we have a baby. What do you mean? Jiang Hao, however, couldn't help but laugh. Li Kurson, who told you that kissing can get you pregnant? The young girl's cheeks blushed and froze for a moment, then blinked her pretty eyes at the boy and whispered, When I was little, there was a boy, kissed the big yellow dog at the entrance of the alley. Big yellow dog one bite. Big yellow had a litter of little yellows the next day. Jiang Hao almost laughed at the words, the corners of his mouth raised, but suppressed it and said, Li Kurson, you definitely didn't learn biology properly at that time. Kissing doesn't make babies, and how do you give birth to a human and a dog? Jiang Hao silently added in his heart, happy. Looking at Jiang Hao's smirking appearance, Li Kuxian froze for a moment, then she pursed her lips shyly. She really didn't know much about this question. So, then how can I have a baby? Jiang Hao snorted and wasn't in a good position to explain, so he pinched Li Kurson's warm cheeks. This is a bit complicated to learn. I'll teach you when the time comes. Li Kurson stopped talking, her small hands tangled in front of her body, seemingly nodding her head, although she was full of doubts, but looking at Jiang Hao's mysterious appearance, she couldn't be bothered to ask further questions. It doesn't feel like a good thing. The duo packed up and made their way to the independently constructed library of Jiangchengno. For middle school, this library has 3 floors. The first floor is just one big space, about the size of 3 classrooms, and today the senior 4 class can use and review on the second floor of the library. Upon entering, the class was sparsely seated, studying with their review materials. Lin Yu, the class president, was in a more forward position, convenient for organizing the discipline of the class. Jiang Hao took a look at the densely packed seats in the center, so he led Li Kersen towards the side corners. The small desk by the window was almost empty, and because of the environment of few teachers making rounds and the long rows of chairs, students basically hugged each other, whether they were slacking off or studying, and it was more fun to be in a group. So the seat by the window was just Li Kersen and him. After putting down the information, Jiang Hao opened the window and could still see the streets outside the school where people were coming and going. Quiet and smoky, the atmosphere was really good. The young girl took out a few candies from her own pocket and placed them next to Jiang Hao. She knew that sometimes when Jiang Hao was bored with his studies, he could quickly calm down by eating a candy, so she often brought him candies. Chapter 89, Drilling into the Arms. As expected, Jiang Hao learned the complex and difficult to understand the big questions. It is a little scratching his head. High-quality big questions always feel that you can solve it, but every time it is just one step short. Sugar. Seeing that Jiang Hao was in a bit of pain from learning, Li Kersen pushed a candy to Jiang Hao, signaling him to relax. Jiang Hao glanced at it, then opened his mouth. Hey! Li Kersen was shocked and whispered. This is in the library. Ah, many students. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow and deliberately looked at Li Kersen with an aggrieved look, muttering in a small voice. It's really hard to beg to be fed. Saying this, he also gently poked Li Kersen's shoulder with a pen. Li Kuxian's face instantly turned red. She looked around. Luckily the students around her were all concentrating on their revision. No one noticed the small movements on their side. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she couldn't argue with Jiang Hao and carefully picked up the candy, gently peeling off the paper. Her fingers trembled slightly, and her heart was beating frantically in her chest. Again in this public, she stole a glance at Jiang Hao, only to see that he was opening his mouth with an expectant face, the look of a puppy begging for food. Li Kuxian took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down, then gently placed the candy into Jiang Hao's mouth. Just at the moment her fingers were about to touch Jiang Hao's lips, she shrank back as if she had been electrocuted, her cheeks rolling as if they could drip blood. This guy is such a pain in the ass. He has to bite himself every time he eats candy. Jiang Hao held the candy with a satisfied smile on his face. It's so sweet. Li Kuxian immediately turned back to her body and whispered, quickly review. Jiang Hao smiled and teased. Sugar fed by my wife is just not the same. I feel full of power now. I can definitely solve this problem. Li Kersen didn't dare to look at Jiang Hao anymore. He was starting to talk nonsense again, and now she was already too lazy to refute him because there was nothing to use. He would be such a scoundrel every time. Jiang Hao finished, but also really serious thinking. The tip of the pen and the draft paper kept flying. Li Kersen quietly peeked at his focused side face. The panic in her heart gradually subsided, and she also re-engaged in her revision. After a while, Jiang Hao suddenly slapped the table excitedly. I solved it. The shout was a bit loud, instantly breaking the tranquility of the library, and the surrounding students cast disgruntled gazes. However, Jiang Hao blared back fiercely towards those classmates again, and they no longer dared to look over. Li Kersen blinked and saw the solution process on Jiang Hao's desk, then tugged on the corner of his shirt. Did you really solve it? In fact, this big question is considered to be a high level of difficulty, and many times students with 600 points have to think for a long time. Li Kersen had actually prepared drafts to explain to Jiang Hao one by one, but seeing him write all about the process, she also felt some surprise. You watch. The corners of Jiang Hao's mouth lifted. Quite confident, Li Kersen took it over and looked at it, after which she was stunned, then subconsciously twisted her head to look at Jiang Hao. It was only when his eyes returned to the test paper that he muttered, really got it right. The process was detailed. Feed another one. Jiang Hao smiled. And more. Li Kuxian was stunned for a moment and immediately put the roll down on the table. You, self, eat it yourself. Li Kuxian, you don't want me to suffer if I can't do the questions. Jiang Hao suddenly grabbed the young girl's arm. You also don't want me to study unhappily and have a hard time. In the end, during almost an hour of study time, Li Kersen fed Jiang Hao almost all of the table's candy. As the day wore on, the library study drew to a close. When there were still 30 minutes to go before class ended, Class President Lin Yu stood up and said, study time is over. Prepare to return to the classroom later. Everyone can take a break for the remaining 30 minutes. Usually organizations like this that study in other classrooms have a small portion of time left over for students to take a break, and coming to the library is no exception. The instruction was given, and most of the students in the library slept. After all, the senior year of high school was really tiring with the tight revision schedule. There is also a small group of energetic ones who choose to take some of their favorite books on the shelf and read them. Now it's basically a free-for-all as long as it's not noisy. Li Kersen chose to take a break today. After all, Jiang Hao was still very efficient in his studies today, and she didn't have to keep lecturing Jiang Hao on the problems. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, was energetic and chose to continue studying. The second model was already approaching, and he wanted to hit 600 points in the next test. Otherwise, the college entrance exam will be coming up, and the score gap with Lee Curson is still very big, so I can't do it without putting in more effort. Let F1 and F2 be ellipses. As Jiang Hao was learning, he suddenly felt something fragrant and soft burrowing under his arm. He glanced to the side and saw that it was the young girl, already sleeping in a bit of a daze, feeling a bit cold and leaning towards the warm object on her own accord. Looking up slightly, he realized that it was the window that was wide open, and every now and then a gust of early spring wind blew in. The library is in a shady location, and there is more tree planting next to it, so when the breeze through the room passes, it's a cold breeze. I took my jacket off at noon when there was some sun, and now I know it's cold, Jiang Hao gently reprimanded, reaching out and closing the window next door to the young girl, then redraped his jacket over her. Still, the young girl burrowed into him, and he simply wrapped his arms right around her, leaving his right hand to write questions on the table. Originally, Jiang Hao still had some concerns. So many students present in the environment, always a little inappropriate. But after the young girl noticed that she was not cold, she slept comfortably and rubbed herself against his body again. The softness kept hitting him inside, and finally he just didn't care and snuggled up. Let's say we get caught. At this time, Lu Yuan wanted to find some yellow books to read, but found out how he couldn't find them, and walked to the corner position of Jiang Hao and Lee Curson. As a result, they saw that the two people sitting on the desk bench were leaning closely together, and Lee Curson was wrapped in Jiang Hao's arms, with her body almost buried in his embrace. Shoo! Jiang Hao gave him a cold look, then made a gesture of silence. Lu Yuan indeed didn't say anything, but just froze for a moment, frozen in place with her mouth wide open. You guys. Lu Yuan wanted to ask something, but was blared back by a stern look from Jiang Hao. Then Jiang Hao's head was gently tilted to the side, and Lu Yuan had to return to his seat in ashes. Lu Yuan returned to her seat, still not calmed down, and every now and then she looked over to Jiang Hao's side. It was only after Jiang Hao finally turned his head and frowned to reveal a vicious expression once more that he didn't look over again. During that time, he was a little depressed, and he secretly chatted with his classmates several times and made some noise, and was warned several times by class president Lin Yu. Lu Yuan, that was a hard time. Every time Lin Yu walked up to him, he really wanted to say, "Class president, look at the men and women over there. They're all hugging each other. You don't grab them. What are you doing grabbing me? A nail clipper?" However, Lin Yu's eyes glanced that way a few times, but they quickly shifted back, and Lu Yuan had the feeling that the squad leader was harboring the two. However, due to the majesty of Jiang Hao and the class president, he didn't dare to say anything more, and could only look at Lin Yu's back and the two people over there who were hugging each other with some sadness every time after stopping his own movements. After a long time, Jiang Hao looked up at the time. It was now just 5 minutes before class ended, and he moved his body to softly say, "Class is almost over. Get ready to get up." Lee Curson seemed to feel the warm cushion next to her misbehaving in her sleep, then leaned over tightly, took her small face and rubbed it, murmuring, "Again, sleep again. Your classmates are getting ready to leave. Do you still want to sleep?" Jiang Hao smiled helplessly. "Sleep, sleep," the young girl murmured. "Ugh, if I get caught, I'll say you forced me." "No, won't get caught," the girl answered softly. Her voice was very deep, looking like she hadn't woken up from sleep. Confused, and like a kitten she rubbed against Jiang Hao's shoulder again, seeming to feel very comfortable. However, the next second she realized something was wrong and popped up all at once. I don't know if it was the fact that she had been sleeping with her face pressed up against her, or what, but the young girl's cheeks were flushed. She looked around in a hurry, her eyes fluttering about, and for a moment it seemed all she could hear was the sound of her heart pounding, her cheeks hot. Obviously, she just wanted to lie on the table and squint for a while, so how come she got into Jiang Hao's arms as soon as she woke up? Chapter 90, That Store is Mine. Jiang Hao looked at her flustered appearance and the corner of his mouth lifted. "Sleeping really well. My hands are numb." Hearing this, Li Kuxian's face turned even redder, itching to find a crack in the ground. She stammered, "Right. I'm sorry." Jiang Hao smiled. "It's okay, just let me sleep in your arms once next time." Li Kuxian was already flustered, and when she heard this, she became even more nonchalant. I didn't do it on purpose. That also can't white whoring after my body is not responsible for it," Jiang Hao said cheaply, wrapping his arms around the young girl's shoulders again. Lee Curson, this time the top of her head is going to bubble out of the heat, facing Jiang Hao's zero distance contact, all hot and buried her head. Her heart is going to jump out of the heart. How the eyes do not dare to look at Jiang Hao, and her mouth does not know what to say to refute this bad guy. Jiang Hao had wanted to tease her a little more, but the lunch break bell rang. Then he let go of her and said, "Okay, messing with you, pack up your things, it's time to go back to class." Lee Kuxin nodded her head repeatedly. Her tightly entangled small hands then loosened, and inwardly let out a long breath. Lin Yu, the class president, stood at the door, organizing the records and signaling all the students to leave in an orderly manner and not to make any noise. The students left in an orderly fashion from near to far, each of the large seats, Jiang Hao and Li Kurson being the last to leave. When they reached the door, Lin Yu's face changed as he watched the two men slowly walk out of the library's doorway holding their materials. In the end, she froze for a while as she watched the backs of the two of them leaving, with Jiang Hao flirting with Li Kurson from time to time. It wasn't until the two disappeared around the corner that she slowly turned back to the library, closing and locking the door behind her. "Class, the gym teacher is sick again this afternoon and can't take the class. So Mr. Xiao, the language teacher, will take it." Afternoon classes were basically dominated by subject teachers, and P.E. was eaten up again. Now that college entrance exams are coming up, the only classes that give students a break in their senior year are gone. In fact, the class was gym, but the classroom teachers began to rush in, sometimes without negotiation, and the language teacher came to class with the English teacher, and they had to fight over who was going to teach a class. There was a lot of fuss. Now, even though they see the schedule normally says physical education, the subconscious reaction of the students is to speculate on which cultural class they are going to have later. Physical education teachers cannot do anything about it. After all, senior time is tight. Can understand, and their own classes do not have to go on, but also can still get paid. Why not do it? After school, Jiang Hao planned to go look for a suitable store again so that he could open a small studio, which hadn't been fully implemented yesterday, near his own home, and the location near Li Kurson's home he had looked at, were not very suitable, and finally had to return to the location of the pedestrian street to check again. Jiang Hao first habitually sent Li Kuxian to the cake store first. After he delivered it, he was ready to continue to hang around in the pedestrian street for a while. There were still more store rentals in here, just a poor choice of location. Work in the back kitchen. Also pay attention to safety. Don't get hurt. I'm going to do something now. After Jiang Hao sent Li Kuxian to the pedestrian street, he planned to separate from her for the time being, getting ready to turn around and wander up towards Computer City or Footwash to see what the locations of the nearby stores are like over there. Hao also tossed a few days. Really cannot just find a random location faster to implement. Without waiting for Li Kuxian to respond softly, Li Huahua inside the store saw Jiang Hao and walked out with a smile. "Yo, Jiang, you're sending Kurson to work part-time again today." She started with a smile and a greeting. Jiang Hao looked back at the words and also greeted Li Huahua after realizing that it was her. It was obvious that Li Huahua was quite happy and spoke to herself much more politely. When Jiang Hao took another look, he could find that the cake store was doing very well. There were quite a lot of guests coming and going, and there was even a small long queue at the cashier's office in the store. "Business is pretty good. Store manager Li, the refurbishment is good," Jiang Hao said with a smile. "Isn't it thanks to you? The program and steps are given. If I don't do well again, I really should close down." Li Huahua laughed. Jiang Hao nodded. His sight took another look at the cake store. In fact, this store specification is really good. The decoration is also very exquisite. There is a kind of Western style. The traffic was now quite heavy, and you could already see that the 3 staff members inside were a bit busy. "Recently it seems like you've been running around walking street a lot. What big business are you going to do?" Li Huahua asked with a smile. "Just want to get a few computers." Jiang Hao smiled and didn't inform carefully, but as he spoke, he suddenly saw a small one-story flat building next to the cake store. It was a renovated floor that looked like it had been a store before. To be honest, Jiang Hao had actually noticed the location and the store, quite suitable for a studio, located in a pedestrian sidewalk location. There is a certain buzz about it, but it doesn't interfere with productivity, and it's also close to where Li Kuxian language part-time job. Open a small studio here is actually really good. Basically it can be everyday and teenage girl care too. Only, the store had no notices for rent or sale, and the door was closed, so there was no way to contact it if you wanted to. "Oh, get some computers?" Li Huahua's eyes lit up. "My cousin owns an internet cafe and also has an electronics store located in the Computer City. What are you going to buy? I'll ask him to give you a discount." Jiang Hao looked at her. In fact, Li Huahua didn't know she was going to open a small studio, and he only bought the computer with the intention of making a whole batch of old parts and assembling it himself. Getting the machine to be able to run some basic applications would be fine. To put it bluntly, the ones that minimize money minus out and then just let go later on when you go to college are only a few months away and are totally guilty of buying new. However, the computer was a minor issue that he could easily fix himself. It was mainly just the store. "Yeah, but," Jiang Hao said, then pointed to the small storefront next to him and inquired, "This small bungalow next to it, do you know where the owner is? And can this place be sold or leased?" Since Li Huahua had opened his mouth like this, he still inquired about the small bungalow. Li Huahua twisted her head to look at it and said lightly, "Oh, you said this little storefront, it's mine." Jiang Hao froze. "Yours?" Li Huahua nodded. "Before I bought real estate and stores in the pedestrian street, I fell in love with this cake store, but that boss is obviously rich. When I bought the cake store, I said that I need to buy two together to sell. I saw that it was not a lot more expensive, and bit my teeth and still bought it. Originally, at first, I was thinking of tearing down and expanding the cake store, or retaining the extension and decoration, but after realizing that the cake store is not quite enough funding after redecorating and expanding, I put it on hold for the time being." Chapter 91, To Protect Bean. "So that's it." When this was said, Jiang Hao came to be interested. If this store was Li Huahua, then everything would be fine. Seeing this, the corner of Jiang Hao's mouth lifted, pointing at the store once again, and said to Li Huahua, "Boss Li, since it's useless to keep it, rent it to me." At this moment it was Li Huahua's turn to be stunned. The first thought was that he was a high school student leasing a store, but then, thinking about the advice and programs he had given himself, the doubts within him suddenly diminished a little more. In her perception, Jiang Hao had a great business understanding and proposed programs with high extensions, so it was not surprising that he started his business even if he was young and even if he rented a store. Still, she was more than a little surprised and subconsciously asked, "What are you going to rent a store for? Open a store?" Jiang Hao nodded. "Opening a small studio. Just doing some internet stuff." It was at times like this that Jiang Hao briefly told Li Huahua about his purpose. However, a lot of things are not easy to explain, whether it's a warm-up number, or whatever, and there's so much involved with the internet. Just know that you're tinkering with computers. Li Huahua naturally cannot fully understand, but know what kind of store Jiang Hao wants to open, which is not to sell things to the public, but with the computer on the pounding industry. Is it really a good idea to open this kind of store? Do you know much about it? Instead of asking Jiang Hao if he had the ability to open a store or how to run it down, Li Huahua asked him how the benefits of doing this were, and if it was worth it. Inside subconsciously recognized Jiang Hao as an extraordinary high school student. "It's hard to explain, but I'm sure." Jiang Hao also responded briefly. After all, Li Huahua did not understand. There is no need to know too much, just need to know that he is doing serious stuff, not illegal. "Aren't you busy doing those? You're just a high school student. You should be more important with your studies." Li Huahua still asked this most noteworthy question. Jiang Hao shook his head, explaining, basically laid back, just follow the process to operate the computer. Even if you're writing papers at the computer desk, you can still do it. "Okay, no problem." Li Huahua sniffed and directly clapped her hands, agreeing. Jiang Hao nodded his head and was about to discuss with her about the rent and the length of the lease. Li Huahua, however, smiled and opened her mouth again. "However, Mr. Jiang, I have a better suggestion to tell you. I don't know if you're willing?" Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. "A better suggestion? Tell me about it." It was always him who had to lease Li Huahua's store, so he washed his hands of it. Li Huahua's smile didn't diminish, and she even took a step forward to Jiang Hao's body and patted his shoulder. "I'll give you the use of the store for free. I'll clean it up for you, and then I'll take care of all the computers for you. It won't cost you a dime, but I want you to be the manager at my cake store." Jiang Hao's eyes twitched. The store manager again? This Li Huahua is quite persistent, but it's not proportional to the give and take, and it's not possible for a small studio to try to run a cake store by themselves. However, without waiting for Jiang Hao to open his mouth, Li Huahua smiled again and said, "However, you don't have to worry. I know that you are a student, and you are nervous about your studies, so it's just to intervene in my staff in a capacity, and executive operations only, so come and command when you're free, and just intervene in the operational aspects in person. You don't have to hustle, and the salary belonging to the store manager is paid as usual." Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows. In that case, it was just a matter of putting up a name to do some work, leaving when he wanted to, and earning a little extra money. But, even so, a few months' use of a small studio for yourself as a store manager is not a good deal. However, Jiang Hao looked at Li Kerson. It was then that he realized this bean stood frozen in place, eyes blinking at the two men. The girl didn't understand anything. She just felt that Jiang Hao was doing something awesome. Jiang Hao thought about it, but agreed. "Yes, I promise." In the end, he compromised for Li Kerson's sake, mainly so that he could have better care with this bean. "If you have a studio here, you can go to school and get out of school, go to work part-time and leave work, and basically be connected to her." He could follow her around all the time, and could guard this bean well. Shin Sakura's side of the matter had not been completely resolved. He did not believe that these people would just stop like that. Moreover, Jiang Hao wanted them to leave well enough alone. That called Shincheri's harm to Li Kuxin. He would find a way to return it. There was no way he could just let her finish bullying her and then shake his hand and leave. It's not over until there's a lesson to be learned. Yes, 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 I'll give you the key now. I'll help you clean the inside. And I'll ask my cousin to ship the computer over tomorrow. Li Huahua was excited. She felt that this payment of hers was very worthwhile, although she didn't know why, but she always felt that Jiang Hao was a different person, and that this kind of investment was very right. But Jiang Hao waved his hand and said, "Wait, I'll occupy the store, but I'll buy the computer myself, and then I'll help you run the cake store when I'm free." Jiang Hao rectified the offer. Verbal promises that the store is free to occupy no problem, but not with computer problems. You can't just stop what you're trying to do because you have a lot at stake, and it's not safe to use other people's stuff. If something happens and the two of them turn against each other and say that they are evicted, then the things and data that are operated at that time can't be taken with them, and they are prone to disputes. Only your own private items, with invoices and evidence, that provides stability and security. And, even if you suddenly have to leave one day, carry your computer and run. The data is there, the money flow is there, just the store, not the computer? Li Huahua froze for a moment. Are you sure you don't want it? It's all free for you to use, and it's fine to give you a few units for free. It's all at wholesale prices anyway. Jiang Hao shook his head. Thank you for Boss Li's kindness, but really no need. The store will be fine. Taking too much from you is not reassuring to me. In itself I'm a student, and the favor I can do to help the cake store is actually limited. He refused in a relatively euphemistic way, leaving himself a way out and also giving Li Huahua a bottom line at the same time. The store manager was made, but it's actually hard to say how much that helped. Depends on the mood. Li Huahua sniffed and didn't murmur. Anyway, Jiang Hao came to help on the line, and it was also a way to minimize his losses. Why not? Okay, it's happily decided. Also, remember to sign a contract. It's not good to do things without proof. After all, I'm a student. If I'm reported, Jiang Hao reminded. Understood. For the next few days, Li Huahua and Jiang Hao began this temporary cooperation. She is really responsible to help Jiang Hao organize the store. After knowing Lu Wei several people, but also took the initiative to take over their 3 meals a day. As long as they eat in the cake store, they do not charge for several people. Basic small 3 days. A small studio set up out. Jiang Hao several people have a relatively secure environment. The stability of the flow of funds gradually takes shape. Chapter 92, Deputy Boss. At night, Li Kurson got off work part-time and Jiang Hao was ready to send her home. Before leaving, Jiang Hao was ready to say hello again to his brothers who had changed to a new environment. After Li Kuxin changed her clothes, she followed Jiang Hao by the way, and together they went to the small studio next to them to take a look. Ho is here. Seeing Jiang Hao walk in, a few people put down their computer stuff and greeted each other with smiles. However, they were stunned to see Li Kurson timidly following Jiang Hao. For the girl beside Jiang Hao, they only had some understanding, so it was the first time they met up close and personal. Once never sensed that this female classmate was actually that good looking. She stood there, a neat school uniform not hiding her light. The neckline of the school uniform was slightly open, revealing a section of slender jade-like neck with beautiful and smooth lines. Her skin was as white as snow, and was even more delicate against the color of her school uniform. Aside from some predispositions, this is one of the best in the school. Face-wise, sister-in-law. Several people stood up from their seats, just enough to form a line, and bent down to salute Li Kurson. Li Kurson froze, having never seen this kind of scene at all. She was directly startled, and subconsciously took a small retreating step to hide behind Jiang Hao. She grabbed Jiang Hao's clothes at the waist and stomach position, revealing half of her little head, and said timidly, I'm not. Jiang Hao saw that Bean was afraid, and inwardly smiled helplessly, and then helped her out, looking at a few juniors, with a face that was not angry. Well, what's the point of having such a big battle? All of them scared her, and that should do things to do things. A few people saw this and scratched their heads and smiled, forgetting that the girl was a very scared person. Sorry, sister-in-law. Several people finished in unison before they sat down and continued to work on their computers. You go sit down for a bit, I'll talk to Lu Wei about something, then I'll go home with you. Jiang Hao pointed to the sofa next to him and said. Li Kuxin nodded her head, then immediately went to the side and sat down. After calling Lu Wei aside, the guy smiled. How? What's up? Jiang Hao first threw a key to Lu Wei. The guy took it in a panic before he smiled and said, I am now honorably promoting you to be the deputy boss of our small studio. In the future the studio will open and close the door. The management power are handed over to your hands. What? Deputy store manager, leave it to me. Lu Wei sniffed with some surprise. Jiang Hao nodded his head and patted Lu Wei's shoulder. This position is very important. It's related to our monthly liquidity situation every now and then. Once it's done, it'll take effort. I'll make them all listen to you. Are you willing? Lu Wei sniffed. Really some moved. Actually put such a heavy responsibility into their hands. This flow of funds relationship. Is their overall salary? Is he willing? 100 times yes. Of course. Playing with Jiang Hao. Not only did you get off the hook, but you also made money. That way, you don't even need to spend mom and dad's money on college anymore. Hanging out with Jiang Hao is really fulfilling. With a goal and a bright future. When you're really lost, he'll even turn around and kick you in the ass to prevent you from going astray. Now that he can be his second in command and can lead so many people, how can he say no? How is it possible to be a citizen instead of an official? I'm willing, brother Hao. Don't worry, I'll definitely do a good job as this deputy boss and definitely won't let you down. I'll do a good job of reporting the daily data and situation to you, Lu Wei said very sincerely, still with excitement and moved. Jiang Hao was very pleased, and patted his shoulder again. You first oversee everyone to get the business of the warm heart, get the data right, and report the situation to me in a timely manner. I've recently delved into some new business, and when it's implemented, then we'll bring everyone together to do other properties, and continue to make money together. Yes, over to you. Take care. The corners of Jiang Hao's mouth lifted up, and with one last pretense of leaning again, he turned around and took Li Kuxin home. In reality, he was only doing this because he wanted to be a handful, so that in the future, he basically didn't have to come and see for himself. And this purple gold flow would continue to grow. Money arise without work. He'll just take the trouble to tinker with some stocks or real estate and be done with it. As for the cake store, in fact, the operation is very simple. As long as the staff listen to the instructions given, all know how to follow the implementation of no problem at all, and does not take much effort. Right now, the main thing, of course, is to focus on his bean. On the way back, Jiang Hao was in a good mood, humming a song in his mouth, and Li Kuxin grabbed the corner of Jiang Hao's coat. And the corners of her mouth unconsciously showed a smile. She always felt that Jiang Hao was very powerful. Also as a student, he could do very many incredible things. What with all the various operations and publicity that many adults don't always understand. He has a sense of flow. A lot of things, once they pass through his hands, seem to go smoothly. And his social skills. Jiang Hao, whether he was facing his boss or his friends, he could talk to them freely with ease. Unlike himself, who was afraid and nervous to talk to his classmates. Although he is fierce, but in fact the heart is really kind. Knife-mouth tofu heart, down to earth and helping people solve problems. His friends, down to Boss Flower and the others, respected him. What are you smiling about? So happy? Jiang Hao also noticed a hint of a satisfied smile on Bean's face, and there was a sense of happiness hidden on her soft expression. No, nothing. Li Kuxin sidestepped her small face, a little embarrassed, but her smile didn't subside. Give me your hand. Jiang Hao suddenly turned around and stopped, causing little Bean to crash into him at once. The young girl couldn't help but cover her forehead and take 2 steps back as she pouted. When you stop in the future, can you tell me? She liked to follow Jiang Hao, but she was so stupid that she wouldn't be able to react if he suddenly stopped. The corner of Jiang Hao's mouth lifted as he gently took hold of the hand that Li Kuxin was covering her forehead, wrapping her hand tightly in his palm and said, in that case, when we walk together in the future, you'll just remember to hold my hand, so you won't have to bump into me again. His voice carried a few hints of flirtation, yet it was full of doting. Li Kuxin's cheeks slightly flushed, buried a little bit of her small head, her mouth moved to retort something, but in the end, she didn't say anything, just puffed up her small face. The two of them were holding hands, walking leisurely along the path under the streetlight, the moonlight of the night passing through the soft clouds, shedding a silver-white clear light, pouring around them. It's a really good feeling to walk the 20-minute walk home and always have each other. Without realizing it, both of them have been thoroughly integrated into each other's lives. Jiang Hao felt satisfied. The plain days were soothing, next to a silly girl, as if doing anything could tease her. Just when he was about to fantasize about Li Kuxin putting on a wedding dress and marrying himself, the young girl suddenly stopped and took his hand, causing him to stumble. Jiang Hao, look, the young girl suddenly said in surprise. There are kittens. Chapter 93, Becoming a Parent. Jiang Hao froze, then his eyes turned, and he found a cow kitten lying on a green bush by the side of the road. This little guy was skinny and very small, looking like he wasn't even 3 months old. Li Kuxin gently let go of Jiang Hao's hand as she squatted down and carried out the dirty kitten from the grass. She cupped her hands around it. The kitten had a somewhat muddy appearance and a hint of blood on its legs, but she could tell it was injured and was having trouble getting around. Look, it's injured. Li Kuxin was at Jiang Hao's feet. turning around and handing it to Jiang Hao to see. The 5 senses of Bean's little face moved in a distressed manner. Jiang Hao squatted down. The kitten looked a little weak. Even when it was lying in Lee Kerson's hand, it didn't toss and turn. It just purred vigorously. Meow meow meow. It chirped softly for a few moments, its small eyes transmitting a layer of watery mist as it looked pitifully at the two of them. Jiang Hao and Lee Kerson. The leg is injured, and the paw has some wounds. It looks like it hasn't been bullied much. Jiang Hao reached out and fiddled with the little guy, taking a look at the injuries. Seeing this, Li Kuxin was a bit anxious. Then what should we do? If we don't care about it, it won't survive. Jiang Hao got up, looked at the pitiful kitten and Lee Kerson, and said, let's leave it here for now. Let's go and get some medicine and food back for it. Li Kuxin directly picked up the kitten. I'll carry it. It's too dangerous to leave it here. Jiang Hao didn't refuse when he looked at the little guy's wilted appearance, so he and Lee Kerson went to look for some place that could help it. It's a good thing this stupid cow cat was lucky to meet them. If anyone else had passed by, they might have been bitten to death and probably wouldn't have looked at them. The two searched a large area and couldn't find a pet store, so they went to a pharmacy and bought some things and bandages that could be sterilized on small animals. After buying it out, the two found a chair and gave it the most basic of rescues. Lee Kerson first used some wet paper towels to wipe the dirty parts of its body to make it a little cleaner. Then Jiang Hao took out iodine POV and cotton swabs and decontaminated the kitten's injured legs and body. Because the leg wound was rather large, Jiang Hao took out a small section of bandage and after dabbing it with some iodine vodka, he gently lifted the kitten's leg and then carefully tied it up so that its wound was not overly exposed to the air. After finishing this, Lee Kerson also bought a sausage from the convenience store next door. She ripped the sausage paper open, crunched it up bit by bit in her little mouth, and spit it out onto a little rubber cover. Let the kitten eat something. After the kitten's body became clean and the wounds were decontaminated, the body obviously had a bit of spirit. It looked at the two humans who had helped it and chirped softly. Very well behaved, never showing its tiny paws to the duo from start to finish. Great, it's energized again. Lee Kerson watched the little cow cat slightly lying on the chair, little by little eating down the ham sausage, and her mood followed. Well, this little one is well behaved. Jiang Hao smiled gently. The kitten was milky and furry, very comfortable to touch. Looking at Lee Kerson's fondness for the kitty, Jiang Hao asked, want to take it back? Li Kuxian froze at her words. She had just apparently only thought about saving the kitten first, and what happened after it got better hadn't occurred to her. Jiang Hao saw Lee Kerson faintly stare, then continued, you can take it back to raise it if you like. It should be hard for the kitten to survive after it left its mommy cat and wandered the streets alone. Jiang Hao actually likes to keep cats. When he was middle-aged, it was still a 3 flowers that accompanied him for the rest of his life, and his own rebirth was actually considered to be another way of abandoning it. But there was nothing he could do about the little cow now. The old mother of the family hated cats, had been bitten by one, and didn't like small animals very much. If she brought it back, she could tear the house down. Li Kuxian's expression changed, as if she realized that the kitty was in a bad situation. So she said, then, I'd better take it back then. The young girl grew up with very few friends, and was accompanied by small animals, so she was actually quite good at raising small animals. Then it has parents again now. Jiang Hao nodded his head and smiled. I'll be the father. You'll be the mom. The young girl's small face slightly reddened when she heard Jiang Hao's words. She glanced at Jiang Hao angrily and aggrievedly, and muttered in a small voice, Who wants to be with you? Be its mom and dad now. Although her mouth said so, the corners of her mouth rose slightly uncontrollably, with shyness and tenderness in her eyes. Jiang Hao didn't care, determined, and continued, take good care of it. Don't let it be bullied by the other big cats in the house. No, it won't. Ping Ping is also very good. Li Kuxian tenderly stroked the cowcat while saying, really bully. I'll teach them a lesson. Subsequently, by the time the kitten had finished its ham hock, it had recovered so much that it could barely limp along, but had not fully recovered from its leg injury. On the way back, Bean held it gently, his eyes always caring for the little one, full of favor. Tired? Do you want me to hold you for a while? Jiang Hao clasped his hands to his chest and twisted his head to look at the young girl. Li Kuxian shook her head, somewhat in love with the kitten, her eyes never leaving it. I'm not tired. Look at it. It's all asleep in my arms. When Jiang Hao saw this, he suddenly felt some regret. How did he feel that he had saved a cat, and that he had lost his favor a bit? Can't hold hands now. So was this stupid cat, who actually trusted a human so much upon meeting him that he could fall asleep in his bumpy arms. Sending Lee Kerson back to the small alley, he followed into the small courtyard and found the old lady now waiting for her granddaughter to come home, but too tired to sit on a small bench and nap. However, as soon as Li Kuxian entered the living room, she woke up in a daze. and probably didn't even see the visitor clearly before she revealed a kind smile. Xin is back. Then seeing Jiang Hao again, she hurriedly got up and tried to get a chair for him to sit on. Grandma, there's no need to be so troublesome. I'll stay for a while and then leave. Jiang Hao greeted the old lady. The duo then explained to the old lady about the kittens, and it was clear that she had no objections. Kittens are good. Pinchin is growing up now, always running outside, and he can keep me company while you guys are gone. The old lady herself had raised chickens, ducks, geese and animals all her life, so having an extra kitten was no problem at all. When Jiang Hao saw this, he also put his heart down. That way, this stupid cat will have a home of his own, with a dad and a mom and a mother-in-law. It's just that dad's away a lot. Li Kerson and Jiang Hao were just about to get some cardboard boxes and make a kitten's nest for it when the little guy also happened to wake up. It curiously surveyed its surroundings in Li Xian's arms, chirping softly a few times from time to time. Son, this will be your home from now on. Remember to listen to mom. Dad will come to see you when he has time. Jiang Hao leaned over to Li Kerson and rubbed the kitten with his hand. Cow cat, greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to, greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to, / In about half an hour or so, the duo had made a small nest for it, with food and water sources close by. Looking at the cow cat rolling around in the nest, Jiang Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then said goodbye to Li Kerson. Alright, that's it, take good care of it. I'm going back. These medicines I just bought, leave them to you. Remember to change the medicines for it, and don't tie up the wounds too tightly. On the road, pay attention to safety. Li Xian nodded and wanted to go out to see Jiang Hao off again, but Jiang Hao refused. It was a bit late today. Bye, Mom. Jiang Hao smiled and left a sentence, then left the small courtyard and left without entering the darkness. Li Xian pouted her lips and threw an angry look towards the darkness before smiling again. Chapter 94, Su Feng's Invitation. The following afternoon. Today, Thursday, is Li Kerson's break from her part-time job at the cake store, so she doesn't have to go to work. After the evening self-study class, Jiang Hao said to Li Kerson, I asked Lu Wei to buy some cat food and cat litter. I'll go to the studio later to get it for you. Li Xian blinked. Then, shall we go together later? Jiang Hao shook his head. I'll go by myself now. You stay here and review. I need to take care of the cake store. Li Xian obediently nodded and smiled. Then I'll meet you in an hour. Go home together. Jiang Hao pinched her little face. No need to be so troublesome. I'll come to pick you up. Just wait for me obediently at school. Well, I'll wait for you then. Li Kerson was pinched a little, and gave an oh-so-subtle, stammering nod. We'll go to the house together later to check on our kids. So remember to stay put. Jiang Hao was a bit in love. Bean's little face was soft and flexible, and he really had an urge to hold and suck on it. No running around. Li Xian looked at Jiang Hao with some grudges, but she was already too lazy to retort to the boy's teasing, because even if she resisted, this bad guy Jiang Hao would still bully her. He had been whispering in his ear all day in class today, causing the class president to show surprise next to him. Shame on him, so it's better to obey him. If he doesn't resist, he'll stop after bullying himself. He'll get more excited if he resists. Jiang Hao left his school bag here and got up to go to the cake store. Late afternoon is the time when cake caterers are the highest traffic time, with customers coming in and out. After Jiang Hao went in the store, he came to the small office. Li Huahua smiled and sat in front of the computer and greeted him. Jiang store manager, these days of operation, and then after your hand to rectify the situation, attracted 500 customers a day. The turnover compared to the very beginning, a whole dozen times. Jiang Hao nodded, feeling just average, a little worse than expected. Because the evolvability of a store like a cake store is limited, it doesn't go very far out of the loop. A scale overhaul is basically an 80 or 90% cap on the store. There is a demand for this type of industry, but the ceiling is not high. The cake store is currently selling so well that it has partnered with various footwash towns, internet cafes, and massage towns throughout Zhongxing Street, and has become the hottest dessert-type store in the Zhongxing Street business. Jiang Hao sat down on his chair with his butt, inwardly measuring silently, and took out a blank sheet of paper, ready to plan the task of expanding his sales. Because the store is now in the basic mode of operation has been formed, based on the current sales profitability, is still in the development of continuous publicity, and looking for cooperation. So, in the end, the cap is basically nearly 100% when you fully implement the takeaway service extensibility channel. When the implementation of this business, the work of the cake store can also be completely as a handshake. The follow-up only need to supervise can be, when the time to put a dog to open the door, close the store. The cake store can be tens of thousands of dollars a day of marketing amount into the account. Jiang Hao said to Li Huahua, the basic model is now finalized, so the next step in the expansion will be to recruit staff and start in-store specific takeaway services. Jiang Hao took a pen and wrote out a plan on a piece of paper. Preparing to open a takeaway operation at the store today. The online takeaway industry is now popular but not yet fully developed. There are also many stores that operate their own takeout service. Recruiting a group of special employees to make deliveries. Or you can have your own store employees make deliveries. Even in 10 years, store-owned takeout services are still around. Not relying on apps and relying on the store's visibility to the local area. Takeaways are, after all, scoped, and with enough store visibility and traffic, a takeaway service can easily be promoted. Finishing the details with Li Hua, Jiang Hao took out a piece of foam board, on which he wrote, Seamus Cake Shop now supports takeaway service. Telephone 1468-976-4536. After taking the order will be sent to the home at fire speed. Once that was done he went to the storefront and watched the crowds coming and going. Holding up a simple billboard. Everyone take a look and see. Now our Simu Cake Shop is starting to add a takeaway service. So you can save this phone number. And in the future, you can buy deliciously sweet Simu cake without having to be in the store. Jiang Hao shook his hands, creating a lot of commotion. At this moment, the crowds of people coming and going and the employees in the store all began to look at Jiang Hao. Some of the guests who saw the blurb on the billboard asked curiously, Young man, what kind of event is this? And it comes with a home delivery package? Jiang Hao smiled and explained, It's not an event. It's our cake store's takeout service. Order at home and we'll deliver it to your doorstep. Most of the people who ask these questions are slightly older. And now, even if they have just entered the age of traffic, takeout services are basically equipped in the restaurant industry. Whether it is an app or self-employed, prices are not much different than in-store prices, but there is an additional shipping service ranging from $3 to $8, based on distance, and orders can be placed within 20 kilometers of the store. Hearing Jiang Hao's explanation, some people discussed with each other, This is fine. You can eat sweet cakes and buns at home. Many people who saw the service also subconsciously took out their cell phones to take pictures and record the contact number. Although you have to pay some delivery fees accordingly, you can save a lot of hassle in some cases. Jiang Hao quickly smiled at the guests again. Now we have a store activities. Everyone if you can take a picture, upload it to QQ Space or WeChat circle of friends inside to help us publicize it. You can directly get a free store too you want a donut. And if you have 5 people liking your QQ Space, you can choose a free $10 cake in the store. Valid for 1 week. A while back, Simu's Cake Shop had a campaign where you could get a free $3 loaf of bread by virtue of a flyer. And now there's another campaign where you can get a free cake. Customers with cell phones saw what was going on and quickly started sharing it online. This little event, even if they couldn't have a $10 cake to take right away, they could take a donut for uploading it. And for them it was just a matter of moving their hands, so most of them didn't turn it down. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hao nodded with satisfaction, then came to the cash register and said to the employee, You're the cashier. This aspect of the activity checking, it's up to you. Keep in mind that no one likes the delivery of a donut, and there are 5 people who like the delivery of a $10 cake. Yes, the cashier was a young girl, similar to Jiang Hao's age, and was a bit dazed at the sight of the impact driven by Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao nodded, then ran to the 2 salespersons again and said, You guys now hurry up and put together a batch of donuts and $10 boxed Sumerian cakes and put them on the front desk, so that she can check them off for the guests. Okay, store manager. Those 2 girls' sales, although they were also a bit surprised, nodded and immediately took action. This young store manager has a knack for motivating customers. Immediately, Jiang Hao placed this signboard at the entrance of the cake store so that more customers coming in could see it. Finally, he instructed the store's staff that new guests coming in could loudly proclaim their event in case some of them didn't know about it, and to maximize the promotion. Not bad. The cake store is about ready to be dumped like this, and it's about time to come over and spend an hour or 2 a day with Nikki here to watch it. Satisfied, he murmured before he was satisfied and headed to the studio next to him. An hour passed quickly, and Li Xin, who was studying in class, slowly looked up at the clock, realizing that the time was already 6 o'clock. Jiang Hao should almost be back. She began to pack her things, then prepared to go out of the school gate to wait for Jiang Hao. But just as she had finished packing and was about to leave the classroom with her little backpack, the gym member suddenly came to her side. Su Feng changed his hand to carry his book bag on one shoulder and smiled. Xin, school's over, want to go eat something together? Seeing that Jiang Hao was not there today, he took the initiative to come and say hello. Although some less than ideal friction had occurred before, he still felt that if he liked someone, he had to be brave and strike, and he could not back out because Jiang Hao was strong. And last time, Li Kurson was probably just used to being bullied by Jiang Hao, so she took the initiative to buy her water. Li Kurson was afraid of life, but if he himself cared for her more in the future, took care of her more, and pulled her out of Jiang Hao's shadow, then Li Kurson would definitely accept him. Seeing Su Fong leaning over, Lee Kerson was startled and hastily took 2 steps back, burying her head and shaking her head. No need. I'm going home.